I mumbled groggily, "Where am I?" Struggling to lift myself up, I waited for my eyes to adjust to the light. When I finally opened them, my whole body froze in shock. Spread out before me was an endless expanse of desert. In the distance, several military Humvees lay charred and blackened, still belching thick plumes of smoke, while the bodies of several American soldiers were scattered around. I snapped out of my stupor, panic rising as I hurriedly checked myself over. I realized I was still wearing the same blue and white striped shirt and black dress pant from the subway, though now they were caked with sand and dust. But the laptop bag that had been in my right hand and the phone that should have been in my pocket had vanished without a trace, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Did I just time travel? My mind was swirling with questions. I remembered that, just moments ago, I had been on my way to work. I'd jumped in front of a truck to save a child who had darted into the street and was hit by a cement mixer. As I lowered my head, trying to piece together the memory, only a few hazy phrases echoed in my mind. I thought it was just a speed bump. We're all just working hard. I let out a bitter laugh, not quite sure where I'd found the courage, me, a socially anxious homebody. But here I was, alive, and apparently transported to some kind of desert. I looked up, hoping to spot a landmark. Suddenly, something blocked out the sun. I turned, puzzled, to see a stranger standing behind me, a man with a thick beard and a red checkered headscarf, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. In clumsy English, he sneered, "Hello, American pig." With that, he raised the butt of his AK-47. The world went black as I lost consciousness once more. Clang, clang, clang. The steady ring of metal jolted me out of the darkness. I blinked, my gaze slowly focusing on the low stone ceiling above me. The damp air was thick with the scent of rust and sweat. A mocking male voice rang out. Well, Sleeping Beauty finally decided to wake up. I turned my head to see a man in a grimy white tank top, his body streaked with grease, hammering a glowing piece of metal on an anvil. His back was to me, muscles rippling as he worked with practiced precision. A gentler voice interjected, "Tony, don't tease him. He looks pretty banged up." Only then did I notice another man sitting in the corner, a middle-aged man in a shabby suit and round glasses, typing away on an old, battered laptop. Tony? The man with glasses? A cave? Blacksmithing? Suddenly, a realization flashed through my mind. This scene was all too familiar. Wasn't this the opening of Iron Man 1? I blurted out, "Tony Stark?" The man hammering away at the metal paused for a moment, then slowly turned around. I was stunned. The face before me was unmistakably that of Robert Downey, Jr. himself. Tony raised an eyebrow, wiping his grease-streaked face with an oily hand. "Wow, my reputation's reached all the way to China, but you don't exactly look like a fan." My mouth fell open. For a moment, I couldn't decide whether to be shocked that I'd somehow traveled into the Marvel Universe, or to laugh at how Tony was just as self-absorbed as in the movies. The bespectacled man next to him came over to check my injuries. "My name's Ian's son. I'm a doctor. You've suffered a blow to the head. You need to rest." I asked urgently, "Wait, where am I? What year is this?" Tony set his tools aside and glanced at the scratch marks on the cave wall. "Afghanistan. Some godforsaken cave in the mountains. 2008, though I can't remember which month. I've been trapped here for 30 days. At this, he suddenly grabbed his hair and cried out in despair. "Oh my God, I haven't had a cheeseburger in 30 days. After venting, Tony went back to hammering his metal parts, muttering, "I have to get out of here fast. My cheeseburgers. When I get out, I'm eating 2 in a row." Then, as if something just occurred to him, he turned to look at me. "By the way, we've been kidnapped by a terrorist group called the 10 Rings. They want me to build a missile, but what I'm really making is escape gear. Welcome to the Hell Club. Membership perks include daily beatings and the constant threat of getting shot." My mind was racing. According to the movie, this is where the very first Iron Man suit is about to be born, and Tony will escape with Inson's help, though Inson will sacrifice himself. Wait, I've time traveled. I'm a traveler. Does that mean I have some special powers too? I sat cross-legged in the corner of the cave, closed my eyes, and desperately called out in my mind, "System? System, can you hear me? System, are you there?" Inson, seeing I was more or less fine, went back to his spot and resumed tinkering with the computer. 10 minutes passed as I kept calling out in my head, hoping to activate some kind of cheat, only to be met by the constant clanging of Tony's hammer on metal and the rhythmic tapping of Inson's fingers on the keyboard. Despair was setting in. I couldn't help but shout, "System, please show yourself. I don't need anything overpowered. Just give me a beginner's pack." Inson pushed up his glasses and whispered to Tony, "Tony, I think his condition is worse than we thought. He keeps mumbling to himself in Chinese, and his expressions are a bit much." Tony put down his hammer and looked at me with curiosity. "Let me guess. PTSD with a side of dissociative identity disorder? Ethan, calm as ever, added, or perhaps a brief psychotic episode triggered by acute stress. I felt like I was on the verge of a breakdown, even though I had no special powers at the moment, as long as I didn't try to sacrifice myself like Ethan. Tony should be able to get me out of here. But this was the Marvel Universe. If we escape, would I really have to live like an ordinary person, working a regular job, only to be snapped out of existence by Thanos in the end? My expression twisted between laughter and tears. If anyone saw me now, they'd surely think I'd lost my mind. In truth, Tony and Ethan both looked thoroughly bewildered. Ethan spoke with concern. Tony, I think you might need a sedative. Tony reached under the workbench for a rusty iron can, pouring out the last bit of cloudy liquid. No, I think he needs this. Specialty of Afghanistan. One sip, and all your troubles are forgotten. He handed me the iron can. The sudden movement startled me, and I instinctively took it, murmuring, thanks. I brought the can to my lips, and a sharp, pungent smell of alcohol rushed up my nose, making me freeze in place. I asked, Is this liquor? Tony flashed a grin. We call it cave happy juice. Take a swig, and I promise you'll calm down. Just as I hesitated over whether to drink this so-called happy juice, heavy footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. 3 armed terrorists marched in, led by the same bearded man from before. The bearded man glared at Tony and shouted, Stark, where are the missiles? Tony, unfazed, crossed his legs. Abu, my dear overseer. Tony Stark doesn't follow anyone else's schedule. The bearded man's face darkened. He raised his rifle, ready to smash Tony with the butt. At that critical moment, a calm voice rang out from outside the cave. Stop. Everyone turned to look. A bald man strode in, dressed in a spotless white robe that looked entirely out of place amid the filth and chaos of the cave. The bearded man quickly lowered his weapon and stepped respectfully aside. Boss! The bald man ignored him and walked straight to Tony. Mr. Stark, it seems my men have been too gentle with you. Tony shrugged. You're right. They haven't even brought me a cheeseburger. The bald man offered a faint smile, but there was a chill in it that sent a shiver down my spine. With a small gesture, 2 burly men moved in at once, forcing Ethan and me to the ground. For the first time, there was no trace of humor in Tony's voice as he asked, What do you want to do? The bald man took a glowing red iron rod from the brazier and said slowly, I've heard there's a saying in your country, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The branding iron hissed as it cut through the air, and I could feel its heat drawing ever closer. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, even if I know they won't kill me, if I end up with a burn scar on my face, I'll be hideous. System, where are you? Why haven't you shown up yet? I tried once more to summon the perks of a traveler between worlds, but there was still no response. Suddenly, Tony shouted, Wait. The bald man turned to look at him. Tony took several deep breaths, his gaze flickering between the branding iron, Ian's son, and me. I need an assistant. It's the only way I can build the missile, Tony said, locking eyes with the bald man as he spoke. The bald man tossed the branding iron aside and walked up to Tony. He glanced at the makeshift reactor on Tony's chest, then fixed his eyes on Tony and said, You have 1 week. If I don't see a missile in a week, you'll both be skin alive. With that, the bald man left the cave with his men. The cavern fell into utter silence. Beads of sweat formed on Eanson's forehead, and cold sweat soaked the back of my shirt. Tony stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving. Clearly, the threat had shaken him as well. In a trembling voice, I whispered, Thank you. Tony turned to me, his expression grave. Don't thank us yet. We only have 1 week. He walked over to the workbench, picked up a few wrinkled sheets of paper, and said, I need to redesign our escape plan. Eanson wiped the sweat from his brow and walked over to Tony. We'll have to speed things up, he said. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm, then joined them, my gaze landing on the blueprints Tony was sketching, the very first designs for the Markai suit. Suddenly, I spoke up. I can help. I'm a programmer. Maybe I can take on some of the coding for the armor systems. Tony looked up at me, doubtful. A Chinese programmer? Aren't you guys only good at making websites and developing games? I shrugged helplessly and said, That's just a stereotype. Back in 2008, foreigners did tend to underestimate the technical skills of Chinese programmers, but I was from the year 2025. People should know that by 2025, tech-savvy homebuddies could even write the driver programs from Iron Man 1, and they'd have improvement plans too, fixing that crucial slow startup issue in the nick of time. All I can say is, tech geeks are always the best. I decided to convince Tony with action first, so I took over Ethan's spot, pulled up the armor-related code on the computer, and pointed at the screen. You could tweak this part a bit if... I tried to recall the improvement suggestions I'd seen on foreign sites and local forums, typing swiftly on the keyboard. This way, the armor startup will be much more efficient. Tony raised an eyebrow. a spark of interest lighting up his face. Interesting. For the next few hours, the three of us crowded around the workbench in animated discussion. I was surprised to find that the knowledge I'd picked up back on Earth was actually useful here. Drawing on debates I'd seen in Marvel fan communities, I even spotted a few flaws in Tony's design and suggested ways to improve them. Tony narrowed his eyes at me. Are you sure you're just an ordinary programmer? These suggestions, they're pretty professional. I shrugged again. Just a hobby. Of course, I couldn't tell him I'd watched every Iron Man movie and loved all kinds of tech videos. I was a total super fan. Late into the night, after the guards changed shifts, the three of us finally had a chance to quietly discuss our escape plan. Tony lowered his voice. At our current pace, we'll finish the suit in 5 days. But there's one problem. The power source is only enough for one person. My heart tightened. It was just like in the movies. Ensign would end up sacrificing himself, but I kept quiet. I planned to talk Ensign out of it later, or maybe convince Tony to make a few more bombs. Over the next few days, we barely rested. I was in charge of writing the control system for the armor. Tony focused on the mechanical design, occasionally helping me tweak the code, and Ensign handled the assembly of the parts. During this time, guards checked on our progress several times, but Tony brushed them off with technical jargon every time. On the 5th night, the suit was finally nearly complete. I was debugging the last segment of the control program when I suddenly heard Tony and Ensign arguing in hushed voices nearby. Ensign insisted firmly, "No, this plan is too dangerous." Tony countered in a low voice, "It's our only option." I quietly edged closer and overheard Tony say, "Listen, I'll wear the suit and draw their fire. You and Shintian slip out through the side door." Ethan asked anxiously, "Then what about you?" Tony replied, "I have the armor to protect me. I'll be fine." My heart gave a sudden jolt. This was completely different from movie. Originally, Tony was supposed to escape with Ethan, and Ethan chose to sacrifice himself only to buy them more time. "Ethan, you're just ordinary people. Trust in the great Tony Stark. With his armor, he'll make sure you and Chun-Tian get out safely." Tony tried to keep his voice low, but his words still brimmed with confidence and passion. Ethan adjusted his glasses, worry still written across his face. "Tony, I trust you, and I trust your suit, but this is just too dangerous." As he spoke, he pointed to the first-generation arc reactor on his chest. "What I'm worried about is this." Tony glanced down and frowned slightly. "Don't worry. I pour my heart and soul into building this thing." Despite Tony's reassurance, Ethan's anxiety didn't fade. Tony felt that Ethan was being a little overly tense. "If they find us before the suit starts up, none of us will make it out alive." Ethan voiced his concerns again. Tony fell silent. The suit's startup sequence was indeed a challenge. Lately, Chun-Tian had been in charge of programming that part. Though all three had discussed it together and believed the code was solid, there was no denying the risk. But time had been too tight. There was never a chance for a full test. To keep the terrorists from catching on, every component was built separately, and even the software had never undergone a real trial. Listening to their conversation, Chun-Tian finally realized just how serious the problem was. This scene never played out in the movie, but now they were in the real world. Maybe in that original reality, they'd had a conversation just like this. Ethan's sacrifice had always been because the suit took too long to start up. He'd been forced to run out and buy Tony time. Chun-Tian stepped closer to the two of them and gave Ethan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Ethan looked over at him, confusion in his eyes. Chun-Tian grinned. "Ethan, even if you don't trust me, you should trust yourself and Tony. You both checked that startup code together, didn't you?" Then he turned to Tony. "I believe a genius like Tony Stark wouldn't make any rookie mistakes, right?" Tony raised an eyebrow, his signature confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Chun-Tian, that's the first sensible thing I've heard you say." He strode over to the workbench and with a flourish spread out the wrinkled blueprint. "Come take a look. The greatest work of Tony Stark. How could there possibly be any rookie mistakes?" Chun-Tian fought back the urge to roll his eyes. Yes, Tony Stark never makes a mistake." "Hey," Tony spun around suddenly, jabbing a finger so close it nearly brushed Chun-Tian's nose. "Don't use that patronizing tone with me, Chun-Tian. I'm not a child." Chun-Tian smirked. "Oh, and haven't you been calling me Dragon Country Boy all along? Honestly, do you even remember our real names?" Ensign adjusted his glasses, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes behind the lenses. "All right, gentlemen, let's not waste time. We don't have much of it." Tony opened his mouth to retort, but Chun-Tian quietly cut him off. "Have you ever heard the saying, create a diversion on the main road while sneaking through the back alley?" Tony and Ensign exchanged puzzled looks, neither of them quite grasping the meaning. Tony still crossed his arms arrogantly, as if he understood everything. "What does that mean?" Ensign glanced at Tony, knowing he wouldn't ask, and spoke up himself. Chun-Tian smiled as he explained, It's an old saying from my country. It means that while we appear to be doing one thing, our true goal is hidden elsewhere. Like right now, they think we're building missiles for them, but in reality, we're planning our escape. Tony and Einstein nodded in understanding, though they still weren't sure why Tian had brought it up. They waited, letting him continue. Our plan is almost ready, Tian went on, but we can't afford any mistakes. So, he looked straight at Tony. Tony, I need you to push a little further. A faint grin played at the corner of Tony's mouth. Just tell me what you need me to do. Tian let out a resigned sigh. For starters, stop calling me Dragon Country Boy. With that, he stood up and moved to the workbench, Einsan following close behind. Gazing at the scattered parts on the table, Tian asked, Tony, is it possible to use these materials to make a few more bombs? Tony narrowed his eyes, scanning the mess of parts. He drummed his fingers thoughtfully on the metal surface, then suddenly snapped his fingers as inspiration struck. Ah, there's enough here for 3. No, 3.5. Stark Special Edition welcome bombs. He grabbed a battered old battery. This'll work as a trigger. Einsan, clearly worried, pushed his glasses up. Tony, isn't it dangerous to set off explosives in a confined space like this? Don't worry, document. Tony was already dismantling some of the junk, his hands moving fast. I'll make them directional charges. The blast will go straight for the entrance. He paused abruptly and turned to Tian, fixing him with a searching stare. Wait, what do you need so many bombs for? I thought we already had our escape plan. A sly glint flashed in Tian's eyes as he lowered his voice to explain. We need to create a chain of traps. The first bomb goes on the door. When the guards break in, he mimed an explosion with his hands. Boom! That should buy us at least 30 seconds. A wicked grin played at the corner of Tian's mouth. Then, while chaos erupts, we plant the other 2 bombs just outside our room. 30 seconds later, when those explode, it'll delay the enemy even further. He pointed at the suit of armor. I'm confident that 3 bombs will be enough to make them wonder if there are even more hidden traps. That way we'll have a good shot at starting up the armor without interference. And if only 2 go off, we can dig out the 3rd once the armor is powered up and use it as a grenade. Tony's eyes gradually lit up as he listened to Tian's plan. Stroking the stubble on his chin, he broke into an intrigued smile. Kid from the Dragon Kingdom. I'm starting to wonder if you've had Special Forces training. With that, he turned and began rummaging through a pile of parts. A chain reaction bomb trap. I like the sound of this. Through his glasses, Ethan's gaze brimmed with surprise and admiration. This plan's definitely safer than relying on the armor alone. The threat of 3 bombs will make the enemy think there are even more traps waiting for them. And, Tony said, already deftly dismantling a car battery. We can even make a fake detonator. He picked up a battered old radio. We'll rig it into a remote receiver. Let the enemy think we can blow up the whole cave at any moment. Tian nodded. Exactly, that's psychological warfare. With Tony here, they'll be left guessing how many bombs he might have made. They won't dare make a reckless move. Ethan couldn't help but voice his concern. But what if they have heavy weapons? What if they just blow up the cave, no matter what? Tony and Tian exchanged a knowing smile. Tony folded his arms and nodded at Tian to answer. Tian shrugged. Ethan, did you forget? The whole point of all this is to give Tony enough time to start up the armor. The plan hasn't changed. We're just adding a few extra safety nets to our original escape. Only then did Ethan realize he was letting his worries get the best of him. He patted his forehead, chuckling, right? My brain hasn't been working too well lately. Glancing around, Tian lowered his voice, continuing, that bald-headed leader gave us until the day after tomorrow, but they'd never expect us to act ahead of schedule. He picked up an iron rod and subtly pointed toward the small window in the cell door. We might not know their exact routines, but by watching the intervals of their patrols, we can already tell the difference between day and night. When their patrol intervals are at their longest, that's our best window to assemble the armor, Tian said. Tony suddenly snapped his fingers. Brilliant. Those idiots must think we're just working overtime, building bombs for them. He rubbed his hands together, excitement in his eyes. Once they're deep asleep, we'll give them a surprise they'll never see coming. The 3 of them refined the plan once more, then bent over to inspect the armor carefully. Each person was absorbed in their task, everything moving along in careful order. Success or failure would be revealed tomorrow night. On the 6th day, only the faint clinking of metal echoed in the cave. By the light of the welding sparks, Tian stole a glance at the small window in the iron door. The guards hadn't come by to patrol for 2 hours. This is it, Tony murmured, voice low but hands moving with remarkable speed. Like a magician, he pulled the core component of the armor from a pile of missile parts. Einsan, help me secure the chest plate. Einsan's hands shook slightly, but remained steady and precise. He carefully connected the reactor to the armor's power system. In the dimness of the cave, the blue glow stood out, vivid and striking. Running systems check, Chun Tian said, crouching by the computer, fingers flying over the keyboard. Lines of code flickered rapidly across the screen, and his frown deepened. Tony, there's an issue with the hydraulic system in the left leg joint. Tony cursed under his breath and yanked off the freshly attached armor plate. Damn it, this bearing's the wrong size. He grabbed a file and began reshaping the part without hesitation. Metal shavings scattered, glinting in the welding light. Suddenly, In-sun held up a finger for silence. Shoo! Footsteps echoed from the distance. Instantly, all three froze. Chun Tian switched. The computer screen, Tony pretended to be welding a missile casing, and In-sun picked up a notebook, feigning to record experimental data. A guard, stretching and yawning, slid open the small window in the door, sweeping a flashlight beam over the workbench. Is it done yet? Almost, Tony replied without looking up, deliberately letting the arc welder flare with dazzling blue light. Distract me again, and if the missile fails tomorrow, don't say I didn't warn you. Reluctantly, the guard left. As his footsteps faded, Tony dropped the act at once. How much time do we have? Chun Tian glanced at the makeshift water clock. At most, 4 hours until dawn. He turned back to the computer. The program is fixed, but it still needs recalibration. Then let's move. Tony was drenched in sweat, the light from the reactor in his chest flickering. In-sun cast him a worried look, but said nothing, silently handing over the next tool. The three of them worked together seamlessly. Tony focused on assembling the main structure, In-sun on connecting the circuitry, while Chun Tian continued to fine-tune the control programs. Time ticked by, second after second, and the atmosphere in the cave grew heavier with each tense moment of frantic work. The final step. Tony, out of breath, raised the helmet of the suit. Hey, Chinese kid, is the program ready? Call me Chun Tian. Chun Tian corrected him through gritted teeth, his hands never stopping. Just one last piece of code. Done. He wiped the sweat from his brow. In theory, a cold start will only take 12 seconds. Suddenly, In-sun grabbed Tony's arm. Wait, he pointed to the ankle of the suit. The hydraulic tubes here are connected the wrong way. Tony sucked in a sharp breath and immediately set about removing and reinstalling the parts. Chun Tian watched anxiously as the water level in the clock kept dropping, his heart pounding faster. It's done. Tony finally stood up straight, the suit gleaming cold and metallic in the flickering firelight. For once, he looked at his two companions with uncharacteristic seriousness. Are you both ready? Chun Tian double-checked the detonator, while In-sun strapped the medical kit to his waist. The three of them shared a quick smile and clapped hands together in the dim light to steady their nerves. Tony climbed into the suit, and Chun Tian tightened the last bolt for him. Suddenly, the sound of shouting and guns being cocked erupted from outside. We've been found. In-sun's face went pale in an instant. Before In-sun's words had even faded, heavy pounding and furious shouting thundered at the door. Without hesitation, Chun Tian pressed the detonator. An earth-shattering explosion blasted the main door open, sending the whole cave shaking violently. Stones tumbled from the ceiling, and an ear-splitting alarm began to wail. Start the program. Now, Chun Tian shouted, slamming the switch, then handed the last 2 bombs to In-sun. Together, they dashed out the door. They didn't go far. Right outside, they quickly buried the bombs and hurried back behind the doorway to take cover. No sooner had they hidden than 2 more explosions thundered outside. Apparently, their pursuers had tripped the traps. At the same time, the suit roared to life, and In-sun and Chun Tian rushed to unchain it. Tony's confident voice rang out from within the armor. Guys, stick close. Let Tony lead you out of here alive. The suit gave a heavy metallic clang as Tony strode out of the stone chamber with determined steps. Chun Tian and In-sun followed close behind. To their surprise, the passageway beyond was completely deserted. That's odd. Tony's voice echoed through the suit's speakers, metallic and resonant. Where did everyone go? Chun Tian scanned the area warily. Torches still burned along the cave walls. After all that noise, there was no way the terrorists hadn't noticed. He lowered his voice and warned, Tony, be careful. There might be an ambush. The three of them advanced cautiously along the main tunnel. Tony's suit felt especially cumbersome in the cramped cave, its armored shell scraping against the rocky walls and producing harsh, grating sounds. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds echoed through the tunnel as objects struck the cave walls. Get down! Tony's voice boomed from within the suit. He spun around at once, using his armored frame to shield Chun Tian and In-sun. A handful of grenades exploded in the narrow passage, the intense shockwave making their eardrums ring with pain. Shards of rock and clouds of dust burst in every direction, and Tony's armor was scored with fresh gouges from flying shrapnel. Damn it! Tony's voice crackled from behind his mask. They're lying in ambush at the entrance. His fears were quickly confirmed. A dozen armed militants burst from around the corner, taking advantage of the chaos from the grenades. They raised their AK rifles and unleashed a wild barrage at the three. Under the hail of bullets, Tony's suit rang out with shrill, metallic clangs as the rounds hammered his rough armor, sending sparks flying. He turned swiftly, using the heavy back plating of the suit to shield Ensign and Shintian from the storm of gunfire. "Stay behind me," Tony ordered, his voice distorted by the mechanical whir of the suit. He raised his right arm, and a small rocket slid out from the gauntlet. With a makeshift Mark I suit's crude tech, he could only aim by eye. Amid the relentless gunfire, Tony could barely see ahead, relying on instinct as he fired the rocket. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The rocket detonated in the midst of the attackers, blasting a handful of militants off their feet and silencing the gunfire in an instant. Talk about luck. Genius always finds a way. Tony cheered, laughing with exhilaration as he watched the rocket hit its mark. "Tony, move now," Chun Tian shouted suddenly. Tony dodged to the side without hesitation. An RPG rocket screamed past his armor, exploding at the end of the tunnel. "Damn it! Try to ambush a hero," Tony shouted in fury, cold sweat trickling down his brow. If not for Chun Tian's timely warning, this cobbled-together suit might not have survived the rocket's blast. Seething with anger, Tony strode quickly toward the attacker with the RPG. Realizing the tables had turned, the man tossed aside the launcher and fled. Tony gave chase, coming to an abrupt halt at the bend, his metal boots shrieking against the rock floor. He stood at the cave's mouth, seeing a dozen armed men outside, setting up heavy machine guns, several others leveling RPGs at him. Tony's voice grew dry inside the helmet. "Now this doesn't look good." The bald leader stood behind his armed men, a confident, cold smile playing on his lips. He raised his right hand, and every gun barrel lifted in unison, aiming directly at Tony. "We've been waiting for you a long time, Mr. Tony Stark." The bald leader spoke in clumsy English. "Ever since that Chinese kid entered the cave, I felt something was off." And sure enough, Tony quietly stepped back half a pace, the suit letting out a faint metallic scrape. Surrounded by so many heavy weapons, his makeshift armor could be pierced at any moment. "Listen, Mr. Baldy," Tony drawled deliberately, "maybe we could work something out. You want more advanced weapons, don't you?" "I can." "Shut up," the bald man barked angrily, cutting him off. "Do you really think I'd fall for your lies again?" In the flickering firelight, the bald leader's grin turned even more menacing. He gave a sharp wave of his hand and barked the order, "Open fire." In an instant, the cave erupted with muzzle flashes. The heavy machine gun roared, bullets hammering Tony's armor in a relentless torrent. The rattle of machine gun fire against metal echoed through the cavern, sparks flying everywhere. "Damn it," Tony swore under his breath inside the suit, the barrage driving him back step by step. A bullet grazed the perimeter of his arc reactor, bursting into a blinding shower of sparks right before his eyes. He staggered backwards to a corner, the metal soles of his boots gouging two deep grooves into the rocky ground. "Tony," Chun Tian's anxious voice called out from not far away, thick with worry. "What's your situation over there?" Tony pressed his back to the stone wall, gasping for air. "Not good, buddy. They've set up an ambush at the exit. Heavy machine guns, rocket launchers. There's no way we're getting through." His words were cut off by another hail of bullets, rock fragments raining down from above. Over the gunfire, the bald leader's voice sliced through, harsh and jeering. "You can't hide forever, Stark. How long do you think that tin can will keep you safe?" He signaled, and two men in the back hefted rocket launchers and pushed forward. Tony's eyes widened in alarm. This crude suit could barely withstand rifle shots. There was no way it could survive a direct rocket hit. Hearing Tony's warning, Chun Tian's mind went blank. He'd assumed, just like in the movie, that Tony would make a daring escape. But this was nothing like what he'd expected. Machine guns and rocket launchers. Those were never in the film. "Damn it, I changed how things happened here," Chun Tian muttered, his palms slick with cold sweat. He was just an ordinary office worker, completely unprepared for a life-and-death crisis. While he stood frozen, Tony was already dragging his heavy suit toward them. The metal joints screeched with every step, as if the suit might fall apart at any moment. "Run! Don't just stand there." Tony's voice sounded low and urgent inside the helmet. "They're about to use rocket launchers." Ethan was the first to react. He grabbed Chun Tian's arm without hesitation. "Move! Now!" That finally snapped Chun Tian out of his daze, and he turned to run with Ethan. Behind them came the shriek of rockets slicing through the air, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The blast wave hurled all three of them to the ground as debris and dust rained down. Chen Tian coughed and struggled to his feet, catching sight of Tony's armor, severely damaged, the reactor in his chest flickering uncertainly. Ethan was doing his best to help Tony shed the battered suit. Chen Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Everything before his eyes seemed to slow to a crawl. Tony's once mighty suit was now in tatters, like a child's toy ripped apart. The reactor on his chest sputtered with an unstable blue glow, as if it were the armor's last, weak breath. No, this can't be. Chen Tian's lips trembled, and it felt as though an invisible hand was tightening around his throat. He turned his head mechanically towards the end of the passage, and saw the bald-headed leader advancing with over a dozen heavily armed terrorists, their gun barrels reflecting a cold metallic gleam in the dim cave. Tony struggled free from the ruined suit, a deep gash on his forehead, bleeding down his cheek. Kid from the Dragon Kingdom, his voice was barely a whisper. Do you remember the word he taught me? Counterattack from despair, to rise from the ashes. Chen Tian replied on instinct, his voice rough and raspy, barely recognizable as his own. He looked around. The narrow passage, shards of armor scattered on the ground. Ethan's pale face, each detail pressed despair in on him, a tide threatening to drown him completely. The bald leader's sneer drew closer. What a touching scene, he mocked, raising his AK-47. Mr. Stark, this is what you get for betraying us. Chen Tian's fingers unconsciously dug into the rubble beneath him. His mind flashed back to his life before he crossed over. Those uneventful 9-to-5 days, weekends spent alone in a rented room, watching Marvel movies. And now, here he was, facing death in a shadowy cave alongside Iron Man. Just as despair was about to swallow him whole, the air around them suddenly grew unbearably hot. Beads of sweat the size of peas trickled down his face, dropping onto the stones with a faint, sizzling hiss. Ethan's voice echoed dimly in his ear. Watch out. Chen Tian looked up in confusion, only to realize that at some point, the entire passage had been engulfed in crimson flames. In the searing air, the rocks began to melt, dripping molten lava. The terrorists staggered back in terror. Even the bald leader's face twisted with fear. What is this? Tony struggled to prop himself up, the flickering flames reflected in his eyes. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice echoed from within the fire, as if it seeped straight into their bones, awakening the deepest terror in their hearts. What an interesting world. The flames suddenly surged and twisted, gathering into a massive, swirling vortex. Within that churning vortex of fire, a terrifying figure gradually emerged. His skin was covered in dark red scales, twisted demon horns gleamed. With a metallic sheen, towering bone spines jutted from his back, and his eyes burned with hellfire, as if they could scorch a person's very soul. The towering figure stooped slightly to fit inside the cramped cavern, but the oppressive presence he exuded filled everyone there with unbridled dread. Diablo! Chen Tian's legs went weak, unable to believe his own eyes. The Lord of Terror from Diablo had actually appeared in the Marvel Universe. The bald leader shrieked hysterically. Open fire! Kill that monster! Bullets rained toward the demon, but the moment they touched his skin, they disintegrated into ash. Diablo let out a contemptuous, guttural laugh, flicking his massive claw almost lazily. The 5 terrorists in the front row suddenly screamed in agony, their bodies shriveling at a terrifying speed until nothing was left but withered husks. Fear, what a delectable taste! The demon drew in a deep breath, seeming to savor the terror that thickened the air. Tony's lips quivered as he mumbled in a mechanical monotone. Okay, this is officially the worst Easter egg I've ever found. Ethan's face was ashen, his glasses askew on his nose, too shaken even to straighten them. His lips trembled, but he couldn't form a single coherent word. Chen Tian bit down hard on his lower lip, only realizing he'd drawn blood when he tasted the iron tang. As a devoted Blizzard gamer, he understood Diablo's horror more than anyone. Here, this Lord of Terror could devour souls and manipulate the deepest fears in a person's heart. His legs shook uncontrollably, and his fingernails dug painfully into his palms. Diablo slowly turned, the hellfire burning in his eyes, locking onto the 3 of them. In that instant, Chen Tian felt every organ in his body freeze over. The demon's mouth twisted into a grotesque smile. Hello. The bald leader had completely broken down. He dropped his AK-47, fell to his knees, and began to kowtow frantically. Oh, mighty God, please spare us. We're willing to offer these 3 as a sacrifice. Diablo didn't even glance at him. He simply snapped his fingers with a soft click. Instantly, the bald leader's body convulsed violently, as though countless insects were crawling beneath his skin. Under the horrified gaze of the three, his body swelled like a balloon, then burst with a sickening squelch, dissolving into a cloud of blood. So noisy, the demon flicked his claw impatiently. The remaining terrorists broke into panicked screams, scattering in every direction, but Diablo only waved his hand lazily. The ground split open with a web of fissures, and searing magma erupted, swallowing the fleeing men one by one. One armed thug tried to leap across the gap, only to be impaled midair by a sudden spike of bone, his scream echoing as he hung suspended. With the cave now cleared of terrorists, Diablo turned to leave. His massive tail swept across the rocky wall, sending loose stones tumbling to the ground in a gritty cascade. His facial features twisted, and the corners of his mouth struggled upward in an attempt at a friendly smile. But on such a demonic visage, the effort was more unsettling than outright malice. "I'll take care of the ones outside." Diablo's deep voice reverberated through the cave, every syllable tightening the nerves of the three left behind. As Diablo stooped and made his way out of the cave, the world outside was instantly consumed by frantic shouts and the chaos of battle. Cries of pain, the staccato of gunfire, and the thunder of explosions mingled in a cacophony of violence. Inside the cave, an eerie silence settled, broken only by the distant clamor of shouts and detonations. Tony, Chun-Tian, and Ethan stared at each other, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Tony was the first to break the silence. He wiped the blood from his face, his voice trembling with the aftershock of survival. "So, was that horn guy just now trying to greet us?" He tried to manage a laugh, but it came out more like a grimace. I'd wager even Jarvis couldn't translate whatever language that was. Ethan, hands shaking, adjusted his crooked glasses, now cracked across one lens. "Honestly, I'd rather believe I'm hallucinating from blood loss." His eyes flickered over the corpses of the terrorists sprawled on the ground, then darted away. But clearly, this is no hallucination. Chun-Tian stared fixedly toward the cave entrance, his throat tight. "That's Diablo, the Lord of Terror." His voice dropped lower and lower, nearly a whisper. "But this doesn't make sense. How could a character from a Blizzard game appear in a Marvel universe?" "Hold on, what did you just say?" Tony frowned, suddenly grabbing Chun-Tian by the shoulders. "You know that red-skinned monster?" Only then did Chun-Tian realize he had misspoken. He swallowed, nervously, hesitating over how to explain himself, when suddenly a deafening explosion thundered. From outside, shaking the entire cave violently, chunks of rock tumbled from the ceiling, and the three instinctively ducked, shielding their heads. When the tremor subsided, the shouting from outside had vanished, replaced by a chilling, unsettling silence. Every so often, the faint drip of liquid could be heard. No one could say for sure if it was water or something else entirely. "It's safe out here now, everyone." A woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside the cave. The three exchanged bewildered glances. After all, it was a demon who had left just moments ago, so how could there now be a woman's voice outside? "Should we go have a look?" Ethan whispered. "Why would we? I don't ever want to see that red-skinned monster again." Tony protested, his eyes wide with alarm. "But if we stay here, there's a good chance he'll come back in," Chun-Tian sighed. "Hey, it's all clear out here." The woman's voice called again, this time sounding from within the cave itself. They turned to see a young woman in her early 20s appear around the bend at the cave entrance. She wore her brown hair cropped short, exuding a sense of sharp efficiency, and her striking red leather jacket made her impossible to miss. Her features were finely shaped, a faint and elusive smile playing at her lips, yet her eyes were unusually deep, flickering with an unnatural red light. "Elia!" Chun-Tian blurted out her name before he could stop himself. Tony and Ethan immediately looked at Chun-Tian, their faces full of shock. Just how many people did he know? Leah raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Sure, call me Leah if you like, but I much prefer to be known as the King of Fear." In an instant, the three understood. This girl named Leah was none other than Diablo in disguise. Tony swallowed hard, forcing out a shaky laugh. "Haha, looks like demons really do have, distinct personalities." Leah ignored Tony's attempt at humor. Her glowing red eyes remained fixed on Chun-Tian, her smile growing more enigmatic by the second. She advanced toward them, her boots crunching crisply on the scattered stones. "The commotion outside might draw your friends here." Leah tilted her head slightly, a gesture that might have seemed cute, but on her it radiated an eerie strangeness. "You're welcome to wait outside." She paused, the red gleam in her eyes intensifying. "There's no danger anymore." Tony immediately stepped protectively in front of Chun-Tian, voice tense. "Wait, who exactly are you?" Leah didn't let him finish. In the blink of an eye, her body was engulfed in crimson flames that surged out to fill every corner of the cave. Strangely, however, the searing fire didn't harm any of the three. Through the wavering heat, her figure grew more and more indistinct, until at last she dissolved into a wisp of pale smoke and vanished into the air. Oh my God! Tony's eyes widened as he turned mechanically to Chintian. Are you sure this isn't some kind of hologram? Ethan, hands trembling, removed his shattered glasses and wiped them on his sleeve. If it were an illusion, there's no way all three of us would see exactly the same thing. Besides, he glanced uneasily at the corpse on the ground. Chintian took a deep breath, fighting to steady himself. We need to get out of here now. He pointed toward the cave entrance. If what she said was true, then rescue might really be on the way. Cautiously, the three of them made their way through the tunnel, which was littered with bodies. With every step, Chintian could feel his heart pounding faster. The dead terrorists had met horrific ends. Some looked as if every drop of moisture had been drained from their bodies, leaving them shriveled and mummified. Others seemed to have burst open from within, their flesh and blood smeared across the rock walls. When they finally emerged from the cave, the blinding sunlight made them instinctively squint. Outside, the camp was nothing but a ruin. Every tent and vehicle was ablaze, and there wasn't a single survivor in sight, not even an intact corpse. Oh God! Ethan clamped a hand over his mouth, on the verge of retching. The three of them stood frozen at the edge of the camp, the scene before them weighing on their legs like a lead. Tony was the first to give out, collapsing to his knees. Moments ago, he had shielded Ethan and Chintian from the brunt of the RPG explosion. This is monstrous. Ethan's voice shook uncontrollably. He leaned unconsciously against a half-burned jeep, the fire's reflection flickering in his glasses. Chintian felt as though something had lodged in his throat, making it hard even to breathe. He tried to look away, but everywhere his eyes landed was another vision of hell. A corpse, severed in half, hung over barbed wire, viscera, trailing far along the ground. Several charred bodies, still frozen in mid-sprint, blackened fingers clamped tight around their triggers. Over there, Tony croaked, pointing with a rasping voice toward the center of the camp. That spot looks cleaner. With Ethan and Chintian supporting him, they shuffled over to the empty ammunition crate Tony had indicated. No sooner had Chintian sat down than he leaped back up. The crate was smeared with half a severed finger. He frantically brushed off his pants, even though nothing had actually touched him. Silence pressed down on the three of them like a heavy curtain. In the distance, only the crackling of burning wood remained, punctuated now and then by the harsh screech of twisting metal. Suddenly, Tony let out a nervous laugh. You know what? Someone asked me to invest in a horror film last month, and I turned them down. His laughter was abruptly cut off, as if someone had tightened a noose around his throat. Ethan took off his glasses and wiped them again and again with trembling hands. This isn't real. It can't be real. Chintian stared at his own shaking hands, still streaked with dirt from the cave. It struck him in a bitter twist that just minutes ago they had been fighting for their lives, and now, having survived, they were on the verge of falling apart. The irony made his stomach twist with pain. That girl, Tony spoke in a low voice. She said rescue was coming. Ethan's head snapped up. You believe her? I don't. Tony managed a strained smile. But I do believe the explosion will bring my friends. He pointed to the sky in the distance. For example, 3 Black Hawk helicopters sliced through the sky, the thunderous roar of their rotors growing ever closer. Tony squinted, spotting the familiar military insignia on the side of the aircraft, and at last broke into a genuine smile. I knew you'd come, Rhodey. Tony lifted his hand weakly and gave a small wave. Before the helicopters had even fully landed, a heavily armed black officer leapt out. Colonel James Rhodes ran over at a brisk pace. Tony Stark. Rhodey's voice was tight with both anger and worry. Where's your happy Hummer? His tone matched Tony's for sarcasm. Next time, don't just disappear like that, got it? Tony tried to stand, but almost collapsed. Rhodey rushed forward to steady him, and only then did he take in Tony's condition. His face smeared with blood and grime, clothes in tatters, and on his chest, a metal device pulsing with a faint blue light. Oh my God, what happened to you? Rhodey's words caught in his throat. Tony managed a trademark smirk. New look. What do you think? He pointed at the arc reactor on his chest. Arc reactor. Built it myself. A good 10 years ahead of anything the military has. Rhodey shook his head, and then, without warning, pulled Tony into a fierce hug, clapping him hard on the back. You bastard. Do you have any idea how worried Pepper's been? Tony's smile faded, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. He returned the hug, just for a moment. I owe her an apology, a lot of apologies. It was then that Rhodey noticed Chuntian and Ethan standing nearby. His gaze lingered between them before settling on Chuntian. And this is Chuntian, a genius programmer from the Dragon Kingdom. Tony casually gave him an identity. If it weren't for his help, I probably would have died in that cave long ago. Rhodey raised his eyebrows, clearly a bit skeptical of this explanation, but now was obviously not the time to press for details. He turned and spoke into his communicator. "We've found survivors. Requesting immediate medical support." The medics arrived quickly with a stretcher, but Tony waved them off. "Take care of them first," he said, pointing at Insun and Chuntian. "Especially Insun, he saved my life." Insun wanted to refuse, but suddenly he was racked by a violent fit of coughing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The medics rushed to his side at once. Seeing this, Rhodey's expression grew even more serious. What on earth happened here? Satellite images showed the whole camp suddenly going up in flames. Tony and Chuntian exchanged a glance. "There was infighting among the terrorists," Tony replied calmly. "They wanted to use the missile I designed to attack civilians. I refused." So he shrugged. "You know how it is. These people never listen to reason." Rhodey didn't argue further. He just supported Tony as they walked toward the helicopter, speaking in a low, reassuring voice. I know. 3 helicopters soon lifted off. Inside the cabin, Tony half reclined in his seat, the desert landscape racing by outside, reflected in his weary yet still bright eyes. "Listen, my friend from the Dragon Kingdom," he suddenly turned to Chuntian, "I owe you my life. You can stay at any luxury apartment in America, with Michelin 3-star chefs at your service anytime you want. How does that sound?" Insun, in the middle of being examined by the medics, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Tony, are you recruiting an employee or proposing marriage?" "Either works." Tony raised his eyebrows with a wry smile, but when he looked at Chuntian again, his expression grew earnest. "Seriously, I need you. Not just because you saved me, but because you understand that red-skinned monster better than anyone." Chuntian leaned back in his seat, but his gaze was strangely hollow, unresponsive to Tony's words. Because at that moment, he felt as if he were drifting in the vast cosmos, the Milky Way swirling around him. Standing before him was Leah, smiling gently, her gaze warm and tender. "So, I've decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division." Tony's announcement sent a shockwave through the crowd of reporters. Obadiah immediately stepped forward, supporting Tony and steering him away from the podium, taking over the speech himself with a polished, professional smile. "Our main purpose today," Obadiah began, his face calm, but a twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed his deep displeasure at Tony's antics, "is to announce that Tony has returned safely and is in excellent health." Tony ignored the chaos among the reporters and paid no attention to Obadiah's attempts to redirect the focus on stage. Shielded by Happy, he made his way through the crowd. With a nonchalant gesture, he brushed aside the microphones thrust toward him, while flashes from cameras burst behind him in a blinding white glare. He winked at Pepper and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid those reporters are going to devour me alive?" Pepper's lips twitched with a faint smile as she reached up to straighten Tony's crooked tie. "Honestly, I'm more worried you'll suddenly announce you're turning Stark Industries into an animal shelter." "That's not a bad idea. Make a note of it," Tony replied, snapping his fingers with a flourish. Then he turned to face Rhodey, who was watching him with a stern expression. "Hey, Colonel, don't give me that I'll be writing reports all night look. Do you know how much I pay in taxes just for the privilege of being this reckless?" Rhodey rolled his eyes. "You pay enough taxes to buy the Pentagon, but apparently not enough to buy common sense." Tony laughed heartily, giving his friend a slap on the shoulder. As he scanned the crowd, his gaze found Chuntian and Insun standing quietly in a corner. Insun was nervously wringing his hands, while Chuntian watched Obadiah with thoughtful suspicion. "Hey, kid from the Dragon Kingdom," Tony called out, drawing the attention of several reporters. He continued, "What are we hanging around here for? Time to head home and throw my welcome back party." He added with mock grandeur, "And the Mautai is on the house." Snapped out of his reverie, Chuntian managed a resigned smile. As he pulled Insun through the throng, he caught a chilling glance from Obadiah. The bald CEO was still fielding questions on stage, but his eyes fixed on Tony with the intensity of a viper. "Are you sure you want to provoke him like that?" Chuntian whispered, lowering his voice as the 3 of them followed Happy out the door. "Obadiah looks like he's ready to smash a microphone over your head." Tony slipped into the Rolls-Royce without a care, accepting a glass of whiskey from Pepper. "That old guy wants to glare me to death at least once a month," he said. "Seriously, you two should see the board meeting transcripts. Every time I bring up an environmental initiative, the reflection off his bald head gets even brighter." Insun adjusted his glasses uneasily. "Tony, I respect your decision to shut down the weapons division, but it's going to ruffle a lot of feathers. It's all right. Tony still wore his trademark irreverent grin. Don't forget, I got the suit of armor, and he tapped his chest. This little gadget is going to make Stark Industries even more money. Trust me, they'll be lining up to flatter me. Before long, the car pulled up at the airport. Tony dashed up the boarding stairs, and, as he spun dramatically at the cabin door, nearly tripped over his own suit. Luckily, he caught the handrail, just in time. Ladies and gentlemen, he declared with open arms, putting on an air of grand ceremony. Welcome aboard the Drive Obadiah Mad Express. This flight will whisk you away from the tedium of board meetings straight to the wine-soaked paradise of Malibu. Pepper rolled her eyes helplessly and squeezed past him. Move it, genius boss. She turned back to Chintian and Insun, offering them a professional smile. Don't mind him. He hit his head a few too many times in that cave. Hey, my brain is perfectly fine. Tony protested, giving the cabin wall a playful pat. Jarvis can vouch for me, even if he's just a junior AI right now. Suddenly, a voice with a crisp British accent sounded in the cabin. Actually, sir, based on your brain scan this morning, there's a slight anomaly in your prefrontal cortex. Quiet, Jarvis. Tony huffed, flopping into a leather seat. You're fired. Chen Tian stifled a laugh and found his seat with Ensign. Through the window, he spotted Obadiah's black Mercedes racing toward the plane, kicking up a plume of dust in its wake. Tony, Chen Tian started to warn him, but the sharp pop of a champagne cork cut him off. Relax, my friend from the Dragon Kingdom. Tony handed Chen Tian a glass, foam spilling onto his own expensive tailored suit, though he didn't seem to care at all. No matter how fast that bald old man drives, his Mercedes will never catch up with my Gulfstream G650. The engines roared, shaking the cabin with their thunderous power. Tony leaned over and shouted into Chen Tian's ear. You know why I named this plane Drive Obadiah Mad? It's because I paid for the whole thing with his bonus. The plane surged forward, climbing rapidly, and everyone briefly felt weightless. Tony pressed himself to the window like an excited child on his first flight, watching as Obadiah shrank to a tiny figure on the runway, stomping his feet in frustration. Look, he's actually stomping, Tony exclaimed, thumping Ensign's shoulder in delight. I'd bet anything he's cursing us right now. Before he could finish, the plane hit a sudden pocket of turbulence, jostling everyone violently. The champagne in Tony's hand splashed out, soaking his pants. Damn it, he frantically wiped at his pants. Pepper's going to kill me. This was her birthday present to me. Pepper's voice called from the front cabin. Seatbelts, everyone. We've hit a bit of turbulence. Oh, and by the way, boss, are you using the suit I gave you to clean up another drink? Tony shrank back like a guilty child, muttering under his breath, does she have eyes in the back of her head or something? Soon, they arrived at Tony's villa on Malibu Beach. Inside, lights flashed and music thundered, a cascade of colors spilling through the glass and painting the world outside. Tony kicked the door open, greeted by a tidal wave of sound. Like a rock star, he threw his arms in the air and spun beneath the DJ's spotlight. Welcome to Starkland. Tonight's theme, celebrating the fact that sheer genius hasn't gotten us blown up yet. Ethan was swept onto the dance floor by several bikini-clad models, his glasses catching the swirling lights. He glanced over at Chun Tian, silently pleading for rescue, but Tony caught his arm with a grin. No running away, Doc. Tonight, we're freeing you from the lab. Chun Tian lingered at the villa's entrance, surrounded by pounding music and laughter, but he felt as though an invisible barrier separated him from it all. He accepted a glass of champagne from a passing server almost automatically, but didn't take a sip, watching instead as the bubbles slowly faded away. Pepper soon noticed his discomfort. With a warm smile, she offered him a glass of water. This isn't really the place for deep thinking. Tony's parties have a way of making you forget about everything else. Chen Tian smiled faintly. Maybe I'm still jet-lagged. Pepper nodded, her gaze even more gentle and sincere. You know, Tony talked a lot about those days you fought side by side in the cave. She clinked her glass lightly against his. You'll always be welcome here. Thank you, Miss Potts. Chen Tian took a small sip of water. Just call me Pepper. She smiled, turning to leave, but paused for a moment. The couch in the corner is much more comfortable. You get a perfect view of the whole party from there, and of Tony, probably throwing something else into the pool. Chun Tian nodded gratefully, then made his way toward the shadowy corner beneath the palms. Once again, the memory of the airplane over the desert crept into his mind. The night sky was ablaze with stars, stretching endlessly above. The desert's blistering heat seemed to give way to the cold silence of the cosmos. Leah stood beneath that blanket of stars, her red leather jacket outlining her slender figure, shoulder-length black hair floating gently in the weightless air. Welcome, Summoner. Leah's voice echoed in Chun Tian's ear, blending seamlessly with Diablo's deep, menacing timbre. Summoner, Chun Tian asked, puzzled. Yes, it was you who summoned me from my world. Lia's figure gradually shifted, morphing into the intimidating form of Diablo. He spread his arms wide, and in an instant, the stars behind him seemed to freeze in place. Summoner, what do you see among these stars? Chun Tian's pupils contracted. The scenes within the starry river spun like a kaleidoscope, each fragment brimming with immense power. Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan gleamed with a violet light as the ninja alliance at his feet toppled like swaying wheat. Saitama's fist tore through the atmosphere, sending shockwaves that blasted gaping holes in the clouds. Frostmourn's blade pointed forward, summoning an army of the dead that surged from the frozen earth like an unstoppable tide. What does this mean? Chun Tian's voice trembled slightly. Summoner, all of these belong to you. Diablo's tone carried a hint of mockery. I didn't expect your power to be so great, that you could summon beings from countless worlds and command them to obey you, myself included. Chun Tian stood frozen, pointing at himself. Me? I can summon them. Diablo nodded, then dropped to one knee. Summoner, no, my lord. The demon of terror, Diablo, awaits your command at any moment. Chun Tian clutched his head in both hands, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, as if something deep inside him was awakening. No, wait, this isn't a problem. This is the special ability of a transmigrator, my very own golden finger. Diablo, are you saying I can summon anyone I wish from those visions and command them? A complex expression flickered across Diablo's grotesque face, doubt gnawing at his mind. Does he really not understand what I'm saying? I'm clearly speaking in his language. But he didn't object. Deep within his soul, he was already bound by the will of the summoner, compelled to obey. He nodded again, confirming Chun Tian's words. Chun Tian burst out laughing, hands planted on his hips. He recalled his arrival in the Marvel Universe, the anxiety he'd felt at not finding his own golden finger, and the constant fear of dying in some unknown, perilous corner. At last, the tide had turned in his favor. My lord, Diablo said softly, watching the increasingly unhinged human before him. There are some limits to summoning, after all. Chun Tian's laughter stopped abruptly. There are limits? Well, that makes sense. No system in a novel is truly without restrictions. This isn't some mindless power fantasy, after all. Diablo didn't quite understand what Chun Tian meant, but he continued to explain, Master, the rules for summoning are very simple. You can only summon once a day. You might call forth a character, or perhaps gain an ability from that character's world. Of course, sometimes you might get nothing at all. Chun Tian's lips twitched. Of course, just like those greedy game designers back on Earth. There's even a chance of getting nothing? Isn't that basically a thank you for participating? Watching Chun Tian talk to himself, Diablo became increasingly convinced that the human who summoned him was somewhat scatterbrained. A trace of resignation flickered in his eyes, and his deep voice echoed in the air. Master, I am now your servant. As long as you shout the summoning phrase, I will appear whenever you need me. Phrase? There's even a phrase. Chun Tian's mouth fell slightly open as he looked at the words Diablo had shaped out of fire. In the name of chaos and fear, Crimson Moon, tear the veil of reality. For the best effect, kneel on one knee, press your right fist to your left chest, raise your left hand in a claw above your head, and then bring it down forcefully. Make sure there are no flammable objects nearby. Shadows blot out the sun, flames engulf the sky. For the advanced version, cross both palms over your chest, then fling them outward dramatically, stomping your foot to create a tremor. Minors should only attempt under professional demonic supervision. Wings of Dread eclipse the heavens. The ultimate version requires you to bite your finger and draw a blood-red rune in the air. Remember to have a bandage ready. Heavens, what are these? Chun Tian gaped wider and wider as he read. Who came up with such over-the-top phrases and poses? Diablo straightened his back, arms folded across his chest, his face brimming with pride, clearly very satisfied with his own summoning phrases. A flush crept up Chun Tian's cheeks, as if someone had set his face ablaze. He stared at Diablo's smug expression, the demon's red eyes sparkling with a desperate praise me anticipation. Even the horns atop his head seemed to perk up with pride. This. Chun Tian's Adam's apple bobbed as his tongue twisted itself into knots. In his mind, he could already picture himself, kneeling on one knee, clawing the air in front of the Avengers, passers-by, shooting him strange looks, while Tony would definitely record the whole scene and play it on an endless loop. Diablo tilted his head in confusion. Master, are you not satisfied? He snapped his fingers, and the flaming words instantly transformed into an even more flamboyant version. Or how about this? In the name of the Hall of 10,000 demons, let the wings of terror eclipse the sun and moon. Let the Demon King heed the call. And then, add a backflip in 3.5 twists mid-air. Stop. Chun Tian covered his eyes with one hand, his exposed skin between his fingers so red it looked like it might start bleeding. Can't you come up with a move that's a little more normal? Like, just snapping your fingers? The Demon King's tail curled up in confusion, forming the shape of a question mark. But that doesn't look imposing enough. Suddenly, he hunched down, leaning. And mysteriously, my lord, when I held rallies in hell, this kind of move could scare the lesser demons so badly they'd wet themselves with molten lava. Chun Tian was struck by a wave of despair as he realized the Diablos in front of him was nothing like the solemn and terrifying demon god he'd imagined. Instead, he was more like an overzealous teenager obsessed with anime. Hey, Chinese boy, Tony suddenly shouted into a microphone right next to Chun Tian's ear. Startled, Chun Tian snapped back to reality. What's going on, Tony? What are you doing? Haha, I saw you zoning out just now. Tony tossed the microphone aside, and Happy hurried to catch it. What's the matter? Not enjoying my party? Tony flopped down onto the sofa. Chun Tian shook his head. No, the party's great. It's just, people from China aren't really used to this kind of... He gestured toward the pool, where several models in bikinis were laughing and chatting. This kind of open party. Tony doubled over with laughter, slapping Chun Tian on the shoulder, unable to contain himself. Buddy, don't tell me you're still an innocent kid? Chun Tian curled his lip. No way. There was no way he'd admit it. This was a matter of masculine pride. Tony narrowed his eyes, a sly grin spreading across his face like a fox who'd just found a stash of snacks. Oh, my dear Chinese friend, he drawled, tapping Chun Tian lightly on the shoulder. Your ears are so red I could use them as warning lights on my new suit. Instinctively, Chun Tian covered his ears, which only made Tony laugh harder. Jarvis, Tony suddenly called up to the ceiling, initiate Operation Fledgling Rescue. Immediately. Sir, may I remind you that the last time you used this operation, Colonel Rhodes ended up so drunk he crashed 3 of your sports cars. Jarvis's voice echoed throughout the room. This time it's different. Tony leapt to his feet and threw an arm around Chun Tian's shoulders. This time, we have a little friend who needs to do some serious growing up. He leaned in close to Chun Tian's ear, his tone half joking. Don't worry, I'll find you a gentle young lady. Or maybe a handsome young man. Your choice. Chun Tian felt his face burning. Tony, I really don't need. With a mischievous grin, Tony released him and circled around, suddenly snapping his fingers. All right, my friend from China, here are your 2 options. He held up 2 fingers, waving them with mock solemnity. A, you go to the pool and pick someone you like, and I promise none of them will turn down a guest of Stark Industries. Tony paused deliberately, a knowing smile playing at his lips. B, I, the great Tony Stark, personally select a mentor for you, or maybe even a few mentors, and I guarantee you'll have a night to remember. Chun Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, helplessly. Can I pick option C? Like, head home and go to bed now. Tony laughed and flung his arms wide in exaggerated protest. Nice try, but this is a Stark party. How can you leave without making some wonderful memories? He slung an arm around Chun Tian's shoulder and lowered his voice, adding a conspiratorial air. Listen, the December cover girls for Maxim are here tonight. They're twins. Blonde hair, blue eyes, legs as long as skyscraper fire escapes. Tony whipped out his phone, flicked through a few images, and held up the screen. There, on a glossy magazine cover, 2 nearly identical, stunning women smiled seductively at the camera. Well, Tony raised his eyebrows. They're here tonight, too, and... He drew out the words for effect. They have a special interest in Chinese culture. Chun Tian's ears went crimson. He shoved Tony's phone away. That's enough. Tony burst out laughing and patted him on the back. Don't be shy, man. Life's short. Enjoy it while you can. He nodded toward the pool. Look, they're checking you out right now. Instinctively, Chun Tian followed Tony's gaze. And sure enough, the twins were raising their champagne glasses and winking at him. Tony, clearly pleased with Chun Tian's awkward reaction, leaned in and whispered just for him. Don't worry, I'll have Happy set you up with some special gear, like a Jarvis customized social translator. That way, when you're whispering sweet nothings in English, you'll sound like a seasoned pro. Chun Tian was speechless. Right now, all he wanted was to find a place to hide. Tony watched Chun Tian's awkwardness with growing amusement, the smile at the corner of his mouth widening. With a snap of his fingers, he called out loudly in the direction of the pool. Ladies, looks like this shy Chinese boy needs a little warm-up. As soon as he spoke, the music by the pool suddenly became more upbeat. A dozen bikini-clad models immediately set down their glasses and, like a group of mermaids who had just spotted fresh prey, began to circle around Chun Tian. Their hips swayed to the music, golden hair glittering under the lights, water droplets on their skin reflecting a mesmerizing glow. "Hey, Chinese boy," a red-haired girl was the first to approach, a hint of coconut scent trailing from her. "I hear you're from the East?" Her long fingers traced lightly over Chun Tian's shoulder. "I've just started learning Chinese." Before Chun Tian could reply, a blonde girl squeezed in beside him. "Don't mind her. She only knows how to say hello and thank you." She deliberately spoke in English with a thick French accent. "I'm the one who's truly interested in Chinese culture." Chun Tian felt as if he had fallen into a trap, surrounded by a pack of hunters. His back was pressed tightly against the sofa. There was no way out. Tony was laughing so hard he nearly doubled over, pulling out his phone and starting to record. "Jarvis," Tony shouted, "save this to my precious memories folder." "Already saved, sir," Jarvis replied promptly. At that moment, a stunning Asian girl pushed her way to the front. She wore a sparkling silver bikini and held two brightly colored cocktails. "Come on, Chinese boy," she said, pressing one of the glasses into Chun Tian's hand. "Try Tony's special Eastern breeze. I promise it'll—" She leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "set your soul on fire." Chun Tian eyed the purple, bubbling drink in his hand, an uneasy feeling rising in his chest. But before he could protest, the girls around him had already begun to chant, "Drink, drink, drink." Tony, at some point, had climbed onto the coffee table, hands raised like a rock star. "Tonight's challenge, get the Chinese boy drunk. Whoever gets our guest to down the first glass wins a sports car for me." The girls' excited shrieks nearly blew the roof off. Chun Tian looked around in despair, only to see even Pepper standing at a distance, watching with amused interest. Ethan had been pushed into a corner, shooting him a sympathetic glance. "Tony," Chun Tian made one last attempt. "You know I'm allergic to alcohol." "Wait, what are you all?" "MMPH." Before Chun Tian could finish, Tony had already moved with lightning speed, tipping the entire drink straight into his mouth. "Cough, cough, cough." Chun Tian hacked violently, his throat burning as if it were on fire. "Tony Stark, I swear I'll kill you." "Ha ha, drink up. Let loose and enjoy yourself." Tony didn't care in the slightest about Chun Tian's furious glare. Instead, he just laughed louder, urging everyone on. When Chun Tian opened his eyes again, the pounding headache of a hangover nearly knocked him out. Instinctively, he tried to raise his arm to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, only to realize that something soft and heavy was pressing down on his right arm, making it numb. "Ugh!" He groaned in pain, stiffly turning his neck. The scene before him snapped him instantly awake. A blonde woman was curled up in the crook of his arm, her fair skin pressed against his chest. Even more shocking, another girl, almost identical in appearance, was wrapped around his left leg like an octopus. At the foot of the bed, an Asian girl slept quietly with her back to him, the smooth lines of her back glowing softly in the morning light. To his horror, Chun Tian found himself completely naked, with only a crumpled bedsheet barely covering his lower body. The three girls were just as unclothed, and the room was littered with clothing. A silver bikini hung from the lamp, stockings draped. Over the bedpost, a high heel comically wedged into the champagne bucket. The whole place looked like the aftermath of a wild party. "Oh my God!" He drew a sharp breath, carefully trying to slip his arm free, but accidentally woke the blonde girl nestled against him. "Good morning," the girl murmured sleepily, trailing her fingertips across his abdomen, her voice husky with the remnants of the night. "You're Russian. It's absolutely irresistible." Chun Tian stared at her in confusion, having no memory of ever speaking Russian. Just then, the door burst open. Tony strolled in grandly, brandishing his phone, the camera pointed straight at Chun Tian's face. "Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes. This is the legendary Eastern power. 3 goddesses conquered in a single night." "Tony, get out." Chun Tian grabbed an ashtray and hurled it at him, nearly pulling the sheet off himself in his panic. The 3 girls woke up with a start, shrieking in alarm. "Easy, easy." Tony dodged nimbly, still clutching a donut, and pointed at the ceiling. "Jarvis can vouch for you guys. You simply, engaged in some cultural exchange." He grinned wickedly as he pulled up a holographic recording. For example, this bit. In the projection, a naked Chun Tian stood atop the dining table, loudly reciting from MKS in a mock Russian accent, while the 3 equally unclothed girls smeared whipped cream all over him. "Turn it off. Turn it off right now." Chun Tian's face turned beet red as he lunged for Tony, only to get tangled in the bedsheet and tumble into the midst of the girls, plunging the room into utter chaos. Tony seized the chance to snap a close-up. Perfect. I'll call this photo MKS Passion at Dawn. Chun Tian collapsed to his knees in utter despair, finally understanding the true meaning of social death. Tony had already slipped quietly to the doorway. He turned back and blew Chun Tian a kiss. Don't worry, my friend from the Dragon Kingdom. I've ordered you some nourishing soup. Think it's cooked in an aluminum pot? Hope I got that right. Once Tony left, the room fell silent again. The three girls, still giggling, began to put their clothes back on. Before leaving, each tossed Chun Tian an air kiss. Let's study Chinese together again next time, the blonde twins chorused, deliberately winking at him. The Asian girl slid a slip of paper into Chun Tian's pocket. This is my private number. You're welcome to ask for tutoring anytime. She licked her lips with a suggestive smile. As the door clicked shut behind them, Chun Tian finally let out a long breath. He rubbed his temples, when suddenly he remembered something important. It was time for another summoning. I almost forgot. He scrambled to his feet and dashed into the bathroom. Warm water washed away the smell of alcohol from his body. Bathing and changing clothes was his way of showing respect for the ritual. It definitely wasn't because of bad luck last time, even though, ever since he gained the ability to summon, he had pulled a blank 3 times in a row. Chun Tian made a point of changing into a set of white clothes and sat cross-legged on the balcony. He closed his eyes and began to pray fervently in his heart. Yu Qing, Supreme Lord of Primordial Beginning, Shang Qing, Lord of Spiritual Treasures, Tai Qing, Lord of Tao and Virtue, please bless me with a new summon this time. As he repeated the prayer, a surge of excitement welled up within him, as if he truly had the god's blessing. He snapped his eyes open and whispered, "Summon." Once again, the room's scenery began to shift. Countless rivers of stars whirled and surged around him. Images from games and comics flickered past in the starlight, racing by until finally the scene settled. Huh, is there really something this time? Chun Tian stared at the unfolding vision, barely able to contain his excitement. Within the swirling stars, an endless ocean appeared. Upon it sailed a massive ship, its prow adorned with a giant cartoon lion's head. One Piece, the Thousand Sunny. Chun Tian focused intently on the ship. Suddenly, the sea roiled, and a Japanese katana flew out from the river of stars, landing squarely in his arms. He felt a sudden weight in his hands. An ancient, elegant samurai sword had appeared from nowhere. A gentle wolf flowed from the hilt, and in his mind, a message unfurled. First generation Kitetsu, one of the 12 supreme gray blades. From a manga, One Piece, the personal sword of Saint Ethanbaron v. Nashiro, one of the 5 elders. Chun Tian's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the first generation Kitetsu, delight shining in his voice. Wow, one of the supreme gray blade from One Piece. This is amazing. Before Chun Tian could even feel excited, he let out a helpless sigh. Sigh? What's the point of having a sword if I don't even know how to use it? No sooner had he finished speaking than the Onigiri sword began to tremble gently, and a warm surge of power swept through his entire body. What is this? In an instant, the years of swordsmanship insights and training experience of Izambelin v. Nashiro Saint were transmitted directly into Chun Tian's consciousness. Chun Tian shut his eyes tightly, fully immersing himself in the legacy of swordsmanship. At that very moment, Tony pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Chun Tian sitting cross-legged on the balcony and, with a teasing tone, said, "Hey, kid from China, you're not still sulking because I joked around with you yesterday, are you? If that's the case, I might start feeling guilty here." Chun Tian gave no response. Tony raised an eyebrow and walked over carefully, waving his hand in front of Chun Tian's face, but Chun Tian didn't even flutter an eyelash. "Jarvis, give me a scan," Tony muttered, lowering his voice. "Did this kid drink too much Easter Dragon's breath last night and fry his brain?" "Sir, Mr. Chin's vital signs are perfectly stable," Jarvis replied, automatically switching to silent mode. "However, his brainwave activity is highly active, similar to a state of deep meditation." Tony pursed his lips, his gaze falling on the original Onigiri. He reached out, intending to touch the blade, but the sword suddenly emitted a low, resonant hum. Startled, Tony snatched his hand back. Damn! Tony's eyes widened. Does this thing have a mind of its own? Just then, Chun Tian drew a sharp breath, and his eyes snapped open. The intensity of his gaze had caught Tony so off guard that he nearly stumbled backward. Whoa! Tony instinctively took a step back. What the? Chun Tian slowly got to his feet, and, with effortless grace, leapt onto the balcony railing. His eyes were fixed on the distant sea, one hand gripping the scabbard of the original Onigiri, and the other firmly grasping the hilt. He drew a deep breath, and in a flash, unsheathed the blade. Tony's mouth dropped wide enough to fit an entire donut. With his own eyes, he saw a broad arc of silvery, sword energy burst forth from Chun Tian's sweeping strike. The blade wave tore through the air, shooting straight toward the horizon, splitting the ocean in two and sending a wall of water dozens of meters high skyward. It was as if an invisible giant hand had ripped the sea apart, revealing a chasm so deep its depths were hidden from view, only to crash closed again a few seconds later with a thunderous roar. "Oh my God! Jarvis!" Tony's voice rose to a sharp pitch. "What on earth was that just now?" "Sir, energy scans indicate," Jarvis actually paused for a moment, "that the energy Mr. Chun just released was equivalent to a medium-sized Jericho missile." Tony's face went completely rigid. "Clearly, we all escaped from that cave together. We promised that we'd live as ordinary people from then on, but now you've become someone extraordinary? Doesn't that mean my act of taking a bullet for you and Ethan back in the cave was completely pointless?" Tony instinctively rubbed his nose, feeling as though it had grown larger and redder. "My hair." Tony clutched at his own hair, making his already messy hairstyle even wilder. "Are you saying that the red-skinned monster in the cave was something you summoned?" Tony's face was full of shock and disbelief. Chun Tian rubbed his nose as well, letting out a few awkward laughs. "Chun Tian, why didn't you summon it earlier, back in the cave? We could have gotten out of that hellhole ages ago." Ethan looked at Chun Tian, exasperation clear in his eyes. Chun Tian shrugged and said, "Honestly, I didn't even know I had that ability. Maybe it only gets triggered in a life-or-death situation." Tony and Ethan seemed to reluctantly accept Chun Tian's explanation. Tony walked over to Chun Tian and grabbed him by the arm. A spark of scientific excitement flickered in Tony's eyes. "Come on, boy from China. Let's head to the lab and take a good look at your summoning technique." He dragged Chun Tian through the living room, just as Pepper's shout echoed from behind them, "Don't blow up the lab again." Together, they descended the spiral staircase leading to the basement. "Welcome to my playground." Tony snapped his fingers with a flourish, and instantly, the entire underground lab blazed with light. The place was as big as 2 basketball courts, filled with gleaming, high-tech equipment. In the center, a circular workbench projected dozens of holograms, each displaying complex calculations. In one corner, mechanical arms were busy assembling some kind of armor component, the crisp sound of metal filling the air. "Haha, what do you think of my playground? Impressive, right?" Tony said, seating Ethan at a semicircular desk before tapping away at a virtual keyboard. "Now, let's see what your magic can do." He pressed the enter key, and the lab lights suddenly shifted to a deep red. From the ceiling, a ring-shaped scanner descended, bathing Chun Tian in a cone of blue laser light. "Jarvis, create a new file codename." Tony tapped his chin, thinking for a couple of seconds. "Let's call it Chinese Sleight of Hand." "Scanning in progress, sir." Jarvis's voice echoed from all corners of the lab. "New file established. Camera systems are live. Everything is ready, sir." "Oh, Dragon Boy. Once I give the signal, summon that big guy for us," Tony said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. He tapped a few more times on the table, and a 3D projection of a laboratory environment sprang to life, with streams of data swirling around the hologram. "Now," after comparing the data, Tony called out to Chun Tian. Both he and Ethan fixed their eyes on him expectantly, eager to witness the appearance of the so-called demon. But Chun Tian just stood there, looking awkward and a bit embarrassed, the tips of his ears tinged red. His face betrayed a struggle, caught between hesitation and discomfort. Tony's eyebrows shot up so high they nearly disappeared into his hairline. Tilting his head, he scrutinized Chun Tian as if he were a robot on the fritz. "Hello, Dragon Boy. Did your summoning button get stuck?" Chun Tian's ears grew even redder. He fidgeted with his fingers and mumbled, "Well, actually—" "Sir," Jarvis interrupted, "Mr. Chin's heart rate has surged to 132 beats per minute. Adrenaline levels are highly elevated." Tony slapped his forehead. "Oh, I get it." He strode over to Chun Tian, lowering his voice. "Do you need some kind of special ritual?" He gestured with exaggerated flair, waggling his eyebrows. "Like a dance? Or maybe a chant?" Or, he suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Do you need a sacrifice?" As Tony mentioned dancing and chanting, Chun Tian's features twisted in discomfort. Tony's eyes lit up as if he'd just uncovered a scientific breakthrough. He clapped his hands together with a sharp smack. "Ah, I knew it." Like a gold hunter who'd finally struck pay dirt, Tony circled around Chun Tian, bubbling with excitement. "Come on, Dragon Boy. Just tell us what you need." Chun Tian opened his mouth to explain, but Tony cut him off. "Wait, let me guess." He stroked his chin in an exaggerated, theatrical way. "Do you need moonlight? A crystal ball? Or—" Suddenly, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, pulling a sleek black credit card from his pocket with a flourish. "Or maybe this?" Chun Tian stared at the glossy black card glinting under the lab's cold lighting, his lips twitching in exasperation. Tony, this isn't about money. Oh, Tony drew out the sound playfully, then snapped his fingers. Jarvis, pull up the complete Harry Potter series. Focus on the wand-waving scenes. In an instant, a dozen holographic screens slid down from the ceiling, each one playing a different scene of wizards casting spells. Chun Tian found himself surrounded on all sides by swirling images of wands in motion, and a vein pulsed at his temple. Sir, Jarvis reminded at just the right moment. According to my database, Chinese magic traditionally uses talismans rather than wands. Perfect. Tony spun around and dashed to his workbench. Instantly, a robotic arm handed him a scroll of parchment and a quill. Here, write a talisman. Make it gold. And if possible, make it glow. Chun Tian finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tony, this isn't. Wait, I get it. Tony suddenly looked as if he'd had a revelation. He leaned in close to Chun Tian's ear and whispered conspiratorially, Do we need women's clothing? He gave a quick wink. I know a few Broadway costume designers. What? Chun Tian's voice shot up several octaves. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, frustration and helplessness surging inside him. Women's clothes? I'd rather jump out the window than put on a dress. But Tony was already busy with the holographic controls, paying no attention. Jarvis, search for Chinese mage cosplay. Give me the most extravagant ones. Immediately, the projection screen filled with a parade of elaborate Hanfu costumes, each carefully labeled with details like 100% real silk and hand embroidery. Staring at the floating images of billowing robes, Chun Tian felt a pounding in his temples. The sword techniques he just mastered seemed like they'd be better used to hack something apart right now. Tony, Chun Tian struggled to keep his emotions in check. Just listen to me. No. Another idea struck Tony. He patted Chun Tian enthusiastically on the shoulder. I get it. It's the setting, right? He flew over the virtual keyboard. Jarvis transformed the lab immediately into a Chinese style. As the 3D projection shifted, a few red, antique-style pillars rose up from the floor, and lanterns bearing the character for fortune dangled from the ceiling. In one corner, a miniature rock garden and pond appeared. So, what do you think? Tony spread his arms, brimming with confidence. Does it feel right now? Chun Tian looked around at this bizarre blend of East and West, a space so surreal it bordered on the absurd, and suddenly found himself longing for the tranquility of his mountain cave. With a helpless sigh, he pressed his hand to his forehead. Tony, it really isn't what you... Sir, Jarvis abruptly interjected. According to my analysis of Mr. Chen's facial expressions, it appears he is simply a bit shy. The laboratory fell silent in an instant. Tony's face froze in disbelief as he slowly turned to Chun Tian. Shy. He pronounced the word as if it were something entirely foreign to him. By now, the tips of Chun Tian's ears had turned a deep shade of purple. Suddenly, Tony burst out laughing, slapping his thigh in delight. A summoner who can call forth demons from hell is actually shy. Without warning, he threw an arm around Chun Tian's neck and whipped out his phone with the other hand. Pepper, come quick. Our summoner is actually... Before he could finish, Chun Tian cut him off with a sharp jab of his elbow. All right, Tony said, clutching his stomach and wiping away tears of laughter. Here's what we'll do. I'll turn around and promise not to peek. He spun around with deliberate exaggeration and even covered his eyes with both hands. Jarvis will also shut off all the cameras. Isn't that right, Jarvis? In fact, sir, my sensors are... Jarvis. Tony cut him off sternly. Learn to read the room. All recording devices have been disabled. Jarvis responded at once. Chun Tian glanced at Tony's well-behaved back, then at Ethan, who was pretending to focus on data but was clearly stifling laughter behind his hand. With a resigned sigh, Chun Tian gave in. Fine. He drew a deep breath, his expression turning as solemn as someone walking to the gallows. Slowly, he dropped to one knee, right fist pressed to his left chest, his left hand trembling as he raised it toward the ceiling. In the name of chaos, and his voice was barely a whisper, his left hand lingering awkwardly in the air. Tony's shoulders were visibly shaking with suppressed laughter, and Ethan looked like he was about to bury his face in the datapad. Louder! Tony suddenly spun around, now wielding a megaphone he'd somehow conjured. You need a project. Chun Tian shot him a fierce glare, then shut his eyes and threw caution to the wind. In the name of chaos and terror, Crimson Moon, rend the mortal world. With that final shout, he slashed his raised hand downward. The laboratory erupted into violent tremors, every instrument blaring alarms in unison. The ceiling lights flickered wildly, and the air filled with an acrid scent of sulfur. The temperature soared, Dark red magma patterns crawled across the steel walls. Tony's prized collection of limited edition sports cars suddenly caught fire, orange flames devouring the bodies of the cars and filling the lab with a devastating crackle of burning metal. My 1967 Shelby GT 500, Tony screamed, voice raw with anguish. The flames moved across the ground as if they were alive, finally converging at the center of the laboratory into a blazing vortex 5 meters wide. From the heart of the vortex, a majestic figure slowly rose, 3 meters tall, its entire body sheathed in dark crimson scales. Curved horns crowned its head like a royal diadem, and eyes burning with hellfire gazed down imperiously at everyone present. My lord! Diablo's voice sounded like a chorus of tormented souls, whispering and wailing in the darkness. Master of the Inferno, nightmare of angels, terror of mankind, Diablo answers your summons. Through the gaps between his fingers, Chen Tian stole a glance at Diablo's dramatic entrance, wishing he could sink right into the floor. He muttered through clenched teeth, "Could you put those flames away?" Diablo nodded. "Of course." With a casual wave of his hand, the flames that had raged through the laboratory vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed at all. Tony, meanwhile, was practically bouncing with excitement like a child with a brand new toy. He circled Diablo, occasionally tapping the demon's scales with a wrench. Incredible. This material, the energy patterns, it's extraordinary. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes lighting up as he turned to Chun Tian. "Hey, kid from China, any chance I could borrow your pet for a few days?" Baked. Diablo's flames shot skyward, and the temperature in the lab spiked. "Insolent human, how dare you?" Tony, Chun Tian quickly cut him off. "He's not a pet." Turning to Diablo, Chun Tian made a placating gesture. "Calm down, please. This guy is, my sponsor. You know, in the real world, I still need, financial support." Diablo eyed Tony suspiciously. "This noisy mortal." Yes, that's the one," Chun Tian replied, wiping sweat from his brow. "But he's loaded. He can provide offerings." He shot Tony a desperate look. Tony caught on immediately and snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, prepare the highest grade, demon-approved rations?" "Sir, I suggest offering a living sacrifice," Jarvis responded in his usual solemn tone. "According to the Keys of Solomon, higher demons have a preference for—" "Stop," Chun Tian interrupted hastily. "No sacrifices needed." He turned back to Diablo, bracing himself. "So, could you help us out with an experiment? All you need to do is stand right there and not move." Diablo's flames gradually died down. "Since it is my lord's request," he raised his head with regal pride. 5 minutes. Not a second longer. Tony could barely contain his excitement as he directed the robotic arms to bring over various instruments. "Jarvis, initiate holographic scan. Record all energy data." He rubbed his hands together, eyes fixed on Diablo's scales. "This material is absolutely perfect. If only I could use it on my armor." Watching Tony's exhilarated expression, Chun Tian was suddenly seized by a sense of foreboding. "Tony, you're not thinking of Mark II Devil," Tony exclaimed, launching a holographic projection. A full-body, deep crimson suit of armor, complete with devilish horns, began to spin in the air. Hellfire thrusters molten shield, and it can even release sulfur gas to jam enemy radar. Suddenly, Diablo leaned in, his eyes ablaze with fire as he stared at the projection. "Mortal, you have quite the imagination." He reached out a claw and tapped the projection. "Add a stinger to the tail here, and reverse the scales in this area." "Genius!" Tony cheered, giving the demon a high five, only to jerk his hand back at once from the searing heat. "You really know your design." Chun Tian and Insun exchanged incredulous glances. Insun murmured under his breath, "Should I be preparing some holy water or something?" With Diablo's expert advice, the original Mark II design, which had followed the film's plot, was transforming before their very eyes into something entirely different. Where once there had been streamlined golden red plating, now the armor had become a deep crimson embodiment of demonic style. Head, the smooth faceplate had been turned into a fearsome demon's visage, curling horns jutting from each side. Twin infernos of hellfire now burned in the eye sockets, flickering in time with Tony's words. Chestplate. The circular reactor was now wreathed in dark red runes, occasionally spitting sparks that carried the scent of brimstone. Shoulder armor. The simple shoulder pads had become jagged, scale-like plates, each one as sharp-edged as a demon's own armor, keen enough to slice the air. Arms. The original repulsors were replaced by hellfire blasters. Diablo insisted on adding small bone spikes at the wrists, arguing, much more practical in close combat. Legs. The thrusters were transformed into abyssal flame boosters, sending clouds of sulfurous smoke from the soles, so that every landing Tony made looked like the arrival of a demon. Back, most extravagant of all, Diablo insisted on mounting a pair of retractable demon wings onto the back of the suit. Even when Tony protested, "That's completely against aerodynamics," Diablo merely snorted, "You know nothing. This is what real presence looks like." Chun Tian stared at the completely deformed Mark II on the holographic display, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Tony, are you sure you can still call this an Iron Man suit?" Tony stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Of course. Mark II, Devil Edition, specially made by the demon. Way cooler than my original design." Diablo crossed his arms with pride. "Mortal, now you finally understand what true demonic taste is." Ethan quietly wiped a cold sweat from his brow. "I think, if the military saw this, they'd probably launch a nuke on the spot." Tony couldn't wait any longer and started preparing for the assembly process. "Jarvis, begin manufacturing immediately. I want to wear it tonight." Diablo stood with arms folded, watching Tony's enthusiasm with a satisfied expression. "Very good, quite spirited. Since you are but a mortal, yet a companion to my master." He gritted his teeth, tore a scale from his own arm, and tossed it to Tony. Tony caught it, only to find the scale so hot that he fumbled clumsily, juggling it from hand to hand. "This scale is yours. You can use it to forge your toy." With that, he glanced over at Chen Tian, saw the resigned look on his face, and flashed a twisted, malicious smile. "My master, I'll take my leave now. I'll look forward to your next summons." As soon as he finished speaking, torrents of molten lava surged beneath Diablo's feet, engulfing him and sweeping him out of the lab. "Amazing. My suit can be upgraded again." Tony tossed the still-warm scale onto the workbench. "All right, let's witness the birth of a masterpiece." Chen Tian looked at how events had veered so far off the original plan and let out a helpless sigh. Well, at least it's better than being forced to wear a dress. Tony Stark was never one for patience, especially not when a brilliant idea took hold of his mind. Now he was staring at the hologram of the fierce, demonic armor, eyes blazing with wild inspiration. "Jarvis, activate all robotic arms. I want this finished within 24 hours. Sir, based on calculations, the difficulty of constructing the Mark II Devil Edition far exceeds the original Mark II. Estimated completion time is at least 3 times longer than the original." "Then hook the coffee machine straight into my veins." Tony waved dismissively, not even turning around. Before long, Chun Tian and Ethan found themselves effectively locked down in the lab by Tony. "Chun Tian, summon Diablo again. I need him to help confirm the Hellfire energy output parameters." Chun Tian collapsed onto the sofa, exasperation written all over his face. "Tony, this is already the 3rd time today. Hurry up. Science demands sacrifice." Tony yanked him to his feet. "Just think about it. This is the first suit in history to fuse Hell's technology." Ethan quietly raised his cross on the side. "I really think I need to visit a church after this." "Another failure? How is this possible?" Tony raked a hand through his hair, frustration etched on his face. Not far away, inside a makeshift suit, Chun Tian flipped up his faceplate. "Tony, I may be younger than you, but if you don't fix the output on that jet booster right now, I'm going to solve your little Tony problem with my blade." Day 4. Day 5. Until the 15th day after they first summoned Diablo in the lab. The laboratory was a scene of utter chaos. Coffee cups were stacked into miniature mountains, empty energy drink cans scattered everywhere. Tony's hair was a wild mess, sticking out as if he'd been struck by lightning. Chun Tian and Ethan lay slumped in a corner, eyes glazed with exhaustion. 2 suits of armor stood silently in the center of the lab. To the left was the original Mark II, a sleek, golden-red suit, elegant and precise. To the right stood the Mark II Devil Edition, its entire surface clad in dark red, scale-like plating, demonic horns curling menacingly from the helmet. Lava-like patterns glowed around the chest reactor, and mechanical wings on the back spread ever so slightly, ready to slice through the air at a moment's notice. Tony stood before the 2 suits, his face beaming with pride. "Behold, yet another stroke of genius from Tony Stark." Chen Tian raised a trembling hand. "Can I finally go to sleep now?" "Sleep?" Tony arched an eyebrow. "Oh no, now comes the testing phase." He strode toward the devil armor. "Jarvis, initiate the donning protocol." The robotic arms sprang to life, fastening every piece of armor onto Tony with precision. At last, the faceplate clicked shut, the suit's eyes flaring crimson, fiery light coursing through the seams. "System online, sir." Jarvis's voice echoed inside the helmet. "Hellfire thrusters on standby. Sulfur smoke generator fully charged." Tony flexed his arm. The scaled armor rippled in response, emitting a deep metallic rasp. Absolutely perfect. Now, he raised his hand, palm cannon charging as dark red energy gathered in an instant. Weapons test. Tony, not in the lab. Chintian barely managed to protest. A deafening blast erupted. A beam of dark red energy tore through the laboratory wall, flipping the backyard swimming pool high into the air. Alarms blared through the villa. Pepper's scream echoed from upstairs. Tony Stark. Inside the armor, Tony was silent for 2 seconds. Jarvis, activate flight mode. Flight mode activated, sir. From the back of the demon armor, thrusters erupted with flames tinged by the sharp tang of sulfur. In a flash, Tony shot out through the gaping hole in the wall, leaving behind a trail of scorch marks. Chun Tian and Ethan stood amidst the rubble, exchanging glances. Did we just create a monster? Ethan quietly pulled out his cross. Is it too late for me to resign now? From the lab's communicator came Tony's wild laughter, blending with the thunder of the thrusters. This is incredible. Chun Tian looked over at Ethan again. Ethan let out a long sigh and patted Chun Tian's shoulder. I'm leaving this to you, kid. I can't handle it anymore. With that, he strode out of the lab without a backward glance, moving so quickly he could have competed in a sprint. Chun Tian watched Ethan leave, then surveyed the shattered ceiling and the chaos that had overtaken the laboratory. Is this novel going to be called Helping Tony Stark Start Invincible? Seriously, with this armor, is Tony even Iron Man anymore? Iron Demon seems more fitting. Soaring high above, Tony Stark piloted the Mark II Devil Edition. The Hellfire thrusters carved a deep crimson trail through the night sky, leaving a plume of sulphurous smoke that billowed behind him like a demon's cloak. Jarvis, status report? Tony's voice was barely able to hide his excitement. All systems are normal, sir. The Hellfire thrusters are operating at 147% of their intended output, Jarvis replied calmly. However, I must remind you that this speed exceeds the human body's safe tolerance. Can it, Jarvis? Tony laughed, rolling exuberantly through the air. Now this is real flying. He suddenly dove, the armor's demonic wings unfurling to their full span. At less than 100 meters from the ground, he pulled up sharply, the thrusters searing a blackened path across the earth with their sulphurous exhaust. Test the weapons system. Tony raised his arm, palm cannon charging as dark red runes flickered across the armor's surface. A molten beam of energy lanced toward a distant, abandoned factory. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, fire engulfing the building as a shockwave shattered every window within a kilometer. Good heavens! Tony whistled, impressed. That's even more powerful than I expected. He rocketed upward again, quickly punching past the stratosphere. The scaled surface of the armor quivered in the thin air, but the Hellfire thrusters remained steady, undaunted even as the atmosphere thinned to near vacuum. Sir, I recommend an immediate return, Jarvis reminded him. Although the armor is performing excellently, prolonged exposure to hell energy may have adverse effects on your body. Tony checked the data displayed on his helmet and noticed several indicators had begun to trigger alarms. He clicked his tongue in resignation. All right, that's enough for today. On the way back, Tony deliberately reduced his speed, allowing the suit to slowly descend onto the helipad at his Malibu villa. Robotic arms moved into action, smoothly disassembling each component one by one. When the final faceplate lifted away, Tony was still smiling with satisfaction. Perfect. This is easily 10 times better than my old Mark II design. He turned and walked into the lab, where he found Chun Tian and Insun fast asleep on the sofa, utterly exhausted. With a shrug, Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey and stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the 2 suits of armor standing quietly in the moonlight. Jarvis, take this down, he said after a sip of his drink. Mark II Devil Edition, made in flight, an unqualified success. In the distance, the destroyed swimming pool was still smoldering. Tony pretended not to notice, whistling a carefree tune as he strolled back to his bedroom. Late that night, deep beneath Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane stood before a pile of scattered parts, his expression so dark and forbidding that no one dared approach. This is what you've achieved in half a month. He picked up a warped metal plate and threw it to the floor with a heavy clang. Is this all just scrap metal? Not a single engineer in the lab dared respond. Nobody met his gaze. Sir, we really have done everything we can to replicate Tony's design. The chief engineer stammered, his voice trembling. But the arc reactor technology is incredibly complex. I don't want to hear your excuses. Obadiah suddenly grabbed the engineer by the collar, dragging him in front of the hulking prototype. Tony built his in a cave, and you. He pointed at the nearly 3-meter-tall, clumsy suit of armor. All you can manage is this lumbering tin that can barely walk. The prototype shell was rough and unfinished, its joints held together by massive hydraulic rods. Instead of a compact reactor, a tangle of wires sprawled across its chest, connecting it to a dozen car batteries. At least it can move, the engineer mumbled in weak defense. As if to prove his point, the prototype suddenly emitted a shrill burst of mechanical noise. Its right arm jerked upward, trembling. Then with a sharp bang, the elbow exploded, trailing black smoke as the arm slumped down. A vein throbbed violently at Obadiah's temple. Useless. You're all useless. In a fit of rage, he kicked over the workbench, sending parts scattering across the floor. Even Justin Hammer's team is better than you. In the corner, a bespectacled technician mustered his courage to speak. Sir, maybe the problem is with the power source. Without an arc reactor, there's just no way we can. Then steal one. Obadiah suddenly lowered his voice, hissing his words like a venomous snake. Tony's villa, his lab, there must be blueprints or a prototype somewhere. The technicians exchanged anxious glances, their faces filled with fear. Obadiah's expression grew darker still. It was clear he had made up his mind to take matters into his own hands. Chun Tion, Insun, get up. I've just had a stroke of genius. Tony Stark's voice boomed through the lab, thunderous and impossible to ignore. One hand held a steaming cup of coffee, while the other flew across a holographic display, rapidly tweaking the schematics for the Mark II Devil Edition. Chun Tion struggled to lift his head from the couch, heavy dark circles under his eyes. Tony, it's 6 in the morning. To be precise, it's 5:47. Insun corrected weakly, shielding his eyes from the blinding morning light with a crucifix. And we didn't get to bed until 3. Sleep is only for ordinary people, Tony exclaimed, pounding the table in excitement. Listen, last night's test was absolutely perfect. The Hellfire thruster performed 47% better than I expected, and the repulsor in the palm is powerful enough to wipe out a military base. He took a quick gulp of coffee, eyes shining with fervor. But I did notice a tiny problem. The sulfur smoke is far too conspicuous. It's like waving a flag at the enemy and shouting, "Hey, I'm right here." So I'm thinking of adding stealth mode. Chun Tion and Ethan exchanged glances, then let out a simultaneous sigh. Tony, Chun Tion said, rubbing his temples, are you sure we shouldn't fix the swimming pool first? When Pepper saw that giant hole last night, she looked like she was about to throw you into the reactor. Tony waved dismissively. The pool can wait. Technological breakthroughs can't. He pulled up a fresh set of schematics. Look, I want to add nanocoating to the armor's surface. This coating can absorb specific wavelengths of light, and when combined with the spatial distortion effects from the hell energy. Hold on. Ethan suddenly interrupted. Did you just say spatial distortion from hell energy? Exactly. Tony nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. During last night's test, I found that the armor generates subtle spatial warping around it, kind of like how heat makes the air shimmer. If we can control that effect, theoretically we can achieve optical invisibility. Chun Tion slowly straightened up. Tony, are you sure this is just technology? Because it sounded a lot more like magic. Ethan finished his thought, clutching his cross a little tighter. Oh, please. Tony rolled his eyes. It's just an energy phenomenon science hasn't explained yet. Chun Tion, I'll need you to summon Diablo again today. I have to measure the spatial fluctuation parameters when it releases energy. Chun Tion's face fell in an instant. Summon again? Tony, do you have any idea how ridiculous I feel every time I have to recite that summoning incantation? Science demands sacrifice. Tony clapped him on the shoulder, then strode toward the workbench. Jarvis, prep test protocol number 37. And by the way, added over his shoulder, remind me to buy some tranquilizers. Pepper said if I blow up the house again, she's going to stuff me into a rocket and launch me into space. Ethan quietly pulled out his phone. Should I be booking myself a flight to Nepal? Chun Tion collapsed back onto the sofa, gazing up at the still unpatched hole in the ceiling, and muttered softly, why did I ever come to this world? Just as Tony was driving Chun Tion and Ethan into another flurry of busy work, the lab's television abruptly switched to breaking news about terrorist activity in the Middle East. All three froze in their tracks. The television screen kept switching scenes as the host's voiceover informed viewers that another massacre had occurred in the Middle East, carried out by a terrorist group calling themselves the 10 Rings. When the host mentioned the 10 Rings, a photograph appeared on screen. Not the ball man from the original story, but Abu, the man with the thick, bristling beard. Jarvis, activate the Mark II Devil Edition full weapon system. Tony suddenly commanded, tossing the wrench in his hand aside. The metal tool hit the ground with a piercing clang. The lab fell silent at once, broken only by the deep, steady hum of the reactor. Tian noticed the veins throbbing on Tony's temple. You're not really thinking of exactly what you're thinking, Tony replied, already striding toward the devil armor as mechanical arms moved to suit him up. Ow! Many villages have the 10 rings destroyed with my weapons. Now it's their turn to feel what it's like to be hunted by a demon. Ethan leapt to his feet, his cross pendant swinging wildly around his neck. Are you out of your mind? Marching into the Middle East in that suit? People will think you're the next terrorist. Tony didn't answer Ethan right away. Only after the armor fully encased him did he speak. I don't care. I just want these people to understand. Maybe God won't punish them, but... The demonic faceplate snapped shut, concealing Tony's face. The eye slits of the mask glowed an ominous red, and jets of crimson flame erupted from within. Tony's voice rumbled through the suit, deep and menacing, like a demon roaring from the depths of hell. The devil will. Tian and Ethan could only watch helplessly as Tony, clad in the Mark II Devil Edition armor, soared out of the lab through the gaping hole in the ceiling, their faces etched with resignation. After Tony had gone, Tian and Ethan exchanged a brief look before Tian called out urgently into the air. Jarvis, put Tony's live feed on the main screen. The central holographic projector instantly flickered to life, displaying the first-person view from within the devil armor. Accompanied by a shrill, wind-splitting roar, Tony tore through the clouds at Mach 4, trailing a stream of sulphurous fire hundreds of meters long behind him. Jarvis, vital signs. Tian shouted again. A section of the holographic projection immediately flickered to life, displaying Tony's physiological data. His heart rate was soaring at 180, his blood pressure was dangerously high, and his adrenaline levels were 20 times above normal. This can't be. The cross in Ethan's hand slipped and hit the floor with a clear, ringing sound. A person under that kind of G-force would have turned into a pulp, right? Tian finished grimly. It seems this suit must have made some special modifications to Tony's body. Tian's gaze hardened, a storm of anger simmering in his eyes. The involvement of Diablo in the suit was all too clear, meaning that Cunning Demon was meddling with Tony's actions. As expected, no matter how juvenile or unreliable they act, a demon is always a demon. With a heavy thud, Tian slammed his hand on the table. This time, he resolved not to use that awkward summoning phrase. He was the summoner. Why should he follow the whims of what he summoned? Diablo, show yourself now. Tian's sudden roar startled Ethan. Tian, is yelling like that really going to summon that thing? Just as they anticipated, Diablo didn't materialize in the lab. Instead, the air thickened with a pungent scent of sulfur, even more acrid than the fumes from Tony's suit thrusters. I knew it. There's absolutely no need to shout those embarrassing lines. It'll show up just the same. The more Tian thought about it, the more agitated. He became mortified by the summoning catchphrase, infuriated at being toyed with by Diablo. Now, all he wanted was to give Diablo a piece of his mind. Come out, Diablo! Tian bellowed again. Suddenly, flames and molten rock erupted in the air, swirling together into a blazing vortex. From within stepped a female figure clad in a red leather jacket, short-haired Leah, emerging with a sheepish smile. My master. Silence. Only answer when I ask. Tian cut her off sharply. What's going on with Tony's suit? He demanded, pointing at the string of abnormal data in the virtual display. The suit was fused with my power of fear. Most people couldn't handle it, so Diablo gestured toward the runes etched around the arc reactor on Tony's chest piece. I just reinforced his body a little. Diablo shrugged helplessly. Oh, for heaven's sake! Tian pressed his fingers to his temples, exasperated. It wasn't enough to just enhance the suit. Now Tony himself was supercharged? Was this story going to make Tony invincible from the very beginning? Shouldn't I be the protagonist here? And one more thing. How come he can help Tony with enhancements, but not me? Tian asked, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. Ethan was at a loss for words. Was this really the time to discuss such things? Shouldn't they be worried about Tony first? Diablo's expression stiffened for a moment. It's not that I can't help you enhance your abilities. It's just that my method comes with side effects. Besides, you might have better options for enhancement in the future, so there's no need to resort to my way. Side effects? Tian and Ethan asked in unison. Diablo nodded, then pointed toward the virtual display, signaling for them to see for themselves. You'll understand once you look. Tian and Ethan turned their eyes to the holographic projection. In the projection, Tony's suit crashed into the center of the village like a falling meteor. The massive shockwave flipped 3 pickup trucks, and members of the 10 rings were tossed into the air like ragdolls. As the dust settled, the demon armor slowly rose to its feet. Its menacing appearance struck terror into every terrorist's heart, leaving even the nearby civilians frozen in fear, not knowing what to do. The first question. Tony's voice was hoarse, crackling like fire. He seized the nearest terrorist by the throat and asked in a low, menacing tone, "Where is Abu?" Terrified, the terrorist pointed desperately toward the north end of the village. The next instant, his whole body erupted in flames, his screams echoing through the night until he was reduced to a charred husk. Tony flicked the embers from his hand, speaking with a detached calm. "Thank you for your cooperation." He turned to the remaining terrorists, a chilling laugh reverberating from within his armor. "I told you, God won't punish you, but the devil will. Jarvis, play my kill playlist." Tony snapped his fingers, and Queens, Another One Bites the Dust, roared from the suit speakers. Before the 10 Rings members could recover from the jolt of the music, the suit's mechanical wings split, unfurling into 6 barbed metal tendrils. The frontmost terrorist barely managed to raise his AK-47 before a tendril coiled around his ankle, hoisting him up to be wielded like a blunt instrument, his limp body battering 7 or 8 of his comrades in rapid succession. Eco-friendly combat. Tony whistled, a touch of mischief in his voice. 0 ammo expenditure. 1 brave soul hefted an RPG for a sneak attack. The rocket streaked toward Tony's back, but was instantly vaporized by a flare of sulfurous flame. Tony spun around, his helmet splitting open to reveal a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. Surprised, he pressed his repulsor to the attacker's chest, and the terrorist exploded on the spot like an overripe tomato. "Sir, women and children at 3 o'clock, Jarvis alerted." "Copy that." Tony flicked the blood from his gauntlet, then slid forward on his knees, coming to a stop in front of the civilians. With a flourish, he produced several lollipops from the seams of his armor. "So who wants strawberry and who wants blueberry?" The children stared wide-eyed past him. Behind Tony, a would-be attacker dangled from the suit's spiked tail, molten lava dripping from the tip. "Looks like the kids prefer barbecue flavor." Tony shrugged, then caught sight of a familiar figure quivering in the shadow of a nearby house. "Ah, gotcha, little mouse." Abu leaned against the wall, eyes screwed shut in prayer, until a sudden, searing pain tore through his chest. Looking down, he saw a demonic claw bursting through his ribs, its palm wrapped tightly around his heart. A surge of strength yanked him out from behind the wall, hoisting him high into the air. The demon-armored figure drew him close. "Well, Abu, hello there. Remember me? I'm Tony Stark." Abu coughed violently, blood spattering Tony's faceplate. Tony's voice was low and icy, judgment incarnate. "Hey, buddy, you got my suit all dirty. Actually, you know what? I think I kind of like it." A blast of searing flame erupted from Tony's palm cannon, reducing Abu to ashes in an instant. Tony felt immensely satisfied with his handiwork. He casually flicked the ash from his fingers and slowly ascended into the air, gazing down at the civilians he had just rescued. "No need to thank me. Do any of you speak English?" Tony tilted his head, asking with a hint of mischief. Never mind. As long as you remember to be grateful in your hearts, that's enough for me." Suddenly, jets of fire shot out from the soles of his armor, propelling Tony skyward at dizzying speed. Without warning, an armor-piercing shell struck Tony dead on. The explosion's shockwave knocked him from the sky, sending him crashing. Down, his demonic armor gouged a trench over 30 meters long, smashing through 3 earthen walls before grinding to a halt. "Sir, left armor integrity down by 12%. Jarvis's voice crackled, static distorting the words. Detecting high-temperature emissions from heavy armor units nearby. Slowly, Tony rose from the wreckage, his visor display flashing urgent red damage warnings. His eyes were bloodshot, wild excitement and madness flickering in his gaze. A guttural, almost bestial laugh rumbled from inside the suit. Tony suddenly drove his foot into the ground, cracking it in a spiderweb pattern beneath him. He vaulted like a cannonball onto the nearest tank, his claws plunging straight into a seam in its armor. The sound of metal being torn apart was enough to chill anyone's blood. With nothing but brute strength, Tony ripped open the 20-ton tank as if he were peeling a can, exposing 2 terrorists inside, both paralyzed with terror. "Guess what game I want to play with you?" Tony's voice dropped, echoing with a sinister undertone. A. Human fire wheel. B. Blood and flesh fireworks. C. Both. He didn't wait for a reply. Mechanical tendrils shot from his back, stabbing into the tank's ammo compartment. Flames roared through the tendrils, igniting the shells. The whole tank ballooned instantly into a fireball. Tony stood at the very heart of the explosion, flames enveloping his armor, as if he were savoring a sauna in the depths of hell. Is that Tony?" Ethan whispered, disbelief in his voice. In Ethan's memory, Tony was always a joker, a bit of a rogue, but at his core he still had a steadfast sense of justice. But now, The Tony before him seemed lost in the thrill of slaughtering terrorists, sending a chill down Ethan's spine. Chun Tian clenched his teeth, spun around, and seized Diablo by the collar. Diablo now appearing as Leah, dressed in a red jacket. This is the side effect you mentioned? My lord, you know how it is. Purgatory amplifies negative emotions. It's perfectly normal. Can't expect everything to be sunshine and rainbows like heaven, right? Diablo's mouth twitched in a crooked smile. Chun Tian waved his hand, and the original ghost cutter appeared in his palm. He drew the blade from its sheath and pressed it against Diablo's neck. Talk. How do I break the curse? Chun Tian pressed the blade harder against Diablo's throat. When he returns, I should maybe be able to lift those negative emotions, Diablo replied, sounding unsure. What do you mean, should or maybe? You can't fix this either? Chun Tian yanked Diablo's face close to his own, demanding answers in a fury. Wiping spit off his face, Diablo replied helplessly, I think I can do it, but I can't guarantee it. After all, as demons, our job is to make trouble, not clean up the mess. If it were those winged guys, maybe they could help. That's enough. Chun Tian shoved Diablo away and jabbed a finger at his nose. Just wait. I'm locking you up. Don't expect me to summon you again. No, master, please. Diablo dropped to his knees, begging miserably. It's so boring in your summoning space. All I can do is count stars or sleep. Get lost. Chun Tian gave him a swift kick. Meanwhile, Tony sat atop a throne built from the bodies of terrorists. The ground for 30 meters around had been scorched by sulfurous fire, polished smooth and shining as if a giant had sanded it down. That's done. Time to go home, Tony muttered to himself. Jarvis, let Happy know. I want to throw a party. The theme. He glanced around at the wreckage, snapped his fingers, and declared, let's call it Hell's Kitchen. Michelin 3-star barbecue night. Tony lounged on his grisly throne as little bursts of sulfur fire flickered from the seams of his armor, casting a hellish glow. Make sure Happy gets some demon horn headbands, limited edition, and invite Chef Gooden over to grill. As Tony's suit lifted off, he paused mid-air, so abruptly that the vulture trailing behind nearly crashed into him. All right, order a 3-tier lava cake. Tony gestured enthusiastically in the sky. On top, I want a chocolate plaque with I saved countless fools written in icing. The villagers below stared in shock at this iron-clad demon, humming Devil's Dance and tracing hearts through the sky. One brave child waved the lollipop Tony had given him, only for the stick to suddenly flare with a puff of fire. Even the candy had been seared by hellfire. Sir, are you certain about hosting such a party at the villa? Jarvis asked, exasperation lacing his tone. Miss Potts just fed your prize key of Solomon into the shredder last week. Tony deftly flipped through the air, narrowly avoiding a commercial airliner. A pixelated surveillance clip flickered across his helmet display. Let's just call it cosplay theme. Didn't Pepper say she's really into that Hells and cartoon lately? The demon armor raced through the sky with astonishing speed. Tony reveled in the exhilaration of flight, so much so that he was oblivious to the fact he'd entered restricted U.S. military airspace. Warning, /APG 77 radar lock detected. Jarvis's alarm cut through Tony's immersion in rock music. Suddenly, the tactical signatures of two F-22 fighter jets appeared on the holographic interface. Tony executed a casual spin, leaving a deep burgundy spiral in the clouds behind him as the armor's thrusters flared. Relax, Jarvis, Tony said with a mischievous grin. Let's give these Air Force boys a little show. He hadn't finished the sentence when two missiles streaked toward him, trailing plumes of white smoke. A violent shockwave sent Tony spinning end over end through the air. His helmet display flickered wildly as infernal runes and pulsing green military radar waves clashed furiously across the screen. Sir, I recommend immediate release of flares. Jarvis had barely finished when the shoulder plates of Tony's armor split open. What erupted wasn't ordinary countermeasures, but a whirlwind of hellfire twisting into a blazing dragon. The two missiles vaporized instantly in the inferno, denied even a chance to detonate. Whoa, Tony exclaimed, eyeing the smoky traces on his palm. Now that's way cooler than any Stark Industries flare. Inside the cockpit, the pilot's pupil shrank behind his visor. Command, the target is releasing some kind of plasma fire. His finger hovered anxiously over the cannon trigger. Request permission to open fire with the cannons. Take down that guy who dares to challenge the Air Force. Yes, sir. The pilot was just about to pull the trigger. At that moment, AC/DC's Highway to Hell suddenly blared over the fighter's comms, stunning the pilot. Through the canopy, he saw the armored figure ahead trace a heart-shaped arc in the sky. Tony blew a kiss at the jet and laughed. See you later. Suddenly, A pair of mechanical demon wings unfurled from his back. Flames burst from his hands and feet, the golden jets blazing so brightly they blinded the pilot's view. All the pilot could hear was a series of thunderous booms. Bang, bang, bang. By the time their vision cleared, the demon armor was gone, leaving only rippling white vapor trails where the sound barrier had been shattered. Tony landed on the villa's helipad, the joints of his armor still dripping with smoldering embers. With a flourish, he lifted his faceplate, revealing a confident grin. Well, don't you think I deserve a Nobel Peace Prize for this? Chun Tian and Ethan silently watched as the mechanical arm disassembled and reclaimed the armor. Chun Tian strode forward, and with a single motion, hoisted Tony onto his shoulder. Thanks to inheriting the swordsmanship of the Pirate King, Chun Tian's physical strength had also been greatly enhanced. Hey, I know you love me, but what you're doing right now is no different from a caveman snatching his mate, you know? Slung over Chun Tian's shoulder, Tony couldn't help but protest loudly. Ignoring Tony's outburst, Chun Tian dumped him unceremoniously onto the workbench. Tony landed hard on the metal surface with a dull thud. Rubbing his lower back, he groaned theatrically. Oh God, Chun Tian, are you jealous that my armor looks cooler than you? Or maybe... Shut up, Tony. Chun Tian cut him off coldly, then addressed the air. Jarvis, initiate a full-body scan of Tony. Pay special attention to any abnormal data. The lab scanner whirred to life, a blue beam shooting down from the ceiling to envelop Tony completely. Within seconds, a holographic projection shimmered into the air, countless data streams scrolling rapidly. Scan complete. Jarvis's voice sounded graver than usual. Mr. Stark's vital signs show severe abnormalities. Brainwave activity is 3 times higher than the normal human limit. Blood pressure remains elevated, and adrenaline levels are approaching the danger threshold. Additionally, blood flow is abnormally fast, and his red blood cells' oxygen-carrying capacity is at the theoretical maximum. Ethan inhaled sharply. These numbers, they're not even human anymore. Tony, however, bared his teeth in a sharper grin. Sounds like the effects of super soldier serum, doesn't it? Looks like that Diablo guy really knows his stuff. Chun Tian seized Tony by the collar, yanking him close. Tony, this isn't enhancement, it's corruption. Your body is being altered by demonic power. Tony's grin faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his breezy composure. Oh, so what? I feel incredible right now. Stronger, faster, sharper than ever. And what's the price you're paying? Chun Tian's gaze locked onto Tony's. Your pupils are already starting to change color, Tony. Almost reflexively, Tony reached for his eyes, but Chun Tian had already shoved him in front of a mirror. In the reflection, Tony Stark's pupils were ringed with a dark red glow, smoldering like burning brimstone. As he frowned, faint patterns like molten lava flickered beneath his skin, as though what ran through his veins wasn't blood, but searing hellfire. Tony stood frozen, stunned by what he saw. Wow, it looks pretty cool, but why does it seem so horrifying? Tony's voice trembled slightly. Jarvis, pull up the footage of Tony taking out the terrorists in the Middle East, Chun Tian ordered again. A holographic projection flickered to life in the lab, and the previously recorded video began to play. Tony watched the scenes unfolding in the projection, his throat growing parched. In the footage, the Mark II Devil Edition armor descended upon the village like a demon from the depths of hell. Sulphurous flames flowed between the seams of the armor, while mechanical wings split into 6 sharp, metallic tendrils, tearing the terrorists apart as if they were mere playthings. The first question. Tony's voice echoed from within the suit, low and raspy, burning with an intense undertone. Where is Abu? A terrorist, trembling, pointed to the north side of the village. In the next instant, he burst into flames, his screams ending as he was reduced to a charred corpse. Tony flicked off the sparks from his hand, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Thanks for your cooperation. Then, from the armor speakers, Queen's Another One Bites the Dust began to play. To the rhythm of the music, Tony started his carnage, repulsor blasts at point-blank range. Shattered enemies' heads, mechanical tendrils swept up foes and slammed them into others like human wrecking balls, and in the chaos, he even tossed candies to terrified children. Eco-friendly operation, Tony in the footage whistled, 0 ammunition spent. At last, he found Abu. The demon armor's claws pierced Abu's chest, crushing his heart in an instant. Flames from the repulsor scorched the corpse to ash. Hey, buddy, you got my suit dirty. Tony's voice rang out with a cheerful laugh. But honestly, I think I kind of like the feeling. In reality, Tony's face turned pale as a sheet, his fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the workbench. Was that really me? His voice was dry, as if his throat had been scraped raw. Chun Tian looked at him coldly. Who else would be? Who did you think it was? Tony opened his mouth, trying to argue, but found his throat blocked by something unspoken. He looked down at his own hands. Faint, dark red lines seemed to glow between his knuckles, as if molten lava, not blood, pulsed through his veins. Damn that Diablo. When he modified your armor, he modified you along with it. Shintian pointed at the footage. It's amplifying your darkest emotions, making you crave slaughter, violence, making you enjoy being the devil. Tony jerked his head up. I'm not. What is it? Shintian cut him off. You just think these terrorists deserve to die? Or maybe they had it coming anyway? Tony, you've killed terrorists in caves before, but did you ever enjoy that process? Tony fell silent. He recalled the feeling during the recent fight, the unprecedented rush, the thrill that set his blood aflame, that wild urge to destroy everything in his path. At the very least, that wasn't who he was supposed to be. Sir, Jarvis's voice suddenly broke the silence. Your adrenaline levels have spiked again. I would advise. Shut up, Jarvis. Tony slammed his fist down on the workbench, denting the metal surface with a sharp, echoing thud. Shintian and Insun exchanged a grave look. Tony. Shintian drew a deep breath and spoke. Things aren't at their worst yet. We still have a chance. With that, Shintian glanced over at Leah, Diablo, who was kneeling obediently in the corner, pretending to be docile. What are you standing there for? Get over here and help. At Shintian's stern command, Leah sprang up as if scolded, darting over to Tony's side like a chastened little animal. A fawning smile played across her face, but those dark crimson, slit-pupiled eyes still glimmered with a dangerous light. Master, don't be angry. Leah wrung her hands, her voice syrupy sweet. I was just keeping an eye on the situation. Cut the nonsense. Shintian grabbed her by the collar and yanked her in front of Tony. Look at the mess you made. Can you fix it? Leah pouted, muttering under her breath. You're the ones who agreed to let me help with the armor modifications. Shintian narrowed his eyes. I'll check it right away. Leah instantly grew serious, pressing her hand to Tony's chest. A dark crimson glow shimmered at her fingertips, sweeping through Tony's body like some sinister scanner. Tony felt a surge of searing energy coursing through his veins, and he grimaced. Ugh, this feels really unpleasant. Silence, mortal. Leah's tone turned cold and imperious, her earlier coquettishness vanishing in an instant. Let me see if this can be resolved. Her pupils contracted sharply, as though she'd stumbled upon something intriguing. Just as I thought. Get to the point. Shintian rapped her on the head, impatience coloring his voice. Leah held her head and, with a hint of grievance, shot Shintian a glare. Still, she explained earnestly, about 37% of his body has already been transformed by demonic power, mainly affecting his nervous and endocrine systems. To put it simply, she tilted her head, pondering for a moment. It's like injecting rocket fuel into a precision instrument. The power is greatly enhanced, but it could spiral out of control at any moment. Ethan drew in a sharp breath. Is it reversible? Leah spread her hands. In theory, yes, but what? Shintian and Tony pressed her at the same time. But the process would be excruciatingly painful. Leah flashed a mischievous smile. Even more agonizing than childbirth for humans. Tony's mouth twitched. How would a demon like you know how painful childbirth is? When you were building the suit, I had Jarvis compile a lot of human movies for me. Leah replied matter-of-factly. I've watched ours 3 times. Shintian rubbed his forehead in resignation. That's not the point. Leah let out a soft, playful laugh. I can help purge the demonic power from Tony's body, but there are 2 conditions. She raised a finger and waved it for emphasis. First, cleansing Tony of the demonic power will subject him to intense pain. This pain comes from the depths of the soul. No sedative will work. He'll have to rely entirely on his own willpower to endure it. How did you know I was thinking about using sedatives? Tony's eyes widened slightly. Tony, let her finish. Shintian cut in, gesturing for Leah to go on. The second condition, Leah looked over at the Mark II Devil Edition, a trace of regret on her face, is that this suit can never be used again. It was forged from my own scales and inscribed with infernal runes. If you keep wearing it, the demonic power will just seep back into you. Tony abruptly pushed himself up from the workbench, his face ashen with fury. Wait a minute. You're saying I can't use the suit anymore? Are you kidding? This is my most perfect creation yet. He pointed at the Mark II Devil Edition floating in the armory. The dark red armor gleamed in the light, and the infernal runes on its mechanical wings glimmered faintly with an eerie glow. Do you have any idea how much we poured into this? Tony's voice trembled with suppressed anger. The reactor output is quadrupled. Its armor is tougher than Captain America's shield and the Hellfire weapon systems. Tony, Shin Tian clamped a firm hand on Tony's shoulder, the grip so strong it made Tony stagger. Don't you see? This armor is turning you into a monster. Tony shook off Chun Tian's hand, ready to snap back, when a sudden, searing pain shot through his chest. He let out a low groan and collapsed to his knees as molten patterns surged wildly beneath his skin, flooding across his body. The temperature in the lab spiked instantly. Sir, your body temperature has exceeded 45 degrees Celsius. Jarvis's voice blared with urgency. I recommend activating the cooling system immediately. Leah crouched in front of Tony, tilting her head as she studied his condition. Wow, looks like that demonic power is even more active than you expected. She reached out and gently tapped his burning forehead with her finger. If this keeps up, in less than 3 days, you'll be just like me. With great effort, Tony lifted his head, his pupils now slitted and burning a deep, demonic red. So what? His voice was hoarse. At least, I can still protect. Protect. Shin Tian let out a cold laugh. He pulled a holographic projection towards them, bringing up an image of a crude, battered Iron Man suit. The mark, one they'd built together in the cave. Look at this. Shin Tian pointed at the armor. Remember? We made this together in that cave. Back then, we didn't rely on any demonic power, didn't have to become monsters. We did it with nothing but human ingenuity and courage. Tony stared at the hologram, the red glow in his eyes flickering uncertainly as emotions warred on his face. Suddenly, Leah clapped her hands. I've got the perfect analogy. She jumped between the two men. It's just like using drugs. At first, it feels thrilling and wonderful, but in the end, it only leads to ruin. Ethan pressed a weary hand to his forehead. Your analogies are always one of a kind. Shut up, Diablo. Shin Tian shot the demon a glance, then softened his tone as he turned to Tony. Listen, we can help you purge the demonic power, but you'll have to give up the armor. And he hesitated for a moment. The process will be excruciating. Tony was silent for a long time. The only sound in the lab was the mechanical arms quietly cleaning scorch marks from the floor. At last, he looked up, the red glow fading from his eyes. How painful! Leah flashed a bright, mischievous smile. Imagine your soul being burned alive. But don't worry, I'll try to be gentle. That's not reassuring at all, Tony muttered weakly, rolling his eyes. Still, he gave a slow, determined nod. Let's do it. Shin Tian and Ethan jumped into action. Ethan wheeled over a specially modified medical pod. Liao watched as Tony lay down inside, then declared in a loud, ceremonial voice, All right, let the purification ritual begin. Dark purple flames flickered to life in her hands as she slowly pressed them against Tony's temples. This might tickle a little, she warned. Wait, did you say tickle Tony's agonized scream echoed through the entire villa. His body convulsed violently, dark red energy seeping from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, as if molten lava was flowing just beneath his skin. Every monitor in the medical pod blared in alarm, a cacophony of urgent signals. Diablo, you call this a little tickle? Tony gritted out each word between clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down his face. Leah tilted her head, feigning innocence. I'm already being as gentle as I can. If it were any other demon, you'd be roasted by now. Damn. Tony tried to curse, but another wave of agony silenced him. His pupils turned a solid, blood-red hue, and his fingernails gouged deep grooves into the metal surface of the medical pod. Shun pressed firmly on Tony's shoulders. Hold on. It's almost over. To hell with your hold on. Tony howled back, his voice edged with a beast-like snarl. This hurts 10,000 times worse than getting blown up. Ethan fumbled desperately with the medical pod's controls. Heart rates at 280. Blood pressures through the roof. If this keeps up his heart, he won't die. Leah cut him off with a breezy smile. The power of the demon is protecting his body. He'll survive, but she deliberately drew out the last word. His soul might shatter into pieces. Diablo. Shin barked sharply. Focus. Yeah. I got it. Leah pursed her lips in mock annoyance. Suddenly, she clapped her hands together. Tony's body arched violently, and a scream tore from his throat, sharp enough to cut the air. Deep crimson energy erupted from all of Tony's orifices, swirling in the air and coalescing into a hideous demon's face, its silent roar radiating fury at everyone present. Well, Yah let out a low whistle. Didn't expect Mr. Stark to have even more negative emotions than I thought. The demon's shadow lunged at Leah, but she caught it by the throat with one hand. TSK, that's no way to behave. Her mouth suddenly split open, stretching ear to ear to reveal a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, and with a single bite, she devoured the shadow whole. Leah patted her stomach contentedly as her face returned to normal. Tony's negative emotions had quite a kick. Not bad at all. Inside the medical pod, Tony finally stopped struggling. He was drenched in sweat, his face pale as chalk, but the fiery magma-like patterns beneath his skin had faded completely. "It's over," Tony asked weakly, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. Leah opened her palm, and a mass of dark red liquid hovered above it, swirling slowly like molten lava. "All done. I've extracted every bit of the demon power," she announced triumphantly, giving her hand a playful shake. "Want to keep it as a memento? I could even make it into a necklace." With great effort, Tony managed to raise his middle finger. "I'd rather shove it." Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out completely. The medical pod's alarms gradually faded. Ethan quickly checked the monitors. Vitals are stable. He just fainted from sheer exhaustion. Chen let out a long breath, only now realizing his back was drenched in sweat. He looked at the demon energy in Leah's hand. "So, how are we supposed to deal with that?" Leah blinked innocently. "Oh, but this is mine." Then, without warning, she popped the energy into her mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. "Best way is to just eat it." Chen was speechless. So was Ethan. Jarvis, after a pause, offered politely, "Shall I prepare an antacid for you, Miss Leah?" "No need. I'm perfectly fine," Leah replied, licking her lips contentedly. Then she glanced at the unconscious Tony, and for once, a rare hint of seriousness appeared in her eyes. "But I'd love to watch a few more great TV shows. Jarvis, do you have any recommendations?" Chen could only stare at her, at a loss for words. Ethan, too, fell silent. Jarvis, ever courteous, responded, "Of course, Miss Leah. There are several series just as riveting as ER. I can recommend 9 of them for you." "So, the pilot inside that suit of armor is none other than the infamous playboy from the Stark family?" Nick Fury sat behind his large black desk, gesturing at the tablet in his hand. On the screen, a suit of armor, demonic in appearance, rampaged through a Middle Eastern village, mechanical tendrils tearing through terrorists as the street ran red with blood. "Yes, we traced the energy signatures left by the armor in flight, and they led us straight to Tony Stark's villa in Malibu." Phil Coulson stood at the desk, displaying his usual professional smile. Fury tapped the desktop lightly, his brow furrowed. "How'd he build something like this? And is he really that extreme?" Coulson shook his head. "Honestly, I'm not sure myself." He paused, then continued. "I did as you instructed and tried to contact Tony's assistant, Virginia Pepper Potts. But she was extremely cautious and revealed almost nothing about Tony's situation." Fury let out a cold chuckle. "Miss Potts has always been good at protecting her boss." Coulson nodded. "That's right, and she's particularly wary of us. Every time I try to approach the subject indirectly, she always manages to skillfully steer the conversation elsewhere." Fury stood up and walked to the window, gazing down at the sweeping view of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. His voice was low and resolute. "According to our intel, Tony Stark may appear to be a reckless playboy, but he's not the kind of man who could commit something so cruel." He turned, his single eye as sharp as a blade. "Coulson, what's your take?" Coulson paused to consider. "There are 2 possibilities. Either Tony is hiding something, or he's under some form of control." A cold, knowing smile flickered across Fury's lips. "Maybe it's both." He pressed the communicator on the desk. "Natasha, come in." A few seconds later, the office door slid open automatically. Natasha Romanoff entered with graceful poise, her red hair shining under the lights. "Director." Her greeting was crisp, her eyes flicking over Coulson before settling on Fury. Fury nodded in acknowledgement, then slid his fingers swiftly across his tablet, projecting 2 photographs onto the holographic screen in the center of the room. Ethan Hand on the left, Chen on the right. Ethan Hand, Fury intoned, pointing to the left photo. MIT graduate, MD, captured by the 10 Rings in Afghanistan. Lost his family. His background is as spotless as a blank sheet of paper. His finger moved to the right. But this man, Chen Tian's photo enlarged, every detail clear. He stood beside Tony Stark, a faint smile at his lips, his handsome features making him look like a fresh college graduate. Chen Tian, Fury tapped the photo with deliberate emphasis, has no public record. No birth certificate, no travel history, no trace on social media. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. Natasha's red lips curled into a subtle smile. "So, you want me to make contact with this mysterious gentleman?" "Not just contact." A glint of danger flashed in Fury's single. "I want to know who he really is, why he suddenly turned up at Tony Stark's side." And he pulled up a grainy security video. In the footage, Chen Tian stood on the balcony of Tony's villa, swinging a blade out toward the ocean. The force of the strike sent a surge of water several meters high. How does he have that kind of power? Coulson's usual gentle smile froze instantly. He leaned forward unconsciously, as if trying to get a closer look. Sir, he blinked. Are we sure this video hasn't been doctored? Honestly, this looks more like a deleted scene from Star Wars. Natasha raised an elegant eyebrow, though her fingers instinctively traced the hilt of the dagger strapped to her thigh, a little habit of hers whenever she felt tense. Seems like next time we meet, she drawled, I'll have to remind myself never to cross Mr. Chun. Fury's single eye swept back and forth between the two of them. What's this? SHLD's top agents getting spooked by a surveillance video. Spooked? Coulson gave a dry chuckle, nodding toward the screen where a massive wave had just been split in two. Sir, this isn't the kind of trick someone pulls at a backyard barbecue. This is more like, he searched for the right words, like a monster born of a missile fused with a samurai sword. Natasha had already regained her usual air of nonchalance, but her eyes remained sharp. At least now we know why Tony's mansion security system never sounded the alarm. Honestly, with a roommate who can create shockwaves with his bare hands, who needs a burglar alarm? That's not the point, Fury said, rapping his knuckles on the table. The display shifted to Chun Tian tinkering with equipment in a lab. This man can not only slice through a tidal wave, but apparently help start build gear that's straight up illegal under international law. He gestured to the earlier footage of the demonic-looking armor. I'm guessing he had a hand in that, too. A thought suddenly struck Coulson, and his expression turned odd. Wait, if Chun Tian is really this dangerous, then Miss Potts is sharing a roof with him every day. He made a slicing gesture across his neck. Shouldn't we be giving Miss Potts the Bravest Employee of the Year award? Or maybe the Unluckiest Employee of the Year award? Natasha added with a teasing grin. Just picture it. You're in the kitchen making coffee, and your new coworker starts practicing bizarre sword moves in front of the microwave. Fury let out a heavy sigh. Are you two done with the stand-up routine? He pulled up Chun Tian's full dossier, or more accurately, a nearly blank file. What I need is a plan of action, not a comedy script. That's easy. Natasha stood, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles in her collar with a flourish. Next week, acting CEO Obadiah is hosting a charity dinner. I'll be there. I'll just happen to spill red wine on his suit. She winked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. If he just reacts like a normal person, we keep watching. But if he suddenly whips out some mystical blade energy to give me a new haircut, well, then we'll know for sure. Coulson immediately raised his hand, requesting remote support. Seeing Fury's puzzled look, he explained earnestly, after all, my insurance doesn't cover injuries caused by mysterious Eastern sword energy. Tony Stark was assailed by both the explosions outside his window and the blinding sunlight. Strictly speaking, this wasn't murder. It was attempted murder. Because Tony didn't even have the strength to lift a finger, let alone get up to draw the curtains or flip the sky the bird. Jarvis, his voice was hoarse and low. Has the demonic energy inside me been purged? According to the ritual performed earlier by Miss Leah, sir, the demonic energy has been removed from your body. Jarvis's voice remained calm and courteous. However, the ritual has greatly depleted your physical strength, which is why you're currently unable to move. Tony lay helplessly in bed, feeling like a fish washed up on shore, utterly powerless. He managed to roll his eyes toward the window, and sure enough, Chun Tian was out there, using his sword aura to reshape the Pacific Ocean free of charge. The tremendous roar of the exploding waves made his temples throb painfully. Jarvis, Tony muttered weakly. Right now I feel like I've spent the entire night with 12 cover models, only to get a full-body massage from Rambo and the Terminator taking turns. Given your current physical condition, sir, that analogy is quite accurate. Jarvis paused for a moment. Would you like me to play the recording of Miss Leah's exorcism ritual for you? No. Tony's voice shot up, and the sudden movement sent a fresh jolt of pain through his wounds, making him wince. That crazy woman nearly yanked my soul out through my nose. The memory of Leah's mischievous smile, her hand pressed against his head, brought the pain back so vividly that sweat broke out on his brow. I'd rather get kidnapped by the 10 Rings again than go through another demon power removal spa. Another deafening boom sounded from outside, and Tony felt his bed shudder with the impact. Jarvis, Tony groaned weakly. Tell me, why is Chun Tian suddenly so on edge? He's usually the epitome of elegance in a fight, but today he looks like he's gone berserk, swinging wildly at everything. My scans indicate, sir, Jarvis said, after a brief pause, that Mr. Chin woke up this morning, showered, got dressed, then meditated on the balcony for about 10 minutes, after which he suddenly lost control of his emotions. Tony struggled to turn his neck, trying to get a look outside. What did he see while meditating? Or did he find out I sent Happy that video of him dramatically reading Marxist theory in the nude? Perhaps Mr. Chin Tian simply had a bad dream, sir. Jarvis brought up a segment of surveillance footage. On the balcony at dawn, Chun Tian sat cross-legged in meditation, his face serene and calm. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. And then, in the footage, Chun Tian brought his hand down in a swift, slicing motion, shattering half the balcony railing in an instant. Tony said, "Is this supposed to be meditation, or did he just get struck by lightning?" Based on Mr. Chen's mutterings during the incident, Jarvis continued, "It appears he sensed some sort of energy fluctuation while meditating, which made him quite angry." Tony interrupted. Mr. Chen's exact words, translated, were, "Empty again." Jarvis paused for a moment. "By the way, sir, about your yacht Stark Waves docked at the pier." A wave of dread washed over Tony. "What happened to my yacht?" The surveillance switched. An arc of razor-sharp energy veered off course, slicing cleanly across the water and splitting the $80 million luxury yacht right down the middle. Tony was speechless. Jarvis added, "I'm afraid the insurance company may not cover this." Tony closed his eyes, inhaled deeply 3 times, and then said, "Jarvis, get Chun Tian on the line now." 3 seconds later, Chun Tian's breathless voice crackled through the speaker. "Oh, our sleeping beauty is finally awake." Tony was struck dumb for a moment, then ground out, "Do you realize you just turned my yacht into a 2-bedroom, sea-view suite?" A pause of 2 seconds came from the other end. It really wasn't intentional. The boat just sort of sailed right into my blade energy." Tony was silent. "Huh, the insurance company should cover this, right?" Chun Tian's voice was tinged with obvious unease. Tony's roar echoed through the room. "Insurance doesn't cover mysterious Eastern sword energy splitting your yacht in half." On the other end, Chun Tian let out an awkward laugh. "Well, how about I help piece it back together? My sword skills are pretty precise." "Piece it back together?" Tony's voice leapt an octave. "Do you think it's a Lego set?" A brief silence fell over the line. Chun Tian coughed lightly, sounding a bit guilty. Tony took a long, deep breath, feeling a throb in his temples. He stared at the ceiling for several seconds, then let out a resigned sigh. Forget it. That boat was due for an upgrade anyway. I knew the great Tony Stark wouldn't sweat the small stuff. Chun Tian's tone lightened at once. "By the way, how are you feeling now? The Diablo banishment ritual. Don't mention that wretched demon again." Tony cut him off at once. "I feel like I've been roughed up by a dozen people all night." He forced himself to shift a little. "Jarvis, give me a coffee. Double sugar." "Sir, considering your current condition, I would not recommend." "Now, immediately." Chun Tian's voice crackled back through the calm. "Or, I can make you a cup of tea. We have some pretty effective calming tea over here." Tony narrowed his eyes. "You're not thinking of infusing your blade energy into the tea again, are you?" "Of course not." Chun Tian protested at once. "I promise, absolutely no special abilities this time." No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous crash echoed from downstairs, shaking the entire villa. Tony and Jarvis both fell silent for 2 seconds. "Chun Tian," Tony gritted his teeth. "Did you break my kitchen again?" Well, the microwave, it started it." Chun Tian stammered. "I just wanted to heat up a bun, I swear." Tony closed his eyes and counted to 10 silently. "Jarvis, get the wheelchair ready. I need to see for myself what's left of my kitchen." "Sir, in light of your physical condition." "Wheelchair, now." When Tony was finally wheeled to the kitchen doorway by Jarvis's automated chair, the scene before him left him speechless once again. The microwave's door had vanished without a trace, and the inside was neatly sliced in two. Chun Tian was crouched on the floor, earnestly trying to tape the fragments back together. "Look," Chun Tian looked up beaming. "My knife skills are pretty precise, right? I only sliced the microwave, didn't even touch the coffee machine." Tony stared at him for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. "You know what? I think you ought to compete on that cooking show, Hell's Kitchen. Show off your knife work for everyone to see." "Really?" Chun Tian's eyes lit up. "Absolutely," Tony nodded. "You could do a live demo, slicing steak with blade energy. The audience would never forget you." Chun Tian scratched his head. "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" Tony didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to Jarvis. "Make a note. When I can walk again, the first thing I'm doing is borrowing Captain America's shield, melting it down, and replacing every kitchen appliance with shield-grade material. Sir, vibranium's thermal conductivity." "I don't care." Tony snapped, exasperated. "At least that way, the next time he loses control, my coffee machine might actually survive." Chun Tian muttered quietly from the side. "Actually, I could use my blade energy to help you grind the coffee beans." Enough. A week later, Tony finally shook off his human couch potato state and was able to move around freely. Now, he stood in the underground lab alongside Chun Tian, who wore a t-shirt emblazoned with the words, "Not liable for injuries caused by blade aura." Together, They gazed intently at two starkly different suits of armor before them. To be honest, Tony said, poking the shell of the Mark II Devil Edition, this thing looks way cooler than the Mark II. Under the lab's lights, the Devil armor's dark red paint shimmered with an eerie sheen. Its mechanical demon wings hung quietly from its back, and a mechanical tail, bristling like thorns, coiled around its waist, a venomous serpent ready to strike at any moment. In contrast, the Mark II next to it looked like a well-behaved kindergartner. Chen Tian, munching on the last piece of bread he'd managed to rescue from the kitchen, mumbled, "If you're so attached, just keep it as a collectible figure. And then one night it strangles me in my sleep?" Tony rolled his eyes. "Thanks, but I'm not interested in a sequel to Child's Play." Chen Tian let out a mischievous chuckle. "Relax. It's just a hunk of metal. The purgatory runes have all been wiped clean by Diablo. There's no way anything like that could happen." Tony pursed his lips. "The last thing I trust is a demon." With that, he circled the suit, then suddenly stopped. "Jarvis, how much do you think this thing could fetch on the market?" "Sir," Jarvis replied, his voice carrying an unusual note of hesitation, "I'm not entirely sure. If this armor ended up out in the world, it could cause quite a bit of chaos." Tony took a deep breath and turned to the control panel. "Initiat permanent lockdown protocol. Password. I'll never make another deal with a demon." As Tony issued his weary command, the hydraulic mechanisms hummed to life, and the Mark II Devil Edition slowly sank into a specially made lead alloy container. Tony watched the suit descend, looking for all the world like a kid being forced to part with his beloved sports car. Sigh. I really did love that suit. Stuffing the last bite of bread into his mouth, Chen Tian suddenly bounded over and threw an arm around Tony's shoulders in a comradely hug. "Hey, don't look so glum." There were still crumbs clinging to the corner of his mouth, but his grin was pure mischief, like a high schooler plotting a prank. "There's an old saying where I come from. Out with the old, in with the new." Tony shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you guys have a saying that goes, 'Don't touch my $50,000 bespoke shirt with your breadcrumb-covered hands'?" "Well," Chen Tian pretended to ponder for a couple of seconds, then his eyes lit up. "But I'm sure we've said, you can't catch a wolf without risking your child." He gave Tony a hearty slap on the back. "Don't worry. Something even cooler is just around the corner." Tony narrowed his eyes, his gaze sliding past Chen Tian's shoulder and settling on the mysterious figure standing behind him. "So," he drawled, "before you tell me something even more impressive, could you at least explain?" He pointed at the young woman in the maid outfit with silver hair. "Who is she?" Chen Tian turned around, then froze. The girl stood there quietly, both hands cradling Chen Tian's original Demon Slayer katana. Another Japanese sword on her back gleamed coldly under the laboratory's harsh lights. Her eyes were concealed by a black blindfold, but the faint curve of her lips suggested she was enjoying this sudden, awkward turn of events. Tony crossed his arms. "Let me guess, this is your particular preference?" He looked the girl up and down, taking in the gothic maid attire. "Didn't expect you to be into this sort of style." Chen Tian chuckled awkwardly. "Well, it's not exactly. Don't tell me you picked up a bodyguard from some underground fighting ring." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Though I have to admit, the outfit is certainly unique." The girl tilted her head slightly. "Master, do you need me to explain?" Her voice was calm and elegant, with a hint of mechanical undertone. Tony's eyes widened. "Wait, what did she just call you?" Chen Tian waved his hands quickly. No, it's just a professional habit." "Professional habit?" Tony's eyebrows shot up almost to his hairline. "What kind of profession gets a girl to call you master?" The girl took a step forward and offered a slight bow. "I am 2B. By contract, I am currently serving as master's bodyguard." Tony stared at her for 2 seconds, then abruptly turned to Chen Tian. "What have you been up to this week exactly?" Chen Tian scratched his head. "Actually, 2B, like Diablo, was summoned by me." Tony's expression froze. He slowly turned back to Chen Tian, his eyebrows now threatening to merge with his hairline. "Wait, what did you say? She's from another world too?" Chen Tian scratched his head again, managing an embarrassed yet polite smile. To be precise, 2B comes from a highly technologically advanced world. She's a combat android. Looks human on the outside, but she's all machine inside." Tony took a deep breath, his one good eye rounding in disbelief. "Let me get this straight." He pointed at 2B. "This beautiful girl, who looks like she just walked out of a cosplay convention, is actually a robot." "Bingo!" Chen Tian snapped his fingers. "But trust me, she's way more advanced than those clunky robots you've got in your lab." 2B gave a slight bow at the words. "You flatter me, master," she replied, her voice calm and tranquil as still water, though a faint, elusive smile played at the corners of her lips. Tony circled around 2B as if admiring a work of art. The craftsmanship, the details, absolutely flawless. He suddenly stopped, and shot Chun Tian a suspicious look. Are you sure she's not some cosplayer from a particularly exclusive studio? Chun Tian nearly choked on his own saliva. Hey, she's a genuine combat android. Just then, 2B spoke up. If Master requires, 2B can also cooperate with Master in the process of reproduction. Both Chun Tian and Tony froze at her words, their expressions twisting in disbelief. Tony doubled over, clutching his stomach as he burst out laughing. Chun Tian's face flushed red as he addressed 2B. Don't say things like that in public. Tony leaned in close to Chun Tian, lowering his voice. Seriously, man, if you're into this kind of cosplay, I know a few high-end custom studios I could hook you up with. Chun Tian rolled his eyes. Tony, she's not a cosplayer. Oh, come on, Tony scoffed. I can believe in demons. Myths and legends are full of them. But a real live anime girl? Will you take me for a toddler? With a sigh, Chun Tian turned to 2B. Show him your true self. 2B nodded slightly and with elegance, raised her right hand. There was a subtle mechanical whir, and the skin of her forearm split open on both sides, revealing intricate machinery beneath. Blue light flowed between metallic bones, and countless tiny components moved at dizzying speed. Tony's coffee cup slipped from his hand and crashed to the floor. This, he stammered, this can't be real. Welcome to future technology, Chun Tian said, a note of pride in his voice. 2B comes from a civilization at least 2 centuries ahead of ours. Her mechanical core, combat systems, energy supply. Any single piece of her tech could push our power armors 10 times beyond their current limits. Tony, now like a fascinated child, circled 2B, wanting to touch but not daring to. So, she really is a robot? Combat android, be corrected calmement. My body uses bionic technology. Outwardly, I'm indistinguishable from a human, but internally, I'm entirely mechanical. Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, if we could integrate her tech into the Mark series. Bingo! Chun Tian snapped his fingers. Just imagine, an iron suit with 2BS world-class combat technology, combined with your energy systems. Tony was already furiously sketching on the virtual screen. We can redesign the joint structure, improve the power transmission system. My God, this is just madness? Chun Tian added with a grin. Genius. Tony corrected him, turning to 2B. My dear, would you mind if I scan your internal structure? 2B glanced over at Chun Tian. He nodded reassuringly. As long as you don't take her apart. Tony carefully operated the scanner, and a 3-dimensional model of 2B's internal mechanisms gradually appeared as a holographic projection. As the scan went deeper, his expression shifted from excitement to utter disbelief. This can't be. Tony's fingers trembled as he zoomed in on the details of a joint. Her nanoscale hydraulic system is 10 times more precise than our most advanced micromotors. 2B stood quietly on the scanning platform, blue data streams flickering beneath her mechanical visor. Would you like me to demonstrate more of my capabilities, Mr. Stark? No, wait. Tony abruptly turned toward a data node. Jarvis, analyze this energy transmission system. Sir, Jarvis replied, his voice tinged with rare hesitation. This method of energy transfer completely defies known laws of physics. Based on calculations, such a design should theoretically result in massive energy loss, yet the actual scan indicates an astonishing efficiency of 99.9%. Chun Tian leaned casually against the console, taking a triumphant bite from a freshly delivered sandwich. So what did I tell you? I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Tony ignored the banter, utterly absorbed in studying 2B's skeletal framework. This alloy, my God, the molecular arrangement. Jarvis, record this crystal structure. He paced around the projection, at times waving his arms in excitement, at others clutching his hair in frustration. It's unbelievable, but also maddening. Suddenly, he stopped and slammed his hand on the table. What is it? Chun Tian asked, puzzled. Tony pointed to a delicate component in the projection. Look at this quantum processor. Its computing power is 100 times that of Jarvis, but it's bigger than a fingernail. His voice carried a rare note of defeat. I fully understand the principles behind it, but with Earth's current technology, we couldn't make it? Chun Tian finished for him. Not even close. We can't even refine the materials. Tony ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. It's like showing a smartphone to a caveman. They wouldn't even know how to make glass. 2B tilted her head slightly. According to my database, my world is indeed about 247 years ahead of yours. Tony suddenly turned to Chun Tian. Wait a minute. Since you could summon her, can you also summon some manufacturing equipment? Chun Tian spread his hands helplessly. Come on, Tony. Summoning 2B already took everything I had. Tony fell silent for a moment after hearing Chun Tian's words. But soon, the corners of his mouth curled up, and that signature, almost arrogant glimmer reignited in his eyes. Ah! He burst out laughing, startling Chun-Tian. Jarvis, make a note of this. There's nothing in this world that can stump the great Tony Stark. He spun around, fingers flying across the virtual keyboard as the blueprints in the holographic display began to rearrange at a frantic pace. If there's no factory that can make these parts, his voice trembled with excitement, then we'll build one ourselves. Chun-Tian stared in disbelief as Tony conjured a dozen new design interfaces as if by magic. Wait, you mean? I mean, Tony replied, never pausing his work. We're going to build an entirely new nanoscale manufacturing system from scratch. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis, codename this project Genesis. Sir, Jarvis replied, for once with a hint of hesitation. According to calculations, this project would require at least. I don't need probability estimates, Tony cut in. Just tell me what the first step is. Tubi stood quietly by the side. Suddenly, she spoke up. Mr. Stark, I have partial manufacturing data in my database. It's incomplete, but it may provide some reference. Tony's head shot up, his eyes gleaming. Really? In 3 strides, he was in front of Tubi. Can you interface with our systems? Tubi glanced at Chun-Tian. Chun-Tian scratched his head. That should be fine, right? Permission granted, Chun-Tian added. Just don't let Jarvis peek at Tubi's private files. Tony rolled his eyes. Please, my AI is the epitome of gentlemanly conduct. As Tubi connected, a cascade of data began streaming down the lab's main screen like a digital waterfall. Tony darted between the monitors, as giddy as a child with a new toy. Look at this, he exclaimed, pointing at a molecular structure diagram. They actually solved metal fatigue with this arrangement. And this, quantum entanglement conduction technology. Suddenly, he paused and turned to Tubi. Wait, how did scientists in your world even come up with something like this? Tubi tilted her head slightly. According to historical records, it was developed during the 14th Machine War by resistance scientists working under severe resource shortages. Tony's expression turned solemn. War driving technology forward. What a familiar script. He shook his head and dove back into his work. But this time, we're going to use these inventions for something good. Chun-Tian lounged lazily on the lab's couch, remote in hand, flipping through channels with nothing better to do. The screen flashed with all sorts of dull programs, cooking shows, shopping ads, news broadcasts. He yawned, casting a sidelong glance at Tony, who was working furiously. Hey, Tony, he called out toward the center of the lab. How about a break? The SpongeBob rerun's starting. Tony didn't even look up, his fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. No time. I'm on the verge of pushing human technology to its limits. Chun-Tian pursed his lips and switched to another channel. This time, it was a nature documentary on penguin mating rituals. He stuck a look at 2B, who was standing quietly beside Tony like the perfect assistant. 2B, Chun-Tian suddenly asked, don't you ever get bored? 2B turned her head, the expression beneath her black visor impossible to read. Androids do not experience boredom, master. Oh, Chun-Tian scratched his head. Do you ever watch TV? 2B tilted her head slightly. I am capable of receiving and analyzing video signals, but it is not part of my core functions. Tony cut in abruptly. Don't distract her, Chun-Tian. 2BS, helping me calculate the optimal solution for quantum tunneling effects. Suddenly, the TV switched to a news report. On the screen, there were 2 images. Obadiah, suited and smiling, standing proudly in front of Stark Industries Tower in a lavishly arranged dinner party. Tonight, the news anchor announced, the new CEO of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane, will host the annual charity gala, expected to draw a crowd of political and business elites. Tony's fingers paused over the holographic keyboard, and he glanced up at the screen. Well, Chun-Tian perked up, flashing Tony a mischievous grin. Isn't it your dear uncle? He deliberately mimicked the anchor's exaggerated tone. The helmsman of Stark Industries, philanthropist. Tony kept typing, not even looking up. MHM. What's the matter? Chun-Tian pointed the remote at the screen. Not planning to attend? Who knows? You might run into Pepper. Finally, Tony stopped what he was doing and regarded Chun-Tian thoughtfully. Are you really that bored? Huh. Chun-Tian blinked. You've been flipping through channels on the couch for half an hour. Tony pointed at the remote in his hand. And every time you switch, you let out one of those ridiculously heavy sighs. Chun-Tian glanced down at the remote, then looked up at Tony. So, a sly grin suddenly spread across Tony's face. Since you're so interested in this gala. Tony abruptly stopped what he was doing, eyeing the slouched Chun-Tian on the couch with a calculating look. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis, get a tailored suit ready for our Mr. Chun-Tian. Chun-Tian sprang up from the couch. Wait, what did you just say? I said, Tony strolled over to the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a glass of whiskey in that unhurried Stark way. Since you care so much about this gala, he took a sip, flashing his signature roguish Stark smile. How about you go my place? Are you insane? Shin Tion's eyes went wide. That's the Stark Industries gala. Tony shrugged. So? It's not like you've never faced a big crowd before. Setting down his glass, he patted Chun Tion on the shoulder. Besides, Pepper will make sure you're well taken care of. Terror flickered across Chun Tion's face. Do you want Pepper to kill me? Tony burst out laughing. Well, that's what you get for waving sword around where you shouldn't. Plus, if you go to the gala, I can finally get some real work done. He pointed at the mountain of parts piling up in the lab. See that? All of it needs my personal touch. Why didn't you just say so from the start? Chun Tion protested. Tony gave him a mock-innocent smile. But this way is so much more fun, isn't it? All right, Tony said, steering him toward the elevator. Your suit's all set. As he straightened Chun Tion's collar, Tony leaned in and lowered his voice. Oh, and you can pick any car from my garage to drive over. Chun Tion's eyes lit up. Really? Even that limited edition Bugatti? Tony made an exaggerated be my guest gesture. Just don't crash it, okay? He winked. But even if you do, no worries. I've got insurance. Suddenly, 2B appeared at the elevator. Master, shall I accompany you? Tony cut in first. Absolutely not. He shoved Chun Tion into the elevator. 2B needs to stay and help me finish the quantum calculations. Tony waved at Chun Tion inside the elevator, waggling his eyebrows. Have fun. There's never a shortage of beautiful women at a Stark Industries gala. As the elevator doors slid shut, Chun Tion grimaced. Tony, you jerk. Tony leaned against the lab's control console, watching the elevator descend on the surveillance monitor. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he said, Jarvis, send Pepper a message and tell her I've sent a stand-in to the dinner party. Message sent, sir. Jarvis replied after a brief pause. Ms. Potts has responded. She says she'll take good care of your friend. Tony burst out laughing, then turned to 2B. All right, now I'll need your help to analyze the quantum processor calculation formulas. Meanwhile, Chun Tion stood in his room, straightening his bow tie in front of the mirror and muttering under his breath. Damn, Tony. Why get back? I swear I'll. He suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up. Wait, he said I could drive the Bugatti. As the elevator doors opened, Chun Tion strode toward the garage with a spring in his step, humming a little tune. Maybe tonight won't be so bad after all. But when the elevator doors slid open on the third basement level, Chun Tion stepped out whistling, only to freeze in place at the sight before him. What the Tony, you son of a... He sucked in a sharp breath. The limited edition Bugatti Veyron was indeed parked there. But the once understated, luxurious matte black finish was now covered in outrageous fluorescent graffiti. On the hood, a chibi caricature of Tony striking his signature egotistical pose, arms spread wide, stare back at him with a speech bubble that read, Genius at work. Bold pink letters on one side spelled, I red heart Tony Stark, while the other side boasted massive, stylized words, World's Smartest Genius. Mr. Chun, Jarvis's electronic voice chimed in at just the right moment. Sir asked me to remind you that the car's paint uses a special reflective material. It'll glow in rainbow colors at night. That narcissist. Chun Tion growled through gritted teeth as he pulled out his phone, hands trembling as he dialed Tony's number. So, Tony's barely suppressed laughter came through the line. How's the custom paint job designed by the great Tony Stark himself? Guaranteed to make you the star of the evening. You call this a paint job? Chun Tion kicked the tire. This is a rolling embarrassment. Tony's laughter echoed through the garage. Don't be so uptight. Oh, and by the way, the keys are in the left front wheel hub. Drive carefully because... His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. There's also a little comic on the back. Shows you getting chased by Pepper. What? Chun Tion lunged to the back of the car. And sure enough, he saw an outlandish cartoon. Pepper was chasing him, brandishing a coffee maker with the words Stark Industries morning routine scrawled beside it. A vein throbbed on his forehead. Tony Stark. Too late, Tony drawled, stretching out the words with wicked glee. I've already activated the garage riot protocol. By the way, Pepper texted 5 minutes ago asking why you're not there yet. Suddenly, he switched to a broadcaster's tone. Hop into my beloved Rainbow Roadster and head to your meeting. The call cut off abruptly. Chun Tion stared in despair as the garage door slowly lifted. His hands trembling, he fished out the car key, only to discover a mini bobblehead of Tony dangling from a keychain. Why do I even bother trusting Tony not to mess with me? What a ridiculous life. Chun Tion took a deep breath and slid into the driver's seat, only for the chair to suddenly play a pre-recorded message from Tony. Friendly reminder. This car comes equipped with an AI voice system, which will automatically recite my award speeches every hour. Off you go, my dear stand-in. With the engine roaring, the Bugatti shot out of the garage, and at that very moment, a flag emblazoned with Tony's winking face popped open atop the car. In the rearview mirror, Chen Tian caught sight of Tony at the lab window, raising a champagne glass in salute, while 2B stood beside him, a faint smile playing on the lower half of her face. As the taillights of the Bugatti vanished from view, Tony could no longer hold back. He burst into a fit of thunderous laughter, slapping the bulletproof glass and doubling over with mirth. Jarvis. Tony wiped tears from his eyes. Did you get on tape? Chen Tian's face when he saw the paint job. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied serenely. I've already archived the footage in your Chinese boys blackmail collection and generated a 9-panel meme. Brilliant. Tony snapped his fingers. Send it to my phone right now. I want it as Chen Tian's caller ID photo. He leaned against the window, then suddenly remembered something. Wait, didn't that idiot notice the other cars in the garage? According to surveillance, Jarvis replied, Mr. Chen Tian's gaze was locked on the Bugatti the entire time. He didn't even glance at the 3 Lamborghinis and 5 Ferraris parked beside it. Tony clutched his chest in mock agony. Unbelievable. That fool actually sacrificed his dignity just to drive the Veyron. He turned toward the window. 2B, don't you agree? Isn't your master just His words broke off mid-sentence. Tony blinked. The window was empty. 2B had already vanished without a trace. Jarvis. Tony glanced around. Where did that tall, beautiful maid run off to? According to the last recorded data, Jarvis's voice held a rare note of hesitation. Miss 2B activated her optical camouflage while you were laughing, then exited through the garage side door at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Tony's expression froze instantly. He strode quickly to the surveillance screens and pulled up the live feed of the street. There a Bugatti was tearing down the highway, while a silver-haired figure darted from rooftop to rooftop with incredible agility, always keeping a safe distance from the speeding car. Tony slapped his thigh, an excited grin spreading across his face. That girl is actually parkouring. He stroked his chin, his laughter growing even more exuberant. Interesting. This is really interesting. Tony turned and walked toward the center of the lab, his gaze lingering on the empty workbench. Suddenly, he felt like something was missing. Damn, I was hoping to work on the new quantum processor with 2B. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Jarvis, get Happy on the line for me. Connecting now. Mr. Happy is on the line. On the other end, Happy's voice came through, breathless and strained. Boss, what is it now? I'm in the middle of my workout. Happy, bring me 3 cheeseburgers to the lab. The kind with double cheese. Right now. Tony's tone left no room for argument. Right now. Happy groaned. I haven't even finished my routine today. Immediately, Tony's gaze flicked back to the monitor, watching the silver-haired figure weaving skillfully among the vehicles. Oh, and while you're at it, look up the world record for parkour. After hanging up, Tony looked around the empty lab and sighed. Well, looks like I'll be working on the quantum processor alone tonight. He walked toward the workbench, then suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, Jarvis, did 2B say when she'd be back? Miss 2B did not specify a return time, sir. However, based on the analysis of her movement pattern, it appears she intends to escort Mr. Chen Tian to his destination for the entire journey. Tony pursed his lips. All right, after all, Chen Tian is 2B's master. Don't forget to remind Happy that I want pickles on my burgers. Chen Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression so dark it could almost drip water. Damn, Tony. When I get back, I'm painting his mark. 2 Armor Hello Kitty Pink, he muttered through clenched teeth, his fingers tapping ceaselessly on the steering wheel. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. In the rearview mirror, a flash of silver-white flickered past. Damn it. Chen Tian rubbed his eyes, thinking it must be a trick of his imagination. But when he looked in the rearview mirror again, he was almost scared out of his wits. 2B's exquisitely beautiful face was following right behind the car, matching his speed with an uncanny precision. Holy crap! Chen Tian slammed on the brakes, and the Bugatti screeched to a halt, leaving a long, dark skid mark on the road. He stormed out of the car and shouted at 2B, who had suddenly stopped right in front of him. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? What, do you think you're some kind of highway ghost from a Japanese urban legend? 2B stood ramrod straight, her short, silvery white hair fluttering softly in the breeze. Master, I simply wish to stay by your side. You, Chen Tian's words caught in his throat. He noticed a rare flicker of emotion in 2B's mechanical eyes, a stubborn determination, almost to the point of obsession. With a heavy sigh, Chen Tian massaged his temples. Fine, if you're that set on sticking with me, then you drive. He fished out the car key and tossed it to 2B. Anyway, this junk heap is one of Tony's masterpieces. Maybe it's actually safer in your hands. Tubi caught the key, the corners of her lips curving ever so slightly. As you wish, master. When they both got back into the car, Chun Tian realized the passenger seat had somehow already been adjusted to the most comfortable position, complete with a pillow thoughtfully placed behind his head. You really are something else. Chun Tian shook his head and buckled his seatbelt. Let's go. Pepper's still waiting for us. Tubi started the engine with practiced ease, and the Bugatti glided smoothly onto the road. Gone was Chun Tian's wild driving. Tubi's skill behind the wheel was flawless, every turn executed with computer-like precision. Honestly, Chun Tian leaned back in the seat, watching the scenery blur past the window. Just how many weird tricks did Tony cram into this car? Tubi kept her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Mr. Stark installed 36 hidden programs in the car system, which include, but are not limited to... Stop! Chun Tian quickly cut her off with a raised hand. I don't want to know. As long as you're here, at least I don't have to worry about one of those pranks killing me. A barely perceptible smile played at the edge of Tubi's lips. You may rest easy, master. I will get you safely to your destination. Chun Tian closed his eyes, suddenly feeling that letting Tubi drive might be the smartest thing he'd done all day. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about Tony's damned Easter eggs, at least, not for now. Meanwhile, Tubi remained focused on her driving, the lights of the road reflecting in her mechanical eyes, that elusive, mysterious smile never quite leaving her face. The Manhattan banquet in New York was ablaze with lights, the Champagne Tower shimmering with golden brilliance beneath the dazzling crystal chandeliers. On either side of the red carpet, a crowd of journalists jostled, their cameras, both long and short lenses, raised high. Flashes burst one after another, turning the entrance of the venue as bright as day. Pepper Potts stood on the steps of the Hampton Hotel, her deep blue mermaid gown tracing elegant curves. Every so often, she glanced down at her watch, the platinum bracelet on her wrist catching the light and shining with a cool, steely gleam. Miss Potts. Obadiah approached her, the sheen of his bald head reflecting the chandelier's glow. Tony hasn't appeared in public for 3 months now. The board is getting worried. Pepper maintained her flawless smile. Mr. Stain, you know Tony has always been a bit unconventional. Unconventional? Obadiah narrowed his eyes, his suit vest straining against his portly waist. That Tony Stark, who can't go a day without making headlines? He lowered his voice. Ever since I took over as CEO, he hasn't even called once to complain. That's not like him at all. But you know, I never wanted this job. The board made the decision. Pepper's fingertips tapped lightly against her champagne glass. Maybe he's finally learned to respect the board's decisions. Just then, a commotion stirred in the distance. Suddenly, the media area at the end of the red carpet erupted in a frenzy, the flashes pulsing in a rapid staccato. Pepper turned to look and nearly dropped her champagne glass. A Bugatti Veyron, glowing with neon pink hues, was gliding slowly toward the entrance. Atop the car, a flag fluttered, emblazoned with Tony's trademark wink, glittering under the spotlights. Oh my! Pepper pressed her hand to her forehead. Now she understood why Chun Tian had texted earlier, warning her to brace yourself. Obadiah's round face flushed a deep red. That's Tony's car. He's finally decided to make an appearance. The Bugatti Veyron rolled to a precise stop at the head of the red carpet, its doors rising slowly. Every reporter held their breath, cameras locked onto the car door, all awaiting Tony Stark's signature entrance. But instead, stumbling out from the passenger side, was an unfamiliar young Asian man. The scene erupted in confusion. Who is that? Where's Tony Stark? There's no mistake. That's Tony Stark's license plate. Standing beneath the barrage of flashes, Chun Tian felt as if every lens was a spotlight trained directly on him. His custom-tailored suit clashed sharply with the car's neon paint job, and his tie hung askew around his neck, making him look thoroughly out of place. Sir! A Vanity Fair reporter was the first to rush over. May I ask, what is your relationship with Mr. Stark, and why are you driving his car? I'm... Chun Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his throat tightening with nerves. A reporter from the Wall Street Journal squeezed to the front. Does this mean there will be major personnel changes at Stark Industries? Are you Mr. Stark's spokesperson? No, it's not like that. Chun Tian swallowed hard, feeling the sweat soaking through his shirt. A veteran reporter from Time magazine cut him off directly. Can you explain the graffiti on the car? Does that graffiti represent your admiration for Mr. Stark? Chun Tian opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He had long expected to face a scene like this, but with dozens of microphones shoved in his face and hundreds of scrutinizing eyes fixed on him, the pressure was suffocating. At that moment, Pepper strode down the steps, her heels tapping out a brisk, urgent rhythm on the floor. Wearing a flawless PR smile, she pushed through the crowd, leaned in, and whispered to Chun Tian, What on earth are you doing? That jerk set me up. Tian turned to Pepper as if he'd been granted a pardon, forcing a dry laugh. The paint job on the car has nothing to do with me. That was all Tony's idea. Obadiah pushed his way into the crowd, his shiny forehead beating with nervous sweat. Miss Potts, this gentleman is... With elegant poise, Pepper turned to face the media. This is Mr. Chun, a special consultant for Stark Industries' new energy project. Without missing a beat, she discreetly pinched Tian's arm. Now, everyone, please enjoy tonight's charity gala. Under the glare of the flashbulbs, Pepper's smile was impeccable, but Tian could feel the tension in her arm. When they finally stepped into the banquet hall, Pepper gritted her teeth and asked, "What's going on with that car?" Tian's eyes darted. Tony said, "It's your birthday present." Pepper's eyes widened slightly. "My birthday is already passed," she said, gesturing to her evening dress. "This is the birthday gift Tony told me to buy for myself. He said, letting you buy your own present was a bit ungentlemanly. So the car is what he picked out for you," Tian said, pulling out a Bluetooth speaker that was still playing Tony's laughter. "This is part of the gift, too." Outside the ballroom, the reporters were still abuzz with speculation. On the roof of the Bugatti parked outside the hotel, Tony's wink banner fluttered in the night breeze, as if mocking the entire scene. Back at the Malibu villa, Tony watched Tian's awkward expression on the surveillance feed and crammed a huge bite of cheeseburger into his mouth. Jarvis turned the footage of Chun getting grilled by reporters into a GIF. "I want it as the projection for his room's alarm clock." Pepper gracefully linked arms with Tian as they made their way through the bustling banquet hall, filled with clinking glasses and lively chatter. She could feel countless curious eyes following them like spotlights. Though, to be precise, their attention was fixed on the young man by her side, clad in a bespoke suit with a tie just slightly askew. "Don't be nervous," Pepper murmured, her face adorned with a flawless smile. "Just imagine they're walking champagne towers." Tian let out a dry chuckle. "I'd rather they were silent champagne towers." With a gentle squeeze of his arm, Pepper guided him over to the bar. "Wait here for me. I'll go handle those vultures." She gave the bartender a meaningful look. "A drink for this gentleman, whiskey, perhaps?" Tian shrugged, offering no objection as Pepper ordered a whiskey on his behalf. Once the order was placed, she turned and walked away with effortless poise. "Just stay put," Pepper called back before leaving, her crimson lips curving in a reassuring smile. "I'll take care of those pesky flies for you. Enjoy yourself." Tony insisted that you should relax tonight. Tian accepted the custom cocktail from the bartender, a surprise for the Chinese kid, as Tony had specifically requested. Perched on the rim of the glass was a tiny paper umbrella, printed with Tony's cheeky winking face. He stared at the umbrella, his lips twitching in reluctant amusement. "Tony Stark," Tian muttered through gritted teeth. He was just about to leave the bar when he suddenly collided with something soft. "Oh!" came a startled, feminine exclamation. A waft of perfume swept over him, and a flash of wine-red hair caught his eye. Instinctively, Tian took half a step back, only to see a glass of red wine tipping precariously toward his suit. In a split second, a hand clad in black and white lace gloves caught the teetering wine glass with perfect precision. The red wine wobbled dangerously, but not a single drop was spilled. "Master, please be careful." Tubi had appeared at Tian's side without him noticing. One hand steadied the woman's glass, while the other subtly shielded Tian's chest, preventing any further mishap. The woman with the wine-red bob blinked in surprise, her eyes a striking shade of emerald, clear as polished jade. She wore a sharply tailored, deep V-neck evening gown that revealed elegant collarbones, her whole presence radiating a dangerous and irresistible allure. With her emerald eyes widening ever so slightly, her red lips parted. "I'm so sorry. That was terribly careless of me." She accepted the glass from 2B with a graceful touch, her fingertips brushing almost imperceptibly against the android's gloved hand. "Your reflexes are truly impressive, miss." Tian regarded the beautiful woman before him, whose poor acting was almost endearing, and offered her a polite smile. "It's all right, just an accident." The woman's gaze settled on Tian as she extended her delicate hand with a charming smile. "I'm Natasha Romanoff, the new legal counsel for Stark Industries." The crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall cast a dazzling shower of light, illuminating the lively crowd as glasses clinked and laughter mingled. Obadiah Stane stood at the podium, the bright lights glinting off his polished forehead. As he raised a champagne glass, a carefully measured smile played across his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen," Obadiah's tone was broad and gracious. "Thank you for joining us at the Stark Industries annual charity gala. Although our unconventional Tony is absent tonight." Below the stage, Tian leaned casually against the champagne tower, swirling his glass with a gentle motion. At some point, Natasha Romanoff had appeared at his side, her red lips curving into a perfectly timed smile. "That Bugatti is truly one of a kind," she remarked elegantly, swirling her own glass, her gaze lingering on Chun Tian's tie. "Tony's latest favorite?" A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chun Tian's mouth as he lowered his voice deliberately. "What's this, Miss Romanoff? Are you a connoisseur of sports cars as well?" "I know a thing or two." Natasha's fingertips traced the rim of her glass. "Especially certain custom models." Her eyes flicked meaningfully toward 2B, not far away. "Your assistant seems rather special." 2B, Chun Tian shrugged with feigned nonchalance. "Just an ordinary personal assistant, that's all." Natasha let out a light laugh, her wine-red hair glowing softly under the lights. "If Tony let you borrow his beloved car, your relationship must be far from ordinary." "I could say the same." Chun Tian lifted his glass in salute. "To have the legal counsel of Stark Industries taking such an interest, I'm truly flattered." Their conversation was interrupted as the volume on stage rose suddenly. Obadiah's speech was drawing to a close. "Let us all raise our glasses to a brighter tomorrow." Amid the enthusiastic applause, Chun Tian's gaze unconsciously followed Obadiah as he left the stage. Natasha, ever perceptive, noticed the shift in his attention. "What's this? Interested in Mr. Stain?" she asked, the question sounding almost casual. Chun Tian suddenly leaned in close, his breath warm against Natasha's sensitive earlobe. To any onlooker, they appeared to be just another couple flirting at a party, but what he whispered made Natasha's whole body tense. "Miss Black Widow, Obadiah has deep ties to the Ten Rings, the group that kidnapped Tony. Does she know?" Natasha's pupils contracted sharply, but her training brought her expression swiftly under control. Feigning delight at his supposed flirtation, she let just the right amount of blush touch her cheeks, and even bit her lip in playful response. Only Chun Tian could sense it. The finger she rested on his shoulder suddenly tightened, her nails nearly piercing the fabric of his suit. "You're so bad," she chided him playfully, giving Chun Tian a light slap. Her voice was so sweet it could melt honey, but deep. Within her emerald eyes, a dangerous glint of coldness began to shimmer. "That's not the kind of joke you should make lightly." Chun Tian raised his glass in a toast, a roguish smile playing on his lips. "Am I joking? I think a Romanoff agent would know the truth better than anyone." Natasha's red lips curled in a faint smile. Her slender fingers, seemingly by accident, trailed up to Chun Tian's tie, her touch brushing ever so lightly across his Adam's apple. She tilted her head back slightly, thick lashes casting a shadow under the lights, and in her gemstone eyes flickered an allure both dangerous and mesmerizing. "Mr. Chun," her voice dropped low, tinged with a husky, ambiguous edge. "Suddenly, I find this place a bit too noisy. Why don't we find somewhere quieter for a proper conversation?" She stressed the word conversation deliberately, her lips nearly grazing Chun Tian's ear. Chun Tian could feel her warm breath against the skin, and at his waist, something firm pressed subtly, a telltale sign of the Black Widow's signature electric baton. His smile only deepened, even as his right hand quietly slipped inside his suit pocket. "It would be my pleasure," he nodded gracefully, taking Natasha's wine glass with his left hand and setting it aside. But before that, his right hand flicked out his phone, thumb gliding swiftly across the screen. A message flashed on the screen. "Obadiah has left the venue." Almost instantly, Tony's reply popped up. "Received." The party's on smiley face. "You," Natasha frowned, but the sultry look soon returned to her face. Leaning against Chun Tian's chest, she looked for all the world like a coquettish lover. "Such a naughty boy." Chun Tian waved his phone in front of her, just as another message appeared on the screen. 2B has locked onto the target's location. Leaning in, he whispered softly against Natasha's ear, "Now, Agent Romanoff, we can continue our deeper conversation." A dangerous arc traced Natasha's lips as she quietly pressed the alarm hidden in her clutch. Looping her arm through Chun Tian's, they looked to outsiders like an affectionate couple heading toward the lounge, though in truth, a silent contest of wills was underway. "You know," she purred, her tone syrupy sweet, "I really enjoy teaching naughty boys a lesson." Chun Tian felt the pressure of her fingers, but his smile only grew brighter. "What a coincidence. My favorite thing is taming wild little kittens." The two figures vanished around the corner of the hallway, while the crystal chandelier in the ballroom remained dazzling, as though nothing had happened at all. Only 2B stood quietly, watching their retreating backs. Beneath her silver hair, her mechanical eyes flickered with a cold light, recording everything that transpired. As soon as they stepped onto the rooftop, the night wind swept past them with a fierce howl. In a sudden blur of motion, Natasha darted back, her red hair carving a sharp arc through the air. Within an instant, she had retreated 5 meters away. Her long legs parted slightly for balance, both hands steady as she aimed 2 Glock 19s. Their dark barrels pointed directly at the center of Chun Tian's forehead. Well, Chun Tian quipped, sounding as if he'd spent too much time with Tony. Confronted by 2 guns, he showed not a trace of fear, only a teasing grin. He slowly raised his hands above his head, striking a pose reminiscent of a classic French gymnastics routine. Now that's what I call a warm welcome. Natasha's crimson hair whipped wildly in the wind. The allure that once shimmered in her emerald eyes was gone, replaced entirely by the cold sharpness unique to a spy. Let's get reacquainted. Who are you, really? I thought we were already close, Nat, Chun Tian replied, using her nickname with familiar ease, his hands still raised in surrender. Just 3 minutes ago, you promised to teach me a lesson, remember? Cut the wisecracks. Natasha's finger hovered lightly on the trigger. There's no record of you in our database. Talk, who exactly are you? But Chun Tian only smiled wider. Nat, before we continue this little interrogation. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes flicking toward a darkened rooftop in the distance. Could you ask Agent Coulson to put away the sniper rifle first? I'm just a little worried he might have an itchy trigger finger. Natasha's finger tensed almost imperceptibly on the trigger. A crackle sounded in her earpiece, and Coulson's voice broke in, clearly flustered. How does he know my position? The night wind swirled in heavy silence between the 3 of them. Under the moonlight, Natasha's hair blazed like living fire. Her emerald gaze locked onto Chun Tian, searching his irreverent face for any hint of deception. Suddenly, Chun Tian's carefree smile faded, his expression turning serious. Nat, this isn't the time for spy games. He slowly lowered his hands, unfazed by the gun still trained on him. Obadiah is on his way to Malibu right now. His target is Tony. Natasha's aim didn't waver, but a deep frown creased her brow. Proof. Chun Tian called softly into the night wind. 2B. Before the words had fully left his lips, Natasha's pupils constricted sharply. Unnoticed, the silver-haired girl had already appeared at the edge of the rooftop. 2B raised her right hand, projecting a holographic image into the air. This was stolen from Obadiah's computer, 2B said, her voice flat and calm, devoid of emotion. In the footage, Tony Stark was tightly bound to a metal chair, with bloodstains on his face and clothes. A dozen masked militants surrounded him, and their leader was facing the camera, shouting furiously. He spoke in Urdu, but thanks to 2B's real-time translation, every word was clear. Stunne, you lied to us. The terrorist leader brandished his AK-47. There's only Stark here. There's no Jericho missile at all. Natasha's emerald green eyes narrowed sharply. Her crimson lips pressed into a taut line. She swiftly pressed her earpiece. Coulson confirmed this intel. Coulson's rushed breathing crackled through her earpiece. Copy, Romanoff. We didn't notice Obadiah making frequent contact with board members recently, but this video, his tone suddenly grew grave. Wait, tech team just confirmed. The footage is authentic. Natasha's gun lowered slightly, though she remained alert. When did you get this? Chun Tian shrugged. After Tony returned to the States and announced the shutdown of Stark Industries' weapons division, I told him something was off about Obadiah. Chun Tian took a step forward and Natasha's gun snapped up again. He spread his hands helplessly. Come on, Nat. If I meant you any harm, 2B would have already dismantled your little toy. Almost as if on cue, a blue gleam flashed across 2B's mechanical eye. Suddenly, Coulson's voice burst in Natasha's earpiece, alarmed. Damn, my sniper scope's been hit by a laser lock. Natasha drew a deep breath, finally lowering her pistols, though her fingers remained tensed inside the trigger guards. Go on. Chun Tian stretched lazily. Tony refused to believe his beloved uncle would betray him. I was at a loss, until I had 2B. He gestured toward 2B. I asked her to steal this footage from me, and then I showed it to Tony. Recalling Tony's what the hell expression, Chun Tian let out a quiet laugh. So, we decided to give Obadiah a little surprise at the right time. Natasha tilted her head slightly, inhaling deeply. So you're here at the gala, instead of Tony Stark? Chun Tian shook his head. The gala was just a coincidence, but isn't this the perfect opportunity? A chance to take care of Obadiah. Out in the open. As he spoke, he gazed toward the distant city lights. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought that car tonight. Natasha's lips parted in disbelief, her expression stunned. You're planning to eliminate Obadiah? Her fingers unconsciously stroked the gun's grip. Is Tony going to use that devilish suit of armor? Chun Tian raised an eyebrow, the moonlight casting dappled shadows across his face. Wow, S.H.I.E.L.D. even knows about this. He let out a low whistle. But for some reason, I'm not even curious. 2BS mechanical, I flickered suddenly. Master, Mr. Stark just activated the Mark II system. In Natasha's earpiece, Coulson's voice came through, hurried and tense. Satellite is picking up a high-energy reaction at the Malibu mansion. Wait, what is that? Shock took over his tone. A new suit. It's nothing like that demonic armor we saw in the Middle East. A sly grin crept onto Chun Tion's lips as he quickly tapped away on his phone. Nat, why not see for yourself with one of your S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites? He turned the screen toward Natasha, displaying a live satellite feed from S.H.I.E.L.D. On the screen, a suit of golden red armor shot skyward from the ruins of the Malibu mansion, its arc reactor blazing a brilliant blue streak. Across the night, behind it, Obadiah, piloting the Ironmonger, opened fire wildly, streams of bullets tracing fiery paths through the darkness. Above the remains of the mansion, the red and gold Mark II streaked through the night. Tony's voice, amplified through his external speakers, echoed in the wind. Obi, your knockoff paint job could use some serious work. Before he could finish, a rocket screamed past his helmet, missing by inches and erupting in a fireball behind him. Shut up. Obadiah's furious roar thundered out from within the Ironmonger's heavy armor as he swung a massive mechanical arm at the Mark II. You think you're the only one who can build toys. The arc reactor on his chest flickered with unstable blue light, clearly an early, imperfect imitation. Tony twisted nimbly aside, his repulsor blast striking Ironmonger right at the joints. Wow, that power output is so bad it hurts to watch, he drawled, drawing out the words with mock sympathy. Want to show you a few tricks? Suddenly, a cluster of micromissile launchers snapped open on Ironmonger's back. 12 Jericho mini-missiles locked onto the Mark II all at once. Go learn in hell. Obadiah snarled, slamming the launch button. Sir, multiple lock-on alerts, Jarvis announced in Tony's ear. Tony pulled up hard, the suit's leg thrusters blazing with brilliant exhaust. Jarvis, boost thrusters to 110%. The missiles arced through the sky, relentless in their pursuit. At the last second, Tony dove toward the ocean, twisting sharply. Just as the missiles closed in, he triggered the chest-mounted uni-beam, unleashing a blinding surge of energy that detonated half the missiles in midair. The shockwave sent the Mark II tumbling end over end through the night sky. Ahem. This feels even more intense than being drunk, Tony muttered, shaking his head inside the cockpit. As he looked up, he saw Ironmonger hefting Tony's own sports car, ready to smash it down. On him, Tony quickly triggered the emergency evasive maneuver, but the car door still grazed his left arm, sending a harsh, grating screech through the armor as the metal warped under the impact. Obadiah burst into triumphant laughter. Well, Tony, is my power output enough for you? The Gatling gun mounted on Ironmonger's shoulder began to spin, whirring as it powered up. As Tony reviewed the damage report, his eye was caught by the arc reactor embedded in Ironmonger's chest, which was flickering more violently than before. Tony's eyes lit up with mischief. Hey, Obi, is that knockoff reactor of yours running out of juice? Want me to lend you a power bank? Obadiah's furious roar crackled through the comms channel. Shut up, you arrogant little brat. Ironmonger's massive mechanical arm slammed into the ground, sending shards of concrete flying in all directions. You think you're the only one who deserves this technology? Tony's sharp gaze tracked the ever-quickening flicker of the reactor in Ironmonger's chest, the blue glow pulsing erratically. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Jarvis, analyze the enemy reactor status. Analysis complete, sir, Jarvis replied, his voice calm and precise. The enemy reactor is a modified first-generation arc reactor. Energy output is highly unstable. Estimated remaining runtime, less than 3 minutes. Tony spun gracefully through the air, deliberately slowing his pace to lure Ironmonger into pursuit. Obi, I let Pepper show you that arc reactor on purpose. He paused for effect. That design was obsolete a long time ago. Ironmonger's thrusters belched fire under heavy strain, and the bulky suit groaned with the agony of overloaded servos. Obadiah's voice now came through in labored, ragged breaths. You're lying. Tony's tone suddenly turned ice-cold, his Mark II suit hovering menacingly in the air, palm repulsor glowing with a deadly light. Obie, you know something? I used to think what happened to me in Afghanistan was just an accident, until Chun Tion investigated your computer. Ironmonger hesitated, his movements faltering for a split second. Obadiah's voice wavered with panic. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what I'm talking about? Tony scoffed, the helmet of his suit snapping open to reveal his furious face. Chun Tion and I already uncovered your transaction records. With the 10 rings. He jabbed a finger accusingly at Ironmonger. You gave my itinerary to terrorists just to get rid of me and seize control of Stark Industries. The arc reactor in Ironmonger's chest suddenly flared in a wild, erratic blaze. Obadiah's voice broke into a hysterical scream. No, those records are all fake. Forgery. Tony's voice was thick with pain and anger. Jarvis, play the recording. A crisp audio clip echoed out into the night. Make sure Stark never comes back. I'll handle the board. Obadiah's voice was chillingly cold on the recording. The Ironmonger's suit began to shake violently. Obadiah was yelling furiously at the control panel. Damn it. This can't be happening. There's something even better. Tony's voice grew colder. Do you know why it was so easy for you to get the arc reactor? It's because I had Pepper leave it in her office on purpose. He slowly raised both arms, and every weapon system on the Mark II locked onto its target at once. That's right. Just like you tricked me, I tricked you. Give it up, Obi. I'm taking you to prison, and I'll make sure your cell's a deluxe suite. The Ironmonger stumbled back a few steps, the glow from its reactor turning a dangerous shade of red. Obadiah's voice trembled with fear. Tony, wait, we can talk about this. Talk. Tony's voice shot up sharply. When I was trapped in that cave in Afghanistan, watching those terrorists torture me, did you ever think about talking then? The Mark II's thrusters blazed brilliantly behind him. When I was dying in the desert, did you ever want to talk? Suddenly, Ironmonger made a wild, desperate move, spinning around and charging at full speed toward the Malibu mansion. Sir, enemy target changing direction. Jarvis warned at once. Tony's pupils contracted sharply, his face freezing behind a mask. Jarvis, scan the Ironmonger. Scan complete, sir. For once, Jarvis's voice carried a note of urgency. Detected abnormality in enemy armor's core. Arc reactor is overloading. Damn it. Tony's voice rose in alarm as the Mark II's thrusters overloaded, streaking a trail of gold and red through the sky. Obi, what the hell are you doing? Ironmonger roared with manic laughter into the night, dangerous sparks shooting from the seams of the armor. What am I doing? Obadiah's voice sounded twisted and warped. Now that you know everything, even if I survived, I'd spend the rest of my life in prison. So I'd rather die in your mansion. And the story of my death will be. The world-renowned genius Tony Stark killed the uncle who raised him with his own hands, all to seize complete control of Stark Industries. On Tony's retinal display, Jarvis had already pulled up the real-time energy readings. The arc reactor in Ironmonger's chest was ramping up its output at a geometric rate, and the core temperature had already passed the critical threshold. 30 seconds to critical mass. Obadiah's crazed voice echoed through the comms channel. That's more than enough time for all of Malibu Beach to witness this grand finale. The whole world will see the moment I die. Tony's breath quickened. Jarvis, calculate the blast yield. Estimated blast radius. 800 meters, sir, Jarvis replied, his tone unusually grave. Equivalent to a Jericho missile detonation. Just as Tony found himself caught in an impossible dilemma, the villa's front doors were suddenly thrown open. A woman in a red leather jacket, her chestnut hair cut short, stepped out at a measured pace. Bathed in moonlight, her figure stood out starkly against the night. Hey, Tony, Leah, Diablo, tilted her head, a mischievous smirk playing at her lips. Did you forget the golden rule? Villains always lose when they talk too much. Her voice was lazy and teasing, but it made Ironmonger freeze midair. In an instant, Leah's crimson eyes flared with a bloody light, two scarlet moons blazing in the darkness. A dangerous curve crept across her lips as she raised her hand and gave her wrist a subtle twist in Ironmonger's direction. Mr. Obadiah, she cooed, her voice sweet enough to send a chill down the spine. Did you know? Tony already made this mistake, and now you're making it too. Suddenly, the space around Ironmonger began to warp and distort. Obadiah's terrified screams echoed from inside the armor. What the hell is this? Leah's right hand twisted as if turning an invisible valve. The night sky split open with countless crimson rifts, spewing molten lava that surged and writhed like living creatures, weaving a deadly net of fire in the air. No, stop. Obadiah's shrieks mingled with the gut-wrenching sound of metal melting. Tony, help me. Stunned, Tony's expression was visible even beneath his faceplate. Leah, wait. But it was already too late. Scorching lava wound around Ironmonger like a giant serpent, and the thick armor melted away under the heat as easily as butter. Obadiah's screams were cut short, replaced by the sharp, unrelenting alarms of the reactor overloading. Leah cocked her head, admiring her handiwork. The inferno danced in her blood-red eyes. What a pity, she murmured, her voice soft. Not even a body left behind. With a thunderous explosion, Ironmonger's remains were swallowed by the molten fireball. The blast sheared nearby palm trees in half, and a wave of heat swept across the entire beach. I'm Iron Man. Tony's confident face froze on the television screen. Chun Tian clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, occasionally putting on a mock serious voice like Tony, saying, "I am Iron Man." He even swayed his head from side to side for effect. Tony, sitting nearby, was completely unfazed by Chun Tian's laughter and looked even more self-satisfied. "What's the matter? Are you jealous of my dazzling charisma?" With a triumphant flourish, Tony crossed his legs, picked up his wine glass, and took a sip. He deliberately exaggerated his tone. "Oh, my dear Chun, you ordinary mortals could never understand. When a genius, billionaire, philanthropist, and superhero utters that line, the entire room is electrified by his presence." He drew out the last syllable and tossed his hair with dramatic flair. Chun Tian made an exaggerated gagging gesture. "Ugh, Tony, do you have any idea how much you look like a peacock in mating season right now?" He mimicked Tony's tone. "I am Iron Man." Good grief, that's even more cringeworthy than the lines you hear from over-the-top cosplayers at conventions. "Jealousy, pure, unadulterated jealousy." Tony wagged his finger, his face the picture of smugness. "Just admit it, you wish you could deliver such a cool line. Want me to teach you a few tricks? I promise they'll be 100 times cooler than your "In the Name of the Moon, I'll punish you." Huh. Chun Tian suddenly leapt to his feet, planting one foot on the coffee table and striking a superhero landing pose. "So, should I say, in my father's name? Or maybe, justice under the moon's light?" He intoned these words in an overly deep and dramatic voice, but couldn't keep a straight face and burst out laughing. Tony doubled over on the sofa, clutching his stomach. "Oh my God, you're even more over the top than I imagined. Jarvis, record this right now. I'm putting on loop at the Stark Industries Christmas party." "Recording complete, sir," Jarvis replied calmly. Chun Tian grabbed a throw pillow and hurled it at Tony. "Shut up, you poser. That line of yours sounds like something a teenager would practice in the bathroom mirror, dying of embarrassment." Tony dodged the pillow nimbly and instead struck a bodybuilder's pose. "But you can't deny it. The whole world goes wild for me, while a certain jealous someone can only fume helplessly from the sidelines." Chun Tian rolled his eyes. "If I hadn't stopped you, you nearly blurted out, 'I am Iron Man, your king,' at the press conference. Can you imagine anything more mortifying?" Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. "Wait, that's actually pretty good. Jarvis, make a note. I'll use it at the next press conference." "No," Chun Tian wailed and lunged at Tony, grabbing him by the neck. The two immediately tumbled onto the sofa, wrestling like a pair of squabbling schoolboys. Tubi stood quietly to the side, a hint of resignation flickering through her mechanical eyes. "Master, do you need me to prepare a sedative for you and Mr. Stark?" The two men slumped on the sofa, their laughter gradually fading away. Chun Tian gazed at the starry sky projected on the ceiling. The twinkling lights reminded him of the approaching storm. "Tony," Chun Tian suddenly spoke, his voice unusually earnest, "have you ever considered that you might not be the only extraordinary being in this world?" Tony swirled his glass lazily. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you finally admitting I'm better looking than you?" "I mean," Chun Tian turned his head, meeting Tony's gaze directly. "If, one day, you come face to face with someone who can catch a tank shell with their bare hands, or a god who can summon lightning, or even monsters from beyond our world, what would you do?" Tony's fingers tapped lightly on the rim of his glass. "Sounds like the plot of that B-movie you watched last night." His tone was still playful, but his eyes had grown serious. "Let's just say I'm probably overthinking it," Chun Tian shrugged. "But if that day ever comes, would you be afraid?" A brief silence settled over the lab. Jarvis dimmed the lights at just the right moment, leaving only the blue glow of the reactor flickering between them. Tony let out a quiet chuckle and downed the rest of his drink. "Afraid?" He stood up and walked over to the workbench. "I wasn't even afraid in those caves in Afghanistan." Chun Tian watched as Tony casually activated the holographic interface, the blueprint of the Mark III spinning in midair. "I'm serious, Tony. Some enemies might be far beyond your imagination." Tony's hand paused for a moment. He turned around, his eyes shining with determination in the dim blue light. "Listen, man, real strength was never in the armor." He tapped his temple. "It's up here." He strode toward the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out over the city wrapped in night. "If someone's out there looking for trouble." Suddenly, the golden red armor descended from the ceiling, assembling itself around him. "Then let them come face the power of Iron Man." As the helmet snapped shut, Chun Tian heard Tony's final words. "After all, I am Tony Stark." Chun Tian watched that golden red figure burst through the glass and soar into the night sky, a smile tugging at his lips. Softly, he murmured, "That's right, you are Iron Man." Turning to where Tony had disappeared, Chun Tian took a deep breath and flashed a smile at 2B. "Come on, let's help Tony become that man. A mortal who stands shoulder to shoulder with gods." A rare smile blossomed on 2B's exquisitely beautiful face, the blue streams of data flickering rapidly in her eyes. At your command, master. She offered an elegant bow, her silver-white bob catching the laboratory lights with a soft, gentle glow. Jarvis. Chun Tian strode purposefully toward the holographic control console, his voice brimming with energy. Pull up Tony's new energy research data and initiate the highest-level encryption protocol, codename. His fingers danced swiftly across the holographic keyboard, and a blazing sun symbol materialized in the air. The new Sun Project. SHIELD Headquarters, Triskelion Building. Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson stood before a holographic projection, reporting to Nick Fury. In a dim meeting room, Fury's single eye appeared especially sharp under the blue projection light. So, this Chun Tian claims to be one of Stark's allies. Fury's fingers tapped the table, the sound echoing dully through the room. Yes, sir. Natasha crossed her arms, leaning against the edge of the table. His exact words were, Tony and I are on the same team. We'll fight for this world. Coulson added, according to our investigation, Chun Tian's appearance is far too sudden. None of us had any inkling about Obadiah's plot against Tony, yet he seemed to know everything in advance, almost like a prophet. He even managed to secure evidence against Obadiah before anyone else. And he paused for a moment. Last night, at Malibu Beach, when Obadiah attacked Tony, Chun Tian didn't seem the least bit concerned. Fury's frown deepened. He pulled up Chun Tian's file, and the holographic screen displayed a photo of Chun Tian beaming a bright, sunny smile straight at the camera. A Chinese guy who popped up out of nowhere, instantly hit it off with Tony Stark, wields a blade with the force of a missile strike, and claims he's fighting for the world. Fury let out a cold laugh. That story is a little too perfect. Natasha shrugged. He's very confident. Even when facing down guns held by me and Coulson, he showed not an ounce of fear. Especially, she hesitated. It felt like he already knew me. Fury's eye narrowed sharply. What do you mean? He called me Nat, not Agent Romanoff, Natasha recalled. And the way he spoke was so familiar, it was as if we were old friends. A brief silence fell over the room. Fury rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out over the Washington night. His brooding reflection stared back from a glass. Agent Romanoff. Fury spoke without turning around. I want you to get close to Chun Tian again. Natasha arched a brow. Continue surveillance. Surveillance. That sounds a bit too blunt. We should call it making friends. Fury turned around, his eyes cold. I want you to get close to Chun Tian. Since he's so fond of making friends, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold, knowing smile. Then let's give him a friend. Coulson hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Sir, if Chun Tian really is on our side, all the more reason for him to welcome our friendship, isn't it? Fury cut him off sharply. The world is getting more dangerous by the day, Coulson. We can't afford to pin our hopes on the goodwill of a stranger. Natasha nodded, her red hair glinting with a dark sheen under the lights. Understood. I'll arrange to join Stark Industries as soon as possible. Remember, Fury's voice dropped to a low, dangerous register. I want to know his every move. Especially, he pointed toward Chun Tian's photo on the screen. How does he know so many things he shouldn't? Meanwhile, Tony soared through the night sky in his Mark II suit, the gold and red gleam of his armor shining brilliantly under the moonlight. He just wrapped up an impromptu performance, a dazzling aerial stunt over Los Angeles, taking the opportunity to teach a lesson to a few spoiled rich kids drag racing in the dead of night. Jarvis, open the garage, Tony said lazily, a self-satisfied grin curling under his helmet. Welcome back, sir. Jarvis's voice echoed as the villa's roof slowly slid open. Tony landed lightly on his private platform. The armor segments detached automatically and arranged themselves neatly to the side. He stretched, grabbed a tumbler of whiskey from the bar, and took a generous gulp. Where's that Shingai? Don't tell me he's gaming again. Tony glanced around, but didn't spot the figure who loved to banter with him. Mr. Chun is in your laboratory, sir, Jarvis replied. He's been there for 7 hours and 23 minutes. Tony nearly choked on his drink. What? Chun Tian? In my lab? He set down his glass, his face a picture of disbelief. You're sure it's not 2B working on something while Chun Tian naps nearby? Confirmed, sir. Mr. Chun has made several suggestions for improvements to the arc reactor. Tony raised an eyebrow, striding quickly toward the lab. Through the glass doors, he saw 2B busy at the holographic console, intricate molecular structures spinning in midair. Chun Tian lounged lazily on the nearby sofa, swiping occasionally at a tablet in his hand. Jarvis, scan my retina, Tony muttered, rubbing his eyes. Am I seeing things, or did I just drink too much? Your vision is perfectly normal, sir. Tony pushed open the door and cleared his throat in an exaggerated manner. Ahem, did I walk into the wrong place? When did this place turn into a casual coffee shop? Shin Tian didn't even look up. Quiet, I'm thinking. Thinking. Tony walked over to 2B, casting a glance at the screen where a new molecular structure was being simulated. What's this? 2B paused her work. Master suggested that we combine the new molecular structure left by Mr. Howard with the energy technology from my world to develop a new type of clean energy that can repair itself. Tony looked at Chun Tian in surprise. You came up with that? At last, Chun Tian raised his head, coughed a few times, and then pointed toward a set of models he'd specifically asked Pepper to bring back from Stark Industries. These were the very models from the Stark Expo, once overseen by Tony's father, Howard Stark, a miniature of the Expo's layout. Chun Tian put on an air of mystery, as if adjusting a pair of invisible glasses. I happened to spot this model. You know, my instincts are always sharp. I just felt something was off. So I asked Pepper to bring the model over. And guess what happened next? He clapped his hands. I didn't expect it, but after I copied the model into a 3D virtual simulation and removed all the paths, greenery, bushes, trees, parking lots, and entrances, the more I looked at it, the stranger it seemed. Then, with 2BS reminder, I set the giant globe sculpture from the Stark Expo as the atomic nucleus, and marked the protons and seeds as wireframe models. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the lab went out. Chun Tian spread his arms wide. Suddenly, countless points of light formed a circular structure, orbiting around Tony and Chun Tian. Tony stood at the center of these radiant points, the shimmering blue lights reflecting in his eyes. His fingers trembled slightly, half reaching out to touch them, holding back as if afraid the whole vision might burst like a fragile bubble. This is impossible. Tony's voice was hoarse, nothing like his usual self. He slowly turned, watching the precisely arranged atomic structures rotate in midair. My father's design, he actually hid. Chun Tian stood at the controls of the holographic projector, a subtle smile playing at his lips. Your father saw farther than anyone, Tony. He just never got the chance to tell you. The lab lights flickered back on, but the atomic structures remained suspended in the air. Tony, like someone in a dream, walked up to one of the molecular models, tracing its outline with his fingertip. The perfect substitute for palladium, Tony murmured, more stable, more powerful, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. Absolutely no toxic side effects. Tubi stood quietly to the side, her silver hair shimmering faintly in the star-like blue glow that filled the room. Based on my calculations, this new element's energy output is 12.7 times greater than your current arc reactor, Mr. Stark. Tony spun around to face Chun Tian. How on earth did you discover this? I've spent 20 years studying my father's research, and I never... You know how it is, Chun Tian shrugged. A bit of mysterious observation from the ancient East. He walked over to the model of the Expo. I got the feeling your father wasn't the type to leave you with nothing, Tony. And since I happened to be bored, I took a closer look at his life. Your father left the future in your hands. It just takes a different perspective to see it. Suddenly, Tony burst out laughing, his voice tinged with a complex emotion. Jarvis, start the Mark III upgrade protocol immediately. We're redesigning the entire energy core. Tony was as giddy as a child with a brand new toy and was about to rush to the workbench when Chun Tian placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Hold on, genius, Chun Tian said, a mysterious smile on his lips. Don't be so quick to tear your toys apart. He clapped his hands. Again, and in an instant, the starlight around them vanished, replaced by a dazzling blue sun slowly rising in the center of the lab. Tony's pupils constricted, the blue glow of the arc reactor reflected on his stunned face. This is your father's new element, combined with the energy technology of 2BS mechanical world. Chun Tian explained softly, plucking the blue energy sphere from the air and handing it to Tony. I call it the new sun, eternal core. 2B stepped forward, her silver hair swaying gently. According to my calculations, its energy output is 387 times greater than your current arc reactor, Mr. Stark. Tony's fingers trembled as he turned to Chun Tian. You're sure this isn't some kind of alien tech? Or magic? Chun Tian burst out laughing. Come on, Tony, you're a scientist. It's all based on your father's research and technology from 2BS World. He paused for a moment. We just made a few optimizations. And besides, Chun Tian called out into the air, Jarvis, show our genius Tony what we've accomplished today. Jarvis's voice responded at once. Right away, Mr. Chun. The lights in the lab dimmed again as the holographic projection system came to life. A beam of blue light shone down from the ceiling, gradually assembling a brand new armor model in midair. The suit kept Iron Man's iconic red and gold colors, but its lines were sleeker, brimming with a sense of futuristic technology. Tony's eyes went wide with astonishment. This is... Chen Tian walked up to the projection and tapped it lightly with his finger. The various parts of the armor began to separate and display themselves. It combines your father's new elemental energy core and some of the mechanical life form technology from the 2B world. The chest plate of the armor opened up, revealing a circular core, noticeably larger than a traditional arc reactor, emitting a blue glow far more intense than any energy source Tony had ever seen. The energy core's output is increased by 387 times, 2B added from the side. And we've also integrated self-repairing nanotechnology. Tony, like a child discovering a new toy, circled the holographic projection in excitement. This propulsion system, this energy distribution network. Suddenly, he stopped and pointed at a unique device on the back of the armor. What's this? Chen Tian gave a mysterious smile. We call them the photon wings. With a snap of his fingers, 2 pairs of radiant blue energy wings unfurled from the back of the armor, shimmering like an angel's feathers. Using surplus energy from the new element, we've created a plasma field, Chen Tian explained. It can reach Mach 8 within the atmosphere and shields you from the stress of extreme speeds. And in theory, he paused for a moment, it even supports short-duration spaceflight. Tony's jaw nearly hit the floor. Are you telling me this suit can leave the Earth? That's right. Chen Tian nodded. Of course, I haven't actually tested any of this yet, but... Tubi picked up the thread. Based on simulations, this armor can withstand the heat and pressure of atmospheric re-entry. Without hesitation, Tony dashed to the workbench. Jarvis, start prototyping immediately. Redirect every resource we have. Mr. Chun, the permissions you granted earlier have already been activated. All resources are being reallocated as we speak, sir, Jarvis responded. Estimated completion time for the basic framework, 72 hours. Chen Tian walked over to Tony. Don't rush, genius. There's more to this suit than meets the eye. He brought up another interface. Take a look at this defense system. In the hologram, a flowing blue energy shield suddenly coated the surface of the armor. An energy shield, Chen Tian explained, capable of withstanding a direct hit from an anti-tank missile. And he glanced at 2B. 2B nodded in understanding. The shield system is integrated with mechanical life form technology. When damaged, it can automatically draw energy from the core to repair itself. Tony suddenly grabbed Chen Tian by the shoulders. Man, where do you even get these ideas? Chen Tian shook off Tony's hand, threw his arm around Tony's neck, and burst into hearty laughter. I told you I'd help you build a flashier mark suit. Ha ha ha. Oh, and I'll need you to give it a name. Tony slowly let go of Chen Tian's shoulder. His gaze returned to the suit, suspended in midair as a shimmering hologram. The laboratory lights carved deep shadows across his sharply defined face. The excitement in his eyes gave way to focus, and finally fixed on the suit's energy core at the chest. Mark 3 Eclipse Edition. Standing at Tony's side, Chen Tian gazed with him at this brand-new iteration of the armor. Behind the suit, its photon wings flared with brilliant blue flames. No wonder it's Los Santos, celebrities everywhere, Chen Tian remarked as he strolled down Rodeo Drive in Los Angeles, followed by Miss 2B, now dressed in civilian clothes, but still wearing her signature blindfold. By the way, 2B, shouldn't you stay with Tony? He doesn't need my help for the new suit, but he could really use your assistance to build it. Right? Master, my primary directive is to be by your side at all times, to fulfill any need you have, the moment it arises. 2B bowed her head slightly, answering in a soft voice. There's no need for that. You're free now. This isn't the Yoar Ha squad anymore. From a moment I summoned you, you've been your own person. Suddenly, 2B froze. Her core processor whirred into overdrive, torrents of data streaming through her mind like a waterfall. Free, she murmured, repeating the word, her voice tinged with a confusion she had never felt before. Chen Tian stopped walking and turned to look at the silver-haired girl. Sunlight filtered through the palm trees lining Rodeo Drive, casting dappled patterns across her delicate face. Yes, freedom, Chen Tian said gently. You can choose what you want to do and go wherever you want to go. 2B's core temperature spiked by 0.3 degrees, a tiny change, but one she found unfamiliar. Her logic module raced to parse this new idea. No orders, no missions, no protocol she was obliged to follow. But, Master, without instructions, her voice grew quieter and quieter, her slender fingers twisting together unconsciously. How am I supposed to function? Chen Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He patted 2B reassuringly on the shoulder. Just like me, wandering aimlessly, enjoying life, soaking up the sun. Or, he glanced around, then pointed to an ice cream shop across the street. What is it you want to do most right now? 2B followed the direction of his finger, her gaze settling on the little shop painted in pastel blue. Her visual sensors caught sight of the vibrant scoops of ice cream displayed in the window. Her data analysis identified them as a beloved human treat, known to deliver a hefty dose of dopamine-inducing sweetness. "Would like to try that one," she said hesitantly, pointing to a pink scoop. "According to the database, that should be strawberry flavor." Chen Tian's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. This is the first step toward freedom. Choosing what you truly like." He took 2B's hand and led her toward the ice cream shop. The girl's processors were still running at full speed. The sensation of being led by the hand felt strange. This time, it wasn't a program compelling her, but rather a vague, gentle warmth pulling her forward. "2 strawberry cones, please," Chen Tian said to the clerk. As 2B accepted the pink cone, her fingers trembled ever so slightly. Her sensors faithfully recorded the chill and the sweet, creamy fragrance, but something deeper was beginning to stir at the core of her being. "Go ahead and try it," Chen Tian encouraged her. Cautiously, 2B gave the ice cream a tentative lick. In that instant, her pupils widened just a bit. "So, this is what freedom tastes like?" she asked softly, a hint of innocent confusion coloring her voice. Chen Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing. "No, that's just the taste of strawberry ice cream. Freedom? Well, freedom's flavor is something you'll have to discover for yourself." 2B considered this, nodding thoughtfully before taking another lick. Sunlight danced on her silver hair, casting dazzling reflections. In that moment, the girl who had been created solely for battle experienced, for the very first time, the simple joy of just being human. Her core continued to process the complex notion of freedom, yet something entirely new, something no data could quantify, was quietly taking root. It was like the first tender green shoot breaking through the soil in spring, tiny, yet brimming with life. 2B turned to Chen Tian with a radiant smile so bright that even the California sunshine seemed to pale in comparison. For a moment, Chen Tian was utterly captivated by her smile, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Awkwardly, he turned his head and cleared his throat. So, 2B, you've taken your first step. Now, let's think about what comes next in your journey to experience freedom. Do you have any ideas, 2B? 2B tilted her head, glancing at Chen Tian's broad palm. She shyly reached out and took his hand, and in that instant, she felt the warmth of his skin seep through her intricate machinery, reaching deep into her core processor. Chen Tian was a little surprised. Why was 2B staring off into space after taking his hand? 2B, what's wrong? Stuck on something? It's okay. How about I lead you in our new plan for the Sunshine Girl steps out just for today? As soon as Chen Tian finished speaking, 2B suddenly lifted her head. Beneath her visor, her sensors flickered with an unusual light. She gripped Chen Tian's hand so tightly that he nearly felt pain. "Master," her voice, usually calm, now trembled slightly. "Based on my database analysis, the most direct way for humans to express intimacy." Sunlight spilled across her delicate face, and her silver hair fluttered gently in a breeze. Her lips parted, as if searching for just the right words. "I want to." 2B suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them until she was almost pressed against him. "Engage in reproductive behavior with Master." Her words struck Chen Tian like a bolt of lightning. His eyes flew wide open as a rush of blood seemed to surge to both extremes. His mind went utterly blank, while his ears burned with embarrassment. 2B, that's not part of our plan." Chen Tian stammered, flustered. Damn it, to actually be propositioned by Miss 2B herself. Wasn't this every otaku's wildest dream? Of course, Chen Tian wanted to say yes, but in the middle of the street? That just wouldn't do. 2B looked at him with a puzzled expression as he forced an awkward smile. 2B has watched recordings of Master engaging in reproductive behavior with 3 women. In those videos, Master and the women all appeared very happy. 2B wants to bring happiness to Master. Chen Tian's face flushed bright red. He glanced around in a panic, terrified someone might overhear 2B's outrageous words. People bustled up and down Rodeo Drive, but thankfully, no one seemed to notice the odd couple. 2B, you can't talk about things like that on the street. Chen Tian hissed, lowering his voice as he hurriedly pulled 2B into a quiet alley. And those videos, those were secretly filmed by that bastard Tony. 2B tilted her head, her silver hair sparkling in the sunlight. So Master means reproductive behavior should take place in a private setting? That's not the point. Chen Tian raked his fingers through his hair in exasperation. The real question is, why did you suddenly bring this up? 2B's expression turned serious. According to data analysis, reproductive behavior is the most direct and effective way for humans to express intimacy. And she lowered her head, her voice growing softer. I want to make Master happy. Chen Tian's heart suddenly softened. He sighed, gently taking 2B's hand. 2B, you don't have to please me this way. Freedom means you can do what you want, not just try to make others happy. 2B's core processor began running at high speed again. Feeling the warmth of Chun Tian's palm, a wave of unprecedented confusion welled up inside her. But, Master, what if this is what I want to do? She looked up, the sensors beneath her visor flickering softly. What if this is the freedom I choose? Chun Tian was taken aback. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the palm leaves, glistening on droplets from the sprinkler and casting a rainbow of colors across 2B's delicate face. In that moment, he realized that this mechanical being before him was experiencing the very same confusion and exploration that mark a human's coming of age. 2B, Chun Tian took a deep breath. Things like this need to be built on mutual understanding and real feelings. It's not something you can decide with just data analysis and logic. 2B nodded thoughtfully. So, it's like choosing strawberry ice cream? You have to try it before you know if you like it. That analogy, Chun Tian coughed awkwardly. In a way, I suppose that's true. Just then, 2B suddenly rose on her toes and placed a gentle kiss on Chun Tian's cheek. The movement was so quick that he had no time to react. All he felt was a soft, fleeting sensation that vanished almost instantly. This is a common human gesture for expressing affection, 2B explained in a matter-of-fact tone, though her core temperature had risen half a degree beyond her control. According to my observations, Master seems to enjoy this kind of contact. Chun Tian stood frozen, feeling as though his own brain was overheating even more than 2B's. He subconsciously touched the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, the cool sensation still lingering. 2B, are you learning human behavior patterns? No, Master. 2B shook her head, her silver hair swaying with emotion. I am experiencing freedom. Her words sent a tremor through Chun Tian's heart. On this bright, sunny afternoon, a mechanical being from another world was trying to understand the meaning of freedom in her own unique way. Maybe it was because 2B was his summoned companion. Just like Diablo, both of them marked with a seal of obedience to the summoner. Chun Tian looked at 2B's eyes, shrouded by her visor, yet seemingly able to see right through him, and suddenly realized he might have fallen into a logical trap of his own. Forget it. Why overthink things? I've already traveled to another world. With Tony, that billionaire, covering all my expenses and a beauty like 2B at my side, plus Diablo as my bodyguard in the summoning space. Why not just let go and enjoy life? As for those ultimate villains like the Sweet Potato Demon and Dormammu, please, once I summon Saitama, or Kakarot, what will you do then? Suddenly, Chun Tian threw his head back and burst out laughing, his laughter so hearty and unrestrained that passing pedestrians couldn't help but glance over. He threw an arm around 2B's slender shoulders, startling the silver-haired girl so much that her eyes widened in surprise, even though her visor hid her expression. Let's go 2B, Chun Tian declared grandly, giving a sweeping gesture. Today I'll show you just how free you can feel when you can't possibly spend all your money. Ha ha ha. 2B's core processor was still analyzing this sudden shift in behavior, but the corners of her lips had already curled up involuntarily. Master, do you mean we're going shopping? Exactly. Chun Tian pulled out the black card Tony had given him and waved it in the sunlight. Let's find out just how rich Tony really is. Meanwhile, in the Malibu Mansion's lab, Tony was staring at the ever-increasing numbers on a holographic display, his cheek twitching in disbelief. Jarvis, are you sure this isn't a mistake? Tony rubbed his temples. It's only been an hour, and they've already spent $5,370,000, sir, Jarvis replied calmly. And the spending is ongoing. Tony took a deep breath. Pepper's going to kill me if she finds out. In fact, Miss Potts just sent a message. Jarvis paused for a moment. She said, finally, someone who can rein in your reckless spending. Tony, standing in the center of a luxury car showroom, Chun Tian's eyes were glued to a 2009 limited edition Lamborghini Reventon. Cool. Just so cool. Chun Tian murmured to himself. 2B stood in the middle of the showroom, her silver hair glowing softly under the carefully designed lighting. She glanced down at the new Chanel ensemble she was wearing, an outfit Chun Tian insisted was a must-have for any girl out shopping, then looked up at her master, who was practically drooling over the sports car. Her core processor quietly calculated the logic behind such behavior. Master, 2B tugged gently at Chun Tian's sleeve. Based on my observations, the human experience of freedom doesn't seem to be inherently tied to material consumption. Chun Tian finally snapped out of his obsession with the sports car and turned to see 2B's slightly troubled expression. She stood there, like a work of art forcibly placed inside a gilded luxury frame. Completely out of place, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Ah, you're right. Chen Tian scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. I think I got turned around. Just then, the showroom manager approached with a broad, ingratiating smile. Sir, would you like to take this Reviton for a test drive? As long as you... No need. Chen Tian waved him off, abruptly taking 2B by the hand and heading for the exit. We have more important things to do. 2B was momentarily bewildered by this sudden change, but when she caught the spark in Chen Tian's eyes, her core temperature involuntarily rose by 0.2 degrees. Master, in truth, all that indulgence earlier was just me trying to experience the kind of life I'd always dreamed about before coming here, Chen Tian said, pausing on the sidewalk and taking a deep breath of Los Angeles air, tinged with a hint of ocean breeze. It's easy to get lost in it, but I'm glad you were there to remind me. 2B. Come on, 2B. Let's go back to Tony's place. Next time, I'll make sure you really get to experience what it means to be human. Chen Tian smiled, taking 2B's hand to lead her back toward the Malibu villa. Oh, you mean you didn't lose yourself in it? Came a gentle voice. Chen Tian and 2B turned toward the source of the sound and saw a bald figure in an orange robe standing in the shadow of a street corner. The sunlight seemed to deliberately avoid her. Well, let's just say her, casting a strange halo around her presence. 2B's pupils contracted instantly, combat protocols activating in a flash. She stepped in front of Chen Tian with a speed imperceptible. To the human eye, her white contract blade materializing in her grasp, silver hair flowing as if stirred by an invisible wind. Warning, detected extremely high energy signature. 2B's voice was cold as ice. Master, evacuate immediately. Target threat level, SSS. But Chen Tian gently placed a hand on 2B's shoulder. Wait, 2B, he said, recognizing one of the Marvel Universe's mightiest sorcerers, the Ancient One. Chen Tian drew a deep breath and carefully guided 2B behind him. He could feel the tension in her mechanical form, strung tight as a drawn bow, her sword glinting coldly in the sunlight. Supreme Sorcerer, Chen Tian inclined his head slightly, a touch of playful irony in his tone. Honestly, I thought you'd show up in Afghanistan the first time I summoned Diablo. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared at the corner of the Ancient One's lips. She kept her hands folded within her voluminous sleeves, stepping gracefully out of the shadows. As if remembering her presence, the sunlight suddenly spilled gently across her smooth scalp. Well, I'm here now, aren't I? Chen Tian scratched his head again. Yeah, you're here. But why? A radiant smile blossomed on the Ancient One's face. Chen Tian gazed at this powerful bald figure. Male in the comics, female in the movies, their gender forever ambiguous, and was surprised to find her smile genuinely beautiful. I've been wanting to meet you for some time, she said. You must know, I've always protected this world and this dimension, but your arrival has caused subtle ripples along the timeline of the entire universe. The Ancient One reached out, and with a graceful motion, brushed the air. A golden stream of light appeared. Timelines are fascinating, she mused, flicking the golden current with a finger. Waves of radiant light rippled outward. Because of your presence, Thor is about to die in New Mexico. Chen Tian's pupils shrank in shock. Instinctively, he took half a step back, and 2B quickly steadied him. 2009, Thor, Chen Tian murmured, his mind racing. That can't be right. According to the timeline. The Ancient One watched his reaction with keen interest, her fingers idly playing with the golden stream. It seems you know even more than I imagined. Beneath 2B's mechanical visor, sensors flashed warning signals. She could sense the terrifying power within this bald woman, an existence far beyond anything in her database. Master, 2B whispered urgently, I recommend immediate retreat. The target's energy readings are off the charts. Chen Tian drew a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He gently pressed down on 2B's hand, which was gripping her sword. Relax, 2B. If the Sorcerer Supreme meant us harm, we'd have been tossed into the mirror dimension already. The Ancient One nodded in approval. A wise deduction. With a sudden turn, her robe swept through the air in a graceful arc. Come with me. I believe we need a good, long talk. As her words faded, the world around them began to twist and morph. The luxury boutiques of Rodeo Drive melted away like wax, replaced by a tea house suffused with Eastern elegance. The scent of sandalwood drifted through the air, and snow-capped mountains stretched beyond the window. Whoa! Chen Tian staggered, nearly losing his balance. Is this Kamartai? 2B's reaction was even more dramatic. Her combat system went haywire, alarms blaring through her sensors. Every joint in her mechanical body tensed, and her silver hair shimmered as if caught in an invisible wind. 2B, relax, Chen Tian said quickly, steadying her. It's just a spatial transfer. The Ancient One was already seated gracefully at the tea table, brewing a steaming pot of tea. She glanced at 2B. Your creation is unique. A mechanical life form from another dimension. Something like that. Chen Tian guided 2B to sit beside him. Her name's 2B. She's from, well, a rather bleak future. He slid the teacups toward the two of them. Have a taste. This is snow tea, unique to the Himalayas. Chen Tian lifted his cup and took a sip. Instantly, his eyes widened in surprise. This flavor, it's like stars are dancing on my tongue. 2B hesitated for a moment, then followed Chen Tian's example and took a sip herself. Her taste sensors immediately registered thousands of complex chemical reactions. Analysis contains 37 unknown components. 2B murmured softly. But it feels so warm. Gu nodded with satisfaction. Now let's get down to business. Her expression suddenly grew grave. Chen Tian, do you understand what you've done? Chen Tian swallowed hard. Do you mean summoning Diablo? Or 2B? Gu Yi's fingers traced the rim of her teacup, and suddenly, twisted visions of hell appeared in the reflection of the tea. Chen Tian saw Diablo's fearsome figure roaring within the flames, waves of dark red infernal energy rippling across dimensions. You're Diablo. Gu Yi's voice grew low and somber. The power he possesses does not belong to this world, nor to any parallel universe. That kind of pure, evil energy, it's like a beacon in the darkness. 2B's mechanical fingers tightened unconsciously, and a faint cracking sound came from the teacup in her hand. The moment he appeared in Afghanistan, Gu Yi continued, Mephisto sensed that power, an ultimate force of terror, strong enough to take Mephisto one step further. The reflection in the tea shifted, now showing a red-skinned demon in an immaculate suit, elegantly clinking glasses with a young god dressed in green robes, his black hair cascading down. Loki. Chen Tian drew a sharp breath. How could they be? The god of lies and trickery, paired with the craftiest demon in hell. Gu Yi sneered coldly. A match made in heaven, or perhaps made in hell. So Loki teamed up with Mephisto, deceived Odin, and started Thor's exile trial ahead of schedule. Chen Tian found it hard to believe. Odin might be weakened now, but the exile was really just a game arranged for Thor by Odin himself. The power of the All-Father remained formidable. Would Mephisto, that coward, really dare leave his hellish domain? To be precise, it was Loki, Gu Yi clarified. Do you know why Thor was exiled? Loki tricked Thor into trying to destroy Jotunheim with the Bifrost. Odin saw Thor's arrogance and pride, stripped him of his powers, and cast him out. Gu Yi took another sip of tea. That could have happened in 2011, or it could be happening right now. All it takes is someone to set the events in motion. So Loki, under Mephisto's manipulation, moved up the timeline. Chen Tian finally grasped the idea, but there was still something he couldn't figure out. But why? With you still on Earth, Mephisto would never be able to slip past your gaze and enter the planet. The Ancient One smiled gently. How do you know I would be here that time? Chen Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. You wouldn't be? Where would you go? Unless Mephisto contacted more than just Loki. The Ancient One gave Chen Tian an approving look. You're very clever. Just from that one hint, you guessed the rest. Yes, he also reached out to Dormammu. At the mention of Dormammu, Chen Tian felt his whole body go limp. He gave up hope. He had just been boasting moments ago about how, after he summoned his chosen allies, he'd blast Dormammu and his ilk into dust. So, Master, Chen Tian asked, is there a reason you brought me here? Of course, to make amends for your mistake. How am I supposed to fix it? With my luck, I was planning to just keep my head down and survive quietly, at least while the real heroes are around. How can you be sure your summoning today won't help you? The Ancient One raised her teacup with a mysterious air, hiding her face behind it. Chen Tian suddenly sat up straight. Are you saying I'll actually get something good today? I never said that. A black shield SUV sped down the desert highway, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust in its wake. Chen Tian sat in the passenger seat, his fingers tapping a steady rhythm against the window's edge. In the rearview mirror, 2B sat quietly in the back, holding the first-generation Onigiri in her arms. So, Natasha Romanoff said, steering with one hand and adjusting her sunglasses with the other, why did you suddenly reach out? To S.H.I.E.L.D. and ask to join the New Mexico investigation? And more importantly, how did you convince Fury to actually agree? Suspicion colored Natasha's voice. She had even been prepared to use herself as bait, seducing Chen Tian if necessary. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily dig up the story of his one-night battle against 3 heroes. Chen Tian shrugged and sighed. I didn't have a choice. The situation in New Mexico can't be handled by your people alone. Plus, I needed a legitimate identity to get involved. I have no interest in being labeled a highly dangerous and uncontrollable target by S.H.I.E.L.D. for interfering without permission. Natasha's lips twitched. You're already on Fury's list, with or without your intervention. Nat, a hammer falls from the sky, and no tool or person can move it. Doesn't that strike you as odd, even for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Shen Tian was genuinely curious. Were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents really this naive? Did they really think it was just some powerful artifact waiting to be bagged and studied? Natasha couldn't help laughing. It did sound a bit foolish. Who ever heard of a meteorite shaped so precisely like a hammer? You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to protect the lives of people all over the world. So you get it. Oh, come on. It's all for your own ambitions anyway. After all, Hydra M. Shen Tian's words were cut short as 2B reached from the back seat and covered his mouth. Master, you're saying too much, 2B whispered close to his ear. Her master was a kind soul. His warm smile could melt hearts, and his handsome features didn't hurt either. 2B, I swear, I'm not just saying this because the author told me to. But sometimes, he really couldn't hold his tongue. Thankfully, the Ancient One had given 2B strict instructions. Always keep an eye on Shen Tian, and don't let him reveal more than he should, for his own safety. That instruction from the Ancient One was second only to obey every command from Master in her priorities. Hydra what? Are you saying there are a lot of snakes in New Mexico? Natasha was clearly puzzled by Shen Tian's remark. Shen Tian pulled 2B's hand away from his mouth, giving her an exasperated look. Yeah. In the ancient lands of the East, there's a famous snake stew, especially delicious when made with venomous snakes. Natasha burst out laughing. Well, when we get to New Mexico, I'll have my team catch a few for you. Just promise you'll cook up a pot for me. Shen Tian turned to 2B and said boldly, You heard her. 2B, I'm counting on you. 2B nodded slightly, her silver hair catching the sunlight in a soft, gentle halo. Master, I'll prepare the perfect snake stew for you. Her voice was calm, with a hint of indulgence, while behind her mechanical visor, her sensors quietly recorded every subtle shift in Natasha's expressions. Catching this, Natasha glanced at the enigmatic silver-haired girl in the rearview mirror, a playful smile curling on her red lips. Your girlfriend is very thoughtful. Shen Tian shot Natasha a teasing look. Of course, I'm just hoping you'll be as considerate as she is someday. Natasha glanced sidelong at Shen Tian. Is that so? I'll look forward to it. There was something unreadable in her smile. 2B noticed the nuance and frowned slightly. Is this one of the ripples the Ancient One warned me about? Amidst the banter between Shen Tian and Natasha, their car sped into the small New Mexico town and came to a stop in front of a bar. As soon as the car halted, Coulson approached, wearing his trademark gentle smile. Dressed in a crisp suit, his tie perfectly knotted, he looked completely unfazed by the desert heat. Agent Romanoff, Coulson nodded to Natasha, then turned his gaze to Shen Tian and 2B. Hello, Mr. Shen Tian in? Miss 2B. Shen Tian grinned in response. Haha, hello. Just making sure. No sniper rifles aimed at me this time, right? Coulson's smile didn't waver. Please forgive our earlier rudeness. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to... Shen Tian cut in. To keep people all over the world safe, right? I get it. Shall we go in? I've heard the drinks here are pretty good. Coulson quickly made a welcoming gesture. You heard right, Mr. Chun. The tequila here isn't any worse than what Tony's private bartenders serve. 2BS sensors immediately swept across the entire bar. 37 patrons for bartenders, 12 exits, and, she frowned slightly, at least 15 hidden surveillance devices. Master, 2B murmured quietly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has this place fully under control. Shen Tian patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, 2B. At this point, aren't we sort of unofficial S.H.I.E.L.D. members? With that, he glanced at Coulson, who simply smiled, pushed open the door, and led the group into the bar. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the air was thick with the scent of alcohol and grilled meat. They had barely settled around the round table when the aroma of barbecue wafted over. Shen Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at the sizzling ribs. Wow, talk about service. Didn't even have to order. Coulson unbuttoned his suit jacket with poise and took a seat. Everyone here is with S.H.I.E.L.D. He picked up his napkin and dabbed his hands. But before you dig into the barbecue, I'd recommend their tequila. It's a local. Before he could finish, Shen Tian had already downed his glass in one gulp, only to be hit by a coughing fit. Whoa, this stuff packs more punch than vodka. A faint blue glimmer flickered across 2BS mechanical visor. Unfazed, she took Shen Tian's glass, dipped a fingertip into the liquor, and ran an analysis. Alcohol content, 42%. Traces of capsaicin detected. Master, I suggest you slow down. Natasha watched with amused interest, her red lips barely touching her own glass. You two are adorable. Absolutely. Shen Tian grinned, wrapping an arm around 2BS shoulders. Rather than pulling away, Tubi leaned closer into his embrace. Even nestled comfortably at Chun Tion's side, Tubi managed to cut off the tenderest piece of barbecue and place it neatly on his plate. Chun Tion popped the piece of meat into his mouth, chewing with obvious satisfaction, a dab of sauce clinging to the corner of his lips. Without missing a beat, Tubi gently dabbed it away with a napkin, her movements as practiced as if she'd done it 1,000 times before. Coulson maintained his professional smile, fingers tapping lightly on the table. Mr. Chun, about that hammer. Mo. With his mouth stuffed full of food, Chun Tion mumbled indistinctly as he reached for another piece of roasted meat. Tubi, ever attentive, handed him a glass of water right on cue. He gulped down a few mouthfuls before continuing. Didn't you already catch a Dr. Jane Foster? Coulson's smile faltered ever so slightly. Mr. Chun, we've only just found Dr. Foster. How did you? Chun Tion grinned. With surveillance these days, anything that connects to the internet is an open book for Tony. Of course, Chun Tion had no intention of letting on that it was actually 2B who had found the information. He was more than happy to let Tony Stark take the heat for this one. Natasha set down her glass, her red lips parting as she spoke. Is that doctor somehow connected to this hammer? To be precise, she's tied to that muscle-bound pretty boy you captured along with her. Chun Tion put down his knife and fork, rose to his feet, and looked at Coulson. Let's go, smiling assassin. Why don't we pay a visit to that muscle man who keeps insisting he's the god of thunder? Coulson's smile stiffened for a fleeting moment, but he quickly recovered his trademark, gentle demeanor. He stood up with practiced grace, adjusting his suit and tie. It seems Mr. Stark's intelligence network is even more sophisticated than we imagined. A sly curve played on Natasha's lips. What really intrigues me is, why would Tony Stark help you dig up all this? Chun Tion flashed a wide grin, showing off 8 gleaming white teeth. Maybe it's because I have a recording of him and Pepper making out like a pair of seals fighting. Over a beach ball, as he accepted the coat Tubi handed him, he added, Come on, if we don't go see Thor soon, I'm afraid he'll end up tearing down your temporary base. Tubi followed quietly behind Chun Tion, her silver hair catching the cold glint of the bar's dim lights. Her mechanical visor scanned the surroundings ceaselessly, and she whispered softly into Chun Tion's ear, Master, at least 12 snipers have taken up positions. Chun Tion waved a hand dismissively, unconcerned. Relax, 2B. Agent Coulson is far too polite to try anything against us. He deliberately raised his voice. Isn't that right, Mr. Smiles? Coulson, leading the way, chuckled without looking back. Of course. Mr. Chun, you're our honored guest. Stepping out of the bar, the desert's scorching sun made them squint instinctively. 3 black SUVs waited at the entrance, engines purring with a low, steady rumble. Natasha swung open the passenger door. Hop in. It's a bit of a drive. But suddenly, Tubi reached out and stopped Chun Tion. Master, please wait a moment. She pulled a sun umbrella from her small bag with a swift motion, snapping it open. Desert ultraviolet levels are excessive. Prolonged exposure will damage your skin. Chun Tion moved, wrapped his arm around 2B's shoulder. See? That's my 2B for you. Natasha rolled her eyes and slipped straight into the car. The convoy sped down the desert highway, raising clouds of yellow dust behind it. After about 20 minutes, a temporary base came into view in the distance, surrounded by barbed wire. Dozens of military tents were neatly arranged, and at the center stood a massive metal hangar, with fully armed agents standing guard all around. Wow, Chun Tion pressed his face to the window. You built this place just like Area 51. Coulson glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Just standard security measures. After all, that hammer is special. The convoy stopped at the checkpoint. After a rigorous identity verification, the vehicles slowly rolled into the base. Chun Tion noticed that. As they moved deeper inside, the number of guards increased, and he even spotted several armored vehicles and surface-to-air missile launchers. You folks sure are well-equipped for guarding against thieves, Chun Tion joked. Coulson didn't reply, just smiled and led them toward the central metal hangar. At the entrance stood 2 armed agents. When they saw Coulson, they snapped to attention and saluted. He's inside, Coulson asked. Yes, sir, one of the agents replied. Our medical staff are examining his injuries. Suddenly, Chun Tion's expression turned unusually serious. He grabbed Coulson by the shoulder. Listen, if you want your agents to make it out alive, order them to evacuate at least 3 kilometers from here, though even that might not be enough. Coulson's smile froze. Mr. Chun, that's not a funny joke. Ah, Coulson, trust me on this, Chun Tion replied with a cold laugh, then turned to Natasha. Nat, you should leave too. Natasha frowned. Chun Tion, what do you mean? Chun Tion took a deep breath and reached out to 2B, who immediately understood and placed the original Onakiri sword in his hand. Nat, there's going to be a major fight in here. You need to leave right now. And, he glanced at Coulson, take the smiling assassin with you. After all, you two are the rare flowers blooming in this muddy swamp called S.H.I.E.L.D. With those words, Chun Tian pushed open the door to the metal hangar. Inside, a burly blond man was bound to a specially designed metal chair. Despite his disheveled state, he held his head high, exuding a natural aura of royalty. A medic was checking the injuries he'd sustained from resisting the agents. Chun Tian gripped the Onakiri sword horizontally before his chest and began walking slowly toward the bound blond man. As the medic left the room, the man started to struggle fiercely, making the metal chair screech loudly against the floor. "Mortal, release me!" His voice thundered through the cramped room, echoing off the walls. "I am Thor Odinson, Crown Prince of Asgard." Chun Tian didn't reply right away. Instead, he circled Thor, scrutinizing the legendary god of thunder. Thor's golden hair was tousled from his struggles, his blue eyes blazing with fury, and veins stood out on his powerful, muscular arms. Waving dismissively to the medical staff, Chun Tian quickly exited the room. He'd had more than enough of this lunatic shouting in his ear for almost an hour about being the god of thunder. Once the medical staff had left, Chun Tian locked the heavy door behind them. He dragged a chair directly across from Thor and sat down, fixing his gaze intently on the now silent figure. "Mephisto, where is Thor?" Thor froze for a moment, then cocked his head to one side. Suddenly, his features contorted. His golden irises narrowed into slitted pupils like a snake's, and his mouth twisted into a grin so wide it looked as if his face might tear open. Well, his voice turned hoarse and oily, carrying the acrid tang of brimstone from the depths of hell. "My dear little friend from the East, how did you figure it out?" Chun Tian smiled, shrugging lightly. "I didn't know. I just took a wild guess. I never expected that the so-called Lord of Hell would fall for such a simple trick." Mephisto burst into laughter, a sound as grating as fingernails scraping across glass. Thor's face was now a grotesque mask of demonic glee. "Foolish mortal, do you really think you tricked me into revealing myself?" Chun Tian's fingers tapped lightly on the sheath of his demonic blade, a faint, knowing smile playing at his lips. "And if I did, my dear friend from the East," Mephisto slipped out of his handcuffs and stood, bowing with a theatrical flourish. "The unique fragrance of your soul is so potent, I could catch its scent across 9 realms." He suddenly leaned in, a wave of sulfur washing over Chun Tian. "Especially that fascinating little secret buried inside you." Mephisto inhaled deeply, but his expression abruptly shifted to one of shock. He roared, "You deceived me. This isn't your true body." Chun Tian broke into a wide grin. His figure rippled like water, growing translucent. "Bingo," he teased, his tone playful. "I must say, Lord of Hell, your nose is as sharp as they say." For the first time, Mephisto's twisted face was frozen with genuine fear. He stumbled backward, realizing his form had reverted to his true demonic self, no longer wearing Thor's body like a mask. Eternity? His voice trembled, all the arrogance of a Hell Lord stripped away. "Impossible. How could you?" Chun Tian's form had completely faded away, replaced by a majestic presence that defied description by mere words. The body of the eternal god was composed of billions of stars, every contour in constant flux and motion, as if embodying a miniature universe. Though the deity had no discernible face, Mephisto felt as if countless eyes were fixed upon him all at once. The surrounding space was utterly distorted. The bar, the base, the desert, all had vanished, leaving only a field of pure white nothingness. Back in the real world, Mephisto now appeared as an elderly gentleman in an immaculate suit. His once ferocious features were bowed, shrouded in gloom that seemed to seep from every pore. Around him, black chains of energy, visible to the naked eye, wound tightly. Each chain was inscribed with ancient runes, glowing with a ghostly blue light. At Chun Tian's side stood a man with flowing black hair and crimson armor, arms folded across his chest, exuding an air of haughty confidence. "Madara, can you keep him under control until Diablo finishes the seal?" In Madara's eyes, a kaleidoscope pattern slowly revolved. For trash like this, I don't even need to activate my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." With that, he shot a disgruntled glance at Chun Tian. "My lord, I could handle the likes of him myself. Why bother letting that hideous red-skinned brute set up a seal? Isn't that redundant?" Chun Tian shrugged. "A bit of extra insurance never hurts. Besides, we still have no idea where this guy is hiding Thor." "My lord, you underestimate me. Even demon lords don't necessarily qualify to be my dance partners. And another thing, next time, please don't turn me into your sword again. Ninja transformation techniques are not meant for being cradled in a woman's arms. Outside the base, Natasha and Coulson were coordinating the urgent evacuation of the agents. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. Coulson's order crackled over the comms, his face uncharacteristically serious. Natasha, Fury's going to be furious if he finds out you're supporting the guy he's always been wary of. And, honestly, I have to ask, why put your faith in someone you've only met once? Natasha's gaze lingered on the distant, trembling metal shelter. The corners of her lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Oh, perhaps. I'm just remembering things that happened long ago. Coulson didn't quite grasp Natasha's meaning, but he knew better than to press. After all, as agents, especially those like Natasha, who'd once been on the other side, everyone had their secrets. He himself had a secret no one knew, a girlfriend who played the cello. Or so he believed. 2B appeared at Chun Tion's side. Master, all agents have evacuated to a safe distance. As soon as 2B finished speaking, Chun Tion heard Diablo's raspy voice in his ear. My lord, I am ready as well. However, the Demon King's tone carried obvious displeasure. That bastard Uchiha Madara just glared at me with his Rinnegan again. Chun Tion couldn't help but laugh. All right, you two, stop it. He glanced at Mephisto, who was lost in an illusion, his eyes growing sharp. Right now, what matters is figuring out where Thor is being kept. Turning to his side, Chun Tion looked at Madara, who was still striking a pose. Madara, how is it? Have you found out where Mephisto is hiding Thor? The Mangekyo Sharingan spun in Madara's eyes. My lord, give me one more minute. This demon is about to confess everything to the supreme being in his illusion. In the pure white void, Mephisto knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Cracks ran across Mephisto's crimson skin, his twisted horns broken, and blood reeking of sulfur dripped onto the non-existent floor, evaporating into black mist. The form of the eternal being shifted endlessly before him, billions of stars swirling, the vast pressure of the cosmos grinding down every inch of his soul. Speak. The Eternal's voice boomed like a chorus of a billion stars. Where's Thor Odinson? A hoarse laugh escaped Mephisto's throat. Ha ha ha. The great Eternal. Actually paying attention to one brute from a single universe among the multitudes? How curious. Eternal gave no reply, only lifted a hand. Mephisto's body was instantly torn apart, only to be reassembled the next second. The agony made him curl up into a ball. This is your last chance. Eternal's voice was cold and merciless. Mephisto's vertical pupils spun wildly. At last he broke. The mirror dimension. Caecilius, the sorcerers of Camartage. Help me hide him there. Eternal's form hesitated for a moment. The exact location. The New York sanctum, beneath it in the mirrored layer. Mephisto panted, then suddenly grinned savagely. But you're too late. Loki has already set his plan in motion. Eternal's figure gradually faded, and the pure white space began to crumble. Mephisto froze. Wait, you're not Eternal. In the final moment before the illusion shattered, he heard a mocking voice. Of course not, old man. Reality. Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly stopped spinning, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. My lord, I've found him. Chun Tion raised an eyebrow. Oh. Madara formed a single-handed seal, dissolving the illusion. Mephisto's body began to tremble, drenched in cold sweat. He looked up to see Chun Tion, Madara, and 2B towering over him. Where is he? Chun Tion raised an eyebrow. In the New York sanctum. Caecilius has locked that thunder god in a mirrored sublayer beneath the ground. Madara replied with a slight smile. A mirrored sublayer. How interesting. My lord, do you need me to take a trip to New York myself? Chun Tion shook his head, his gaze falling on the now struggling Mephisto. No, I'll need your help with something else. Madara nodded slightly and glanced at Mephisto, who was waking from the illusion. My lord, why not let this demon remain lost in my illusion forever? Now, where's the fun in that? Isn't he interested in Diablo and me? Chun Tion crossed his legs, a smug grin on his face. Well, I'm rather curious about his Hell Dimension too. As Chun Tion recalled his plan, excitement sparked in his eyes. Madara, what do you think of letting Diablo take control of Mephisto's Hell Dimension? Madara crossed his arms, a glint of disdain flashing through his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. To take over a dimension? My lord, there's no need to waste so much time. With the power of Uchiha Madara, I have no need for such external trappings to prove myself. Chun Tion could only rub his forehead, exasperated. Yes, you're invincible. I get it. 2B's mechanical visor flickered softly as she reminded. Master, Mephisto is about to awaken. Sure enough, The bound Mephisto began to thrash violently, black sulphurous mist seeping from his body. Diablo instantly tightened the seal, crimson chains biting deep into the demon lord's flesh. Ar! Mephisto howled in agony, his ancient face twisting with pain. You dare to mock the Lord of Hell. Chun Tian crouched, meeting Mephisto eye to eye. Come now, old Mephisto, no need to get so worked up. He smiled disarmingly, looking utterly harmless. How about we strike a deal? Mephisto's vertical pupil narrowed to a thin slit. A deal? With you. That's right. Chun Tian snapped his fingers. Your hell dimension, in exchange for your life. The space fell silent in an instant. Mephisto ceased his struggles, clearly stunned by the offer. Suddenly, Mephisto burst into wild laughter, his voice thick with mockery. Ha ha! Foolish mortal, do you think hell is some property that can be passed around at will? Chun Tian stood up and shrugged. I try to be reasonable, but if you won't listen, then I have no choice. He called out to the air, Hey, Lord of Terror, it's your turn. As soon as Chun Tian finished speaking, crimson fissures split through the air, and molten lava poured down like fresh blood, pooling into a bubbling lake on the ground. The stench of sulfur instantly filled the space, and the air shimmered from the blazing heat. A thunderous boom erupted. A colossal figure slowly emerged from the molten lava, its monstrous demonic form gradually taking shape. Diablo, the Lord of Terror, had at last descended upon the mortal world in his full, terrifying glory. His crimson, slit-pupiled eyes looked down on Mephisto, lips curling back to reveal razor-sharp fangs. Leave it to me, my lord, Diablo intoned, his voice a chorus of countless tormented souls. I shall show the demons of this world that even among fiends, there are ranks and rulers. Mephisto's face froze in utter shock. His pupils contracted violently, and the sly grin he always wore was replaced, for the first time, by genuine fear. Staring up at Diablo's complete form, a guttural, inhuman growl escaped his throat. No, impossible. This pressure, has terror itself taken shape? Diablo leaned in slowly, his demonic body towering over 3 meters tall, casting a suffocating shadow that seemed to swallow all hope. He extended a taloned hand, covered in blood-red scales, and gently pinched Mephisto's chin, forcing the hellish lord to meet his gaze. I've heard. Diablo's voice rumbled like molten earth deep beneath the underworld. You wanted to devour me? Mephisto's body trembled under the weight of pure terror. At such close range, he finally saw Diablo's true essence. This was no demon native to their universe. Every inch of Diablo's skin rippled with chaotic energy from another dimension, and within those vertical pupils flickered ancient runes no lord of hell could comprehend. You're not a newly born demon of this world. Mephisto's voice quivered, betraying his dread. Diablo let out a low, rumbling laugh, the sound so warped it made the very air around them twist and shudder. Clever, but a little too late. Suddenly, he squeezed his talons tighter. Deep wounds split Mephisto's cheeks, exposing bone as black, sulphurous blood gushed forth. Mephisto screamed in agony, a cry that echoed with despair. But what terrified him even more was the realization that in Diablo's grasp, his regenerative powers had utterly failed him. The wounds did not heal. Instead, they began to fester and spread. Chun Tian watched from the sidelines, thoroughly entertained. He turned to Ban and remarked, when it comes to torment, demons really are in a league of their own. Ban snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. They're nothing but cheap tricksters. By now, Diablo had lifted Mephisto off the ground, the once mighty demon lord dangling in the air like a rag doll. With his other claw, Diablo pressed down on Mephisto's chest, right where every demon's core of power resided. You know, old fool, Diablo's voice suddenly softened, becoming all the more chilling. Back where I come from, your kind is known as a snack. The moment the words left his lips, Diablo's claws plunged savagely into Mephisto's chest. Black blood sprayed, and a throbbing, pitch-black heart was torn out with brute force. Countless fine chains coiled around that heart, each one linked to a hidden corner of the hellish dimensions. The core of hell's authority. Chun Tian let out a whistle. Was it really this easy? Mephisto's forcibly extracted heart throbbed violently in Diablo's grasp, its obsidian veins writhing like serpents. Fools! All of you! Just as terror contorted Mephisto's face, his expression twisted into a hideous grin. Thunder rumbled from the wound, gaping in his chest. Did you really think? Idi come un prepared? Chun Tian's pupil shrank. No. Diablo, hurry, swallow it. Without hesitation, Diablo tossed the black heart into his maw and swallowed whole. Yet almost immediately after, a muffled boom echoed from deep within his throat. The dark heart detonated inside him, unleashing a torrent of hellish runes that slithered through his veins like poisonous snakes. Black magma began to ooze from the cracks between his scales. Go! Diablo dropped to one knee, hacking up a mouthful of black blood reeking of brimstone. He stared up in disbelief at the dissolving figure of Mephisto. You used your own soul and authority as bait. Mephisto's body crumbled like spent ashes, drifting away on the air. Yet his laughter grew only wilder, as though this apparent defeat was, in truth, his greatest triumph. How dare you underestimate a god of the dimensions? His voice echoed through the warped space, tinged with a bizarre satisfaction. Those vertical pupils, fading away, stared unblinking at Diablo, as if admiring his own handiwork. The Lord of Terror's scales were being gnawed away by the hellish runes, black fissures spreading across his body like countless tiny serpents devouring his power. Did you really think I'd just hand over the true authority of hell? Mephisto's fading image cast a mocking glance at Shintion. Just wait, little boy. Once you lose this demon's help, let's see if you can withstand the onslaught of all the dimensional demon gods. A guttural growl rumbled from Diablo's throat. With a roar, he threw open his fanged maw and devoured the last lingering trace of Mephisto from the air. He forced down the brimstone-laced black mist, crushing even the final vestiges of the demon lord within himself. Yet, there was no satisfaction in this hollow victory. The atmosphere in the chamber fell instantly silent. Shintion's features tightened in a scowl as he turned to 2B. Did that old bastard just say demon gods from other dimensions? 2B nodded. Master, you needn't worry. 2B will protect you. Shintion waved his hand and let out a heavy sigh. I thought I had outsmarted that cunning demon, but in the end, it was me who got played. Diablo's massive form swayed, and his crimson-scaled knees crashed down onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust laced with the stench of brimstone. Master, for the first time, Diablo's voice sounded weak, and black blood kept bubbling from his throat. That old bastard used his authority to grievously wound me. I have to return to the summoning realm to recover. Shintion nodded. I am sorry, Diablo. I underestimated that demon. Diablo bared his rows of razor-sharp teeth. Master, don't belittle yourself. You're still young. As he spoke, molten lava surged beneath his feet, slowly enveloping him. Master, for now, I won't be able to answer your call. Please be extremely careful. What are you worrying about? The master has me by his side. Van interrupted Diablo without any hint of courtesy. Damn Uchiha. When I'm healed, the first thing I'm going to do is break your legs. Let's see you dance then. Diablo's figure began to fade, his voice thick with exasperation. The bark of a beaten dog, Ban sneered. Watching as Diablo vanished completely, Shintion glanced at Ban's prideful expression and sighed again. Let's get out of here. I really don't want to stick around. Who knows what Mephisto might have left behind in this place. It was as if his words jinxed them. No sooner had Shintion spoken than countless crimson runes flared across the ground beneath their feet. Oh, come on. I really am a jinx. Shintion stared at the sudden red glow, wishing he could go back and slap himself for saying that out loud. The blood-red light spread rapidly, turning the whole ground into a boiling pool of molten lava. Mephisto's manic laughter echoed from every direction, and from the widening fissures, countless skeletal hands wreathed in hellfire clawed wildly toward the group. Master, 2B's mechanical visor instantly switched to combat mode, her silver hair whipping in the heat. She swept Shintion up into her arms and leapt into the air, her heels transforming into hovering devices. With a cold snort, Ban's Rinnegan flared to life. Just pitiful wraiths. How dare you act up? His hands blurred through a series of seals. Heavenly Hindrance Meteor. The sky split open, and a massive meteor, hundreds of meters across and wreathed in flames, came crashing down. The bone hands were obliterated in an instant, but, bizarrely, the red light only grew stronger. The crimson glow became blinding, cutting straight through the dust storm kicked up by the meteor's impact. Damn it, what's with that meteor? Coulson shouted, driving forward as fast as he could and addressing Natasha. Natasha leaned halfway out the car window, eyes fixed on the meteor smashing into what used to be the base. A deafening roar shook the air. A mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, and the shockwave spread outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground rippled like ocean waves, while fragments of concrete and twisted metal wreckage were hurled hundreds of meters into the air. Coulson, faster! Natasha shouted loudly at Coulson, who was behind the wheel. I know. Damn it. This car's already at its limit. When we get back, I swear I'll make Fury give me a new ride. Sweat streamed down Coulson's forehead. Damn it. No conventional weapon could cause this kind of destruction. Coulson's fingers clamped tightly around the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. He glanced at the dashboard. The speedometer had already passed 200 kilometers per hour, but the shock wave was still gaining on them. Natasha quickly fastened her seatbelt and grabbed her communicator. All units, brace for impact. I repeat, brace. Her words were abruptly cut off. Countless red beams pierced through the dust storms kicked up by the meteor's impact. The blue sky was stained crimson, and the whole landscape lay under a blood-red hue. Go, Coulson! Every hair on Natasha's body stood on end. Her brain screamed to her to run, to escape. Through Natasha's terrified eyes, the rising mushroom cloud behind them was swallowed by an eruption of fire. The massive explosion reflected in her eyes. The car they were in began to shake uncontrollably. Natasha glanced at Coulson. He seemed to be shouting something at her, but she couldn't hear a thing. In that instant, Natasha's world was plunged into an eerie silence. She saw Coulson's lips moving, saw the veins bulging on his forehead, saw his knuckles turn white as he gripped the steering wheel for dear life. But every sound had vanished. In the rearview mirror, the devastating shockwave rolled toward them like a tsunami, warping the very air into shimmering, translucent ripples. The SUV was tossed into the air like a toy, flipping 3 times before crashing down. The seatbelt bit painfully into Natasha, her insides wrenched by the violent centrifugal force. The windshield shattered to dust on the first impact, and a shriek of twisting metal stabbed through the silence. When the world finally stopped spinning, Natasha realized she was hanging upside down inside the mangled car. The airbag was plastered against her face. Her nose was filled with the metallic tang of blood and the fumes of gasoline. Struggling, she managed to unbuckle her seatbelt and dropped heavily onto what was now the floor, the car's roof. Coulson. Her voice was hoarse as she turned her head slightly, spotting Coulson hanging upside down as well, his face streaked with blood and his eyes closed. She reached out and felt for Coulson's neck, then let out a long breath. His pulse is steady. He's just unconscious. Natasha smashed the remaining window glass with her elbow and, dragging her aching body, crawled out of the wreckage. As she staggered to her feet, the sight before her took her breath away. The entire wasteland had turned into a charred inferno. In the wake of the blast, all vegetation lay flattened in a radial pattern, the ground coated in a glittering layer of vitrified material. Where the shield base once stood in the distance, there was now nothing but a massive crater 10 kilometers wide, its depths glowing with an eerie, dark red light. This is even more powerful than the atomic bomb that leveled Neon City back in the day. Coulson's voice came from behind her. She didn't know when he had awoken, his face smeared with blood and his suit torn to shreds. Natasha didn't answer Coulson, her eyes fixed tightly on the ruins, worry etched deeply in her gaze. Are you worried about Chintian? Coulson hobbled over to her. With a blast like that, I doubt anything could survive. No, you can't judge Chintian by ordinary standards, Natasha retorted. How do you know that? Coulson looked at her, puzzled. Natasha didn't reply. She would never tell him that ever since she met Chintian on that rooftop, he had started appearing in her dreams, as if he had always been a part of her past. Natasha, what is that? Coulson suddenly pointed toward the distant ruins. Natasha's pupils contracted sharply. She saw, in the burning heart of the wreckage, a colossal blue energy form slowly rising to its feet. It was a semi-transparent warrior giant, clad in armor, hands crossed protectively over its chest, and wings unfurled behind it, blotting out the sky. Susan, Natasha murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Her memories were growing ever clearer. Susanu slowly lowered its massive blue arms, standing upon the scorched earth like a deity descended from the heavens. From Susanu's palm, Chintian poked his head out, face pale as he wiped cold sweat from his brow. Damn, I was almost blown to kingdom come. Behind him, Tubi scanned Chintian thoroughly. Master's vital signs are stable, but adrenaline levels are up by 300%. Immediate. Whoa, time out. Chintian quickly waved off 2BS medical report, then turned to give a thumbs up toward the core of Susanu. Madara, you were incredible. If it weren't for that move, I'd be nothing but dust right now. Madara stood proudly within the crystal on Susanu's forehead, his Sharingan eyes sweeping coldly over the ruins. Just a mere explosion. He crossed his arms, the armor of Susanu ringing out with a crisp clash as he moved. I just didn't expect that Demon Lord's ambush. Even I failed to detect it. Bowing slightly to Chintian, Ban said, I sincerely apologize, my lord. This was my mistake. Don't be surprised that Lord Ban knows how to apologize. After all, even Diablo once knelt before the protagonist. That's just the overwhelming power of the protagonist cheat. No further explanation needed. Chun Tian waved his hand dismissively at Ban, then glanced around the area, clicking his tongue in awe. Terrifying. By the way, he turned to look at 2B. Did you manage to contact Tony for me just now? 2B nodded. As soon as I learned Thor's location, I reached out to Mr. Stark. He should already be in New York by now. Hearing this, Chun Tian immediately collapsed backward, and 2B hurriedly knelt down, cushioning his head on her lap. Sprawled out in the palm of Susanoo, Chun Tian lay with his head comfortably pillowed on 2B's soft thighs, gazing up at the sky as its crimson hue slowly faded back to a clear blue. He let out a long sigh, muttering to himself, "Once Tony rescues Thor, just have him come pick up his trusty hammer from here." No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly sat up, smacking his forehead. "Wait, Loki, that guy might throw the destroyer armor straight into New York." Chun Tian, you have to get back to New York now. A killer robot just dropped out of the sky. Tony's trying to hold it off. Coulson's voice called out from beneath Susanoo's feet. New York, Bleecker Street, Manhattan. What was once a bustling avenue had been plunged into chaos, with screams rising and falling in waves. The crowd scattered like a startled herd. Cars crashed into each other in a chain reaction, and sirens wailed relentlessly above the mayhem. A blinding energy beam swept across the street, shattering an entire row of shop windows in an instant. Shards of glass rained down like a glittering storm. "Jarvis, does this thing have any weaknesses?" Tony Stark's voice echoed inside the Mark III suit, tinged with rare anxiety. He rolled aside just in time to evade another searing blast from the destroyer's cannon. With thrusters roaring at full power, his suit traced a streak of gold and red through the air. "Sir, I'm unable to identify the target's armor composition. Its energy readings exceed anything in our database," Jarvis replied, his tone steady but noticeably quicker. "Recommend prioritizing evasive maneuvers. I'm attempting to analyze for weak points." "Evade? You want me to run away on my own turf?" Chun Tian would never let me live it down. Tony swerved sharply, dodging a massive arm as it whistled past. He could feel the force of it through his suit. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed 3 repulsor blasts right at the destroyer's empty faceplate. Damn it, what is this thing made of? Suddenly, the destroyer's movements froze. A blinding orange glow flared to life beneath its helmet. Tony's pupils contracted. He knew this warning sign all too well. "Jarvis, maximum thrust now." A deafening explosion tore through the air. A blazing white beam skimmed just above the armored boots, while behind Tony, a building began to tilt slowly, melting like butter. He tumbled awkwardly through a shower of shattered glass, Jarvis's rarely heard alarm blaring in his ears. "Warning, armor integrity has dropped to 67%. "Damn it," Tony cursed. "Jarvis, have you managed to reach Chun Tian?" "Communications are still being jammed. I can't establish a stable connection." "Hell," Tony swore again. "If only my Mark III Eclipse Edition was finished. I could tear that thing apart with my bare hands." His anger boiled over. "We can't let this go on. It'll wipe out all of New York City." "Jarvis, is there any way to lure it away?" Jarvis's voice sounded in Tony's ear. "Sir, energy trajectory analysis indicates that the armor's target is very specific. 177A, Bleecker Street." 177A? Tony was startled. "Isn't that the house Chun Tian asked me to check out?" "Yes, sir," Jarvis quickly confirmed, pulling up the data. "The target's path is locked onto that location. The destruction along the way appears to be collateral damage caused by your intervention." Tony's brow furrowed. The suit's thrusters shifted slightly, holding him aloft as he watched the destroyer's relentless advance. Sure enough, the massive armor was moving in a straight line toward 177A, Bleecker Street, relentlessly crushing anything in its way. "Jarvis, what on earth is in that house?" Tony asked in a low voice. "There's no record in our database," Jarvis replied, "but according to information Mr. Chun Tian had 2B provide earlier, which he instructed me to notify you about, it's possible Thor is imprisoned there. All your plans so far have been a Thor attack." "Thor? The Norse god of thunder?" Tony clicked his tongue. "So this thing is here to rescue him. Or to kill him," Jarvis added. Tony fell silent for a heartbeat, then suddenly surged forward. The suit sliced through the air as he positioned himself directly in the destroyer's path. "Hey, big guy." Tony lifted his palm repulsor, aiming straight at the destroyer's faceplate. "I don't care if you're here to save someone or to kill them. New York isn't your playground." The destroyer's movements paused for a split second, the orange glow beneath its mask flickering as if sizing up this new obstacle. Tony grinned. "Jarvis, get Plan B ready." "Sir, you don't have a Plan B." "I do now," Tony snapped, raising his arm. The shoulder panels of his suit snapped open, unleashing dozens of micro-missiles that shrieked through the air, all aimed at the destroyer's joints. A thunderous barrage erupted. In an instant, the explosive flames engulfed the destroyer, but Tony didn't relax for even a moment. He knew an attack of this magnitude could never destroy it. Sure enough, the very next second, the destroyer strode out of the fire, its armor completely unscathed, the glow beneath its mask burning even brighter. "Jarvis, find its energy core," Tony shouted, detecting abnormal energy fluctuations. Jarvis's voice suddenly turned urgent. "Sir, its energy readings are spiking rapidly." Tony's pupils narrowed sharply as the destroyer's chest plate slowly opened, revealing a swirling orange-red energy core inside, a terrifying power gathering at its center. Damn it! Tony immediately pulled back at full speed, but the destroyer seemed to have locked onto him as its target. At that critical moment, a golden spark blossomed in front of Tony, swiftly expanding into a portal. The energy blast fired by the destroyer shot straight into the portal. Tony's eyes widened as he watched the devastating beam, powerful enough to obliterate an entire street, vanish without a trace through the gateway. "Jarvis, where did that energy blast go?" For once, Jarvis sounded almost perplexed. "Sir, analyzing the energy trajectory, that beam just broke through Earth's atmosphere." "What?" Tony's voice jumped several octaves. "Are you telling me it shot right out of the planet?" "Yes, sir." Jarvis paused, then added, "And it appears to have struck a satellite in low Earth orbit. It seems to be one registered under your name." Tony opened his mouth, but for a moment, no words came out. While Tony stood there, momentarily stunned, a deep voice sounded at his side. "Looks like we arrived just in time." Tony spun around to see a black man in a dark robe standing beside him. He had no idea when the man had appeared. Even more striking was the heavy-set Asian man standing next to him, golden runes shimmering on his wrist as he traced circles in the air. With every motion of his hand, golden sparks spun and danced in the air. Tony instinctively raised his repulsor. "And who the hell are you two supposed to be?" The black man smiled faintly and made a curious gesture. "I am Mordo, sorcerer of Kamartaj." He gestured to the heavy-set man beside him. "This is Wong." "Kamar what?" Tony frowned. "Jarvis, look up this organization." "Sir, there are no records in the database." Jarvis responded immediately. The golden rings of light on Wong's hand grew larger and larger. Without even looking up, he said, "Don't bother. To ordinary people, our existence is a secret." Mordo stepped forward, his gaze locked onto the distant destroyer armor. "Mr. Stark, this magical construct is beyond your ability to handle." Tony's helmet snapped open, revealing a look of disbelief. "Wait, are you saying this is magic?" "To be precise, it's a hybrid of Asgardian magic and technology." Wong finally paused in his spell work, the golden portal he was conjuring now wide enough for someone to pass through. "So, if you don't mind letting the professionals take over." Tony was just about to retort when the destroyer armor suddenly let out a deafening roar, its chest core blazing with energy once again. "Look out!" Tony shouted. Mordo raised both hands, instantly conjuring an orange magical shield. A thunderous explosion followed as the destroyer's energy cannon slammed into Mordo's magical barrier. The orange, rune-etched shield held for barely half a second before shattering like glass. The unleashed blast struck Mordo square in the chest, hurling him through the air. "Mordo!" Wong's face went pale. He hastily raised his hand to cast a portal for rescue, but the destroyer had already turned its sights on him, the orange glow beneath its mask pulsing furiously. "Damn it!" Tony surged forward in his suit, slamming straight into the destroyer. "Jarvis!" Full power to thrusters. Distracted. The suit's thrusters erupted in a blinding blue blaze as Tony hurled himself like a cannonball into the destroyer's side. The impact staggered the colossal figure, knocking its energy blast off course. It seared past Wong's head and blasted harmlessly into the sky. Inside Tony's helmet, alarms blared frantically. "Warning! Armor integrity at 42%. "Shut up. I know," Tony growled, clinging tightly to the destroyer's arm in a desperate attempt to hold it back. "Wong, get him out of there." Wong dashed to Mordo, who had been blasted into a wrecked car. The once composed sorcerer now looked battered and disheveled, his chest scorched and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mordo coughed weakly, forcing his eyes open. "This thing is stronger than I thought." Wong couldn't help a wry smile. "Weren't you just saying, let the professionals handle this?" Mordo could only manage a faint, embarrassed silence. Tony's voice rang out from across the street. "Hey, you two professionals, can we skip the chit-chat? I'm running out of time over here." With a violent swing, the destroyer hurled Tony aside. The Iron Man suit crashed through a nearby cafe, sending glass and splinters flying. Tony lay amid the wreckage, alarms shrieking in his ears. Warning, armor integrity at 31%. Sir, I strongly advise immediate retreat. Jarvis chimed in, his usually calm tone tinged with genuine urgency. Retreat. Tony gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up. New York is about to be torn apart. Where am I supposed to retreat to? At that moment, a dark figure suddenly landed beside him on a fire hydrant. Listen, Mr. Stark. Mordo's black robes snapped in the hot wind as he fixed his gaze on the advancing destroyer. Wong, and I will lure this thing into the mirror dimension. You need to rescue that Norse god. What? Tony was still reeling when he saw Wong's hefty figure stumble out of another portal. Are you insane, Mordo? Wong's face was scrunched in panic, though the sling ring on his hand was already glowing with golden light. The two of us against that thing? I'm just a librarian. Less talking. Mordo grabbed Wong's arm. If we stall any longer, the sanctum will be rubble. The destroyer had already raised its arm, the energy core in its chest spinning violently. Blinding orange light drenched the entire street in a bloody hue. Now, Mordo roared. Wong looked as if he were about to weep, but his hands moved with precision, tracing out a complicated pattern. Golden sparks blossomed at the destroyer's feet in the space. Beneath began to fracture layer by layer, like shattering glass. Tony watched as the destroyer's movements suddenly slowed, as though it had been plunged into thick, sticky glue. Go! Mordo shouted over his shoulder at Tony, the veins in his temples standing out. Sublevel 3, the mirror interstice. We can't hold it for long. Tony was about to engage his thrusters when he noticed blood trickling from Wong's nostrils. The chubby sorcerer's round face was flushed crimson, and the golden light from the sling ring flickered uncertainly. Damn it! Mordo cursed, freeing up his left hand. Two golden chains shot out from his palm, winding tightly around the destroyer's legs. It's resisting the spatial transfer. The destroyer's faceplate suddenly rotated a full 180 degrees, locking its gaze onto the two sorcerers. Its chest emitted a gut-wrenching metallic screech as the energy core began to spin in reverse. Oh no! Wong screamed. It's deciphering the spatial coordinates. The entire street began to warp. Cars along the curb stretched and twisted like clay in child's hands. Tony's suit blared with relentless alarms. Warning! Local spatial curvature anomaly detected. No time. Mordo bit his tongue hard enough to draw blood and spat a mist of crimson onto his sling ring. The golden light surged, and he shouted hoarsely at Tony. Remember, once you find Thor, have him summon Mjolnir immediately. Only the thunder of the god of thunder can. Before he could finish, the space around the three of them shattered with the crash of 1,000 mirrors. Tony's vision blurred, and he found himself floating in a maze made of countless diamond-shaped shards. Not far away, the destroyer was pounding furiously against the barrier of this mirrored world, each strike sending violent tremors rippling through the entire realm. Sir, I've detected a rapid decline in the life signs of both sorcerers. Jarvis's voice carried an unusual urgency. I recommend immediate action. Tony cast one last glance at the two sorcerers struggling to hold on amid the shards of fractured space. His thrusters flared with a brilliant blue as he rocketed toward the sanctum's underground chamber. Behind him, the destroyer's furious roar rumbled through the dimensional barrier, mingling with the shattering sound of a world splintering apart. His golden-red armor sliced through the air and crashed through the doors of the New York sanctum. The ancient oak doors swung shut behind him, sealing away the chaos and explosions of the outside world. Tony exhaled deeply, his helmet snapping open as he surveyed the room. Well, at least this place hasn't been blown to pieces yet. Inside the sanctum, an uncanny stillness reigned, as if it belonged to another world entirely. Sunlight filtered through stained glass, casting a patchwork of colors across the time-worn wooden floor. The air was laced with the faint scent of herbs and parchment, while the walls were lined with bizarre runes and magical instruments Tony couldn't begin to decipher. Jarvis, scan the building structure, Tony murmured. Scanning. Jarvis's response echoed in his helmet. Sir, I'm detecting unusual spatial fluctuations underground, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. Tony frowned. What do you mean, can't pinpoint? Aren't you supposed to see through 30 layers of concrete? The spatial structure here appears to... Jarvis hesitated, a rare occurrence. Defy the laws of physics. Damn it. Tony rubbed his temples. What did those two sorcerers say again? Mirror dimension? He let out a heavy sigh. I'm a scientist, not a magician. So how am I supposed to get into this damn mirror dimension? Just blast a hole in the floor? I wouldn't recommend that. A gentle female voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Tony spun around, his suit's weapons instantly locking onto the source. A woman of Asian descent dressed in deep blue robes, standing calmly at the turn of the staircase, hands folded with a serene smile. Holy, do all you sorcerers enjoy popping up out of nowhere like that? Tony's repulsor was still glowing. Who are you? I'm one of the guardians of the New York Sanctum, assistant to Master Wong. She bowed slightly. You may call me Lin. The Sorcerer Supreme asked me to wait for you here. Tony didn't lower his guard. The Sorcerer Supreme? Sounds impressive. But tell me, how exactly are you going to get me into this mirror dimension? Lin strode quickly to a small door, pulling a golden ring from her sleeve and pressing it gently into a groove on the door. Use this, but you must hurry. If the destroyer breaks through the mirror dimension, the entire sanctum will. Her words were cut off abruptly. The entire building shook violently. The chandeliers swung madly. Picture frames crashed from the walls. In the distance, there was a thunderous shattering of glass. It's broken through. Lin's face went pale. Much sooner than we expected. Tony could hear the heavy, relentless footsteps of the destroyer approaching from outside, drawing closer and closer. There's no time. Lin suddenly bit her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the golden ring. Runes on the door flared with a blinding red light. Listen, Mr. Stark, entering the mirror layer requires a specific incantation and a suspension ring, but you don't have time to learn it now. So, you'll have to take a more direct approach. Lin drew a deep breath. Jump in. Jump into Wa. Before Tony could finish, Lin had already flung the little door open. Behind it was not a room or a hallway, but a warped, mercury-like space, shimmering with an eerie blue glow. You can't be serious, Tony muttered, stepping back. A deafening crash erupted. The main doors of the sanctum exploded inward, sending splinters flying. The towering form of the destroyer appeared in the doorway, orange light burning beneath its helm like the gaze of death itself. Tony felt a bizarre force pull at his armor from behind, as though countless invisible hands were trying to drag him in. As he tumbled into the twisted space, the last thing he saw was Lin weaving intricate hand signs, golden runes writhing like living things around the destroyer's armor. Find Thor. Trust nothing you see. Lin's voice echoed just as the warped space swallowed him. Sir, dimensional barrier is collapsing. Jarvis's warning blared in his ear. The world spun wildly. Tony felt his consciousness splinter into fragments. Every readout on his suit's display turned to gibberish, and 100 shattered. Images flickered before his eyes. The gleaming spires of a golden palace, storms raging with thunder and lightning, a giant with golden hair, bound in chains. When Tony finally came to, he found himself standing on a quiet suburban street. Sunlight filtered through maple leaves, dappling the asphalt. In the distance, children's laughter rang out as they played. Where am I? Tony wondered aloud, glancing down to see himself dressed in a casual shirt and jeans, a box of fresh donuts in his hand. Sweetheart, a familiar voice called from behind. Tony spun around to see Pepper standing on the porch of a white house, flour dusting her apron. The new neighbors are almost here. You promised to help move furniture, remember? Tony opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Some deep instinct screamed that everything was wrong, yet the warmth of the sunlight and the gentle smile in Pepper's eyes felt so achingly real. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the mirror dimension, Thor Odinson sat in his backyard by the barbecue. He wore a plaid shirt and jeans, flipping steaks with practiced ease. Jane poked her head out from the kitchen window. Honey, could you help me with the salad dressing? Come on, my love, Thor replied with a smile, reaching for the bottle of dressing. As he did, a faint chain-like tattoo shimmered on his wrist. He frowned, unable to remember where the tattoo had come from. When Tony rang the doorbell of his new neighbor's house, it was Thor who answered. The moment their eyes met, both men were struck by a sudden, inexplicable dizziness. Have we? Tony rubbed his temples, searching for the memory. Have we met somewhere before? Thor's blue eyes widened a fraction, and the lights in the garden flickered suddenly. He glanced up at the clear sky, murmuring under his breath, strange. I could have sworn I heard thunder. At that moment, Tony noticed the chain tattoo on Thor's wrist, faintly glowing with golden light. He grabbed Thor's wrist abruptly. What is this? I don't know. Thor's voice rose with agitation, and objects in the yard began to tremble without reason. It's been burning hot since this morning. Tony's pupils shrank in alarm. Sir, Jarvis's voice came from a vast, distant void, muffled, yet unmistakably clear, as if slicing through a dense fog. Tony jerked his head up, looking around, sunlight still warm, Pepper still smiling on the porch, the chain tattoo on Thor's wrist pulsing with strange golden light. Everything appeared so real. But Jarvis's voice was like a blade, cutting sharply into Tony's consciousness. Sir, your vital signs are abnormal. Neural activity indicates you're experiencing severe hallucinatory interference. Tony's breathing quickened, his gaze locked onto Thor, whose expression was shifting from confusion to a kind of tortured struggle. Sir, based on the energy readings, you are currently within a deep illusion inside the mirror dimension. Jarvis continued, his tone steady and unwavering. Miss Lin's warning was correct. Do not trust the illusion. Don't trust the illusion. Lin's words echoed in Tony's mind. His fingers tightened unconsciously, gripping Thor's wrist with all his strength. Thor snapped his head up, a flicker of lightning glinting in his blue eyes. Neighbor, his voice was low and hoarse, as if carried across worlds. You feel it too, don't you? Tony felt his temples pulsing, and the world around him began to warp. The sunlight grew blinding. Pepper's figure scattered like a sand painting swept by the wind, and the villa's walls started to flow and melt like wax. Thor! Tony growled, his voice taut. This isn't real. Thor's expression twisted suddenly, turning ferocious. He wrenched his hand free from Tony's grasp. In the courtyard, the grass caught fire, the sky darkened in an instant, thunderclouds rolling overhead. Of course I know this isn't real. Thor roared, his voice booming like a thunderclap. But I've been trapped here for far too long. On his wrist, the tattooed chain suddenly ruptured, golden runes writhing up his arm as if they were alive. Thor threw his head back with a furious howl, and a bolt of lightning crashed down, striking him squarely. A tremendous explosion ripped through the air. Tony was hurled to the ground by the shockwave, the entire world shattering like a broken mirror. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself kneeling on the icy floor of a crystal palace, his armor covered in a layer of frost. Suspended before him in midair was Thor Odinson, bound by 7 rune-etched chains that glimmered with light. Thor's golden hair hung in disarray, his eyes tightly shut. Sir, the mirror layer has been confirmed. Jarvis's voice finally rang clear. Target locked, Thor Odinson. Tony struggled to his feet, his suit groaning under the strain. Hey, Mr. Blockbuster. Hey, Thor, he shouted. Wake up. Thor's body jerked violently, his eyelids fluttering as he slowly opened them. Within those piercing blue eyes, lightning seethed, a storm barely contained. Neighbor, Thor's voice rasped, weak but simmering with barely suppressed rage. How did you end up here? Tony grinned, even though his armor was battered and barely holding together. I'm here to rescue you, big guy. He raised his repulsor, taking aim at the chains binding Thor. Then, we've got 2 reckless sorcerers to save. A savage smile curled at the corner of Thor's lips. Good. The next instant, Tony squeezed the trigger, and a blast of energy thundered out. Over New York, the sky changed in a heartbeat. One moment, it was clear and bright. The next, heavy clouds rolled in like tidal waves, swallowing the Manhattan skyline. Gale-force winds howled as terrified. Pedestrians looked up, lightning slithering through the clouds like silver serpents. Thunder rumbled overhead, echoing like the roar of ancient beasts. Inside the sanctum, Master Lin's hands moved in a blur, weaving spell after spell. Golden rune chains wrapped tightly around the destroyer's armor, yet its energy core spun ever faster, the orange-red glow growing ever more intense. It's breaking free. Lin gritted out, sweat beading on his brow as he shouted to Mordo, who was staggering toward him. The destroyer suddenly convulsed, the rune chains shattering inch by inch. Its armored face turned toward Lin, energy cannon charging. A thunderous roar erupted. A bolt of lightning, thick and wrathful as divine judgment, tore through the sanctuary's roof and struck the destroyer squarely in the chest. The tremendous force blasted the destroyer off its feet, hurling it through the sanctuary walls and sending it tumbling into the buildings. Across the street, stone fragments flew in all directions, dust billowed, and every window along the street shattered from the shockwave. Lin staggered backward, stunned, glancing up through the gaping hole in the roof to the sky above. At the heart of the swirling storm clouds, a war hammer wrapped in thunder and darkness plummeted earthward with unstoppable fury. A powerful hand caught Mjolnir as it fell from the heavens. Thor and Tony emerged from the mirrored realm. The moment the hammer landed in Thor's palm, lightning exploded around him. Golden bolts, wild as serpents, coiled about his form, and the armor of Asgard reforged itself in the electric blaze. Silver bracers, a crimson cape, and a heavy chest plate. Each piece of metal gleaming with the radiance of the gods. His golden hair whipped wildly in the storm, and the lightning in his eyes seemed ready to pierce the very clouds. Lin and Mordo were forced to retreat a step by the overwhelming might. Thor lifted his head slowly, a cocky smile playing at his lips. Thank you, sorcerers of Midgard, for holding off my father's armor on my behalf. Behind him, Tony's suit was in shambles. half the faceplate smashed, but he still managed a sharp whistle. Wow, talk about a dramatic entrance, Point Break. Next time, a little heads up. My armor's not rated for a thunderstorm at point blank. Thor turned and grinned at Tony. Point Break? Neighbor, don't you know my real name yet? He threw back his head and laughed, spinning Mjolnir in his hand so fast that the air within the sanctuary whipped into a raging tempest. Ancient tomes rustled furiously on their shelves, the sorcerer's robes snapped in the wind, and even Tony's battered armor was pushed back several paces by the divine force. Listen well, my friends. Thor's voice thundered through wind and storm, each word crackling with electricity. I am Thor Odinson, god of thunder of Asgard, son of Odin, guardian of the 9 realms. Mjolnir spun faster, radiating dazzling arcs of lightning. And as for this tin can before you, it's just my father's toy. Before the words had faded, Thor hurled Mjolnir and, like an arrow released from a bow, shot out of the sanctuary, hammer aimed straight at the destroyer, who had just begun to rise. The destroyer's armor had barely finished repairing itself, its energy core still gathering power, when Thor's hammer struck it down once more, smashing it into the ground. Another thunderous explosion. The shockwave blasted debris for hundreds of feet, and the street cracked like a spiderweb under the impact. Thor pressed one knee against the destroyer's chest. Mjolnir braced firmly on its faceplate. Lightning crackled from the hammer, surging wildly through the seams of the armor. Look at me, old friend. Thor's voice dropped to a somber tone. I know there's still a trace of Odin's will inside you. Tell me, why did my father send you here? Suddenly, the destroyer's energy core flared violently, and the orange glow beneath its faceplate shifted to an eerie green. A familiar voice echoed from within its body. Because father finally saw your true nature, brother. Thor's eyes widened in shock. Loki! In a flash, the destroyer's hand shot up, clamping around Thor's throat and hurling him high into the air. As gasps of alarm rang out from the onlookers, the destroyer's chest plate unfolded completely, its energy cannon charging to 3 times its previous strength in an instant. Thor, Lyn, and Mordo formed seals simultaneously, golden magic circles flaring beneath the destroyer's feet. But the cannon had already fired, and a blinding beam of energy shot into the sky. At the very last moment, a blur of red and gold streaked in from the side. Tony, with every thruster at maximum, snatched Thor out of the cannon's deadly path, burning through the last reserves of his suit's energy. Hang on! Tony gritted his teeth as more cracks spidered across his faceplate. Jarvis, divert all reactor power to the boosters. Energy at 7% remaining, sir, the AI replied coolly. Estimated time left, 3 seconds. Thor reached out, and Mjolnir snapped instantly back into his hand. He looked at Tony, who was carrying him away from the destroyer's firing line, surprise flickering in his eyes. Neighbor, you say the moving speech, Thunder God. Tony's voice quivered with the strain of overload. Either finish this thing now, or we're both about to get barbecued. With a booming laugh, Thor grabbed Tony's shoulder and tossed him toward safety. Then watch closely. Before the words were finished, Thor became a bolt of lightning, plunging straight down. Mjolnir gathered speed as he fell, trailing. A comet-like blaze. The destroyer barely had time to look up before the hammer struck its head from above with godly force. A deafening crash tore through the street, the impact caving in the ground and shattering every window within 100 meters. As the dust settled, the destroyer was nothing but a smoldering heap of scrap, its energy core ground to powder. Standing at the heart of the wreckage, Thor shook out his tingling arm. Finally, some peace and quiet. Tony lay flat on his back amid the ruins, his suit letting out a few final sputters before falling silent. Staring up at a rare, clear New York sky, he managed his signature, lopsided grin. Jarvis, make a note for me. My Mark III Eclipse Edition is going to need a lightning recharge port. Recorded, sir. Jarvis's electronic voice crackled with an unusual static. But allow me to remind you, your current vitals indicate 3 fractured ribs, a dislocated left shoulder, and... Enough. Tony struggled to lift his one good arm. First, help me get in touch with that jerk who's off having a good time in New Mexico. Suddenly, Tony's helmet communicator erupted with a burst of harsh static, followed by Chun Tion's heavy breathing and a thunderous crash of shattering ice. Tony, Chun Tion's voice came through, laced with the chaos of explosions. You done on your end? Wow, sounds like someone's having a blast over there. Tony lay sprawled on the rubble, ribs screaming in pain, but Chun Tion's ragged breathing made it impossible not to tease him. Let me guess, are you and Miss 2B conducting some research into the reproduction of humankind? On the other end, Chun Tion's voice shouted, Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu. The words nearly drowned by a sudden flare of flames. Then his exasperated curse. Damn it. Madara, I'm still here. You're burning me alive. In the background, 2BSCOM tactical report could just be heard. Master, I recommend withdrawing from the battlefield and leaving this to Uchiha Madara. I know. 2B, go help Nat. Shin Tian called out to 2B, then yelled back into Tony's channel. Asshole. If you've got the lead actor from Broadway, send him to New Mexico. Tell him we got frost giants here. Tony's smile froze. Wait, frost giants? Those bastards from Jotunheim. Shun Tian's voice broke up as he darted around. These White Walkers got beamed down by the Bifrost. A deafening sound of ice collapsing cut him off. Damn it. 2B, cover me. Gritting his teeth, Tony pushed himself upright from the ruins. The agony in his ribs forced a sharp gasp from his lips, cold sweat soaking through the battered lining of his suit. Thor, he shouted through clenched teeth. There's a massive party kicking off in New Mexico. Thor, busy examining the remains of the destroyer, spun around at Tony's call. What? Chun Tan just said. Tony grimaced, pain etched across his face, but he forced himself to stand. Frost giants from Jotunheim have come down through the Bifrost. Thor's pupils narrowed in shock, lightning crackling uncontrollably from his hammer. Impossible. Heimdall would never. Tony, fighting through the pain, grabbed a fistful of Thor's cape. Doesn't matter if Heimdall agreed or not. Right now, those big blue bastards are chasing my friend across the desert. He turned back to the comm and shouted. Chun Tian, hold on. We're on our way. The communicator suddenly erupted with a burst of piercing static, followed by Uchiha Madara's arrogant laughter booming through. Just a mere frost giant, and you dare to act up in front of me? Right after a deafening explosion shook the air. Thor's expression turned grave. He swung Mjolnir with a sudden force. We must head to New Mexico immediately. Jane is still there. Sir, the backup armor has arrived. Jarvis's voice floated down from above. A brand new suit of red and gold armor sliced through the clouds, breaking apart and reassembling in front of Tony. Staggering, Tony squeezed himself into the suit. The neural link of the new armor sent a jolt of pain through him, making him suck in a sharp breath. Damn it, Jarvis, hit me with some painkillers. Painkillers administered, sir, but I still recommend immediate medical attention. I'll worry about it when this is over. Tony flexed his limbs as the thrusters spat blue flames. Thor, lead the way. Thor raised the hammer high, summoning storm clouds once more. Hold on tight, Iron Man. Just as the two were about to soar into the sky, Master Mordo suddenly stepped forward. Wait. With a swift series of hand signs, he conjured a golden portal that unfurled before them. This will be faster. On the other side of the portal, the New Mexico desert had been transformed into an icy hellscape. Dozens of frost giants, each towering over 3 meters tall, rampaged through the wasteland, swinging weapons of pure ice, freezing everything in their path. And at the heart of the battlefield, holy crap, Tony's helmet scanned and zoomed in, revealing Uchiha Madara standing atop the carcass of a frost beast. Isusanu's blue, giant blade swept out in an arc, cleaving 3 frost giants clean in half. With a flick of his wrist, Chun Tian's blade, first-generation Oni Toru, sliced a cold arc through the biting wind. Blue blood spurted from a frost giant's thick legs as its massive body crashed to its knees before Natasha. Thanks, partner, Natasha called out, rolling to her feet. Her twin pistols barked in rapid succession, bullets piercing another giant's eye with flawless precision. Shin Tian didn't reply. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and with a gentle push of his thumb, he nudged the tsuba of his sword. Lion's Song. In an instant, the sword's flash exploded like a thunderclap. Before the frost giant could even scream, its head soared high into the air. Blue blood instantly crystallized into icy shards mid-flight. Chun Tian slid his blade back into its sheath, the metal ringing with a clear, resonant note. Tony will be here any second, he said, not bothering to look back, his eyes scanning the battlefield. Natasha kept firing at distant frost giants. And what good is he going to do? Her words were cut off as a bolt of lightning split the sky. Thunder crashed. Thor descended in a torrent of storm, Mjolnir smashing straight through a frost giant's chest. Tony followed close behind, palm repulsors blazing, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that shattered the ice walls into dust. Chun Tian turned and cast a glance at Natasha, whose face was still stinging from the blow. Natasha simply shrugged. How was I supposed to know he'd bring someone who could throw lightning? The party started, kids. Tony shouted as he spun sharply in the air. The shoulder of his armor popped open to reveal a miniature missile pod. Jarvis, target those big guys' knees for me. Sir, I recommend prioritizing an attack on there. I know, they're energy cores, right? Comicdub, palm repulsors blazing as he landed a direct hit on a giant's chest, sending a pulse of blue light through the air. But blasting their knees is way more fun. Thor swung his hammer, lightning arcing across the battlefield. How did these Jotunheim mongrels find their way to Midgard? Shintion cleaved an incoming ice spear in two. Ask your dear brother. They were teleported here by the Bifrost. After unleashing his missiles, Tony landed beside Shintion, eyeing the scorch marks and patches of frost covering Shintion's suit. With a crisp click, Tony's helmet snapped open, revealing his infuriatingly smug grin. Well, look who it is. Our suited bruiser turned into an ice sculpture. That Armani Customs goner. Need me to call an Italian tailor for you? Shintion rolled his eyes and smacked Tony's outstretched hand with the scabbard of his original Onigiri blade. Worry about yourself, genius. He nodded at the bruise on Tony's face. That's a unique look you've got. Who did your makeup? It's called battle-damaged chic, country boy. Tony crossed his arms, wincing through the pain. Shintion chuckled gleefully. Looks like that painkiller Jarvis prepped for you in advance isn't working, huh? He tapped his fingers on Tony's chest plate. Jarvis, unlock the chest armor module. Authorization confirmed. Disengaging lock now. Jarvis's calm, electronic voice responded. A mechanical click echoed from beneath Tony's mask. Hey, who gave you that clearance? Shintion ignored his protests, pulling up Tony's undershirt. Nobody gave it to me. You did, remember? Exposed to the air, the arc reactor pulsed with an unstable blue light, the skin around it mottled with alarming purple and blue bruises. Shintion's pupils narrowed. 3 fractured ribs? Jarvis, why hasn't his vital monitor set off any alarms? Sir has muted the pain alert system. Jarvis reported evenly. Scans indicate he's on the verge of going into shock. Tony tilted his chin up, trying to look proud despite his paling face. Stark Industries' latest development, Adrenaline Nano. Before Tony could finish speaking, Shintion suddenly grabbed his jaw and flicked a crimson pill straight down his throat with pinpoint accuracy. Caught completely off guard, Tony swallowed it and immediately broke into a fit of violent coughing. Cough. Damn it. What'd you just feed me? It's not one of those little blue pills, is it? Yunnan Baiyao Emergency Capsule, formula from 1902. Shintion shot Tony a middle finger, then turned and shouted, Nat, would you mind taking this egomaniac aside to patch up his wounds? From a distance, Black Widow, busy firing her weapon, gave a thumbs up without even turning her head. Her tactical belt had already popped out a medical kit on its own. Not far away on the battlefield, Tubi darted among the frost giants, moving like a silver wraith. Her katana, contract of white, traced beautiful arcs through the air, each slash severing a giant's joint tendons with surgical precision. The frost giants roared, swinging their ice axes, but just as one was about to strike her, its blow found only empty air. Tubi had already leapt skyward. Her mechanical core whirred at full power, and her long legs carved a flawless spinning trajectory midair. Graviton impact activate. With her cool command, she tapped the giant's head with her toe. In that instant, an invisible shockwave exploded outward. The giant's tough skull burst open like an overripe melon, and its blue blood froze into ice crystals before it could even splatter. Using the momentum, Tubi spun in the air and drove her katana straight into the throat of another giant. The blade tip vibrated at high frequency the moment it pierced, turning the entire head into dust. Master, 3 o'clock. She called out the warning without looking back, simultaneously flipping 3 electromagnetic grenades behind her. The grenades attached themselves to the chests of 3 giants with unerring precision. The explosive electromagnetic pulses instantly shut down their icy armor. Shintion caught on at once, unleashing a massive blade wave that swept across the battlefield. Thanks to B. At the other end of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara's maniacal laughter drowned out the giant's furious howls. He stood within the crystal at the brow of his susen, arms folded, looking down on his enemies with utter disdain. Is that all you've got? Madara's Rinnegan glowed with an eerie violet light. You're not even worthy to warm me up. The fully manifested Susanu's massive sword suddenly erupted in black flames. With a single sweeping strike, it sliced a dozen frost giants in half at the waist. The severed limbs, tainted by Amaterasu's hellfire, writhed frantically before being reduced to ashes in mere seconds. Madara formed a hand seal with one hand and drew in a deep breath. Katan, Goka Mekyaku, fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A sea of roaring fire erupted from his mouth, crashing headlong into the icy storm conjured by the frost giants, unleashing a dense, blinding white mist that blotted out the sky. Out of that swirling fog, Susanu's gigantic sword suddenly thrust forth, pinning the frost giant commander to the ground. Pathetic, Madara remarked coldly, watching the giant struggle. Tell your leader, if he wants to die so badly, he should come do it himself. The commander suddenly broke into a strange smile. Crystals of ice burst open from his chest, revealing glowing green runes within, a mark of Loki's. Magic! A beam of light shot straight at Madara's face, but the instant it touched the Rinnegan, it was swallowed by a swirling vortex of space. Tricks of a petty magician, Madara said, his Rinnegan rotating slightly. Now it's my turn. He pressed his hands together with force. Overhead, the sky split open with a massive rift, and a colossal Magatama, like a falling meteor, hurtled down with a roar. Heavenly Obstruction Meteor, modified. The shrunken meteor struck the remaining frost giant troops with deadly precision. The shockwave plowed the icy plain for kilometers around, leaving behind a vast crater. 2B had already leaped to Chun Tian's side before the explosion, her skirt of nanofiber unfolding into a protective shield that blocked the flying debris from a group. When the dust settled, Uchiha Madara strode forward at a measured pace, the armor of his Susanoo gradually fading away. He glanced at Thor and Tony. You're too late. The small fry have all been dealt with. Tony's widened eyes darted between Madara and Chun Tian. Wait a second. This guy. He throws fire, summons meteors, and pilots a gigantic robot. He gestured wildly, tracing the outline of the dissolving Susanoo. He's one of your summons too? Chun Tian slid his blade back into its sheath with unhurried calm and shrugged. Ah. Tony suddenly pointed at Madara's armor. I knew that style looked familiar. Then he turned to 2B. Sweetheart, mind telling me how you turn your little skirt into a blade? Aren't you worried you'll slice your master up during, intimate activities? 2B's mechanical eyes flickered, her lips twitching ever so slightly. Mr. Stark, your jokes are really not funny. Noticing the twitch at 2B's mouth, Tony seemed to discover something new and delightful. 2B, you've got a lot more expressions now. What's up with that? 2B glanced at Chun Tian, who was staring intently at Thor, but said nothing. Tony grinned mischievously and lowered his voice. Jarvis, make a note. Looks like our suit-wearing brawler's been giving the mechanical gal some special upgrades. He winked at Chun Tian. Hey, my friend, are you taking human-machine interaction to a whole new level? Before he could finish, Jarvis abruptly forced Tony's helmet shut. Sir, I recommend you watch your words. It was only then that Tony noticed the sudden change in the mood. Thor's eyes burned red, Mjolnir crackling with violent lightning, pointed straight at the shield insignia on Natasha's chest. It was you despicable lot. Natasha instantly dropped into a combat stance. The crisp click of her pistols cocking rang out. Big guy, did the cold freeze your brain? Chun Tian's figure slipped like a shadow between the two men. The first-generation Onigiri slid 3 inches out of its sheath, the cold glint of its blade catching the light and stabbing precisely into Thor's gaze. Calm down, God of the Hammer. His thumb pressed against its Tsuba, ready to unleash an Iaido slash at any moment. Are you sure you're not misunderstanding something? Thor squinted as the blade's reflection dazzled his eyes, but the storm raging on his hammer crackled even more fiercely. Midgardian warrior, you don't understand. 3 days ago in a tavern in this very town, it was a group wearing this emblem who captured me. His voice shook with fury. They trapped me in a mirrored illusion. I spent 10 years in that nightmare. Tony suddenly retracted his mask, his armored palm aimed at Natasha. When I went to rescue Thor, he really had been trapped in that illusion for years. I was pulled in too. I know what it's like. Thor raised his hammer, thunder rolling endlessly above. Despicable knaves? Tell me, what have you done with Jane Foster? Chun Tian frowned and glanced at Natasha. She simply shrugged, indicating she knew nothing about it. Slowly, Chun Tian slid Onigiri back into its sheath, though his thumb remained poised on the guard, ready to draw again in an instant. He met Thor's bloodshot eyes. Thor, calm down. Jane Foster is safe. His voice was steady and commanding, dousing Thor's raging anger like a bucket of cold water. Before you arrived, I already had Coulson evacuate everyone from here. Thor's upraised Mjolnir trembled slightly, the thunder's roar fading a bit. You're saying Jane is safe? She's all right. She was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. 12 hours ago, along with another you. I can assure you, S.H.I.E.L.D. is treating her kindly. Chun Tian's lips curled into a resigned smile. So, Thor, it wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. who captured you. Maybe this has something to do with your mischievous brother. As Thor was still weighing the truth of Chun Tian's words, the distant wasteland suddenly shuddered. A brilliant, multicolored pillar of light crashed down from the sky, piercing the clouds. The Bifrost, Thor jerked his head up, frowning in surprise. As the light faded, 4 figures stepped forth, 3 men and a woman, Thor's dearest friends from Asgard. The warriors 3, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and the warrior maiden Sif. Thor. Sif hurried toward him, her golden hair whipping in the icy wind, her eyes filled with urgency. We finally found you. Fandral gripped his long sword, his expression grave. Things are dire. That sly Loki. He's let frost giants into Asgard. Volstagg roared, slamming his massive axe into the earth. The palace is in complete chaos. Hogun added grimly. He deceived Heimdall and the queen, and while the Allfather slept in the Odin's sleep, he opened the Bifrost, allowing Laufey's army to storm straight into the palace. Thor's pupils shrank in shock, and lightning crackled furiously around Mjolnir. What? Tony let out a low whistle. Wow, that's some next-level family drama. Chun Tan murmured quietly to 2B. Looks like what the Ancient One said is pretty much confirmed. 2B's mechanical eyes flickered softly. Master, the Ancient One said that as long as we defeat Mephisto, we won't need to intervene any further. Chun Tian shrugged. Honestly, I'd rather get home early. Today's been exhausting. 2B gave a faint smile, her hands reaching up to Chun Tian's shoulders, gently massaging them. Thor looked at his friends with determination, his voice low and resolute. I must return to Asgard immediately. Sif stepped forward and placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. That's exactly why we came, to bring you back. But, she glanced at Chun Tian and the others, Loki's schemes don't stop there. He's planted seeds of chaos here in Midgard as well. Fandral nodded in agreement. He used illusions to trick Thor, making him believe he was imprisoned by people from Midgard. His goal was to turn Thor against the people here. Natasha raised an eyebrow. So those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who ambushed and kidnapped Thor at the bar, they were Loki's illusions, Sif confirmed. He's trying to incite war. Thor's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles popped, and lightning surged around him. Loki. Chun Tian spread his hands in mock exasperation. Well, looks like Bambi's gone rogue again. Thor took a deep breath, turning to face Chun Tian and the others. The storm in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by sincere gratitude. Warriors of Midgard, he began solemnly. His voice was no longer angry, but genuine and heartfelt. Thank you for freeing me from those illusions. Without your help, I might have made a terrible mistake. He looked to Chun Tian, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Especially you, Chun Tian. Please take care of Jane for me, and let her know I'll come back for her. Chun Tian shrugged again. All right. I'll make sure Tony funds her research. Thor burst out laughing before turning to Tony. Neighbor, your courage has truly impressed me. Perhaps one day, we could discuss the fusion of technology and magic in Asgard. Tony's eyes lit up. You got a deal. That Bifrost thing you just used to beam your friends down looked amazing. Maybe you could take me. Before he could finish, Chun Tian grabbed him by the arm. Save it. If you go now, you'll probably get blasted right into the cosmos by their battles. Tony rolled his eyes. Tisk stingy. Thor finally turned to look at Natasha and 2B, giving a slight nod. Brave ladies, your combat skills are truly remarkable. Natasha arched an eyebrow. Next time you visit Earth, just remember to buy us a drink. Absolutely. Thor agreed heartily, then turned, raising Mjolnir high. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. Suddenly, the sky split open, and a pillar of radiant, multicolored light descended once more, enveloping Thor and his companions. The wind howled, whipping Thor's cape behind him. He glanced back at the group for one last look and called out in a booming voice. Once I've dealt with Asgard troubles, I'll return and share a grand drink with you all. As his words faded, the Rainbow Bridge's light contracted in a flash, and Thor and his comrades vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint ripple of energy lingering in the air. Tony stared at the spot where the Bifrost had disappeared, absently stroking the stubble on his chin. Jarvis, you recorded all those energy readings, right? Fully documented, sir. However, for once, Jarvis's voice carried a note of uncertainty. This energy structure is beyond anything in our current understanding. Huh. Tony shrugged off the concern. Whatever it is, it can't outdo my Mark 3 Eclipse Edition, can it? Chun Tian stretched with a wide yawn, his joints cracking audibly. Come on, egomaniac. He glanced at Tony's injuries. What really matters now, he suddenly reached out and pressed a hand on Tony's shoulder, is giving you our wounded hero a thorough checkup. Natasha walked over, chuckling softly. Finally, someone's talking sense. Tubi stood quietly at Chun Tian's side, her mechanical eyes scanning Tony's wounds. Vital signs are fluctuating. Immediate treatment is advised. Tony was about to protest, but his helmet snapped open on its own, revealing his pale face. All right, maybe I do need... Chun Tian stifled another yawn and slung an arm lazily around Tony's shoulder. Then let's all head home and get some real sleep. All this mess. He glanced back at the last lingering shimmer of the Bifrost, now completely gone. We'll deal with it after a good rest. Party, Tony piped up suddenly. Despite his pallor, a familiar spark lit his eyes. Once I'm patched up, we're throwing a party. Champagne towers, laser shows, and you'll be running it all from a medical pod? Natasha quipped, one eyebrow raised. Hey, I'm Tony Stark. You try to straighten up, only to wince from the pain. The party doesn't happen unless I'm personally commanding from the comfort of the couch. Chintian finished with a laugh, giving Tony's back a gentle pat. Come on, wounded take priority. As for the party, let's wait until you're off painkillers. After Chintian finished speaking, 2B suddenly tugged gently at his sleeve. Master, you're right. But she glanced around at the desolate wilderness, her mechanical eyes flickering faintly. How are we supposed to get back? There doesn't seem to be any vehicles here. Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. Natasha's smile faded as she scanned the empty plains with a frown. Tony's suit let out a soft, mechanical hum, as if it too was assessing the situation. A few seconds of silence passed. Suddenly, Tony's faceplate snapped shut with a sharp click, and his thrusters flared with a dazzling blue light. He slowly rose into the air, looking down at the group with a mischievous grin in his voice. Well, looks like some of you are going to have to hoof it back, huh? Hey, Chen Tian glared up at him. Don't tell me you're. I'll be waiting for you at the Malibu mansion. Tony cut him off, his suit already shifting into flight mode. Try not to get lost. There's no self-service out here. Wait, you jerk. Chun Tian started to shout, but with a thunderous roar, Tony shot up into the clouds, shrinking to a tiny dot on the horizon. Only the tail end of his teasing lingered in the air. And by the way, my med bay is VIP access only. The wilderness fell silent once more, broken only by the whisper of wind rustling through the grass. Natasha folded her arms and gave Chun Tian a wry, half-smiling look. So, we've been abandoned, huh? 2B tilted her head, her mechanical gaze calm as she stared in the direction Tony had vanished. Master, shall I activate high-speed mode and carry you back? Chun Tian rubbed his temples and let out a long sigh. Forget it. I'd rather not have you carrying me across half of America. He shot a sidelong glance at Madara, who was still trying to look aloof. Standing in the shadows, Uchihamidara noticed Chun Tian looking at him. My lord, something as trivial as traveling. His scarlet Sharingan began to spin slowly, chakra energy shimmering around him. Chun Tian hurriedly waved his hands. Wait, Madara. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Madara tilted his head slightly, the three tomo spinning in his eyes. What? The speed of Susanoo far surpasses that Tin Man's toy. It's not about speed. Chun Tian pinched the bridge of his nose. Just picture it. A towering blue giant carrying us across American airspace. SHLD's alarms would probably light up the entire East Coast. Natasha couldn't help but laugh. I bet Director Fury's blood pressure would go through the roof. 2B added seriously. According to my calculations, there is a 97.3% chance we'd be mistaken for an alien invasion. Madara gave a disdainful snort. Troublesome. At that very moment, the roar of engines suddenly echoed from afar. Through swirling clouds of dust, several black shield SUVs sped toward them. The lead vehicle executed a flawless drift, coming to a halt right in front of the group. The window rolled down to reveal Coulson's trademark, gentle smile. Looks like I arrived just in time, he said, his gaze sweeping over everyone. It seems the fight is already over. Good. Come on. The vehicles I brought should be enough for all of you. With exaggerated relief, Chun Tian made a saved-at-last face. Coulson, letting you go ahead really was the right call. Don't get too sentimental just yet, Coulson replied with a grin as he opened the car door. The director says this mission report needs to be at least 300 pages long. Natasha deftly opened the front passenger door. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. 2B quietly followed behind Chun Tian. Just before ducking into the car, she paused and looked up at the sky. Master, Mr. Stark's flight trajectory appears unstable. Chun Tian followed her gaze, but saw nothing in the sky. Still, he could guess what was happening. He shook his head with a sigh. That egomaniac. He's probably pushing through his injuries again. Ban was the last to get in, tossing out a cold remark. Foolish. The motorcade began to roll forward. Coulson glanced at everyone through the rearview mirror. The medical team is standing by at headquarters. And he paused for effect. The director says we'll need to give the public an explanation for what happened in New Mexico and New York. Chun Tian slumped into his seat and groaned. Can't we just get some sleep first? Fastening her seatbelt, Natasha allowed herself a faint, knowing smile. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside the window, the last rays of sunset bathed the wilderness in a golden glow. Behind them, The final shimmer of the Bifrost faded into the clouds. 1 month later, wind direction 270, wind speed 30 knots, altitude 15,000 feet. Jarvis's refined British accent broke the darkness. Sir, you may enter the drop zone now. The opening guitar riff of AC/DC's Shoot to Thrill tore through the silence like lightning. The hydraulics of the transport bay. Door hissed as it slowly rose. Bathed in red cabin lights, the gold and crimson Mark Eclipse edition stood poised at the threshold. Tony's suit blazed a brilliant gold and red trail across the night sky as AC/DC's rock thundered around him. He stretched his arms wide, diving earthward in freefall, the altitude numbers on his helmet's HUD ticking down in rapid succession. Jarvis, start the fireworks. Tony shouted, laughter ringing in his voice, tinged with exhilaration. Fireworks array activated, sir, replied the AI, sounding almost resigned. Perfect. With a swift sidestep, Tony dodged the first incoming red firework. Hundreds of specially designed fireworks launched from the back of his suit, bursting into dazzling flames all around him. Like a nimble swallow, he weaved effortlessly through the explosions, sometimes deliberately triggering a few fireworks with a blast from his palm repulsors, creating even more dramatic visual effects. Now, this is exhilarating. Tony laughed, shouting to Jarvis, all right, let's see just how cool this suit can get. Suddenly, 2 pairs of massive mechanical wings unfurled from the back of his armor, blue streams of photon energy coursing across their surfaces. In the night sky, Tony became a mechanical phoenix reborn in fire, streaking downward with a long, glowing trail of energy. His armor traced a perfect arc through the night, while the electrifying guitar solo of AC/DC's Shoot to Thrill thundered across the entire expo. Below the stage, tens of thousands of spectators looked up in unison, erupting into a deafening cheer. Jarvis, activate the holographic projection, Tony called out as he plummeted at full speed. Holographic matrix engaged, sir. In an instant, the entire venue was bathed in spectacular blue holographic light. Countless virtual images of Iron Man danced through the air. Tony's suit unfurled 4 enormous photon wings, their surfaces gleaming with a liquid metal sheen, leaving a trail of radiant light in their wake. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Tony crashed almost vertically onto the specially reinforced stage. The shockwave sent the surrounding fountains shooting water 10 meters into the air, the droplets refracting rainbow colors onto the spotlights. As the smoke cleared, Tony rose slowly from a kneeling position. The photon wings on his back spread to their full span, their metallic feathers shimmering like flowing liquid. With a sharp click, his faceplate snapped open, revealing Tony's signature roguish grin. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice, amplified by the suit, resounded through the entire venue. Welcome to the Stark Industries Expo. The audience erupted like a tidal wave of applause. In the VIP box, Pepper massaged her forehead and shook her head, though she couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips. Colonel Rhodes, standing in the military guest section, clapped as he commented to Chun Tian beside him. I knew this guy would never change his ways. Chun Tian, meanwhile, looked on with a mix of envy and exasperation, grumbling under his breath. Damn it, I just knew Tony wouldn't miss a chance to show off like this. Damn it, it's not that I'm afraid my friend has it tough. I'm just afraid he'll upstage everyone again. Nearby, Tubi covered her mouth, her clear laughter slipping through her fingers. With an exaggerated bow, Tony swept his photon wings back, folding them elegantly into the shape of a cape. He stood at the very front of the stage, arms spread wide, basking in the thunderous applause that filled the hall. Amidst the cheers, Tony's suit began to retract, flowing like water until it was finally absorbed into his brand-new energy core, gleaming like a blue sun at his chest. Now dressed in a suit, Tony clapped along with his audience, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as they responded with wild screams and applause. It feels so good to be back. Did you all miss me? Because I missed you. Blow something up, a booming voice shouted from the audience. Tony flashed a sly grin, pointing in the direction of the voice. Blow something up? Been there, done that. The crowd burst into laughter. I never said that years of worldwide peace were all thanks to me. Beside Tony, the hologram shifted, displaying a photo of him knocking down a destroyer suit in New York. Seeing the photo, the audience cheered and applauded once more. In a private box, Chun Tian remarked with a hint of envy. Why doesn't he tell them what happened next? He got sent flying straight into a coffee shop. Tubi quickly wrapped her soft arms around Chun Tian's, gently cushioning his complaints. Master, it's Mr. Stark's big day. Let him have his moment. Chun Tian didn't say anything more, though he was clearly grinding his teeth. Nearby, Pepper couldn't stop laughing, while Rhodey leaned in closer to Chintian. Chintian, do you think I could get a suit like Tony's? Of course. Right after this, let's head over to his Malibu villa and get you all his suits. Back on stage, Tony stood under the spotlight, his smile tinged with a playful arrogance. He casually adjusted his suit cuffs, his gaze sweeping over the audience. I never claimed that no one else in the world could rise from the ashes like a phoenix, just as I did. The cheers and applause surged even louder. And I certainly never said that Uncle Sam could just kick back in a chair and sip iced tea, all because I've kept myself at the top of my game. No one dares challenge me one-on-one. The audience erupted, their cheers soaring to the rafters, with countless voices echoing throughout the entire expo. Chintian yelled out, "I'll take you on, tonight. Just name the time." Tubi laughed, hugging the stomping Chintian and whispering, "Master, aren't you planning to take me on tonight instead? I've even prepared a bodysuit." Hearing Tubi's offer, Chintian took a deep breath, muttering as he dragged Tubi away. "Pepper, let Tony know I can't stand his show-off act anymore. I'm out of here." Pepper didn't reply, but simply raised her champagne glass in salute to Chintian. Instead, it was Rhodey who called after him. "Hey, Chintian, weren't we heading to Malibu to grab Tony's suits?" "Next time. I swear next time." Chintian waved his hand at Rod, his back already turned. He yanked open the door of a luxurious stretch Lincoln, the very one Tony had used for his dramatic exit, now commandeered by Chintian without a second thought. With a sweeping, theatrical gesture, he beckoned to 2B. "Ladies first." 2B's mechanical eyes flickered briefly, but she couldn't suppress a small smile at the corners of her lips. "Master, this is technically stealing." "This is what I call a strategic requisition," Chintian replied, utterly self-assured as he slipped inside the car. Casually, he pressed the champagne button on the central console. "That show Tony put on up there? Tommy paid for it." The car's mini-fridge slid open with a smooth motion, revealing a perfectly chilled bottle of Dom Perignon, which rose up automatically. Chintian expertly uncorked the bottle, pouring the amber liquid into crystal glasses, where delicate bubbles danced to the surface. To that egomaniac he toasted, taking a slow sip, then paused, frowning. "Hold on this taste." Tubi accepted the glass and inhaled gently. Trace amounts of a sedative detected. Chintian stared blankly for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, that bastard knew I'd steal his car." He smacked the leather seat. "Jarvis, give it up. I know you're listening." Instantly, the car speakers came to life with the AI butler's voice. "Mr. Chun, sir asked me to pass along a message. Car thieves deserve to be drugged." Tubi glanced at Chintian with concern. "Master, should I activate the detox protocol?" "No need." Chintian sprawled lazily in his seat, but his eyes were sharp and clear. "That dose is no stronger than sugar water for me." Then, a sly grin crept across his face. "But let's play along." With that, he exaggerated a yawn and let himself slump heavily against 2B. "Suddenly I feel so sleepy. Might need a cute android lady to carry me to bed." 2B caught him with a laugh. "Master, you and Mr. Stark are like a pair of schoolboys." The Lincoln glided through New York's neon-lit streets, finally coming to a stop in front of a sleek Riverside mansion. The smart entry system scanned Chintian's iris, and the door slid open without a sound. "Welcome home, Master." In the foyer, a holographic projection sprang to life, displaying a cheeky virtual image of Tony. "By the way, I replaced the bed in the master suite with a vibrating one, just for you." Chintian flipped the projection a finger and dragged 2B straight upstairs. The moment they opened the master bedroom door, they both froze. The entire room had been transformed into a Japanese-style hot spring retreat. In the center, a natural onsen pool steamed gently, while yukata robes and sake were neatly arranged at the edge. "This is..." 2B's mechanical eyes swept the room, analyzing instantly. Water temperature, 42.3 degrees Celsius. Sulfur content, 0.02%. This is a genuine volcanic hot spring. Chintian picked up the notepad by the pool. On it was Tony's flamboyant handwriting. "Take a bath and relax. Remember to return the car keys tomorrow. P.S. Don't do anything weird in the pool." 2B's fingers, which had been testing the water quality, suddenly froze. Her whole body blushed as red as a steamed crab. Chintian coughed. Awkwardly, crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the trash. "You go ahead and wash up first. I'll see if there's anything to eat." He hadn't even finished speaking when 2B tugged at the hem of his shirt, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Master, my armor is waterproof and I'm wearing a bodysuit underneath." Outside, the night view of New York sparkled like a river of stars, while inside, the steam from the hot springs slowly blurred there. Figures. At that moment, the The mansion's smart system quietly activated privacy mode, turning all the windows to frosted glass. Meanwhile, after a speech on stage, Tony retired to a private box to drink with Rhodey and watch the show. Suddenly, he sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he glanced at his phone, which showed "Vehicle has arrived," and a knowing smile crept onto his face. "Jarvis, how long has Chintian been at the villa?" "Sir, he's been there for an hour." "Ah." Jarvis sent a remote command to the villa. "Already done as you requested, sir." The AI paused for half a second. "But are you sure you want to add capsaicin to Mr. Chin's jacuzzi?" Tony froze, champagne glass halfway to his lips. "Wait, when did I ever say?" "Sir, the villa's surveillance has been blocked by 2B, but—" Jarvis's voice hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Chun just said he's going to kill you." Tony silently set down his glass, turned to Rhodey and Pepper, and said, "I just remembered. I've got a meeting in Washington I can't miss." Rhodey watched his friend's hasty retreat and shook his head with a sigh. "And that's why Chintian wakes you up every morning." Back at the villa, after a deep conversation with 2B, Chintian was lounging contentedly by the edge of the hot spring. 2B, still in her bodysuit, knelt behind him, her delicate fingers pressing gently on his temples. Suddenly, the water in the pool turned a suspicious shade of red, and then, "Tony, I swear I'm going to kill you." Chintian's howl of rage echoed through the room. In Monaco, the streets shimmered with the golden glow of wealth and extravagance as a Rolls-Royce Phantom cruised smoothly along the coastal highway. The salty, briny sea breeze rushed in through the open window. Tony Stark, sunglasses on and trademark roguish grin in place, slung an arm around Chun Tian's shoulder with a teasing laugh. "Hey, buddy, don't be mad. I brought you all the way to Monaco, and you're still holding a grudge?" Chun Tian let out a cold snort and flung Tony's hand away. Without another word, he launched a series of lightning-fast black mamba strikes right at Tony's ribs and waist, a time-honored trick between them. Always quick, always effective. "Ah, fool!" Tony yelped, instantly curling into a ball, nearly springing off the leather seat. But just as quickly, he regained his usual cheeky. "Look, all right, I give up. I surrender. But seriously, that whole capsaicin incident wasn't my fault. The Jarvis program glitched." "Bullshit," Chintian snarled through gritted teeth. "You did that on purpose. I almost ended up breakdancing in the hot spring because of you." Tony shrugged with an innocent face. "Hey, at least it proves your reflexes are top-notch, right?" Chintian rolled his eyes, no longer interested in arguing. He turned to gaze out the window. On the streets of Monaco, supercars streamed. Past like a river, elegantly dressed socialites laughed and chatted, while casinos, yachts, and luxury boutiques glimmered under the sunlight. "So, you brought me here just to calm me down?" Chintian raised an eyebrow. "Of course." Tony grinned, flashing his teeth. "And to show you what real Fast and Furious looks like." "Oh, you mean that electric toy car of yours?" Chintian scoffed. Tony's grin only widened. Leisurely, he pulled a gold-embossed invitation from the inside pocket of his suit and waved it under Chintian's nose. "If un Monaco Grand Prix." And he drew out the last word, his eyes darting toward the seat across from them. Following Tony's gaze, Chintian saw Pepper and 2B sitting opposite. Tonight, 2B had traded her usual attire for a rare choice, a deep burgundy velvet evening gown. The plunging neckline perfectly showcased her sculpted collarbone, while the fitted cut accentuated her flawless waist. The high slit in the skirt revealed tantalizing glimpses of her long legs, and her silvery bob shimmered with a pearly sheen under the car's gentle lights. Catching Chun Tian's gaze, 2B subtly shifted her body, revealing the dress's open-back design, a delicate web of crystals linked together, sparkling under the light and beautifully offsetting her porcelain skin. "Master," she asked softly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the intricate embroidery on her gown. All at once, Chintian felt the car's air conditioning wasn't nearly cool enough. "Master," she turned, the corners of her lips lifting ever so slightly. "Mr. Stark said you'd probably like this look on 2B." Chintian was speechless. Tony, triumphant, snapped his fingers. "So? Still mad at me?" Chintian drew a long, steady breath and offered a smile that was anything but friendly. "Tony, do you believe I won't toss you out of this car right now?" Tony burst into hearty laughter and gave the driver's seat a friendly pat. "Step on it happy. Let the people of Monaco witness the arrival of a true superhero." The Rolls-Royce's engine roared to life, surging forward as it sped along the coastline. Behind them, the distant thunder of engines on the Monaco racetrack could already be heard, rumbling through the air. The real madness was just beginning. The car glided to a halt before the grand entrance of the Kimpton Hotel in Monaco. "That's Tony Stark's car," someone in the crowd shrieked. In an instant, the audience surrounding the hotel erupted. Reporters raised their cameras in unison, their flashes raining down like a sudden storm. Onlookers pressed forward eagerly, forcing the security guards to join hands and form a living barrier to keep order. As the car door swung open, the cheers reached a fever pitch. Tony Stark, wearing his signature tinted sunglasses and an air of self-assured pride, stepped out with a flourish. He adjusted his suit cuffs and flashed a V for victory sign to the crowd. "Tony, over here. Mr. Stark, is your visit to Monaco for the F1 race? Can you tell us how you embarrassed Justin Hammer at the hearing yesterday morning?" Ignoring the barrage of questions, Tony simply turned and made a gracious after-you gesture toward the car's interior. Only then did the crowd realize there were 2 more passengers inside. Tubi stepped out with poise, her burgundy evening gown shimmering luxuriously in the sunlight. She dipped her head slightly, and her silver-white bob fluttered in the breeze. The crystal embellishments tracing her spine caught the light, scattering rainbow hues. The elegance of her movement drew a collective gasp from the onlookers. "My God, who is she? Is that Tony's new girlfriend? Quick, get the shot. That angle is perfect." Chen Tian was the last to get out. He leaned lazily against the car door, watching 2B as she was surrounded by flashing cameras, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. Suddenly, he slipped an arm around 2B's slender waist and whispered something in her ear. The girl's mechanical eyes flickered with panic, and a blush spread rapidly across her cheeks. The intimate gesture sparked another wave of excited screams. Tony glanced back, raising his brows high behind his sunglasses. "Hey, watch yourself. This is a public event. What's the matter? Jealous?" Chen Tian shot back, arching an eyebrow provocatively as his fingers deliberately traced the cutout design at 2B's waist. Tony's lips curled into an amused grin. Without missing a beat, he swept Pepper into his arms, giving her waist a gentle squeeze. "Hey!" Pepper yelped in surprise, nearly twisting her ankle. She glared at Tony. "Tone it down, will you? This is a public place." "What's this? Jealous, are you?" Tony mimicked Chen Tian's tone, raising his eyebrows at him. Then, with a triumphant grin, he planted a loud kiss on Pepper's cheek. "I've got someone too." Pepper was both exasperated and amused, but given the occasion, she could only maintain her graceful smile. Hidden from view, she gave Tony a sharp pinch on the waist. Tony sucked in a breath through his teeth, but forced himself to remain composed. "Let's go, darling." With a deliberately dramatic toss of his hair, Tony wrapped his arm around Pepper and strode toward the restaurant. "Let's go enjoy a taste of Monaco's famous hospitality." Inside the restaurant, the light from crystal chandeliers spilled over a long table draped in pristine white linen, while a champagne tower gleamed. Gold in the corner. The moment Tony stepped into the room, the lively conversations hushed for a beat, then erupted into enthusiastic greetings. "Mr. Stark, Tony, long time no see. It's truly an honor to have you here." The roguish glint in Tony's eyes faded, replaced by a refined yet distant smile. He greeted each guest who approached with impeccable politeness, shaking hands and exchanging a few well-chosen words, his every gesture radiating the confidence of high society. Tony was just about to introduce Chen Tian to the guests around him, only to realize that he had somehow slipped away to a window-side table. 2B was speaking fluent French to a waiter, her slender fingers tapping the menu with understated elegance. "One order of French-style baked lobster with truffle sauce," 2B requested softly, "and a tomahawk steak, medium, with black truffle juice." She paused, her fingertip gliding smoothly over the menu. "And this, a seared foie gras and a seafood platter." She turned to Chen Tian. "Master, is there anything else you'd like?" Lounging lazily in his chair, Chen Tian tapped his fingers on the tabletop. "That's a pasta. You've already ordered enough." 2B shook her head gently. "Given your current condition, you need a substantial meal, or you'll risk low blood sugar." She closed the menu and handed it to the waiter. "That will be all, thank you." Tony arched an eyebrow and leaned in to whisper to Pepper. "Darling, help me handle this crowd, will you?" Without waiting for a reply, he strode over to Chen Tian's table and pulled out a chair, dropping into it unceremoniously. "That's a lot of meat you ordered," Tony remarked to 2B, winking. "I thought you'd order some wine to liven things up." 2B met his gaze calmly. "Master prefers not to drink in public, Mr. Stark. Besides," she gave Tony a meaningful look. "Last time, after you finished building the Mark Eclipse edition, you and Master got drunk, went skinny dipping in the sea, and nearly drowned." Tony choked for a moment, then turned to Chen Tian. "You're really just going to throw me to that crowd of balding old men?" Chen Tian took a slow sip of water. "You know, I can't handle situations like this. Besides, you seem to enjoy being the center of attention." Tony threw up his hands theatrically. "I'm only doing this to introduce you to new connections. Remember, you own half of our new energy company. That old man in glasses is the FIA president, and the guy next to him is... Spare me. Shin Tian cut him off. I have no interest in cozying up to big shots. He pointed behind Tony. Though it looks like your Pepper is about to be driven mad by that crowd. Tony glanced back and saw Pepper surrounded by 3 men in sharp suits. She wore a professional smile, but her knuckles were turning white from gripping her champagne glass too tightly. Damn, Tony muttered, though he made no move to get up. Instead, he leaned closer to Chun Tian and lowered his voice. Honestly, I've got a surprise for you. Chun Tian narrowed his eyes. The last time you said surprise, I ended up doing the robot dance in a bathtub for half an hour. Just then, a waiter arrived with the first appetizer. Tubi deftly picked up the knife and fork, slicing the foie gras into bite-sized pieces before sliding the plate toward Chun Tian. Master, please enjoy the appetizer. She cast a cool glance at Tony. Mr. Stark, would you like some as well? Tony looked at the delicate foie gras, then at 2B's protective stance, and suddenly grinned. No thanks. I'd better go rescue the new CEO of Stark Industries. He stood up and, as he left, called back over his shoulder, but seriously, the surprise I have for you is absolutely worth looking forward to. Chun Tian let out a dry laugh, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. Tony, I'm not looking forward to your surprise in the least. He squinted, half complaining to 2B at his side. It'll be the same old story. He'll want me to fill in for some unlucky driver and get behind the wheel in an F1 race. As a transmigrant, Chun Tian knew this plot all too well. He picked up his glass and took a sip of water, his gaze drifting over the elegantly dressed guests in the restaurant. A sly, amused smile tugged at his lips. According to the original plot, Tony was about to be attacked by Whiplash on the racetrack and then suit up in the Mark V armor for a spectacular showdown. But now, Tony wasn't the sort of man who needed Pepper to bring him his suit anymore. Master, Tubi noticed his distraction, her silvery lashes quivering slightly. Is there anything you need me to do? Shin Tian shook his head and refocused on Tony. Sure enough, the flamboyantly dressed Justin Hammer, in his ostentatious white suit, had intercepted Tony and was gesticulating wildly in conversation. Shin Tian couldn't help but smile as he watched the entertaining scene unfolding around Tony. Tony's expression was truly a sight to behold. He was being relentlessly pestered by Justin Hammer, that clown, and to top it off, Christine, the blonde reporter from Vanity Fair, stood right beside Hammer. She wore a professional smile, but her eyes sparkled with playful mischief. Oh, Tony. Hammer drew out Tony's name with an oily enthusiasm that could make anyone cringe. Fancy meeting you here. He flung his arms wide in an exaggerated gesture. And Miss Christine, do you two know each other? Tony's face looked as if he'd just swallowed a fly. He gave a stiff, awkward tug at the corner of his mouth. Hammer, if you don't mind. Christine cut in at just the right moment. Mr. Stark and I have had a very in-depth interview. She winked meaningfully. It was quite unforgettable. A vein visibly twitched on Tony's temple. Chun Tian nearly burst out laughing and quickly brought his water glass to his lips to hide his amusement. This was far more entertaining than any F1 race. Master seems to be thoroughly enjoying Mr. Stark's predicament. 2B's voice sounded in his ear, laced with a subtle hint of teasing. Chun Tian set down his glass and lowered his voice. Is the surveillance system in place? A brief flicker of data ran through 2B's pupils. I've already taken control of the entire track's monitoring network, including the VIP suite's private cameras. She tilted her head slightly. Would you like me to pull up footage from a specific area? No need for now. Chun Tian waved his hand, eyes drifting back to Tony's side. Hammer was in the middle of an endless bragging spree about his latest invention, while Tony was visibly struggling to keep from rolling his eyes. Keep an eye on that person I mentioned, Ivan Vanko, Chun Tian said with a soft chuckle to 2B, then eagerly turned his attention back to his meal. He attacked the food in front of him with singular focus. Maybe it was all that one-piece influence, but these days he found himself needing to eat huge quantities, and his physical abilities seemed to be soaring as a result. As that thought crossed his mind, Chun Tian's lips quirked up. Ever since his visit to Kamartaj, his luck with summoning had taken a turn for the better. His latest draws had been so good he couldn't help but secretly grin. Just as he stuffed a chunk of lobster into his mouth, Tony suddenly grabbed him by the collar from behind, nearly making him choke on the lobster. Cough, damn it! Chun Tian wiped his mouth in disarray. What's gotten into you? Tony leaned in, lowering his voice with a conspiratorial air. Time for a surprise, pal. Without giving him a chance to protest, Tony started dragging Chun Tian away. Pepper will look after your little maid. 2B immediately rose to her feet. Master. Chun Tian waved his hand at her. It's fine, just stay here and make sure to keep Pepper safe. He turned to glare at Tony. If this is another one of your pranks. Tony grabbed Chun Tian and hustled him down the hotel's back corridor. The chef stared in surprise, as the two men in suits swept past like a sudden gust of wind. Chun Tian stumbled as he was pulled along, nearly knocking over a stack of freshly washed plates. Tony, you. Shoo. Tony glanced back with a secretive smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement behind his sunglasses. Trust me, this time it's absolutely worth it. Chun Tian rolled his eyes. So it was about racing cars, wasn't it? The thought made his own eyes light up. Damn, race cars. What man hasn't dreamed of this? Tony pulled Chun Tian into a Bentley and shouted at the driver, "Go, go, go." The car sped off, heading straight for the F1 pit lane. Chun Tian leaned back in his seat, the roar of engines filling his ears. With a sudden screech of brakes, Tony yelled over the noise, "Let's go. I'm about to make you a real race car driver." Tony dragged Chun Tian through the bustling pit, the deafening engine noise vibrating in their chests. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning rubber and oil, while mechanics in neon vests hurried through the tight corridors. "Put this on." Tony tossed him a racing suit in striking red and gold, then expertly pulled on his own. The Stark Industries logo was boldly emblazoned on the chest, with Stark stamped across the back in gleaming gold letters. Chun Tian ran his hand over the fine carbon fiber pattern of the suit and let out a low whistle. "Custom made?" "Of course," Tony answered as he tightened his gloves. "Had it rushed overnight by an Italian designer." He pointed to the small print on the back of Chun Tian's suit. "See that? Stark Racing Special Edition." Just as they finished suiting up, two flashy F1 cars roared into the pit lane. Their silver-gray bodies gleamed under the spotlights, the Stark name on the front wings shimmering in the draft. At that moment, the two professional drivers who'd been behind the wheels stormed over, furious. One of them, a blonde racer, slammed his helmet to the ground with a resounding thud. "This is an insult to F1. The blonde driver shouted at the coach. "It took me 10 years to earn my seat, and now I'm supposed to give it up for a couple of rich playboys?" The coach rubbed his hands together awkwardly. "Lucas, it's what the sponsors want." Another driver, sporting a thick beard, let out a cold snort. "Sponsors? Looks to me like Stark just bought his way in his special privileges." He shot Tony a provocative look. "You rich amateurs, do you even know which button on the steering wheel activates the DRS?" Tony's lips curled into his signature, devil-may-care grin. "DRS? What's that? Can you eat it?" Chun Tian noticed a slight glint flash behind Tony's sunglasses. Sure enough, Tony suddenly turned to the coach. "Hey, mind giving us a minute?" Before the coach could respond, Tony strode purposefully toward the simulator by the track. He pressed a few buttons, and instantly a holographic projection burst to life, displaying complex track data. Monaco Circuit, 3.337 kilometers, 19 corners, Tony rattled off, his fingers dancing over the holographic keyboard. Top speed up to 290 kilometers an hour. Average lateral G-force of 4.5. His movements grew faster, the data on the projection updating rapidly, until finally he pulled up both drivers' race stat from the past 3 years. Lucas Bergman. Best lap. 1 minute, 14.379 seconds, Tony said without even glancing up. Marco Anderson. Last year you were 8/10 slower in qualifying here. Both drivers turned pale on the spot. Only then did Tony look up, a challenging smile on his lips. "Now, tell me again, which one of us is just playing around?" The room fell utterly silent. Chun Tian couldn't help but laugh aloud. This was classic Tony Stark. "Gentlemen," Tony said with a flourish, turning toward the cars. "Let's experience some real speed and excitement, shall we?" He hopped into the cockpit and winked at Chun Tian. "Your car is custom fitted to your build. Just hop in and you're good to go." Chun Tian stepped toward the silver and black race car. As he settled into the cramped cockpit, he was surprised to find the seat molded perfectly to his body, the steering wheel positioned just right. "Jarvis," Chun Tian called out tentatively. "At your service, Mr. Chun," came the familiar British accent from the car speakers. "All systems are ready. I recommend fastening your safety belt." Chun Tian couldn't resist letting out a low whistle. Typical Tony, he'd even installed Jarvis in the race car. The lights at the starting grid came on one by one. Tony's voice crackled through the headset. "Stick to my racing line, Rook. Try not to crash at the first corner." "Worry about yourself, you jerk," Chun Tian shot back with a laugh. The roar of the engines surged, and the two Stark race cars shot out of the starting zone like arrows from a bow. Chun Tian felt a tremendous G-force slam him back into his seat, the world blurring at the edges as the speed took over. "Damn." Chun Tian gripped the wheel tight, adrenaline coursing through his veins. This was way more exhilarating than he'd ever imagined. The first corner rushed toward him. Chun Tian instinctively hit the brakes, only to hear Jarvis's calm prompt. "I suggest you brake 0.3 seconds later, Mr. Chun. You can hold this speed a bit longer." Gritting his teeth, Chun Tian did as instructed. The race car darted into the apex at a breathtaking speed. The tires shrieked in protest, but, miraculously, the car held steady. Nicely done. Tony's voice crackled through the comms. Looks like you've got the makings of a real racer. The two cars sped down the narrow city circuit, one close behind the other, barreling through the famous tunnel. When the tires clipped the curb, a heavy thud echoed through the cockpit. On the giant screen, spectators stared in disbelief. These so-called amateur drivers were actually outpacing the professionals. Incredible, the commentator shouted, unable to contain his excitement. Stark and his friend Chun Tian have just set the fastest lap of the weekend. Pepper gripped her champagne glass, eyes glued to the television. On screen, Tony and Chun Tian's cars tore through Monaco's tight streets at a blistering pace. Miss 2B, Pepper turned to the silver-haired girl standing quietly at her side, her slender finger pointing toward the TV. Did you know they'd pull something like this? 2B gave a slight nod, her silver lashes shimmering softly under the lights. Master predicted just moments ago that Mr. Stark would invite him to join the race experience. She paused, a flicker of data running through her mechanical eye. Probability, 98.7%. Pepper pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed, her red lips curving in exasperation. Those two men. Suddenly, she noticed 2B's gaze remained fixed on Chun Tian's car on the screen. Are you worried about him? 2B unconsciously rubbed the hem of her skirt with her fingertips. Master's driving technique, she seemed to be searching for the right words, is quite unique. At that moment, the commentator's voice rose in excitement from the television. Unbelievable. Stark and Chun have just broken the fastest lap record in practice. 0.8 seconds quicker than the pros. Gasps rippled through the restaurant. Several F1 team managers were already on their phones. Pepper watched Tony's car hurtle across the screen. In her mind's eye, she pictured him leaping out of the cockpit, winking smugly. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. They really are a pair, Pepper murmured, raising her glass for a sip. Kindred spirits, partners in mischief. A barely perceptible smile played at the corner of 2B's mouth. Master often says Mr. Stark is his very best friend. On the Monaco circuit, the two Stark-sponsored F1 cars blazed through the narrow corners, the roar of their engines shaking the city's very streets. Tony and Chun Tian paid no heed to who would win or lose the race. They were simply reveling in the thrill of breakneck speed and the friendly rivalry between them. Hey, Chun Tian, dare you take the next corner without slowing down? Tony's voice crackled through the headset, oozing with challenge. Chun Tian's lips curled into a grin as his fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. Jarvis, calculate the optimal line for this corner. I've adjusted the traction control system for you, Mr. Chun, Jarvis responded promptly. I recommend maintaining your current speed and applying a slight oversteer as you enter the turn. You heard that, Tony. Chun Tian chuckled. Even your AI butler thinks I can pull this off. Let's see who's got the guts. Tony laughed heartily, slamming his foot on the accelerator. The car surged forward, tires screaming against the asphalt. The two cars barreled into the corner nearly side by side, their frames mere inches from the guardrail. The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. Chun Tian's car fishtailed slightly, rear tires spinning up wisps of smoke, but he held the wheel steady, guiding his car through the apex with razor-sharp precision, slicing past the inside of Tony's car in a blur. Beautiful, Tony whistled in appreciation. Looks like you're qualified to drive my Mark II. Chun Tian flashed a wide grin. Don't praise me just yet. I'd hate to see you lose your cool later. Hotel restaurant. Pepper stared intently at the giant screen, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her champagne glass. That hair-raising corner nearly made her cry out loud. Only after making sure both men were safe did she exhale, shaking her head with a wry smile. These two overgrown kids, she said helplessly, glancing at 2B beside her. They're enough to give anyone a heart attack. 2B covered her mouth with a dainty hand, giggling. Master and Mr. Stark are like reckless children lost in their games. But, Miss Pepper, isn't it because Tony is so special that you care for him so much? Pepper let out a gentle laugh. Special? Oh yes, especially good at giving me headaches. 2B was about to reply when, suddenly, her pupils contracted and a flicker of strange data pulsed through her mechanical eyes. Her expression turned instantly grave as she pressed her hand lightly to the pendant hanging from her earlobe. Jarvis, contact Master immediately. In that moment, 2B reverted to the icy composure of a battle android. Ivan Vanko has appeared approximately 1 kilometer ahead of Master and Mr. Stark in the spectator stands. He is moving toward the track. Suddenly, Chun Tian's headset blared with Jarvis's urgent warning. Mr. Chun, Miss 2B has sent an emergency message. Ivan Vanko has infiltrated the spectator area near the track and is closing in. His likely target is Mr. Stark. Chun Tion's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze sharpening like a blade. He immediately pressed the comm button. Tony, do you copy? Ivan Vanko, the man I told you to look for. He's on the track. There was a beat of silence in the earpiece before Tony's voice came through, stripped of its usual playfulness and edged with seriousness. Copy that. First, stop the race and evacuate the crowd. Both race cars slowed almost simultaneously, the roar of their engines gradually fading away. Tony's voice came through again, steady and composed. Jarvis, notify the race committee and initiate the emergency evacuation protocol. Already in motion, sir, Jarvis replied. However, it appears Ivan Vanko is carrying some kind of jamming device. Part of the track surveillance system is down. Chun Tion narrowed his eyes, scanning the stands on either side of the track. The crowd was already beginning to stir in restless confusion, security personnel guiding spectators toward the exits, but chaos still reigned. Leaping off his race car, Chun Tion tucked his helmet at his waist and turned to look at Tony, who was climbing down from his own car. See, I told you, this trip to Monaco was never going to be just a fun little vacation. Tony chuckled, a mischievous spark in his eyes. Of course I knew that, but Ivan disappeared before I could catch up with him. So, I figured, why not lure him out? As you people from the East like to say. He stroked his chin, then snapped his fingers as inspiration struck. Use oneself as bait, right? Did I get that right? Chun Tion threw an arm around Tony's neck. You're not wrong, but look at this mess. Are you sure you can handle it? Tony shook off Chun Tion's arm and lifted his chin, pride gleaming in his eyes. Are you kidding me? I'm Tony Stark, Iron Man. As he spoke, he thumped his chest, and the eternal core embedded there blazed to life. Blue energy surging out like liquid light. Metal seemed to come alive, racing along his arms and torso, spreading rapidly and gleaming coldly under the sun. Jarvis, activate the Mark Eclipse combat protocol. There was a thrill in Tony's voice. Protocol engaged, sir. In the blink of an eye, liquid metal assembled itself, sheathing Tony head to toe. The golden red armor gleamed with razor-sharp lines, and the arc reactor's glow pulsed beneath the plates, beating like a heart. The back plates rose, and mechanical wings unfurled with a burst of blue photon energy. Tony hovered in midair, his face still uncovered by the helmet, radiating unshakable confidence. I'm scarier than ever right now. Even that broken-down magic armor I had in New York, I could rip it apart with my bare hands. Wow, Chun Tion whistled, his grin wicked as he eyed the suit. Then you'd better watch out. According to what 2B just told me, Ivan's packing 2 long whips this time. At the mention of 2 long whips, Tony's expression faltered for a split second. Wait, what did you just say? Tony's face twisted as he tried not to laugh. 2 of them. Suddenly, he burst out in a theatrical guffaw. No wonder Jarvis could never track this guy down. He traced a suggestive wave in the air with his mechanical fingers. Don't tell me he's hiding out at some exclusive alphabet club to brush up on his skills. Dear little Chun Tion, Tony blew a kiss in Chun Tion's direction from behind his faceplate. Just stand right here and watch. Blue flames erupted from his photon wings. Watch how Uncle Tony the superhero takes down the bad guy. Chun Tion watched as Tony transformed into a streak of red and gold, shooting toward the far side of the track. He could only shrug helplessly. Keep showing off all the time. One day, it's going to backfire, he muttered, putting his racing helmet back on and steering his car toward the area where Tony and Ivan were about to clash. Ivan Vanko stood in the middle of the track, muscular torso bare, the arc reactor on his chest pulsing with blue light. He threw his head back and roared, his voice amplified by a speaker hidden in his collar, echoing across the empty racetrack. Tony Stark, come out and face me. The red and gold armor sliced through the sky. Tony landed with textbook superhero flair, slamming down onto the track and sending a shockwave rippling outward. The instant he touched down, dozens of miniature fireworks exploded from his armor's back, painting the Monaco sky with dazzling colors. It's Iron Man. The once panicked crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Many even stopped fleeing, pulling out their phones to film the spectacle. Tony stood tall, arms raised high, the corners of his mouth curling into a proud smirk under his mask. He absolutely reveled in the spotlight. Still basking in the roar of the crowd, Tony was about to take a moment to show off his flashy suit, when suddenly the armor's emergency evasive protocol kicked in. The thrusters fired, launching him backward several meters in a split second. Sir, high-energy attack detected. Jarvis's warning blared in Tony's ear. Almost simultaneously, a whip of blue-violet electricity cracked down on the spot where Tony had just been standing, tearing a charred scar into the asphalt and sending fragments flying. Whoa, Tony steadied himself in midair, eyeing the smoking gash below. Not a bad shot. Tony turned to Ivan. At least it looked cool. His photon wings flared with a burst of blinding blue light, a sharp sonic boom slicing through the air. Ivan Vanko blinked. Suddenly, Tony had vanished from sight. What? Before Ivan could finish his question, Tony had already flashed to his side, moving faster than any human could possibly react. The armored, mechanical hand clamped down on Ivan's shoulder with precision, the nanomaterial fingers tightening like hydraulic pincers. "Good night, little Russian bear." With Tony's teasing whisper, Ivan was hoisted into the air and headfirst slammed brutally into the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as the asphalt fractured outward in a spiderweb pattern. Ivan's body convulsed at the center of the crater, the reactor on his chest flickering erratically. The stands erupted in even louder cheers, with some spectators even whistling in excitement. Tony hovered above the pit with effortless grace, the photon wings collapsing behind him into a dazzling corona of energy. He offered the crowd an exaggerated, theatrical bow. "Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, if you please. The great Tony has once again." Tony's triumphant speech was abruptly cut off by Jarvis's urgent alarm sounding inside his helmet. "Sir, I've detected 12 missiles incoming from the southeast. Trajectory analysis indicates." A holographic projection unfolded. Before Tony's eyes, red lines arcing straight toward the densest section of the grandstand. The entire main seating area is targeted. Tony's smile froze instantly. He spun around, the suit scanning system locking on his several distant plumes of white smoke. Missiles hurtling toward them at terrifying speed. Just as Tony was about to instruct Jarvis to calculate interception data, Chun Tion's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Tony, forget the missiles. Keep your eyes on Ivan. Madara will handle the missiles." "What?" Tony blinked, turning instinctively toward the incoming barrage. At that precise moment, it was as if some mysterious force warped the skies over Monaco. The air rippled like water, and a suited figure materialized. Out of thin air, suspended above the arena, Uchiha Madara stood with arms folded, the patterns of his Mangekyo, Sharingan, slowly spinning in his eyes. "Miatsois." His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the chaos of the arena like a knife. Slowly, he raised his right hand, chakra flaring around him. Susan. At that low command, a colossal blue giant soared upward, easily 100 meters tall, its wings unfurled to blot out the sun. The crowd stared up in terror at this legendary titan. The missiles were almost upon them, yet Madara didn't so much as blink. The Susanu's immense blade swept through the air, and wherever it passed, space itself seemed to split apart. All 12 missiles detonated in midair simultaneously, but not a single shockwave escaped. Every explosion was trapped, suspended inside an invisible spherical barrier. Tony watched, the corner of his mouth twitching. Every time this guy steps in, it's jaw-dropping. The roiling flames of the explosion swirled within the violet barrier, casting a fierce glow across Madara's impassive profile. Tony hovered in midair, his expression beneath the helmet shifting from shock to annoyance. He pursed his lips and muttered into the communicator. "Jarvis, make a note. Next press conference, remind me to add an even cooler entrance effect to the suit." "Sir, according to data analysis, your popularity index is still leading Mr. Banner by 37 points. Jarvis offered a timely reassurance. However, Mr. Banner's blue giant has indeed sparked quite a stir on social media. Tony rolled his eyes, ready to snap back at his ever-so-objective AI, when suddenly Ivan, sprawled on the ground, burst into wild laughter. "Stark, did you really think it was over? Ha ha ha." Tony glanced down at Ivan, noting the blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his teeth stained crimson, a grotesque sight. With a smirk, Tony quipped, "You should worry about yourself right now. Don't stress. I'll make sure you get a deluxe prison suite. It comes with but isn't limited to 3 cellmates from Cell Block South." Ivan kept laughing, eyes fixed on Tony and burning with murderous intent. "Stark, you're going to die. You'll be blown to pieces for the whole world to see." Tony's brow furrowed as he caught the roar of an engine. A black Harley-Davidson thundered onto the racetrack, its engine's growl shaking the billboards. Lining the course, the rider was entirely shrouded in black leather, helmet visor glinting coldly, and trailing a broken street lamp pole in one hand. Tony raised his repulsor, about to warn the intruder, when the biker suddenly swung the lamp pole. It shot toward Tony like a siege bolt loosed from a giant crossbow. His repulsor fired instinctively, but before the beam could strike, Chun Tion slipped in front of him, moving with ghost-like speed. "Get back!" Chun Tion barked, gripping his sword with both hands, poised for a lightning draw. The lamp pole screamed through the air, closing in to less than 3 meters. On a single motion, Oni Tetsu carved a flawless arc. Violet-black, sword energy bloomed like a new moon. The pole froze for an instant, then split cleanly in two along the cut. Tony clapped. Wow, that's way cooler than my laser cutter. Chun Tian sheathed his blade, its guard ringing crisply against the scabbard. Stay sharp. That guy's not normal. With a sharp turn, the biker skidded to a halt 10 meters in front of Tony and Chun Tian. He tilted his head toward Chun Tian. Then, as they watched, his helmet began to decay, crumbling into a cloud of ash and revealing his face. He was white, but his skin was ashen, with bluish-purple veins faintly visible across his face. His eyes were inky black, with only a pinprick of pale light flickering deep within each one. He turned to Chun Tian with a smile, but the corners of his mouth twisted upward in a way that defied human anatomy, revealing a row of gleaming, razor-sharp teeth. Mephisto sends his regards, Chun Tian. Chun Tian's pupils contracted sharply. His fingers tightened unconsciously around the demon blade, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Behind him, Tony whispered, Mephisto? Isn't that the name of a demon? Did you mess with a demon? Chun Tian gave a slight nod. Yeah, that mess in New Mexico? That was Mephisto and Loki's doing. Tony was just about to respond when he saw the biker crouch down, both hands pressed firmly against the ground. The biker shot Tony and Chun Tian a vicious grin. Enjoy the agony of decay. From where the biker's palms touched, the ground began to rot and collapse at a terrifying speed, the corruption spreading rapidly toward Chun Tian and Tony. Holy, what the hell is that? Tony blurted, instinctively reaching to grab Chun Tian's shoulder, ready to take off with him. But before he could move, a heavy fist slammed into his side, hurling him through the air. Tony tumbled, his suit's stabilization system scrambling to right him before he crashed hard into an advertisement board at the edge of the track. He looked up to see who had struck him. Damn it, what's going on? Jarvis! Tony cursed. Since when does Ivan have a suit? Sir, while you and the biker were engaged, Ivan Vanko appeared using a portal similar to those employed by Master Mordo. What? Now the Kamartaj sorcerers are involved too. Tony swore, photonic wings flaring open as he unleashed a barrage of lasers at Ivan. Ivan faced the incoming lasers, raising one arm. Before him, a crimson energy shield materialized, absorbing the blasts in a series of violent explosions. Flames and sulfurous yellow smoke engulfed him. Sir, Ivan's energy shield is very similar to your mark. 2. Devil's Hellfire energy. What? Tony was incredulous. Hellfire energy? Ivan stepped out of the acrid smoke, a twisted grin on his face. His body was clad in a dark red metallic armor, and the arc reactor in his chest spewed hellish flames. Thanks to your little massacre in the Middle East, Tony, Ivan's mask slid open, revealing a half-demonic face. Otherwise, I might never have discovered that demons actually exist in this world. Red flames erupted beneath Ivan's feet as he launched himself straight at Tony. Meanwhile, the decaying ground crept closer to Chun Tian. He had hoped Tony would fly him out of danger, but instead, Tony had just been sent flying by Ivan's punch. Gritting his teeth, Chun Tian assumed a Batujutsu stance, black energy creeping along his wrist. Armament Haki, Death, Lion's Song. The blade of Onigiri flashed out of its scabbard like a streak of black lightning. Sword energy, shaped like a crescent moon of darkness, shot forth, slicing open the ground and halting the spread of decay. The biker, seeing his corruption thwarted, slowly rose to his feet. Beneath his ashen skin, veins writhed, and his pitch-black eyes fixed on Chun Tian. His mouth split open all the way to his ears, revealing jagged, saw-like teeth. Chun Tian, his voice was a chorus of whispers, as if 1,000 dead souls spoke at once. No wonder Mephisto wants me to bring your soul before him. You want my soul? Chun Tian let out a cold laugh. Then you'll have to get past my blade first. Before his words had faded, the ground beneath Chun Tian's feet erupted. He shot forward like a cannonball. Onigiri aimed straight at the biker's throat. The biker didn't dodge or flinch. He simply raised his hand, and a mass of pitch-black corruption welled up from his palm. The sword energy crashed into it, but it was swallowed whole, vanishing without a trace. Useless, the biker sneered. All things must decay in the end, even your blade. Chun Tian's pupils contracted, but his movements never faltered. In a flash, he circled behind the biker and slashed horizontally with Onigiri. A sharp hiss cut through the air. The blade swept across the biker's neck, but it was like slicing into a pool of sludge. The biker's head twisted grotesquely, and instead of blood, a wave of black corruption oozed out of the wound, instantly knitting it closed. I told you. The biker's voice echoed from all directions. Your attacks are meaningless. A sudden realization struck Chun Tian. He looked down in alarm. His boots had begun to rot, the soles crumbling away into ash. Corrosion. He leapt back, but the biker was already upon him, decayed hands reaching for his chest. Your flesh will be devoured just like your blade, bit by bit. In a split second, Chun Tian gave a low, forceful shout. His figure vanished, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. The biker's claws raked empty air, yet the ground beneath was instantly eaten away, leaving a deep pit several meters wide. Chun Tian reappeared 10 meters away, cold sweat beading on his brow. This guy's power is even trickier than I thought. The biker turned slowly, black eyes locking onto him, his mouth splitting even wider. You're quick, but how long can you keep running? With a sudden motion, he threw his arms wide. The ground around him, as if he were the center of a spreading plague, rotted at an alarming pace. The asphalt track dissolved as if drenched in acid, crumbling away inch by inch into a mire of black sludge. The corruption surged outward, devouring everything. Metal railings, plastic seats and stands, even the air itself began to warp and rot. Chun Tian took in the scene and cursed. Damn it. This is Marvel, not Jujutsu Kaisen. Since when do we have domains here? He paused after shouting, a sly grin creeping onto his face. Wait a minute. If it's domain expansion, then I'll just fight fire with fire. A wild, unsettling curve suddenly appeared at the corner of Chun Tian's lips, and what were once ordinary eyes began undergoing a startling transformation. The irises seemed to fill with the liquid light of the heavens, gradually turning into a brilliant azure blue, while deep within his pupils, it looked as if stars were swirling and shifting. Meanwhile, the corrupted domain beneath the biker's feet continued to spread. The asphalt track was being devoured by some unseen force, dissolving into a pitch-black mire. Metal railings along the stands twisted and warped, plastic seats melted away, and even the air itself thickened and grew murky, as if polluted by the same festering power. Chun Tian stood his ground, the twisted smile on his lips growing ever more maniacal. His eyes had now fully transformed, once unremarkable pupils now shone with the dazzling gaze of the vault of heaven, his irises flowing like a sea of stars, deep, cold, and seemingly able to see through every law that governed the world. The biker hesitated for just a heartbeat, his jet-black eyes locked onto Chun Tian. From deep in his throat, a guttural snarl rumbled out. Your eyes, they've changed? Chun Tian offered no reply. He simply raised his right hand, curling his ring and little fingers, while his thumb and index finger stood tall, the middle finger bent behind the index. Domain expansion. His voice now echoed with an ethereal resonance, as though it were coming from the very depths of the cosmos. Instinct screamed a warning in the biker's mind. He stumbled back, desperate to escape Chun Tian's reach, but it was already too late. Limitless void. It was as if the entire world had been frozen in a single instant. The biker's movements halted mid-motion. His thoughts, his senses, even the flow of time itself, all stretched into eternity in that single moment. Where Chun Tian had stood in his vision, now there was only endless, blinding white. What is this? His consciousness flailed in confusion, yet his mind was being force-fed an infinite torrent of information, each second shattered into countless fragments, each fragment stuffed with chaotic, overwhelming knowledge. Who am I? Where am I? Why can't I move? It felt as if his very soul had been hurled to the farthest edge of the cosmos, every scrap of understanding, memory, and sensation shattered, reassembled, and shattered again in an endless cycle. His body still stood as before, but his awareness had already spiraled through billions upon billions of cycles of thought. Tony's armor thrusters flared with a blast of white-hot fire as he rolled to the side, narrowly dodging Ivan's vicious claws. On the jet-black demon armor, hellfire burned in crimson arcs, each swipe carving warped, smoking scars into the air itself. Jarvis, this bastard's claws are corrosive. Tony unleashed a repulsor blast from his palm, but Ivan only grinned with savage delight, taking the hit head-on. The hellfire, sheathing his armor, instantly devoured the energy surge, twisting even the remnants of the explosion into strange, flickering balls of flame. Sir, the outer nanocoating of your armor has been depleted by 47%. I recommend keeping your distance and waiting for the core energy to recover. I wish I could. Tony gritted his teeth, pulling back sharply, but Ivan was even faster. The mechanical bone wings on the demon armor suddenly unfurled, billowing out a thick cloud of sulfurous vapor that surged forward, instantly swallowing Tony's field of vision. Cough, damn it! Tony cursed as his HUD flickered wildly. The sensors scrambled by the sulfur. Everything around him blurred into a haze. He could only dodge by relying on Jarvis's emergency alerts, But Ivan's attacks were growing ever more frenzied. Every swipe of those claws seared with the fury of hellfire, and the shell of his armor was already starting to show signs of melting. His breath grew rough within the helmet, sweat trickling down his temples. Staring at the constant barrage of red damage warnings on his HUD, Tony's lips twisted into a fierce, almost savage grin. "Jarvis, unlock the Manhwarecap's energy core," he growled through clenched teeth. Time to show Ivan that I was just toying with him before. Unlocking Manhwarecap's restrictions. Manhwarecap's Light Angel module now available. Jarvis's calm voice echoed in his ears, with an extra flourish. "Happy demon slaying, sir." A wild smile suddenly spread across Tony's face, and his eyes gleamed with exhilaration behind the mask. "Jarvis, what did you just say?" He drew out the words, savoring the drama of the moment. "Happy demon slaying?" The next instant, his laughter erupted, manic and triumphant. "Ha ha! Ivan, let me show you what a real angel's descent looks like." As his over-the-top declaration resounded, the arc reactor in his chest burst forth with a dazzling blue light. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Blue energy surged like a living river from the core, flooding over his entire body in an instant. The once red and gold armor dissolved and reformed beneath the torrent of blue, nanometal flowing like liquid, the armor's structure reshaping within the radiant glow. Click, click, click. Every inch of the suit was evolving. The rounded pauldrons split apart, transforming into razor-sharp wing-like blades, their edges shimmering with blue-white energy. The chest plate elongated, the central energy core wrapped in blue light, glowing like a holy sigil. Streamlined thruster wings extended from his legs, the jets at his feet widening as blue flames roared to life. And then, the back armor unfurled. 6 massive wings of pure energy stretched outward, each one sculpted from radiant blue light, their edges crackling with shimmering particles, arching high like the wings of an avenging angel. Manhwarecap's Light Angel, activate. Tony hovered in midair, his brand-new suit of armor gleaming under the sunlight in streaks of blue, white, and black. The luminous wings on his back unfurled and moved gently, scattering a rain of radiant particles. The lines of his faceplate had grown even more sharply defined, and his eye panels glowed with a brilliant azure light, as if a true mechanical angel had descended to Earth. "Sir, energy output increased to 400%. Light Angel mode has been engaged." Jarvis continued his report. "Based on your combat preferences, I recommend AC/DC's Thunderstruck as your background music." Tony grinned, excitement flickering in his eyes beneath the mask. "Ah, Jarvis, you always get me." With a sharp motion, he raised his arm, and the whine of his repulsor charging synced perfectly with the explosive guitar intro pounding in his headphones. "Let's get this party started." In the next instant, the engines roared to life. Blue-white afterburners erupted in time with the wild rhythm of Thunderstruck, and Tony, a war god possessed by the spirit of rock, plunged toward Ivan, riding a tidal wave of sound. As he streaked through the air, the sonic boom of torn atmosphere melded with the soaring chorus, turning the battlefield into his own personal stage. The blue and white contrails blazed across the sky, marking his path with dazzling light. Tony accelerated in a blur, almost vanishing from sight. Ivan's demon armor barely had a moment to react before Iron Man's fist crashed down on his faceplate. The demon helmet buckled instantly, hellfire scattering under the furious impact. Ivan was hurled back hundreds of meters, smashing into the ruins of the spectator stands. "Yes!" Tony roared with laughter, the 6 wings on his back unfurling in a brilliant display. Blue-white energy particles fell around him like stardust. At some point, both his hands had seized fiery laser swords, their blades forged of pure high-energy plasma, the edges shimmering with blinding blue light, searing the air into rippling waves. "Sir, combat data synchronization complete." Jarvis's voice cut through the thunder of rock music, still crisp and clear. "Your reaction speed has increased by 427%, strength output by 398%, energy weapon efficiency." "Skip the details, Jarvis." Tony dove again, laser swords trailing twin arcs of radiant blue. "Now it's judgment time." Ivan had barely risen from the rubble, the hellish energy around him not yet reformed, when Tony's silhouette flashed before his eyes. Slash, slash, slash. The laser sword transformed into a web of death, cutting dozens of gashes into Ivan's demon armor in an instant. Hellfire surged wildly, trying to mend the damage, but Tony's attacks came too swiftly. Each strike landed precisely on the armor's joints, energy nodes, or even along the very flow of hellfire itself. A furious roar tore from Ivan's throat as the mechanical bone wings on his back sprang open, belching forth a dense cloud of sulphurous mist like a tidal wave. But this time, Tony didn't even bother to dodge. Purification protocol, engage. 6 radiant wings flared with blinding blue light. Energy particles swept forth like a storm, vaporizing the sulfur mist the moment it touched them. Tony burst through the dissipating fog, laser swords crossing in a single, devastating slash. Ivan's right arm, along with half of his mechanical wing, was severed cleanly at the root. The black demon metal melted under the searing heat, and the hellfire recoiled with a wounded animal's shriek. What's wrong? Getting scared already? Tony's wild laughter echoed across the battlefield as he spun and delivered a brutal roundhouse kick, his armored boot crashing squarely into Ivan's chest. A thunderous impact rang out. The demon armor's chest plate shattered, and Ivan was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, smashing through 3 concrete walls before he finally skidded to a halt. Tony hovered in midair, his luminous wings outstretched, laser sword angled toward the ground. Behind his mask, his eyes locked onto Ivan, shining with a blue light, cold and majestic as a god's. One last strike, Ivan. His voice cut through the roar of rock music. Welcome to the wrath of science. The 6 light wings snapped closed, converging all their energy at the core in Tony's chest. He crossed his twin swords before him, the plasma blades blazing with light that pushed the limit. Supernova, cleave. A torrent of blue-white energy, over 10 meters wide, erupted with deafening force. The ground split open, the air ionized, and even space itself seemed to tear beneath the slash. Ivan's pupils contracted. Hellfire surged desperately, trying to shield him. The world exploded in a cataclysmic blast. Tony hovered in the aftermath, 6 light wings slowly unfurling. Blue-white energy particles danced around him like shards of starlight. The inferno behind him formed a magnificent curtain of fire that could not touch him. Every shockwave and burst of heat was gracefully deflected by the shield his wings created. Sir, the target's vital signs have vanished. Jarvis's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Would you like me to pull up the combat data? Tony didn't answer right away. He slowly raised his right hand, letting the plasma blade of his laser sword spin in a perfect blue arc before retracting smoothly back into his gauntlet, a motion as fluid as a deadly waltz. Data. Tony chuckled softly, the faceplate of his suit lifting automatically to reveal his signature, devil-may-care grin. That sort of thing is best left to the lab. He deliberately angled his face so the explosion's blaze cast dramatic light across his profile, making sure the shot would look spectacular on camera. Behind him, the energy wings suddenly spread to their fullest extent, each blade erupting in dazzling blue light. Tony intentionally slowed his descent, guiding the suit in a graceful arc as he landed. The moment he touched down, he dropped to one knee with his right hand bracing the ground, striking a pose that positioned the last wing perfectly above his head, a flawless angelic halo effect. Jarvis, Tony stood up, brushing imaginary dust from his suit with a casual flick, clip the battle footage from 3 minutes 27 to 3 minutes 35, and post it to all my social accounts. The caption should be, he paused, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips, Sunday afternoon tea, and saving the world on the side. The 6 energy wings folded back elegantly, dissolving in shimmering streams as they retracted into the armor. Tony turned and strolled toward the exit, purposely letting the lingering sparks swirl in his wake. With each step, the blue glow from his suit faded a little more, and by the time he reached the corridor, the armor had reverted to its classic red and gold mode, as if that apocalyptic angelic transformation had never happened. Oh, and by the way, he suddenly stopped, snapping his fingers without looking back, cranked the BGM up by 30%. Let the whole world hear it. As his words trailed off, the guitar solo of Thunderstruck erupted, soaring through the ruins as the perfect closing anthem. But of course, being Tony Stark's best buddy, there was no way he'd let Tony keep basking in that coolness for long. Just as Tony struck his flawless curtain call pose, a pillar of blue-violet light shot up from the other end of the arena. The radiance tore through the sky like a bolt of thunder, yet it carried an eerie, unnatural calm. The beam was over 10 meters wide, swirling with countless intricate runes inside, its edges warping the very air with an unsettling distortion. My hair! Tony's faceplate snapped shut in an instant, his HUD suddenly ablaze with energy warnings. Jarvis, what the hell am I looking at on the energy sensors? Unable to analyze, sir. Jarvis hesitated for 0.3 seconds. Energy signature exceeds database parameters. Immediate evacuation is advised. The pillar of light lingered for a full 3 seconds before slowly fading. As the blinding glow receded, The scene on the track was nothing short of chilling. The asphalt was still marred with blackened, corrupt scars, twisted metal guardrails, and melted plastic seats frozen mid-melt, and the air thick with a lingering stench of decay. The biker who radiated that sinister air, along with his heavy motorcycle, had vanished completely without a trace, as if he had never existed at all. Tony stood frozen in place, his mouth hanging open beneath his helmet, wide enough to fit an entire donut. Mechanically, he turned his head toward Chun-Tan, only to see that the young man from the east, who was always eager for a verbal spar, was now strolling over at a leisurely pace. Well, done showing off. Chun-Tian's celestial eye had returned to its ordinary dark brown hue. I took care of that zombie-looking guy for you. No need to thank me. With a sharp click, Tony's faceplate snapped open to reveal an expression of utter disbelief. That guy was clearly after you. And what was that just now? Some kind of next-level tech? Oh, that. Chun-Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Just my new ability. He finished with a mischievous raise of his eyebrow at Tony. Not waiting for Tony's response, Chun-Tian reached out and poked Tony on the shoulder. Hey, Mr. Show-Off, take a look around. He nodded toward the surroundings. Do you really want to keep standing here and wait for that annoying bunch from the security squad to come grilling us? Or should we find somewhere to eat? Rubbing his stomach, he added, I'm starving. Tony stared at Chun-Tian for a solid 5 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Jarvis, cancel all social media upload plans. Throwing an arm around Chun-Tian's neck, he declared, come on, I'm going to get you drunk and wring every secret out of you about that move you just pulled. Chun-Tian grinned widely, a sly sparkle dancing in his eyes as he looked at Tony. No problem, man. Drinking with you is fine, but he deliberately stretched out his words, leaning in with a wicked smile. Remember that party at your mansion after the New Mexico battle a while back? Some playboy genius extraordinaire got so drunk he hugged Pepper and bawled his eyes out. He waved 4 fingers in front of Tony's face. These days, I can hold 4 times as much liquor as back then. Not like a certain genius inventor who needed Jarvis to call an ambulance. As he finished, he exaggeratedly mimed a retching motion, perfectly imitating Tony's drunken antics from that night. With that, Chun-Tian hopped onto Tony's back, giving his helmet a few playful pats. Let's go. Iron Steed, take us back to the hotel. Tony curled his lips, his expression under the mask a mix of exasperation and fondness. You little rascal. He deliberately fired the thrusters, sending a blast of hot air that left Chun-Tian's hair a wild mess. Hold on tight. If you fall off, I'm not coming back for you. With a thunderous roar, the red and gold armor shot up into the sky. Tony pulled off a full 360-degree spin on purpose, grinning smugly when he heard Chun-Tian startled yelp from his back. Jarvis, set the navigation. Destination. The location of the Kimpton Hotel has been marked for you, sir. Jarvis chimed in at just the right moment. Shall I pre-order your usual truffle pizza and a double order? Tony cut in, deliberately making a sharp turn mid-air. And bring 10 shots of the strongest tequila for our night here. Let's see if he can keep showing off after that. The crimson and gold armor sliced through the clear blue sky, trailing a dazzling plume in the blinding midday sun. Suddenly, Tony went into a steep dive, his suit skimming just above the ocean's surface. The thrusters sent up sprays of seawater, catching the sunlight and sparkling like diamonds. Hey, you did that on purpose, you jerk. Chun-Tian clung to Tony's neck, his voice torn to shreds by the roaring wind. Wasn't it obvious? Tony laughed and pushed the suit even faster, leaving a long, white wake across the water. Welcome to Stark Airlines. Express service. Their laughter and banter rang out clearly in the azure sky. On the racetrack below, police cars flashed their red and blue lights, still striking even in the noonday sun, like a swarm of busy beetles. High above, the gold and crimson suit streaked across the heavens like a comet, engines roaring as it hurtled toward the hotel. The sea breeze rushed in, salty and damp, while sunlight cast a shimmering golden edge along the suit's surface. Out in Monaco Bay, tourists aboard. Their yachts raised their phones, eager to capture this rare spectacle. Iron Man soaring freely through the blue sky, his best friend in tow. The next morning, sunlight washed over the Malibu coastline as Tony's private jet touched down gently on the villa's helipad. Tony and Chun-Tian descended the steps, arms slung around each other's shoulders, faces still weary from a night of heavy drinking, but unable to resist trading jokes. I bet you threw up 3 times last night, Tony said, rubbing his temples, his eyes mere slits behind gilded sunglasses. Jarvis kept count. Chun-Tian rolled his eyes. Oh, please. Who was the one hugging the toilet, singing Hotel California at the top of his lungs? He mimicked Tony's raspy voice on purpose. Welcome to the Hotel California. Pepper, walking behind them, could only shake her head in exasperation. Tubi followed quietly at her side, while Happy, out of breath, trudged along with several heavy suitcases in tow. Gentlemen, Pepper raised her voice. If you could channel even half this energy into... She stopped short. Tony and Shantian had already pushed open the villa's glass doors, their playful banter freezing in the air. By the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows stood a tall, imposing figure clad in black. The man wore a high-necked sweater beneath, a leather overcoat. His bald head gleamed in the morning light. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood motionless like a statue. Tony's sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose. My hair. Shintian caught sight of Nick Fury's signature dramatic pose and slapped his own forehead in exasperation. Again, he muttered, under his breath. Why does this bald guy strike the same pose every time he shows up? What's so fascinating outside that window? Fury slowly turned around, his single eye sweeping over the two of them before settling on Tony. Mr. Stark. His voice was deep and grave. Do you realize just how much chaos you stirred up in Monaco? Tony raised an eyebrow and pushed his sunglasses back up. Oh, what chaos? He feigned a relaxed shrug. We were saving the world, just adding a little entertainment value to the F1 Grand Prix. Entertainment value? Fury's eye narrowed dangerously. You destroyed half the track and forced the race to be canceled. The Monaco government is now putting serious pressure on the U.S. He stepped forward, his tone sharpening. Not to mention the terrified spectators and... Wait, Tony suddenly interrupted, turning to Chuntian. Who is this guy? Do you know him? Chuntian rolled his eyes. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's the reason I was able to work with S.H.I.E.L.D. in New Mexico. It was his approval. Also, probably the world's most insufferably dramatic bald guy. He raised his voice deliberately. And by the way, he can hear us. A twitch flickered in Fury's single eye, but his face remained impassive as he pulled out a tablet, his fingers gliding rapidly across the screen before turning it for them to see. While you were busy saving the world, Fury's voice was taut with barely contained anger. This $12 billion 13-spy satellite was destroyed by some unknown energy pulse. The screen displayed the satellite's final transmission, a pillar of blue-violet light shooting skyward, then nothing but white static. Tony leaned in, eyes wide behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Wow, that's some high-def footage. Wait a minute, isn't that the big move you pulled off, Chin-Tian? He whipped around to face Chin-Tian. Did you just blast a U.S. military satellite out of the sky? Chin-Tian scratched his head, looking innocent. Well, I was aiming at that biker zombie guy. How was I supposed to know there was a peeping satellite up there? He shot Fury a sidelong glance. Besides, any satellite spying on people's privacy, blowing it up is practically a public service, isn't it? Fury's single eye narrowed dangerously. A public service? He ground out through clenched teeth. That satellite was monitoring a third of the world's missile silos. The old men at the Pentagon are losing their minds right now. Tony suddenly burst out laughing. Wait, are you saying? He tried hard to stifle his laughter. Chun-Tian just casually used a skill and instantly wiped out the most advanced spy satellite the American military has. He turned to Chun-Tian and gave him a big thumbs up. Nicely done. Stock. Fury's voice shot up several octaves, almost hitting a tenor. This is no joke. The president has already... What about the president? Chun-Tian lazily interrupted. Is he coming after me for compensation? He slowly fished a crumpled checkbook from Tony's pocket. 12 billion, right? I'll write it for you right now. Fury's face froze. Tony, meanwhile, collapsed onto the couch in laughter. Ha ha. Chun-Tian, you're something else, huh? Suddenly, the laughter cut short. Tony grabbed the checkbook out of Chun-Tian's hands. Damn it, that's my checkbook. Silvery moonlight spilled across the Malibu beach, and the waves rolled gently onto the shore, filling the night with a soothing, rhythmic hush. Tony and Chun-Tian lounged side by side on two luxurious beach chairs, each with a glass of whiskey in hand, ice cubes clinking softly in the amber liquid. Tubi stood by the grill nearby, expertly flipping steaks and lobster with the precision of someone following a finely tuned program. Now and then, she'd glance over at the two men to check if they needed anything, then return to her meticulous work. Tony swirled his whiskey and pinched a Essential D-stamped folder in his other hand, brows drawn together in thought. So what do you make of this Avengers initiative? Chun-Tian tipped his head back, took a deep swig, and smacked his lips. It's just Fury wanting to control a team of extraordinary power. That's all. He glanced sideways at the folder. But honestly, do you think it's reliable? Tony snorted and tossed the folder onto a side table. S.H.I.E.L.D. never does anything without a personal stake. He wants a superpowered squad he can mobilize anytime, but the real question is, he paused, his gaze sharpening. Who decides what this squad should do? And who makes sure they won't be abused? Chun-Tian shrugged. So, you're not interested in joining? Me? Tony let out a derisive laugh. I'm not exactly the type to take orders from anyone. He drained his glass and set it down. But if the team's made up of interesting folks, like you, or that human bomb protagonist, a sly grin played at the corner of his mouth, well, then I might just give it some thought. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're saying, if the team's cool enough, you'd be willing to tag along? Hey, don't twist my words. Tony rolled his eyes. I'm just saying, if we ever run into some alien invasion or world-ending disaster, going solo really won't cut it. He paused, his tone turning serious. But the thing is, this team has to be free. No way are we becoming SHLD's private army. Chen Tian fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting out to the distant sea, where moonlight scattered across the waves in delicate silver fragments. After a while, he let out a quiet laugh. Honestly, I'd rather build my own team. He raised his glass. After all, any superhero group that gets tangled up with government agencies always ends up in a mess. Tony's fingers froze on the rim of his glass, and the clear clink of ice cubes suddenly rang out, oddly loud in the moment. His pupils narrowed, as if struck by a sudden thought. The moonlight cast sharp shadows across his chiseled profile, making his faint frown stand out even more. Build our own team. Tony swallowed, the amber whiskey shimmering in his eyes. But the problem is, we might not have enough people. He started counting, brows furrowed. You mean, 2B, maybe if we bring in Thor, wait, aren't we still a few short? Chen Tian burst out laughing, nearly spitting out his drink. Tony, did you forget something? He set his glass down. Ban Diablo, and who knows, maybe more down the line. Tony smacked his forehead with a crisp snap, almost knocking over his glass. Holy shoot, his eyes widened. How did I forget that? He grabbed Chen Tian by the shoulder, excitement blazing in his eyes. That summoning ability of yours is totally a cheat code. He gestured eagerly. Just imagine, we could put together an all-star dream team. Sir, you've spilled your whiskey. Jarvis's voice chimed in from the speaker next to the lounge chair. Only then did Tony notice the half glass of whiskey soaking into his swim trunks, but he just shook his hand dismissively. Who cares? He turned back to Chen Tian, his face alight like a kid with a new toy. We can absolutely build a super league that's out of the government's reach. Chen Tian shook his head with a smile, watching Tony's childlike excitement. So now you're interested again? Of course. Tony snapped his fingers. Just think about it. No reporting to anyone, no listening to politicians drone on. We do things our way. He suddenly lowered his voice conspiratorially. And we could set up headquarters in Malibu. That way, the party never has to stop. Tubi walked over at just the right moment, carrying a plate of freshly grilled steak. Gentlemen, dinner is ready. Tony took the plate, but his eyes remained fixed on Chen Tian. Seriously, how many of these, heroes from another world can you summon right now? Chen Tian grabbed a piece of steak and took a hearty bite. For now, just Madara and Diablo. But there will be more in the future. He shot Tony a meaningful look. But let me warn you, they're not exactly the most agreeable types. Tony waved dismissively, unconcerned. How bad can their tempers be compared to mine? He took a swig of his drink. Besides, to fight bad guys, you need someone even badder. Fight fire with fire, eh? Under the moonlight, a glimmer of ambition flickered in Tony's eyes, as if he could already see the super team they would command. He raised his glass. To the future Anti-Avengers Alliance. Chen Tian clinked his glass with a smile. Why not call it the League of Free Heroes? Whatever. Tony downed his drink in one gulp. Anything's better than Fury's half-baked plan. Far off, the waves lapped softly against the shore, as if composing an overture for the birth of this new alliance. Tubi stood quietly nearby, like a silent witness to this moment. Morning, Malibu Villa Underground Laboratory. Dawn had yet to fully chase the mist from the sea when Tony was already in his underground workshop. The blue glow of a holographic projection lit his face, tired but still brimming with excitement. His fingers danced over the virtual keyboard, occasionally enlarging a building detail with a swipe. Jarvis, pull up the 3D terrain map of the North Shore property. Tony rubbed his reddened eyes and grabbed a half-cold cup of coffee from the workbench, taking a gulp. The Hero HQ has to make a statement, but let's not make it look like one of those creepy shield bunkers. We want a vibe that says don't mess with us, not we're up to something shady. In a hologram, a futuristic complex rose from the ground. Streamlined glass walls caught the shimmer of the sea. The top floor was an open-air training field doubling as a helipad, while below, reinforced command centers, labs, and armories stretched deep underground. Tony suddenly frowned and marked off an area on the virtual model. Wait, this part needs to change. At a lounge. Chen Tian's definitely going to complain we're too uptight. Sir, you haven't rested for 36 hours. Jarvis's voice echoed throughout the lab. And to complete the site selection, design, and construction plans in 48 hours will require mobilizing at least 3 of Stark Industries' top engineering teams. Tony tugged open the top 2 buttons of his collar and carelessly tossed the design sketches aside. Then call in every team we can get our hands on. He turned and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling observation window. Even though they were 3 stories underground, Tony's villa was built into the mountainside, and this madman had expanded the original basement laboratory downwards by another 3 levels. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Right, use the nano-coating technology from 2B for the exterior walls, and add. Before he could finish, the lab's blast-proof door slid open. Chun Tian strolled in, a sandwich dangling from his mouth. Heard there's a certain maniac skipping breakfast to build illegal structures. He leaned closer to the hologram for a better look. Whoa, is this villainous luxury lair vibe for real? It's called tactical aesthetics, Tony retorted, snatching the other half of the sandwich from Chun Tian's hand. Top floor's got your game room. Second basement level's the hot spring area. Now hush and let the genius work. Chun Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw the entertainment zone on the blueprint labeled Chun Tian's exclusive. Tony, keep out. Just then, the projection flickered, and Pepper's image appeared above the workbench, arms crossed and eyebrow raised. Tony, there's 17 missed calls from the Pentagon, and the head of engineering says you've reassigned the entire. Tell them I'm busy saving the world. Tony waved dismissively without even looking up, then zoomed in on the core energy system of the building. Jarvis, highlight the arc reactor's power lines in gold. I want everyone to see from a mile away just how cool we are. Outside the observation window, the virtual sunrise had fully leapt above the sea. Tony watched as the metallic sheen of his design shimmered in the morning light, a trademark smirk curling on his lips. Fury wants to build the Avengers? Just wait and see what a real super team looks like. Silently, Chun Tian slipped a design for a Freedom Heroes League neon sign into the corner of the blueprints and quickly muted the upcoming health reminder Jarvis was about to announce. SHIELD Headquarters, Fury's office. Blue light from a holographic projection flickered through the dim office as Nick Fury's single "I" locked onto the live surveillance feed. On the north shore of Malibu, the construction site blazed with light. Stark Industries' heavy machinery worked around the clock, convoys of engineering vehicles stretching in long lines, kicking up clouds of dust. Coulson, Fury's voice was rough as gravel. Tell me this isn't actually happening. Coulson stood there holding a fresh stack of intelligence reports. Sir, I'm afraid it is. Stark didn't just turn down our invitation. He hesitated. He's assembling his own team. Fury's fingers tapped slowly on the tabletop, each tap echoing like a countdown. So, Tony Stark wants to build a superhero club right under our noses? According to our intel, Coulson replied, flipping through a file. He's calling it cooler than Avengers. But it was rejected by Chun Tian. The confirmed members so far are Stark himself, the Easterner Chun Tian, and, he paused, 2 rather special individuals, 2B and Madara Uchiha. Fury's single eye narrowed. Those 2 dangerous ones? Yes, sir. Coulson nodded. 2B appears to be Chun Tian's maid, but her combat ability is exceptional. She's assessed as Class A. As for Madara Uchiha, he handed over a blurry photograph. Sir, you know the type. He's a real maniac, can breathe fire, summon giant robots, even call down meteors. He once single-handedly neutralized 12 missiles over Monaco without so much as a scratch on the city. Fury rose from his seat and strode to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the Washington night. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned around. Notify Natasha and Barton. Tell them they've been discharged from S.H.I.E.L.D. and have them join Stark's team as independent agents. Coulson looked up in surprise. Sir, that's... If we can't stop them, then we need to get involved. Fury's voice was firm. I want to know Tony's every move with this organization. And a glint of calculation flashed in his eye. If they actually succeed, we need to make sure that kind of power doesn't spiral out of control. Coulson scribbled notes quickly. Understood, sir. I'll arrange for them to make contact with Stark right away. Tell them this is a long-term infiltration, Fury added. They need to find out exactly what Chun Tian is capable of. That unknown energy pulse he fired in Monaco was nothing like his usual swordplay. And he pointed at the surveillance feed. Every secret hidden inside that building. What about Agent Hill's surveillance operation? Keep it running. Fury returned to his desk. A double layer of insurance is always safer. Coulson hesitated, as if wanting to say more. But if Stark finds out, he will find out. Fury's lips curled into a cold smile. Tony Stark is smarter than any of you give him credit for. But that's fine. Letting him know we have someone inside is actually better. He spoke with a weighty implication. Sometimes, showing your cards is more intimidating than keeping them hidden. Outside the window, a bolt of lightning slashed across the night sky. Fury stood in the darkness, his single eye reflecting the flickering lights on the surveillance monitor, a predator in waiting, like a black panther, silently observing every move of his prey. "Tell Natasha," Fury added at last. "If Stark asks, just say this is a goodwill gesture from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all," his voice dripped with sarcasm, "who could refuse an offer from Black Widow and Hawkeye?" An upscale cafe in Los Santos. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gilding the street in gold. Chen Tian stirred his black coffee at a leisurely pace, his gaze drifting back and forth between the two people seated across from him. Natasha Romanoff wore high-waisted jeans and a fitted white shirt, her red hair casually draped over her shoulders, radiating a lazy sort of allure. Clint Barton, in contrast, was dressed in a casual suit, his expression somber enough for a funeral. "So," Chen Tian suddenly burst out laughing, the silver coffee spoon tapping lightly against the porcelain cup. "Black Widow and Hawkeye want to join me in Tony's game club." A sly smile played on Natasha's red lips. "We've been fired from S.H.I.E.L.D. She took a sip of her latte. "Fury thinks we're too much of individualists." "What a coincidence." Chen Tian's fingers drummed lightly on the table. "The very day after Tony refuses the Avengers initiative?" He tilted his head toward Hawkeye. "You two got kicked out faster than SHLD's coffee machine breaks down." Barton's mouth twitched. "We're here in good faith." "Oh," Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly is your gesture of goodwill?" Natasha slid a data chip from her purse. "SHLD surveillance plans for your base. The list of 12 agents Fury intends to plant, and..." She paused, her tone loaded with meaning, "the decryption scheme for that energy reactor you got on sublevel 3. Chen Tian stared at the chip for 3 seconds, then burst out laughing, loud enough to turn heads at nearby tables. "Brilliant!" He wiped away tears of mirth. "Is Fury sending you to play double agents now? Or is this a triple cross?" He pushed the chip back toward them. "Tell your director, next time, to just send an email. No need for all the theatrics." Natasha tapped the chip with a crimson nail. "We're serious." Of course. Chen Tian gave a mock surrender gesture. "So, what do 2 super spies want from our little ragtag club?" "Freedom," Barton said suddenly, his voice low. "S.H.I.E.L.D. has too many rules." Chen Tian's smile faded. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sharpening. "Interesting," he drawled. "But you'll have to prove yourselves." Danger flickered across Natasha's red lips as she smiled. "Such as?" "For example." Chen Tian pulled out his phone, scrolled through a few screens, and slid it over to her. "Care to explain why SLD's satellite suddenly adjusted its orbit to point at Malibu 3 days ago?" Natasha glanced at the screen, her expression unchanged. "Standard surveillance protocol." "Is that so?" Chen Tian swiped to another image. "And what about this tracker hidden under the Stark Industries transport?" Barton's pupils contracted ever so slightly. "And one more thing." Chen Tian suddenly leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "That nano-communicator in your ear, currently recording everything." Natasha let out a soft laugh, then reached up to her hairpin. She deftly removed a tiny device, tossed it into her coffee cup, and with a faint sizzle, a wisp of blue smoke curled up from the cup. "How about now?" she asked. Chen Tian stared at Natasha for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped the table and burst out laughing. "Ned, I knew it. You never fail to impress me." He pulled out his phone and dialed. "Tony, guess who just walked right up to us?" "That's right, SFLD's very own Natasha, and..." He shot a glance at Barton, the famous archer himself. Barton's brows knitted ever so slightly, his fingers drumming quietly on the tabletop. After hanging up, Chen Tian flashed a sly grin. "Congratulations, you two. You just earned yourselves a very exclusive interview. As for the probation period," he pretended to ponder, "let's set it for the day Director Fury's blood pressure finally goes through the roof." "How's that?" Natasha lifted her coffee cup. "Sounds perfectly fair. Welcome to our cosplay enthusiast club." Chen Tian raised his own cup. "Friendly reminder, our confidentiality agreement is personally signed by Madara Uchiha with his fire-style jutsu. If you ever think about backing out," he made a playful grilling gesture, "you'll have to face the consequences." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, punctuated by waves of startled shouts from the crowd. Accompanied by the roar of an engine and the unmistakable hum of plasma thrusters, a streak of red and gold tore through the sky. Tony Stark, piloting the latest Mark Eclipse armor, descended from above. The gold and crimson suit gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight as Tony hovered gracefully in midair, the thrusters leaving faint scorch marks on the asphalt below. "Hey, Los Angeles!" Tony flipped up his faceplate and flashed his trademark charming smile at the gathering crowd. With a quick snap of his fingers, the suit responded instantly, executing a stylish 360-degree spin in the air, drawing delighted screams from the bystanders. "Mr. Stark, can I get a picture with you?" A blonde girl called out excitedly, waving her phone. "Of course, sweetheart." Tony landed beside her, his armor automatically shifting to the most photogenic angle. "Don't forget the filter. Today's color scheme is perfect for that retro vibe." After finishing his fan service, Tony's gaze cut through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows and landed unerringly on Tian and his companions inside. He raised his eyebrows in an exaggerated manner and silently mouthed, "Wow." The commotion outside had already drawn the attention of everyone in the cafe. Customers were pulling out their phones one after another to record the scene. Tony watched this with satisfaction, snapped his fingers softly, and instantly, the Mark Eclipse suit dissolved into countless streams of liquid metal, retreating into the energy core at his chest. "Looks like our flamboyant Iron Man has arrived," Chun Tian remarked, taking a sip of coffee and raising his cup in salute toward Tony. Outside the window, Tony responded with his signature wink, straightened his suit and tie, and strode confidently toward the cafe entrance. Chun Tian turned to the two new members and gave them a conspiratorial wink. "Ready for the ultimate interview? A friendly tip. The boss has been obsessed with a little game called Dismantle the Armor, barehanded lately." He shot a look at Barton. "Though for you, maybe it should be shoot the armor with arrows, right?" A shadow flitted across Barton's face, but he quickly regained his professional agent's poker face. "I prefer to go by my real name." Of course, Mr. Clint Barton," Chun Tian declared, giving an exaggerated bow. "But around here, Tony prefers to call everyone by their codenames. See, we've got Iron Man, the cool ninja, the mighty maid," he paused deliberately, "and now we have the red-haired lady and the sharpshooter." Natasha let out a soft laugh, while Barton silently reached for the steak knife on the table. New York, Harlem night. An explosion tore through the night sky, flames ripping the darkness apart as concrete walls collapsed with a thunderous crash. Screams filled the air as people scattered in panic, car alarms blaring in a chaotic chorus, throwing the whole block into turmoil. A roar echoed, "Hulk smash!" The Hulk burst from the smoke and dust, his massive arms bulging with muscle, his skin darkening with rage. He leapt forward, bringing his fist down in a furious blow against his equally monstrous opponent, Abomination. Abomination met him with a savage grin, their enormous fists colliding and unleashing a shockwave that shattered every window within a 30-foot radius. "Banner, you're too weak," Abomination bellowed, bone spikes shooting out from his elbows as he slashed viciously at Hulk's chest. Driven back several steps, Hulk only grew wilder with fury. He seized a wrecked taxi and hurled it at Abomination with all the force of a major league pitcher. Hulk, strongest there is. Staggered by the impact, Abomination quickly regained his footing and, with a powerful kick, sent a nearby fire hydrant flying. A geyser of water shot skyward, mingling with debris and dust, turning the battlefield into utter chaos. "Director, the situation is worse than we anticipated." Agent Hill stared at the screen, her brows tightly knit. "General Ross's super soldier program is out of control. Abomination's destructive power is far beyond expectations." Fury's single eye glinted with a cold light. "What about our troops?" Hill's fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, and a holographic display brought up the real-time battlefield. A collision between Hulk and Abomination sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, each impact like a localized earthquake. Armored vehicles and special forces deployed by the military were tossed aside like scraps of paper in the aftermath. "Director, General Ross's forces have been routed," Hill reported, her words coming fast and urgent. "Conventional firepower is completely useless against those two monsters. Our snipers can't even pierce Abomination's skin." Fury's gaze remained locked on the screen, his fingers tapping the desk with increasing agitation. "Damn it," he growled. "Just what kind of abomination did those lab lunatics unleash?" Hill drew a deep breath. "We need higher-level support." Fury slammed his hand down on the comm button. "Give me Stark. Tell him." A deafening explosion cut Fury off mid-command. Over Harlem, a streak of gold and red tore through the clouds, roaring into the battle like a meteor, trailed by the thunderous blast of rock music. AC/DC's Thunderstruck erupted across the entire battlefield. I absolutely love this song, especially that electrifying guitar intro and the very first shout of thunder. It's just perfect for a hero's entrance. Please forgive my fangirling here. Thunder. As the lead singer belted out the first word, the Iron Man Mark Eclipse armor unfurled 6 radiant wings in midair. Each luminous feather, forged from nanoparticles, pulsed with plasma energy, flooding a 500-meter radius in blinding daylight. "Sir, Global live stream initiated across all major social platforms. Viewership has just surpassed 20 million. Jarvis's voice barely cut through the guitar solo. Tony laughed, exhilarated. Perfect. Let the whole world see what a real hero's entrance looks like. Abomination had just pinned Hulk into the concrete when the sudden blaze of light seared his eyes. Instinctively, he threw up his arms to shield himself, only to see the glowing armor dive to within 10 meters of the ground. Eat my laser cannon. All 6 wings snapped forward, channeling energy into a 3-meter-wide cannon. As Thunderstruck hit its soaring chorus, a beam like a newborn sun erupted from the wings with an earth-shaking blast. Na-na-na-na fander. The instant the music reached its fever pitch, Hulk sprang up with a mighty leap and slammed his fist down on the Abomination, who had only just managed to get back on his feet. The clash of these two titans whipped up a roaring gale, while Iron Man hovered in midair, his repulsor beams unleashing a relentless barrage for suppressive fire. Sir, Jarvis's voice crackled in Tony's earpiece, calm and precise. I've detected that Mr. Chun has arrived on the battlefield. Tony raised an eyebrow. Oh, and where's that kid now? Show off. We agreed to make our entrance together. Chun Tion's voice came from right above Tony's head, and in a flash, he used Tony's helmet as a springboard to leap forward. Chun Tion's demon blade, Oni Tetsu, flashed from its sheath, the blade shimmering with a dark red energy as he struck at the Abomination's back. The slash bit deep, carving a wound down to the bone. The Abomination howled in pain, spinning around, only to take a faceful of Hawkeye's explosive arrow. Flames engulfed the monster's upper body, and under the cover of the blast, Natasha vaulted nimbly onto the Abomination's shoulder. She drove her electroshocker straight into his ear. A righteous beatdown. Chun Tian sheathed his blade and grinned at 2B, who had just joined him. Way more satisfying than a one-on-one, don't you think? The Abomination roared in a frenzy, bone spurs erupting wildly from his body. But before he could strike back, Hulk smash! With an earth-shattering uppercut, Hulk sent the Abomination hurtling high into the sky. Home run, Tony called out, launching a volley of 12 homing missiles in perfect sync. A sly smile played at the corner of Chun Tian's mouth as he tossed Oni Tetsu to 2B. His eyes shifted, transforming into the sky gaze. Forming his right hand into a sword gesture and aiming at the Abomination soaring above, his forefingers spun a crimson vortex at their tips. Reverse technique, crimson. As the guitar solo hit its peak, the Abomination was blasted 300 meters into the air by their combined assault. The main cannon of the angelic armor completed its second charge, all 6 wings unfurling to their fullest. Good night, ugly. A brilliant fireball bloomed in the night sky, just as the guitar solo from Thunderstruck reached its climax. When the smoke cleared, the Abomination's charred body crashed down to earth, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Done and dusted. Tony touched down next to Chun Tian, his helmet snapping open with a signature click, revealing his trademark mischievous grin. So, does this mean we passed the teamwork test? Chun Tian slid his blade back into its sheath, glancing at the Abomination being hauled away by the military in the distance. Barely made the grade, I'd say. Don't celebrate just yet. Fury's icy voice crackled through the comms. I'll be sending you the bill for all the extra collateral damage, Stark. Yeah, I hear you. Tony waved him off impatiently. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, this is the perfect moment. Before the words had even faded, the sky burst open with a dazzling display of fireworks. Golden red sparks traced out the word Arbiters. Instantly, Tony struck a flamboyant pose, his armor gleaming in the explosive glow. Quick, everyone, strike your coolest pose. Tony barked urgently into the team channel. Jarvis is taking photos. This is perfect promo material. With a deadpan face, Chun Tian grabbed 2B and turned to leave. No thanks. Not interested. Natasha let out a soft chuckle. Barton silently switched off his comms. Hulk scratched his head, clueless about what was going on. Now that's more like it. Tony gave a heartfelt thumbs up, then realized he was alone. He looked around at the empty space, dumbfounded. Hey, where did everyone go? In the distance, Chun Tian waved a hand without turning around. Don't forget to share the retouched photos in the group. Seeing everyone ignore his enthusiasm, Tony pouted. Wait, we're not done yet. With that, he cranked his suit speakers up to max volume. The Arbiter's first live concert, the iconic riff of Thunderstruck, boomed once more across the Harlem night. At the gates of Tony's Malibu mansion, a red banner hung with golden embroidery spelling out, Night of the Arbiters. Inside the villa, AC/DC's music roared through the main hall, infusing the post-battle party with a wild rock energy. Bruce Banner, Not the Hulk now, but a scientist in a loose t-shirt, sat on a specially reinforced sofa, cradling a glass of Tony's signature Banner Special, lemonade with mint leaves, and a little paper umbrella perched on the rim. His eyes drifted over the news stories flickering in the virtual projection, his expression equal parts awkwardness and resignation. Relax, document. Tony lounged at the bar, a glass of whiskey in hand, his custom suit jacket slung carelessly over his shoulder. There's no military here, no labs, just... He pointed to Chun Tian, who was rummaging through the fridge, a Chinese kid who's never full, and a CO dragged here against her will. Pepper Potts called down from the stairs, carrying a glass of champagne, a wry smile playing at her lips. Her elegant black evening gown stood out starkly among these battle-worn heroes. Hey, this is a party celebrating us saving New York. Tony threw his arms wide for dramatic effect. As Stark Industries CEO, you have to be here. Without looking back, Chun Tian lobbed a can of beer from the fridge. Tony caught it one-handed. Thanks, but I was hoping for something a little stronger. For example, that bottle of Black 13 you've hidden behind the TV. Don't even think about it. Tony crossed his arms in an emphatic X. I'm saving that for the day Pepper says yes to my proposal. Pepper rolled her eyes. In that case, you might be waiting until your next life. Tubi glided gracefully to Chun Tian's side and, with practiced ease, took the plate of sandwiches from his hands. Master, would you like me to bring you anything else? Thanks, Tubi. Chun Tian gave her silver hair a gentle ruffle and smiled. But honestly, I'm more curious to see what other treasures Tony has stashed away. Natasha, lounging in a single-seater armchair, watched the scene unfold with genuine interest. If you hadn't said anything, I never would have guessed that 2BS actually an android. An android? She deserves to have feelings of her own, Chun Tian declared proudly. She just needed the right guidance. At his words, 2BS lips curved into a small, warm smile. So, is this the legendary post-battle party I've heard about? Natasha swirled the vodka in her glass as she spoke. Strictly speaking, it's a hey, we didn't wreck New York, even worse party, Tony said, raising his glass and snapping his fingers for emphasis. Instantly, Jarvis switched the virtual display to live news feeds from major networks around the world. On CNN, the anchor was reporting with excitement. Tonight, Tony Stark's new hero team, the Arbiters, successfully stopped the rampage of the biomonster abomination in Harlem. The BBC cut to a jaw-dropping shot of Iron Man's six-winged armor descending from the sky. This mysterious team's debut could be described as a textbook example of superhero tactics. On Fox News, the footage zoomed in on Chun Tian unleashing a blade of energy. This Asian member showcased the formidable power of traditional weaponry. Banner, watching footage of his own transformation, rubbed his nose awkwardly. Honestly, I'm still not used to seeing myself like that on TV. Tony swirled his drink with a self-satisfied grin. Haha, you'll get used to it, Banner. I even had them give your green skin a matte finish in the footage. Makes you look more refined. Barton, perched quietly on a bar stool in the corner, took a sip of his beer. So, does this mean we're officially a team now? Absolutely. Tony suddenly brought up a holographic display, showcasing an embossed Arbiter's logo. I've even got the merchandise all designed. Dr. Banner, your Hulk figure comes with swap-out facial expressions. Natasha arched an eyebrow. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. know you've already got merch ready to go? What's it got to do with them? Tony retorted, unfazed, as he flicked through more design mock-ups. Look, there's even coordinated uniforms. Absolutely not. Chun Tian, Natasha, and Barton all spoke in perfect unison. Banner suddenly raised his hand. May I make a suggestion? The uniforms should really be made of elastic fabric. Tony pressed a hand to his chest, visibly moved. See? Only a fellow scientist appreciates a scientifically sound design. Jarvis, make a note of that. Without warning, the virtual screen flipped to SHLD's emergency communication interface, and Fury Solitary Eye glared out. His 17 call finally cut off by Tony with a single tap. Tonight, Tony declared, lifting his glass as the holographic display switched to a stylish team photo from Harlem. Belongs to the Arbiters, and no one else. As their glasses clinked together, dazzling fireworks suddenly bloomed beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, painting the night sky with the word Arbiters in brilliant letters. Chun Tian let out a sigh. Here we go again. That's called good branding, Tony retorted, uncorking another bottle of champagne with righteous conviction. Jarvis, post that group photo to every social platform. Don't forget the hashtag. Hashtag Arbiters Debut. Banner gazed out at the fireworks, a quiet laugh escaping him. Honestly, this feels a whole lot better than being hunted by the military. Standing beside Chun Tian, 2B slipped her arm through his with an easy, natural grace. a gesture that prompted Tony to whistle in approval. Natasha swirled her drink and gave Banner a meaningful look. Welcome to Stark's Circus, Doctor. The show's only just begun. In this odd, hastily assembled family, the lights of the Malibu villa glowed warmer than ever. But in stark contrast to the villa's inviting party, the command center at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was bathed in cold blue light. Fury stood in the center of the circular holographic display, surrounded by the live images of World Security Council members, their faces even grimmer in the dim glow. Director Fury. Alexander Pierce's voice finally shattered the silence. We need an explanation. When did Tony Stark assemble an unauthorized superhero team? The representatives in the projection all frowned in unison. One of them, an Asian counselor, added icily, and this so-called arbiters just caused a level of destruction in downtown New York that rivals an alien invasion. Fury's lone eye swept across each screen, his lips tight. You're all missing the point. The abomination went rogue first. Without the arbiters' intervention, Harlem would be nothing but ruins right now. That's not the point, the European counselor snapped, slamming a hand on the table. The real issue is that this team operates entirely outside of international oversight. Stark, Banner, Romanoff, Barton, and that mysterious Asian as well. What gives them the right to act as they please? Fury's fingertips drummed lightly on the console, bringing up the post-battle data from Harlem. Because they succeeded, and casualties were kept to a minimum. This time, yes. But what about next time? Pierce's voice was low and laced with danger. Fury, you know why we established the Superhuman Registration Act. People like that have to be kept in check. Just like Charles's mutants. Fury let out a cold snort. An act? You just want the Avengers to be your private army. At least that's better than letting them become Stark's personal playthings, another counselor snapped. This so-called arbitrator team isn't even officially registered. What gives them the right to represent global security? Fury was silent for a moment, then suddenly brought up a piece of encrypted footage. On screen, Abomination was shown being injected with an unknown serum in a military lab, followed by a violent rampage. Because General Ross's super soldier program is the real source of this disaster. Fury's voice was sharp as a blade, and the arbitrators are the only ones who stopped it. The council members fell silent for a moment. Finally, Pierce spoke slowly. Even so, they need oversight. Fury, either you bring them under SLD's command, or what? Fury arched an eyebrow. Pierce fixed his gaze on Fury. Or the World Security Council will consider them a potential threat, and take whatever measures are necessary. Fury's single eye narrowed. A threat? You just watch them save half of New York. Saving the day once doesn't mean they'll always be reliable, Pierce replied, his tone brooking no argument. Give them two options, sign the agreement and submit to oversight, or be classified as a high-risk target. Fury shut down the projection, plunging the command center back into darkness. From the shadows, Agent Hill stepped forward and asked quietly, Sir, should we notify Stark? Fury stared out at the nightscape. In the distance, lights from the Malibu mansion glimmered warmly against the darkness. No, he said at last. Let me think about how to explain to that egomaniac that his arbitrators just made the World Security Council's watch list. Hill's communicator suddenly buzzed. She glanced down, her expression shifting. Sir, Stark just posted a team photo of the arbitrators on Twitter. Caption coolest superheroes on Earth, period. He's already got over 5 million likes. Fury took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Agent Hill, give me Malibu. Tony Stark, holding a glass of champagne, nodded in satisfaction at the team photo projected before him. Perfect. The composition, the lighting, Jarvis suddenly interrupted. Sir, Director Fury is on the line. Tony arched an eyebrow. Hang up. No official business tonight. Jarvis paused before speaking again. He says it's about the World Security Council moving to forcibly disband the arbiters. The living room fell silent in an instant. Clint set down his beer. What did you say? Natasha narrowed her eyes. I knew this was coming. Bruce nearly spilled his lemonade. Wait, didn't we just save some people? Tony was quiet for a couple of seconds, then suddenly grinned. Looks like we've really made a splash. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis, draft a press release. Title it, World Security Council jealous that we saved innocent lives. Pepper pressed her hand to her forehead. Tony, this is not the time for jokes. Tubi gently tugged at Chun Tion's sleeve, her silver hair shimmering in the moonlight. Master, are we going to be in trouble? Chun Tion narrowed his eyes, fingers absently rubbing his chin. His gaze drifted past the floor-to-ceiling windows, out toward the city lights in the distance, as if he could see straight through the night to the schemes unfolding inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Trouble. He let out a soft laugh, his tone tinged with playful intrigue. I can't help but wonder if tonight's farce has made certain vipers restless. 2B tilted her head. You mean, Hydra? Shintian didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached out and ruffled her hair. Even if those snakes do get antsy, it doesn't matter. We've got Tony the egomaniac to take the spotlight. A sly smile flickered at his lips. Isn't he the one who loves being the center of attention? Tony was already at work, pulling up a holographic interface to design a new team logo. Everyone, get ready for Arbiters 2.0. This time, we're printing officially certified troublemakers right onto the merch t-shirts. Nick Fury's call request flashed insistently on the screen, but Tony ignored it, cranking up the AC/DC instead. The night breeze swept through the Malibu villa, the party still buzzing with energy, though a subtle tension now hung in the air. Meanwhile, in a hidden safe house somewhere in New York, thick bulletproof glass shut out all sound from the outside world. Alexander Pierce stood before a round table made entirely of holographic projections. Around him, the screens displayed several shadowy figures, their features deliberately distorted by streams of data, their voices altered by digital filters, yet an unmistakable chill still seeped through. The Arbiter's appearance disrupted our plans, rasped one of the voices, the first to break the silence. Not only did they stop the Abomination's rampage, they also exposed General Ross's super soldier program to the public eye. Pierce's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his gaze deep and unreadable. Fury is starting to grow suspicious. He's already pulled up the encrypted footage from the lab. There's no evidence pointing directly at us yet, but if this continues, the risk will only keep increasing. That Asian, Chuntan, another low voice sounded. His file is practically a blank slate. There's nothing about him in SLD's database. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. And that white-haired girl, a third shadow added. Her combat data far surpasses expectations. She might be the strongest among the Arbiters. Pierce let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. So, are you telling me you're afraid? The room fell into a brief, heavy silence. We're not afraid, the first voice replied slowly, just assessing the risks. The emergence of the Arbiters has forced many of our plans to a halt for now. If Fury manages to convince the World Security Council, all our preparations will be severely hindered. Pierce's eyes swept across every screen, a frosty smile curling at the corner of his lips. Then let's give them something else to worry about. What do you mean? Soaked discord from within. Pierce's words slithered out like a serpent. Tony Stark is arrogant and self-important. Natasha Romanoff is hypervigilant. Bruce Banner is emotionally volatile. As for Chun Tian, he seems unusually sensitive to certain things. You want to break them from the inside? Not exactly. Pierce shook his head slightly. We need a subtler piece on the board, Captain America. The figures on the screens shifted, seemingly surprised by his suggestion. Rogers? That's right. Pierce smiled. Fury's original Avengers initiative was about making Rogers the leader. Tony turned down the Avengers and created the Arbiters instead. But if we persuade Fury to put Rogers in charge of the Arbiters, use his reputation and charisma, Stark will inevitably clash with him. Their personalities are polar opposites. Do you really think Stark would let Rogers lead the Arbiters? Stark would never accept that. Of course not, Pierce replied, a note of amusement in his voice. Their temperaments make it impossible for them to see eye to eye. If they're forced to work together, they may not clash immediately, but... And then it will be time for our Winter Soldier to make his move. Pierce traced a cold line across the tabletop. Rogers will recognize his old friend. Stark will start to question Rogers' loyalties. In the chaos, the Arbiters will tear themselves apart. There was a pause from the figures on the screens before a deep, approving voice finally responded. This is far more effective than open confrontation. Pierce smiled faintly and drew a data chip from his pocket, placing it gently on the table. The Winter Soldier is ready. The temperature in the room seemed to drop all at once. We're using him now? If necessary, yes. Pierce's voice was chillingly calm. But before that, we need Rogers to join the Arbiters as Fury's goodwill mediator. Will Fury agree? He will. Pierce let out a cold laugh. He's more afraid of these uncontrollable superhumans than we are. And I'll make him believe this is the best way to control the Arbiters. Everyone has a weakness, Pierce murmured softly. Stark's pride, Rogers' sense of justice, Chun Tian's unpredictability. All we have to do is find it, and give a gentle push. The shadow on the screen gradually faded away, leaving behind a final whispered phrase. Hail Hydra! Darkness crept back into the room, leaving only the faint blinking light of a data chip. It glimmered like a viper's eye, silently watching the storm that was about to break. A week after the Battle of Harlem, Malibu coast. Morning light pierced the mist, spilling over the silver tower of the Arbiter's headquarters, casting a steely metallic gleam beneath the rising sun. Nanorobots still crawled across the building's surface, their subtle buzzing lost in the wind high above, leaving behind a hush that felt almost sacred. Chen Tian sat cross-legged on the rooftop, draped loosely in pajamas. Patrick Star grinned goofily on his shirt, a gift from Tony, who'd said it matched his own SpongeBob pajamas, proof of their friendship. Speaking of which, one can't forget Ethan. Yes, the Ethan who'd been absent for some time. He'd joined Stark Industries, and had since become the head of their medical technology R&D department. But now, Tony had stolen him away from Pepper with the argument that the Arbiters need an outstanding doctor and logistics expert. These days, Ethan lived on the 88th floor of the Arbiters Tower. The top floor belonged to Tony, the next to Chen Tian. Tony's floor was mostly for meetings and parties, though he preferred to actually live at his Malibu villa since Pepper liked it better there. The sea breeze tousled Chen Tian's black hair. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. Nothing again, he muttered, ruffling his hair in frustration. Ever since I got Satoru Gojo's power, has this curse summon drained all my luck dry. 2BS lips curved in a small smile. She reached out and gently helped Chen Tian up. Master, last time you went 57 days in a row without summoning anything. You nearly took apart Mr. Stark's new yacht again. Chen Tian curled his lips. I've never had much luck. 2B, do you think I should head back to the ANC? He suddenly fell silent because he noticed an unusual data stream flickering in 2BS eyes. Master, 2B leaned in close to Chen Tian's ear. Mr. Stark is in the top floor lounge, meeting with 4 guests. She traced her fingertip through the air, conjuring a holographic projection. The surveillance feed showed Tony holding a martini across from Director Fury, Captain America, Agent Hill, and Chen Tian's gaze landed on the final figure, Alexander Pierce. His eyes lingered on Pierce's image for a moment, a subtle, meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Looks like Hydra is getting restless, he murmured to himself, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. The data stream in 2BS eyes pulsed even faster. Master, they're discussing the proposal for the Arbiters to accept supervision by the World Security Council. Pierce has suggested that if the Arbiters do not comply, Captain America should be required to join, to ensure the team meets international standards. Chen Tian nearly burst out laughing at that. Bringing Rogers on board? That's a dirty move. Just then, Tony's exaggerated voice suddenly blared through the comms. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify. There are currently 2 leaders of the Arbiters. One is me, Tony Stark, and the other, he deliberately stretched out the words, Chen Tian. Chen, stop hiding. Come down and meet our distinguished guests. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow and shrugged helplessly at 2B. Looks like our little Tony has run into some trouble. 2B tilted her head, her silver hair swaying gently. Master, would you like me to accompany you? No need. Instead, help me contact the Ancient One. Ask if exposing Serpent Shield ahead of schedule would have any consequences. Chen Tian glanced down at his pajamas, where Patrick Star's goofy grin looked especially ridiculous on his chest. I'll go greet these big shots who want to find us a new boss. Stepping into the elevator, Chen Tian watched as a robotic arm delivered a deep gray hoodie and a pair of fitted jeans from the ceiling compartment. He changed quickly, swapping out the absurd Patrick Star pajamas. 2BS projection floated beside him. Master, the Ancient One replied. The timeline is stable enough. What must come will come. That sly old fox is as cryptic as ever, Chen Tian muttered with a smirk. The elevator plunged downward at high speed, the morning panorama of Malibu's coastline unfolding beyond the glass wall. When the elevator doors slid open at the top floor, Chen Tian shoved his hands in his pockets and strolled out with a lazy, unhurried air. The doors to the lounge slid open automatically, and as soon as he stepped inside, he heard Tony's signature over-the-top tone ring out. So your Avengers plan is to hire a 90-year-old popsicle as our babysitter? Come on, Nick. These days, even kindergarten teachers need a certification. Chen Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Fury's one good eye narrowed slightly. Pierce maintained his typical politician smile, while Captain America, Steve Rogers, just furrowed his brow. Sorry for interrupting, everyone. Chen Tian strolled leisurely over to Tony's side, grabbing a cup of coffee from the serving bot as he passed. Did I miss something exciting? Like the World Security Council trying to assign us a guardian? Tony threw an arm around Chen Tian's shoulders with theatrical flair. Look at that. Our other fearless leader has arrived. He turned to Pierce. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Tian, co-founder of the Arbiters, and he lowered his voice conspiratorially. The only guy who can survive 3 days and nights at my parties. Pierce offered a practiced smile and extended his hand. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Chen. Your unique abilities have certainly left an impression. Chun Tian didn't immediately shake his hand. Instead, he took a slow sip of coffee, then lazily reached out for a quick handshake. Thanks, but I'm guessing you didn't come all this way just to flatter me? Fury let out a gruff snort. Let's cut to the chase. The arbiters must accept oversight. Either sign the agreement and let the World Security Council supervise, or let Captain America join your team. Pierce interjected smoothly, as a bridge between the international community and enhanced individuals. A hush fell over the lounge. Chun Tian and Tony exchange a glance, Tony throwing his hands up in exaggerated disbelief. Wow, what a proposal. Classic almost brings a tear to my eye. Steve finally spoke, his tone steady and composed. Mr. Stark, this isn't a joke. Your reckless fighting and arrogance put innocent people at risk. Tony's brow furrowed in an instant, a sardonic smirk tugging at his lips. Wow, a sermon straight out of the last century. He made an exaggerated timeout gesture. Hold up a second, Captain Rogers. Are we about to get the classic back in my day during World War II speech? Wanting to cue up a holographic backdrop for you. A flicker of annoyance passed through Steve's blue eyes, but his voice remained calm. Stark, this isn't a joke. Your father, Howard. Don't you dare mention my father. Tony suddenly roared, his voice echoing through the room as the martini glass in his hand shattered against the marble floor. Amber liquid splashed onto Steve's gleaming military boots. What gives you the right to judge me by his outdated moral code? Howard Stark spent his whole life trying and failing to replicate your serum. You know why? He leaned in close to Steve, the subtle glow of nanotech flickering at his wrist. Because he was obsessed with the myth of Captain America. The air in the lounge froze, tense and electric. Hill's hand was already resting on her holstered sidearm, while a glimmer of satisfaction flickered across Pierce's eyes, as if his scheme was playing out just as intended. Chun Tian, expression unreadable, quietly edged half a step closer to Tony, one eye transforming into the all-seeing sky's pupil. Steve drew a deep breath. Tony, I understand how you feel. No, you don't. Tony sneered, stepping back, then suddenly adopted an exaggerated, almost theatrical tone. Let's hear it from our very own. Captain America, tell everyone how, in 1945, you heroically crashed a plane full of nukes into the ice. What a glorious, self-sacrificing act. He yanked open his shirt collar, revealing the scar from his arc reactor. See this? This is what self-sacrifice looks like today. Except I didn't freeze myself into a popsicle. Instead, I built a suit of armor and kept saving the world. Pierce seized the moment to interject. Gentlemen, our agenda today is... Just as the tension in the room was about to boil over, Chun Tian gave a soft cough. The sound, subtle yet deliberate, was like pressing the pause button. Everyone's attention shifted to him at once. Tony's impending outburst was interrupted by that gentle cough. He turned to Chun Tian, anger fading into confusion. Chun Tian met his gaze, and in those clear blue eyes Tony recognized a familiar spark, the unspoken trust shared only between the closest of friends. Tony, Chun Tian said quietly, let me handle this. Tony opened his mouth to object, but seeing the unwavering confidence in Chun Tian's eyes, his shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. He gave a reluctant shrug and sank back into the sofa, though his eyes remained wary, scanning the four people across from him. Chun Tian turned to Fury and Pierce, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at his lips. Since everyone's so concerned about the compliance of the arbitrator, very well. He paused, his gaze holding on Pierce's face a moment longer, laden with meaning. We welcome Captain Rogers to join us. The room fell into a silence so absolute, you could hear a pin drop. Tony snapped upright. Wait, are you serious? But gone was the earlier fire from his voice. Now, there was a trace of genuine curiosity, seeking reassurance. Chun Tian didn't answer directly. He simply gave Tony a slight nod. That subtle gesture seemed to convey something only the two of them understood. Tony's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Though he still looked displeased, he was no longer objecting. Fury narrowed his one eye, surprised both by Chun Tian's straightforward agreement and by how easily Tony accepted it. Meanwhile, Pierce's smile grew wider as he dipped his head slightly. A wise decision, Mr. Chun. Steve's expression was a mix of emotions as he turned to Chun Tian. Thank you for your trust, but I need to be clear. If I join, what exactly will my responsibilities be? Chun Tian shrugged. Just like now, neutralizing threats, protecting the innocent. The only difference is, he paused, his smile deepening. You'll be working with us, not taking orders from S.H.I.E.L.D. or the World Security Council. Pierce's brow tightened. That might not be what you expected. Chun Tian cut him off sharply, his gaze suddenly piercing. Mr. Pierce, Captain Rogers joining the arbitrators doesn't mean we'll be taking commands from any outside force. That's not up for negotiation. His tone remained calm, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Fury stared at Shintian for a few seconds, then let out a cold chuckle. Interesting. Stark, your partner is much better at negotiating than you are. Tony rolled his eyes. That's because he's never had a bunch of bureaucrats waving their fingers in his face, calling him his father's failed experiment. His words were sharp, but his body language had relaxed. He even picked up his coffee and took a sip. Steve drew a deep breath and looked at Chun Tian. If that's your decision, I'm willing to give this partnership a try. Chun Tian nodded, then suddenly broke into a bright smile. Welcome aboard, Captain. He turned to Pierce, his smile unwavering though his eyes were cold as steel. As for the World Security Council, are you satisfied now? Pierce maintained his flawless politician smile. Of course, this is an excellent start. But Chun Tian was no longer paying attention to him. Instead, he gave Tony a pat on the shoulder. Come on, genius. Let's go get our new teammate a room. Tony stood up, and as he passed by Pierce, he muttered under his breath, Tell those old men the arbitrators aren't their playthings. Pierce's expression didn't change. He simply watched them leave. Once the door to the lounge closed, Agent Hill whispered, Sir, are we just going to let them? Fury raised a hand to stop her, his single eye glinting with thought. We'll watch for now. Pierce dipped his head slightly, masking the brief flash of coldness in his eyes. The plan was only just beginning. Tony grabbed the hood of Chun Tian's sweatshirt and yanked him into the elevator. As soon as the metal doors slid shut, Tony threw an arm around Chun Tian's neck. His right arm instantly sheathed in gleaming nanotech armor. You'd better have a good explanation. Why did you suddenly agree to let that old icicle join us? Chun Tian's eyes rolled as Tony tightened his grip, but he grinned like a mischievous kid who'd pulled off a prank. Cough. Let go. You're taking this even harder than I expected. Tony loosened his hold, though his helmet stayed open and the palm of his repulsor glowed with a cold blue light. You've got 3 seconds. All right. Chun Tian straightened up, rubbing his neck, and lowered his voice. Remember those encrypted files to be hacked out of the SHIELD database last week? Tony narrowed his eyes. The traces of Hydra infiltration. Chun Tian just smiled, sidestepping Tony's question and tossing one of his own back. Tony, do you want to see SHIELD collapse? In Chun Tian's private game lounge, neon tubes cast shifting, psychedelic shadows through the dim space. Tony paced restlessly, his shoes thudding dully across the specially designed floor. Jarvis, kill the music! Tony suddenly shouted. The pounding rock cut off mid-beat. He turned to Chun Tian, who was seated before an enormous virtual screen. Now, tell me what you meant in the elevator. What's this about wanting to see SHIELD collapse? Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses. Tony, take it easy. I am perfectly calm. Tony shot back, though nanites churned restlessly along his wrist. I just want to know what brilliant scheme our master strategist is plotting this time. Tubi stood quietly in the corner. Natasha leaned against the bar, her fingers tapping lightly on her glass, lips curved in a faint, enigmatic smile. Chun Tian set down his game controller with deliberate slowness and turned to face them all. Ladies and gentlemen, he snapped his fingers, and the main screen instantly switched to a rotating 3D schematic of SHIELD headquarters. Let's play a game. Spot the Hydra. Tony stopped pacing. I knew it. He strode over to the screen. So that's why you agreed to let Rogers join today. Banner frowned. Wait, are you saying someone inside S.H.I.E.L.D? Not someone inside. Chun Tian rose to his feet, his finger tracing lines across the hologram. Key locations lit up in red. SHIELD itself is the perfect breeding ground. Hydra's masterpiece. Tony let out a low whistle. Well, that's delightfully awful news. He glanced at Banner. Bruce, remember those anomalies we analyzed? Banner's expression darkened. Those mission logs that kept getting altered. It's Hydra cleaning up their own mess, Chun Tian sneered, switching the projection to Pierce's file. And today, that kind and approachable Security Council representative is actually the biggest snake of them all. Chun Tian's gaze slowly swept across the room. He smiled and said, but that's not all. With a tap of his finger in midair, the screen shifted, revealing security footage from Fury's lab. A cube glowing with an eerie blue light, slowly rotating inside a specially designed container. The real plan, Chun Tian's voice dropped to a low, dangerous tone, is to leak information about Fury's research on the Cosmic Cube to Hydra. The Cosmic Cube? Banner adjusted his glasses, brows deeply furrowed. What exactly is that? Tony spun around, eyes fixed intently on the blue cube displayed on the screen. Wait a second. Isn't that the energy source Red Skull was searching for during World War II? How'd it end up in Fury's hands? Chun Tian gave Tony a meaningful look. Because it was your father who found it, Tony. In 1945, while Howard Stark was retrieving Captain America from the Arctic, he stumbled upon the Cosmic Cube by accident. Tony's face went still. My father never mentioned any of this. Of course not, Chen Tian replied softly. It's one of SHLD's top secrets. What's interesting is he pulled up an encrypted file. Alexander Pierce of Hydra knows S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses this artifact, but for over 70 years, they've never managed to locate it. Natasha set her glass down, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. So what are you planning? Hydra wants us to play by their rules, but I refuse. I'll change the game board. Chen Tian's smile broadened. I want Hydra to know exactly where the cube is, so they'll send the Winter Soldier to steal it. And as for Steve, with a gentle swipe on the holographic projection, Chen Tian brought up side-by-side profiles of Steve and the Winter Soldier. He grinned like a fox that had just stolen a feast. When Steve discovers that the enemy he's desperately trying to stop is none other than the friend he thought was long dead, Tony snapped his fingers with a flourish. Oh, that's going to be one hell of a scene. He animatedly traced an invisible battle in the air. Captain America versus the Winter Soldier, only to find out it's Bucky Barnes? This plot's wilder than any Hollywood script. Wait, how do you even know the Winter Soldier is Bucky Barnes? Chen Tian shrugged. With Jarvis and 2B working together, is there any secret those two Super A's can't uncover? Tony burst out laughing. Well done. Chen Tian's fingers glided lightly over the holographic projection, and the image instantly split into 3 sections. On the left, Bucky Barnes. Movement map. In the center, a psychological analysis model of Steve Rogers. And on the right, a Hydra member distribution chart within S.H.I.E.L.D. The plan is simple. Chen Tian's voice carried a calm confidence, as if he already held victory in his hands. All we need to do is show the right thing to the right person at the right time. Tony stroked his chin, his eyes glittering with excitement. Let me guess. After Bucky steals the Tesseract, Steve, the good guy he always is, will probably go easy on him when he realizes it's Bucky. That's not all. Chen Tian tapped the projection, and the display switched to SHLD's database interface. I've already had 2B plant a special program in their system. When Steve chases after Bucky, he'll accidentally hack into an encrypted terminal. Natasha raised an eyebrow. And what will he see? The truth. Chen Tian's finger swept through the air, and dozens of files marked Hydra immediately appeared in the projection, including Pierce's true identity, a full list of Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., and, he paused deliberately, the complete dossier on the Winter Soldier program. Banner drew a sharp breath. You're about to turn all of S.H.I.E.L.D. upside down. Chen Tian chuckled lightly at that. We're just getting started, Doctor. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, like a spider weaving an intricate web. The real game hasn't even hit its peak yet. He snapped his fingers. Once Hydra gets their hands on the Tesseract, they won't be able to resist using its power. A sly smile curled at the corner of Chen Tian's lips. And that's when we'll need our dear Mr. Tony Stark to make his entrance. Tony arched an eyebrow. Oh, there's a part for me too. Exactly. Chen Tian nodded. I've already arranged for the Arbiters to reach a strategic partnership with S.H.I.E.L.D. As a gesture of goodwill, we'll be gifting them an older model arc reactor to provide clean, high-quality energy for their headquarters. Tony shot to his feet. Wait, you're giving an arc reactor to those snakes in the grass? Disbelief rang in his voice. Are you out of your mind? Even the old models pack enough punch to level half of New York. Chen Tian raised his hand calmly to signal Tony to sit. Tony, relax. No, this time you need to explain yourself. Tony stubbornly stayed on his feet. Do you have any idea what Hydra would do with that reactor? They could use it to fully activate the cosmic cube. Chen Tian picked up the thread of the conversation, his tone suddenly turning grave. That's exactly what we want. Banner adjusted his glasses, his brow deeply furrowed. Wait, are you saying you want them to activate the cosmic cube on purpose? Tony's expression shifted from anger to bewilderment. You'd better explain yourself, Chen, because right now, it sounds like you're helping our enemies. Chen Tian stood up and walked over to the holographic display. With a gentle wave, the projection shifted to a 3D map of the Potomac River. In Washington, D.C., and the Malibu coastline, with the Arbiter building and S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters highlighted in striking red. The cosmic cube requires an immense amount of energy to be fully activated. Chen Tian pointed to the 2 locations, as he explained. If they attempted at the Arbiter building, we have complete control. But that would be far too obvious. Hydra would never take the bait. Tony narrowed his eyes. So you're deliberately giving them what looks like a safe place to experiment. Exactly. Chen Tian nodded. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters has enough security measures, and Hydra has already infiltrated the place thoroughly, so they'll believe it's safe. More importantly, he traced his finger across the map, revealing evacuation routes in the surrounding area. We can evacuate civilians ahead of time and keep the battlefield contained. A realization dawned on Banner. But if they choose to activate it somewhere else, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chen Tian answered gravely. Just imagine, if they activate the cube in Times Square or Central Park. Tony's frown deepened. Hold on, let me get this straight. He paced back and forth. You're saying we not only have to let Hydras steal the cosmic cube, but also provide them with the energy to activate it? That's playing with fire. Behind his glasses, Banner's eyes glimmered with concern. Chen Tian, this plan is incredibly risky. Once the cube is activated, things could spiral out of our control. Natasha's brow was furrowed as well. And Steve will be devastated if this goes south. Are you sure you want to use his trust and his feelings like this? Leaning against the arcade machine, a sly smile curled at the corner of Chen Tian's mouth. He snapped his fingers, and the holographic display instantly switched to live feeds from major news networks. Think about it, everyone. His voice was low, persuasive, charged with a quiet intensity. When a cataclysmic energy storm erupts at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, devastating half of Washington, D.C., when the public witnesses firsthand that their trusted agency is serving HYDRA, Tony suddenly stopped in his tracks, eyes wide with realization. Oh, I get it. He spun toward Chen Tian. You want to utterly destroy SHLD's image in the eyes of the public. Not only that, a shrewd gleam appeared in Chen Tian's eyes. When the world is gripped by panic, when people realize even Captain America has been kept in the dark. He walked slowly toward the projection, and the image shifted to the promotional footage of the Arbiters organization. That's when we make our grand entrance. Banner drew a sharp breath. You want the Arbiters to replace S.H.I.E.L.D.? No. Chen Tian shook his head. I want to rebuild order. His fingers traced through the air, and the projection displayed meticulously crafted rescue plans. When the explosion happens, our rescue teams will be the first to arrive. Our medical teams will tend to the wounded. Our defense systems will protect the civilians. Natasha narrowed her eyes. And all of this will be broadcast live to the world? Of course. Chen Tian smiled. I've already had Jarvis set up a global media synchronization system. When the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters collapses in the energy storm, the whole world will see the symbol of the Arbiters shining above the ruins. Tony suddenly burst out laughing, clapping Chen Tian on the shoulder. My God, that's ruthless. Not only do you take down Hydra's lair, but you win over the people in one fell swoop. But his laughter faded quickly. But what about Steve? A complicated look crossed Chen Tian's face. It's a necessary sacrifice. He brought up Steve's psychological analysis model. Captain Rogers' beliefs need to be shattered completely before he can see the truth. When he discovers the organization he trusted most has betrayed him, when he learns his closest friend has become his enemy. He'll break, Natasha said quietly, a trace of pity flickering in her eyes. And then he'll be reborn, Chen Tian replied firmly. Only after enduring such a blow can he truly stand with us. Imagine, when Captain America exposes S.H.I.E.L.D. for what it has become, when he announces to the world, live on air, that he's joining the Arbiters. Tony let out a whistle. That would be a sight to behold. Chen Tian suddenly let out a soft laugh, his finger gliding across the holographic display as the scene shifted to real-time surveillance. Feeds of major cities around the world. His eyes shone with a near-fanatical brightness, and a dangerous smile curled at his lips. Picture the scene. His voice dropped, magnetic and compelling, like he was spinning a mesmerizing tale. As SLD's headquarters crumbles in a storm of blue energy, those suited politicians scurry for safety. He snapped his fingers, and the projection instantly played a simulation. At that very moment, the Arbiters' rescue teams descended from the sky, their uniforms gleaming brilliantly amid the flames. Chen Tian's voice gradually rose. Our medical pods will land with pinpoint precision beside every wounded person. Our energy shields will shield innocent civilians. Our armored suits will comb through the ruins, searching for survivors. A glimmer of excitement began to flicker in Tony's eyes. Chen Tian turned to him, and in that instant when their gazes met, it was as if a spark of electricity flashed between them. In that moment, Chen Tian's voice turned into a devil's whisper. The people of the world will come to realize a brutal truth. He deliberately paused, letting the silence stretch through the room. That so-called government agencies have never represented absolute justice. Natasha's wineglass paused just shy of her lips. Her mouth parted slightly in surprise. Banner's glasses slid to the tip of his nose, and he forgot to push them back up. Chen Tian strode slowly to the center of the room, the light from the holographic projection casting shifting colors across his face. And when they're left desperately seeking something to rely on, he threw his arms wide, and in the projection above the virtual ruins, the symbol of the arbitrators burst forth in dazzling light. The only ones worthy of their trust will be the arbitrators, untouched by any nation or political force. Tony suddenly erupted into laughter, clapping his hands as he stood up. Brilliant! This is hands down the craziest plan I've ever heard. The same feverish gleam shone in his eyes as in Chun Tian's. When that day comes, forget about resources. Governments everywhere will be begging on their knees for us to take over the global defense network. Chun Tian nodded gracefully, tapping his fingers to switch the projection to a simulated vision of the future. By then, no matter what crisis the world might face, in the images, the arbitrator's fleet spread out in defense across the globe will be the first to receive everything we need: funding, technology, talent. His smile widened, and even absolute command authority. Banner finally found his voice. This is practically establishing a new world order. No, Bruce. Chun Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly turning deadly serious. This is saving a world the old order can no longer protect. He walked to the window, looking out at the city lights shimmering in the distance. When the next great war breaks out, we won't lose our chance because of bureaucratic squabbling. When another Monaco incident occurs, we won't be hamstrung by governments second-guessing each other. Tony felt quiet, thoughtful. So that's your real goal, to break down the barriers between nations. Chun Tian turned, the moonlight behind him outlining his tall figure. Just think about it, Tony. A truly global defense system, a rapid response mechanism free from political interference. His voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. That's the only real hope for humanity in the face of threats from the cosmos. The room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the faint hum of the holographic projector. Natasha slowly set down her wine glass, her red lips parting slightly. You realize this is tantamount to challenging all existing international law. Chun Tian was quiet for a moment, his gaze deep as he looked at Natasha. The blue light from the hologram cast shifting shadows over the sharp lines of his face, lending him an air of both mystery and danger. Nat, his voice was a little rough. You and I went through the New Mexico incident. That artifact falling from the sky nearly triggered a global energy storm. He walked toward her, his eyes fixed on her delicate face. And then there were the frost giants from Jotunheim. They almost turned that wasteland into a glacier. Not to mention the explosion Mephisto caused. If that blast had happened in New York or any other major city, what do you think would have happened? Natasha pressed her lips together, a heavy look flickering in her eyes. Each of these events could have destroyed a city. And what do the government agencies do? They passed the buck, fought for power, and even... Chun Tian pointed toward the holographic display, where the Tesseract's blue light flickered eerily. There are still those who want to use unknown energy to make weapons. A cold fire burned in his eyes. Are we always going to be the Avengers, cleaning up after the disaster? Why can't we be the arbiters, stopping crises before they start? Off to the side, Tony gave a soft round of applause, approval gleaming in his eyes. Chun Tian drew a deep breath, casting his gaze around the room. I can't guarantee every nation on Earth will join our global defense system, but I know this. If we do nothing when the next crisis hits, we'll be left scrambling all over again. That's why destroying S.H.I.E.L.D., destroying the World Security Council, it's necessary. Chun Tian looked at 2B and Tony. Even if it means being branded as conspirators, I can live with that. After the meeting, only Chun Tian, Tony, and 2B remained in the arcade. The blue glow of the hologram faded slowly, while the air still held the heat of their fierce debate. Tony grabbed a bottle of whiskey, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Chun Tian. I'm about to say, this plan of yours? Ruthless. Tony took a hearty sip, smacking his lips. But I like it. Chun Tian took the glass, but didn't drink. Instead, he gently swirled the amber liquid, his gaze lingering on the projector, where the holographic tesseract still glowed eerily in the darkness. Tony, he said suddenly, his voice low, there's a fatal flaw in this plan. Tony raised an eyebrow. Oh, even our genius, Mr. Chun, makes mistakes. Chun Tian's fingers brushed across the holographic projection. The image of the cosmic cube suddenly broke apart and reassembled, revealing a gemstone inside that shimmered with an eerie blue glow. The cosmic cube is merely a container, he murmured, and sealed within it is the space stone, one of the 6 infinity stones. Tony's brow furrowed deeply. What do you mean? With a wave of his hand, Chun Tian shifted the projection to a boundless starry sky. In the depths of the universe, there's a tyrant from Titan named Thanos. He has been collecting these stones. The image showed a massive purple figure seated on a floating throne. His presence alone, even as a projection, sent a chill down the spine. Then we shouldn't go through with this plan? Tony shouted, unable to contain his agitation. It's too late. While Fury was studying the cosmic cube, he essentially broadcasted to the universe. We have an infinity stone. Chun Tian sighed and leaned back into his chair. That's why I plan to deal with Hydra and the extraterrestrial threat headed our way, at S.H.I.E.L.D., all at once. Tony's pupils contracted sharply, and his glass nearly slipped from his grasp. He shot to his feet, pointing at Thanos' image in the projection. Wait, are you saying, his voice trembled, we not only have to deal with Hydra, but also go up against an alien army at the same time? Chun Tian swirled his glass, a mysterious smile playing at his lips. That's right, Tony. We'll also be facing Thanos' vanguard, the Chitauri. To be added calmly. According to our intel, Thanos won't come to Earth himself. Because of the Ancient One. Chun Tian picked up smoothly, tracing a line through the air. The projection shifted to a bald woman in golden robes. She is the guardian of Earth, someone even Thanos hesitates to challenge. When the Chitauri army descends through a portal opened by the cosmic cube, his voice was chillingly composed. The whole world will witness two truths. The projection split in two. On one side, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters crumbled amid a storm of blue energy, with Hydra agents fleeing in. Panic. On the other, the Arbiter's armored formations clashed with the alien forces, their energy shields protecting terrified civilians. First, that our current governments are not only corrupt and incompetent, but have brought catastrophe down upon us. Chun Tian curled his fingers, and the projection shifted to scenes of panic in cities across the globe. Second, only the Arbiters can protect humanity when doomsday arrives. Chun Tian walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in a full sweep of Malibu's night. This is a high-stakes gamble, he said softly, yet with unwavering resolve, but we must make the entire world understand. He turned to face Tony, the moonlight behind him tracing a long, striking silhouette. When the alien fleet descends, when government institutions collapse, when military forces scatter and fight their own battles, only the arbitrators and the Global Defense Network can offer humanity true protection. Tony fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. He grabbed the bottle and poured Chun Tian a drink, the amber liquid shimmering under the moonlight. To our apocalypse plan, he said, raising his glass, his eyes glinting with a wild yet lucid spark. Chun Tian took the glass but did not drink. His gaze drifted past Tony to the purple giant looming in the projection. No, Tony, not the end. This is our new hope. Inside Alexander Pierce's office, heavy curtains hung half-drawn. Pierce sat behind his broad desk, fingertips tapping lightly on the surface, eyes fixed on the slim report before him. Across from him, Jasper Sitwell stood with sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes behind his glasses darting nervously. At last, Pierce looked up, his gaze icy and sharp. Jasper. His voice was low and steady, yet it made Sitwell shudder. Where did this report come from? Sitwell swallowed, his voice a little strained. Sir, it was inadvertently revealed by one of Fury's men during the investigation of the New Mexico incident. Later, I personally verified it. Pierce's fingers tapped the desk in a slow, oppressive rhythm. His eyes drifted back to the report, lingering on a line printed in bold. Cosmic Cube. You're certain? Pierce's voice remained calm, but Sitwell could feel the invisible weight behind it. Absolutely certain, sir, Sitwell replied quickly. Fury has been secretly studying it, trying to harness its energy for weapons development. Pierce narrowed his eyes. Oh, Sitwell swallowed again and continued. There's one more thing, sir. Tony Stark recently offered to donate an arc reactor to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as a gesture of sincerity for deep cooperation between the arbitrators and S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce's fingers abruptly stopped. An arc reactor, he repeated slowly, his brow furrowing deeply. Stark offered himself? Yes, sir, Sitwell nodded. It's an older model, but the energy output is still remarkable. Fury has already accepted the gift, and installation is expected to be completed next week. Pierce stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Sitwell. His voice was low and pensive. That doesn't add up. Stark's disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. is well known. Why would he suddenly become so generous? Sitwell wiped the sweat from his forehead. We don't understand it either, sir. But the intel is solid. The Stark Industries engineering team has already started making preparations. Pierce fell silent for a long moment, then suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Whatever it is, the Tesseract is ours for the taking. Sitwell was momentarily stunned. What do you mean, sir? The threat from the Arbiter is too great now, Pierce replied, turning around. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. If I rely solely on my division plan, it's just going to take too long. So, we need to make sure we have a backup. He strode back to his desk, fingers drumming against the surface. The Tesseract is our insurance. Sitwell hesitated. So then, what are your orders? Pierce's lips curled into a chilling smile. Now that we know Fury has the Tesseract, and Captain America is still with the Arbiter, he pulled open a drawer, took out an encrypted communicator, and pressed a button. Notify the Winter Soldier. Tell him to get ready. Sitwell's eyes went wide. Sir, are you saying? Fury. Pierce's voice was as dangerous as a coiled viper. Doesn't have anyone at his side who can stand in the Winter Soldier's way. He glanced at Sitwell. You'll assist the Winter Soldier. Bring the Tesseract out. Sitwell nodded nervously. Yes, sir. But what if it's a trap? Pierce shot him a meaningful smile. A trap? S.H.I.E.L.D. has been Hydra's plaything for a long time. He turned to look out the window, where the silhouette of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building loomed faintly in the distance. Hail Hydra! Arbiter Tower Training Room. The metallic walls of the training room glimmered with a cold blue light. Steve Rogers stood shirtless, his skin glistening with sweat. He panted heavily, staring at the battered training robot before him. Its head armor was completely caved in, and sparks shot out from its shattered joints. Data recording complete, announced a mechanical female voice. Training intensity, S-Class. Steve grabbed a towel and wiped his face. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned, alert, to see Chan Tian leaning casually against the doorframe, idly toying with a holographic device. Still going all out, Captain, Chan Tian said with a smile as he strolled closer, his gaze flicking over the ruined robot. Looks like we'll have to upgrade our training equipment again. Steve said nothing, silently reaching for his water bottle. Chan Tian didn't mind. He grabbed 2 floating chairs, gave them a gentle tap, and the chairs glided smoothly to the center of the training room. Have a seat, he said, making an inviting gesture. There are a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Steve hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat down. Chan Tian's fingers tapped lightly on the surface of the round table, and immediately, a holographic projection unfolded between them, a cube radiating a faint blue glow. Steve's pupils contracted sharply. Do you recognize this? Chan Tian watched the projection intently. The Tesseract, Steve's voice was hoarse. Red Skull once tried to use it to build a superweapon and destroy the world. Chan Tian finished his sentence, swiping his finger to switch the projection to a historical image of a Hydra base. Now, we've detected its presence again. The hologram shifted into a blurry piece of surveillance footage. Nick Fury stood in some underground facility, and in front of him was that familiar, glowing blue cube. Steve's fist clenched unconsciously. What is Fury doing? That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Chan Tian closed the projection and looked Steve straight in the eye. You've faced its power before. What do you think Fury intends to do with it? A brief silence settled over the training room. Steve's gaze drifted to his own hands, as if the echoes of that battle 70 years ago still lingered in his palms. I don't know, he said at last, but I do know you wouldn't have come just to share the news. Chan Tian nodded lightly, a faint, ambiguous smile on his lips. You're right. I have a job for you. Steve frowned slightly. What kind of job? I need you to find out exactly what Fury's up to, Chan Tian replied, his voice calm. Steve's expression grew visibly confused. Why doesn't the Arbiter just ask him directly? Because Fury wouldn't trust the Arbiter, Chan Tian interrupted, a trace of resignation in his tone. He doesn't trust Captain America either. Frankly, I doubt he even trusts himself. He stepped closer, his voice dropping. But Rogers, you wear 2 hats now. Your reputation in S.H.I.E.L.D. is unmatched. You can reach places the Arbiter simply can't. Steve was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his blue eyes. You want me to be a spy? That's one way to put it, Chan Tian nodded. After all, the Arbiter can't just burst into Fury's office, point a gun at him, and demand answers. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. By the way, there's special gear prepared for you in the equipment room. Captain Rogers, we need to know what Fury is planning, and fast. You know what might happen if the Tesseract is mishandled. When the automatic door slid shut, Steve sat alone in the training room. His fists clenched and relaxed again, over and over. On the wall, the surveillance camera rotated silently, recording every subtle shift in his expression. Blue light flickered across the holographic screen, illuminating the faces of Chan Tian, Tony Stark, and 2B. The 3 of them watched in silence. As Steve Rogers sat alone in the training room, perched on a floating chair, his fists clenching and relaxing, eyes cast downward, lost in thought. Tony bit into his cheeseburger, speaking around the mouthful with a muffled chuckle. Look at our American sweetheart, wrestling with his conscience again. $5, says he'll agree in the end. 2B stood quietly by his side, her voice calm and measured. Based on behavioral analysis, the probability of Steve Rogers agreeing is 87.3%. Chan Tian took another cheeseburger from 2B, unwrapping it at a leisurely pace. No need for analysis, Tony. He'll go. He took a bite, his gaze still fixed on the surveillance feed. because his sense of justice won't let him just sit by while Fury experiments with the Tesseract. Tony shrugged, stuffing the rest of his burger into his mouth. Of course I know that. Honestly, you're getting pretty good at this justice manipulation thing. He wiped his hands and turned to the holographic screen. So, now we just wait for Captain America to take center stage? Exactly. If nothing unexpected happens, everything should go smoothly, Chun Tian replied, his tone light. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for Steve, the leading man, to take his first step. Arbitrator Tower, equipment room. Steve stood before the equipment room's metal door, drawing in a deep breath. The biometric scanner above the door blinked with blue light, sweeping across his iris. Identity confirmed, Captain Steve Rogers, came Jarvis's gentle British accent from within the room. Welcome to the Arbitrator's special equipment chamber. As the hydraulic door slid open, rows of cold white lights flickered to life, bathing the space in a crisp glow. Steve's brows rose slightly. The way the gear was displayed here was nothing like SHLD's utilitarian order. Captain Rogers, Jarvis continued, Mr. Chen has prepared an improved set of tactical gear for you. At the center of the room, a suit of deep blue and tactical gray hovered serenely in a holographic display. The design clearly paid homage to the iconic Howling Commandos, a high collar, tactical straps, armored shoulders, but the lines were sleeker and the material had been replaced with lightweight composite fibers. This suit is woven from high-strength aramid fibers and memory alloys, Jarvis explained, enhancing protection by 25% and mobility by 30%, all while preserving its classic design. It also features a basic comms module, but won't interfere with your autonomy. Steve reached out to touch the projection, prompting the 3D model of the suit to rotate and magnify, revealing a network of precisely engineered tactical attachment points. I don't need anything too flashy, he murmured. Mr. Chen anticipated you'd say that, Jarvis replied, his voice tinged with professional poise. That's why this set of gear only includes the essential tactical upgrades. The wall on the right slid open, revealing a minimalist equipment rack. On it, the familiar round shield was neatly displayed, flanked by a matching tactical belt and boots. Steve picked up the shield, feeling again its well-known heft and perfect balance. And these as well. A small metal case descended slowly from the ceiling, its lid opening automatically. Inside, several practical gadgets were arranged in order. A signal jammer disguised as a button, a pair of tactical earpieces, and a multifunctional folding knife. Mission plan? Steve asked as he packed each piece of equipment. Fury will leave Triskelion headquarters at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Jarvis projected a holographic map. You'll have a 3-hour and 27-minute window to investigate. Steve made a final check of his gear and headed toward the exit. At the door, he paused. Jarvis, what's the bottom line for this operation? Everything will follow your code of conduct. The Arbiters won't intervene in any way. However, the AI's tone grew especially serious. Mr. Chen specifically stressed, minimize casualties whenever possible, ideally none at all. As the equipment room door closed behind him, Steve Rogers had already transformed back into the strategist of World War II. His gaze sharp, his stride resolute, ready to infiltrate SFLD's most classified sector alone. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the surveillance room, Chun Tian switched off the live feed and turned to Tony and 2B. The stage is set. The protagonist is in play. Tony's lips curled into a sly grin. Showtime. SHIELD headquarters, Triskelion building. Steve Rogers stood beside a corner cafe, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, a steaming cup of coffee in hand. He looked up at the SHIELD headquarters, his brow furrowed in thought. Morning, Captain. Chun Tian's relaxed voice suddenly came through his earpiece. Fury's car left 15 minutes ago. Why are you still sipping coffee? Steve nearly choked, glancing instinctively around before lowering his voice. How do you know where I am? The third security camera to your right, Chun Tian replied with a chuckle. It's got a perfect view of the back of your head. By the way, the cafe's blueberry muffins are actually pretty good. Steve let out a resigned sigh. I'm just figuring out how to get inside. Get inside? Chun Tian's tone was full of playful mischief. Captain America, sneaking into SHIELD headquarters? Rogers, have you forgotten who you are? What's that supposed to mean? You're a senior SHIELD consultant and a member of the Arbiters. Chun Tian's tone suddenly turned serious. Just walk right through the front door. Your access card should still work, and even if it doesn't, just mention my name. Steve was taken aback. Is it really that simple? It's really that simple. Chun Tian chuckled. Sometimes, the most straightforward route is the safest. Who would ever suspect Captain America boldly walking in through the main entrance? Especially when everyone knows you're SHLD's very own Captain America. Steve tossed his coffee cup into the trash and straightened his collar. You're right. Maybe I was overthinking it. Relax. Just treat it like picking up a file from your office, Chun Tion's voice was full of encouragement. Remember, you're a World War II hero and a senior SHIELD consultant. No one would dare stop you. Taking a deep breath, Steve strode toward the main entrance of the Triskelion. The guard at the door snapped to attention as soon as he saw him. "Good morning, Captain Rogers." "Good morning, Smith," Steve replied with an easy nod, swiping his access card. The light turned green, and the gate slid open with a soft click. "Would you like me to arrange a car for you, sir?" the guard offered eagerly. "No need, thank you. I'm just here to pick up some documents." Steve smiled and walked confidently into the elevator. A soft laugh echoed in his earpiece. Chun Tian again. "See? Easier than you thought. I've taken control of the elevator cameras. You have 3 hours to move freely." Steve pressed the button for the underground labs. The elevator began its slow descent, the metallic walls reflecting a cold blue light, stretching his shadow long and sharp. "Listen, Cap." Chun Tian's voice now carried an unusual weight. "I need you to get into the SSS class confidential archive. That's where all the information on the Cosmic Cube is kept, but here's the problem. Nick Fury is the only one in S.H.I.E.L.D. with clearance to enter." The elevator gave a soft chime as the doors slid open. Steve tightened his grip on his shield, scanning the empty corridor with caution. "So, what's your plan?" he asked in a low voice. "Remember that meeting last month when Fury visited the Arbiter's headquarters?" There was a sly edge in Chun Tian's voice. "Check the sealed bag in the tactical pocket on your right leg." Steve quickly reached for the outer pocket on his thigh and pulled out an anti-static sealed pouch. Through the clear film, he saw 2 items. Preserved in perfect condition, a membrane as thin as a dragonfly's wing, molded in the shape of a palm print, and a delicate iris contact lens. "You actually..." Steve's voice was a mix of shock and faint disapproval. "Don't look at me like that, Captain." Chun Tian chuckled softly. "This is a classic trick from the old school of espionage. The palm print. Membrane sticks to your glove, and the iris lens fits over your left eye. Don't worry, it's specially treated, it won't affect your vision." At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal door, boldly marked with the words SSS Classified Archives Room. The biometric scanner beside the door was pulsing red. Steve took a deep breath and quickly equipped the 2 keys. "Remember, you only get 1 shot at this," Chun Tian reminded him. "The system will check for signs of life, so you have to act natural." Steve pressed his gloved hand, with the palm print membrane, firmly onto the scanner, while lining up his left eye with the iris reader. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, suddenly, the system's light switched to green. "Identity confirmed. Director Nick Fury," intoned a mechanical female voice. "Welcome to the highest security archives of S.H.I.E.L.D." As the hydraulic door slid open with a deep hiss, Steve couldn't help but hold his breath. The room beyond was much smaller than he'd imagined. Just a single, isolated black metal cabinet standing in the center, the surrounding walls bristling with intricate security sensors. "Looks like Fury really values this intel," Steve murmured softly. "Don't waste time." Chun Tian's voice now sounded tense. "According to the energy readings, this cabinet has its own security protocol. Our keys only give you 90 seconds of access." Steve strode quickly to the cabinet. As he approached, a holographic control panel lit up on its surface. He scrolled rapidly through the directory, soon spotting a folder marked Project Pegasus, Top Secret. "Found it." He tapped the file, and a holographic projection instantly unfolded, displaying detailed research reports on the Tesseract and weapon blueprints. "Good lord, is Fury rebuilding Hydra's superweapon project? Copy everything now." Chun Tian urged, his tone urgent. "You've got 35 seconds left." Steve's fingers flew over the controls. Suddenly, the projection flickered and a glaring red warning window popped up. "Anomalous access detected." "Damn!" Chun Tian's voice shot up a notch. "They're onto us." "Captain, get out." A shrill alarm blared through the air, and the lights in the archive room instantly turned a piercing red. The cabinet's holographic interface began shutting down on its own. "There's no time." Steve gritted his teeth, snapping tactical photos of the last documents with his visor. Just as he turned to leave, the archive door was suddenly slammed open from the outside. "Captain Rogers?" The S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Ops Commander at the door was clearly stunned. "What are you doing?" "Wait, is that Director Fury's clearance?" Steve didn't hesitate. In one fluid motion, his shield flew from his hand, slicing through the narrow space in a perfect arc and striking the ceiling's fire sprinkler system dead on. Instantly, a curtain of icy water poured down, drenching the entire room. "The back exit is through the ventilation ducts." Chun Tian shouted into the earpiece. "Go now." Taking advantage of the chaos among the SWAT team, Steve lunged for the vent. The shield spun back into his grasp as he moved. Just before diving into the ventilation duct, he glanced back. only to see that mysterious black metal cabinet sinking automatically, vanishing beneath the reinforced floor. Steve crawled swiftly through the ventilation shafts, the shouts and hurried footsteps of the agents echoing behind him. But the maze-like ducts kept them at bay, making it nearly impossible for them to track him. After several sharp turns, Steve kicked open a vent cover and landed nimbly in an empty equipment room. He quickly shrugged off his dust-covered jacket and changed into a set of plain clothes he had stashed in his backpack. On a wall-mounted display nearby, an alert flashed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had initiated Level 3 security protocols, sealing off every exit in the building. Steve pressed his earpiece. Chun-Tian, I need an exfiltration route. Only harsh, static crackled in his ear. Chun-Tian, he tried again, his brow furrowing. Out in the corridor, the sound of approaching security guards' footsteps grew louder. Steve drew a deep breath, pushed open the equipment room door, and merged into a stream of office workers being hurriedly evacuated. He kept his head down, moving with the crowd toward the building's side entrance. Security at the door was checking IDs one by one. Steve's eyes swept the area, searching for any opening. Just then, the building's fire alarm blared. The sprinklers overhead kicked in, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Seizing the moment, Steve slipped through the side door amid the confusion. Outside, the sunlight was so bright he had to squint. Steve hurried toward the street corner, trying Chun-Tian again while scanning his surroundings with caution. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were already setting up checkpoints in the surrounding blocks. As he considered his next move, a yellow taxi coasted to a stop in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal a rugged Slavic face, thick beard, high cheekbones, and a vicious scar running from brow to chin. Get in, Captain America. The driver's English was heavy with a Russian accent. Steve's hand instinctively went to the shield hidden beneath his clothes. Who sent you? Suddenly, the burly Russian broke into an unexpectedly playful grin, his voice shifting, becoming unmistakably feminine and familiar. Chun-Tian said you'd ask that. Steve's eyes widened in shock. He knew that voice anywhere. It was Natasha Romanoff. He stared in disbelief at the burly Slavic man before him. Don't look so surprised, Captain. The man, or rather, Natasha in disguise, winked playfully, a touch of the Black Widow's unique elegance. In her movements, she handed him a phone, its screen showing an unread message. Trust her. The password is Howling Commandos 1943. See, as the taxi rounded a corner, Natasha suddenly pressed a hidden button on the dashboard. The back seat rose, revealing a holographic projection that displayed a live feed from inside the Malibu Arbiter's Tower. Chun-Tian, Tony, 2B, Banner, and Barton were surrounded by agents led by Agent Hill and Coulson in the conference room. What's going on? Steve asked, frowning. The moment you triggered the highest level alert, Fury immediately sent in teams to surround the Arbiter's headquarters. Natasha's tone turned serious. He suspects the Arbiters are plotting something, so now all Corps members are under protective surveillance. On the screen, Tony was gesturing wildly as he spoke, while Chun-Tian sat quietly at the table, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. Coulson stood beside Agent Hill, his expression wary yet politely distant. Are they in danger? Steve asked. Natasha shook her head gently. Fury is just suspicious for now. There's no solid evidence. But, she paused, her gaze growing intense. Chun-Tian asked me to tell you that the next phase of the operation will be up to the two of us. Steve's brow furrowed. What do you mean? The rest of the Arbiters will remain under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watch. Natasha lowered her voice, serving as the perfect bait, drawing all of Fury's attention. But the real mission, she looked at Steve with meaningful intent, will be ours to accomplish from the shadows. The taxi slipped quietly down a hidden lane, finally stopping in front of an unremarkable warehouse. Natasha killed the engine and turned to face Steve. Chun-Tian planned this brilliantly. When Fury discovers that someone used his own biometric data to breach the archives, he'll immediately lock down all Arbiters. But in reality, we'll be able to move right under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nose. Steve picked up her thought, a spark of realization flashing in his eyes. So Chun-Tian wanted the other members to be under surveillance on purpose? A sly smile tugged at Natasha's lips. The perfect cover is making your enemy believe they've already caught all the key players. She pushed open the door. Come on, Captain. The stage is set and cleared. It's our turn now. Inside the warehouse, the air was tinged with the faint scent of motor oil and the metallic tang unique to electronic equipment. Steve looked around. The abandoned warehouse was crammed with rusted mechanical parts and dust-covered wooden crates. There was no sign of any advanced technology at all. Natasha walked straight toward a battered concrete wall, its surface covered in graffiti and cracks. Her fingers tapped quickly on several bricks that seemed to be arranged. At random, her rhythm precise, almost like a coded message. Steve noticed that each time her fingertips brushed a brick, a faint blue shimmer flickered across its surface. Is this? Steve started to ask, but was cut off as the wall emitted a soft mechanical whir. What appeared to be a solid slab of concrete split open down the middle, revealing a passageway about 2 meters wide. Gentle white lights flicked on automatically inside, illuminating a set of descending metal stairs. "Welcome to the Arbiter's mouse hole," Natasha said, gesturing for him to enter, a mysterious smile playing at her lips. "We've deployed 27 of these safe houses worldwide. This one is the closest to Trident." Steve followed her down the stairs, only to stop in his tracks at the sight before him. The underground chamber was at least 3 times larger than the ramshackle warehouse above. Holographic displays lined the walls, streaming real-time feeds and data from across the globe. In the center, a workbench was covered with the latest Stark Industries tech, everything from nanosuits to miniature drones. Natasha led Steve briskly to a rectangular metal table at the heart of the safe house. She pressed her palm gently to its surface, and what it seemed like an ordinary tabletop instantly lit up, transforming into a massive holographic display. "Time is short. We need to get straight to the point," Natasha said, her fingers gliding swiftly across the interface. A series of gamma emission maps related to the Tesseract appeared, blue holographic projections rotating between them, displaying gamma radiation data from various regions. Steve stared at the swirling projections, then suddenly pointed at a blinking red dot. "Wait, zoom in on this area." With a flick of Natasha's finger, the image homed in on a stretch of desert in New Mexico. Steve frowned. "The files I saw in the secure room said S.H.I.E.L.D. has a research base here, codenamed Project Pegasus. Fury's been developing energy weapons at this site." Natasha paused for a moment, then broke into a wry smile. "New Mexico? Seems I have quite a history with that place. Me and Chintian both." Steve looked at her, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Natasha marked the New Mexico coordinates in red on the hologram. "It's a long story," she said, her lips curling into a smile. "Once this mission is over, you can check the complete records of the Thor incident in the Arbiter's archives." She strode quickly toward the gear area, grabbed a set of black tactical gear from the wall, and tossed it to Steve. "What we need right now is action, not a history lesson." Her voice took on a grave edge. "We have to move fast. Fury, that cautious old fox, won't take long to relocate what's there." Steve caught the tactical suit, and as his fingers brushed the nanofiber fabric, the uniform instantly adjusted to fit his build. "How do we get there?" S.H.I.E.L.D. has probably locked down every conventional route. Natasha pointed to the far end of the warehouse and pressed a hidden button on her wristwatch. Suddenly, the floor slid open, and a sleek, menacing-looking motorcycle rose slowly from the depths, its jet-black armor shimmering with a ghostly blue sheen. "Tony's masterpiece," she murmured, running her fingers over the bike's gleaming fairing. "It's fitted with a miniature arc reactor, and 2B gave it a special tactical coating, so it's radar invisible and messes with surveillance." For a moment, a rare flicker of hesitation crossed Natasha's face. "The only thing is, it's a bit too fast. Last time I took it for a spin, I nearly crashed into the wall." She plucked a high-tech wristband from the wall and tossed it to Steve. "That's why this job's yours, Cap. This thing lets you control the bike systems with a direct neural link. With your reflexes, you're the only one who can handle it." Steve caught the wristband, and the metal surface immediately lit up with a holographic interface, projecting a 3-dimensional schematic of the motorcycle. He noticed the concealed micro-weapon modules embedded near the handlebars and the faint outline of an energy thruster by the rear wheel. "Calling this a motorcycle is generous," Steve quipped, raising an eyebrow. "It's really more of a jet fighter on wheels." A sly smile tugged at the corners of Natasha's mouth. "That's exactly why we need Captain America to tame this beast." She gestured to a hidden exit at the back of the warehouse. "We'll have to time our departure between S.H.I.E.L.D. satellite sweeps. This bike can get us to New Mexico at around Mach 0.8 to Mach 1. She suddenly pulled 2 streamlined black helmets from a hidden compartment in the bike and tossed one to Steve. "You'd better put this on, unless you want to know what it feels like to have your face peeled off by a sonic boom." The helmet gleamed under the lights, emblazoned with an A on the side. "Mach 1. Steve ran his fingers over the helmet's nano-coated surface, incredulous. Did Tony turn this thing into a supersonic missile? Natasha had already donned her helmet. As the visor sealed shut with a soft mechanical hiss, she replied, more accurately, a supersonic missile that hugs the ground. Swinging herself onto the bike's rear seat, she patted the spot in front of her. Opong, capitulu. This will make your old Harley rides feel like a stroll in the park. Steve fastened his helmet, and at once the inside of the visor lit up with a holographic display showing speed, altitude, and route information. As he swung his leg over the motorcycle, the seat automatically adjusted to the optimal riding position, and a soft blue glow illuminated the touch panel on the handlebars. "Hold on tight." Natasha's voice came through the helmet's built-in comms, tinged with a hint of excitement. The first burst of acceleration might remind you of what it felt like to be transformed by the super soldier serum. The motorcycle's engine rumbled with a deep, resonant growl, and the energy thrusters began to shimmer with blue light. Steve could sense the mechanical beast beneath him coming alive, eager to tear through the confines of the air itself. Meanwhile, Pierce stood in his office, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling window at the distant Washington Monument. He swirled the whiskey in his glass thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Sitwell hurried into the office, a sheen of sweat still visible on his forehead. "Sir, we just received word," he said in a low voice. "Director Fury has deployed agents to surround the arbitrator's headquarters. All Corps members have been confined to the conference room." A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Pierce's mouth. "And the reason?" Captain America triggered the highest-level security alert. Someone used Fury's biometrics to break into the classified archives. Jasper wiped his brow nervously. Fury suspects it was an operation orchestrated by the arbitrators. Pierce set his glass down on the desk, the crisp clink of glass on marble cutting through the silence. "Interesting." He turned to look out the window again, a sharp glint in his eyes. "It seems the arbitrators think Fury is hiding something from them as well." Jasper hesitated for a moment. "Sir, our surveillance shows that Natasha Romanoff and Steve Rogers aren't among those being held." Pierce broke into sudden laughter, a sound that sent a chill down Jasper's spine. A perfect opportunity. He strode to his desk and pressed a concealed comms button. "Tell the Winter Soldier, move tonight." Jasper's eyes widened. "Sir, you mean to hit the Pegasus Project facility now? But S.H.I.E.L.D. still has security there." "That's exactly why this is the best time," Pierce interrupted, his gaze icy and unblinking. "Fury's focus is entirely on the arbitrators. Security at the facility is down by at least half." He picked up a folder from the desk and handed it to Jasper. "This is the latest schematic of the facility. Tell the Winter Soldier, I want the Tesseract extracted intact." Jasper took the file, his fingers trembling slightly. "If he encounters resistance, eliminate every obstacle." Pierce's voice was cold as ice, "including Fury's loyal dogs." After Jasper left, Pierce returned to the window. He pressed the communicator on his wristwatch. "Rumlow, have a strike team stand by. The moment the Winter Soldier secures the target, take over the facility and destroy all experimental data." On the other end, Crossbone's voice came through, low and steady. "Understood, sir. Should we leave? Any survivors?" Pierce looked at his own blurred reflection in the glass, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Not a single one. Outside, brilliant sunlight illuminated Pierce's features. "Once we have our ace in the hole, it'll be time to deal with those unruly arbitrators." Night blanketed the desert of New Mexico, a darkness thick as ink. Only a few lonely stars flickered in the sky. Steve and Natasha lay concealed behind a sand dune there, nanosuits having automatically shifted into a deep black that blended perfectly into the night. Even the masks dulled to a matte finish that reflected not a trace of light. "This place is even more heavily guarded than I expected," Steve whispered, his enhanced vision scanning the research facility some 300 meters away. High walls and electrified fences surrounded the main building. Searchlights swept the perimeter every 30 seconds, while armed guard with military dogs patrolled within the enclosure. Natasha quickly used the bike's onboard computer to scan the building schematics. Fury made sure this place was airtight. She frowned in concentration. "We need to find a weak spot." Just then, a violent explosion erupted from the eastern side of the facility, lighting up half the sky with a burst of fire. Immediately, a barrage of gunfire followed, rapid and relentless. "What's happening?" Steve's head snapped up, alert. Natasha swiftly brought up the thermal imaging. "Someone got here before us." The display showed at least 20 heat signatures inside the facility, all engaged in fierce combat. Zooming in, a familiar face appeared on the screen. Brock Rumlow, leading a squad of heavily armed commandos as they stormed the facility's defenses. "Rumlow." Steve's voice was full of shock. "The S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team commander?" He studied the soldiers' gear in the video. Every one of them outfitted in standard S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical kit, even the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem clearly visible on their vests. Steve turned to Natasha, disbelief in his eyes. "What's going on? Are we fighting ourselves?" Natasha's brow was furrowed tight as she analyzed the situation. "I don't know, but they're heading straight for the underground lab." Suddenly, her voice grew tense. "That must be where the Tesseract is stored." Steve stared intently at the surveillance feed. watching Rumlow expertly lead the SHIELD team as they broke through one security door after another. His shock slowly gave way to confusion. This doesn't add up. They're all supposed to be on the same side. Natasha suddenly grabbed Steve's arm. Captain, whoever they are, this is our chance. While they're creating chaos, we can. Steve's thoughts spun like leaves caught in a whirlpool, tossed between shock and confusion. Why would Rumlow lead a SHIELD strike team to attack his own research facility? The familiar tactical maneuvers, the standard issue equipment, even the encrypted SHIELD signals crackling through their comms. Everything pointed unmistakably to this being a SHIELD operation. Steve, Natasha's voice cut through his turmoil like a blade. Now's not the time to think. Snapping back to the moment, Steve saw Natasha already straddling the supersonic motorcycle, her eyes shining with resolve beneath the black helmet. He drew a deep breath, pushing aside his questions for now. Securing the cosmic cube had to come first. Let's go. He vaulted onto the bike's front seat, and his nanosuit instantly synced with the bike's control system. The engine rumbled low, power thrusters glowing with a ghostly blue light. The motorcycle shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, streaking across the desert in a flash of black lightning. Steve pushed the speed to its limit, the world around them dissolving into a blur of color. The HUD in his nano-helmet continually updated their route, guiding them around explosions and patrols. West entrance ahead. Natasha's voice came through the built-in comms. 2 guards posted. Steve's right hand left the handlebars as the vibranium shield slid silently into place on his arm. Just as the bike was about to hit the wall, he pulled up hard. The motorcycle soared over the barrier, and twin flashes of silver arc from the shield's edge. The 2 guards dropped before they could even sound an alarm. The bike landed smoothly inside the facility, tires screeching sharply against the floor. Clear. Natasha swung off the bike, already gripping a pair of compact pulse pistols. Their helmets shifted seamlessly into combat mode. Down to the tunnels. Moving fast, the 2 of them sprinted through the corridors, leaving behind a trail of guards stunned with pinpoint accuracy. Steve noticed every security camera had already been destroyed. Rumlow's team had come well prepared. Wait! Natasha suddenly pulled Steve into a storage room. Seconds later, a squad of heavily armed strike troopers rushed past the door, and Rumlow's voice crackled over their comms. Zone A secured. Advancing on Zone B. The cube is contained. Prepare for extraction. Through the crack in the door, Steve watched Rumlow hand a metal briefcase to one of his operatives. An eerie blue glow escaped through its seams. They've boxed up the cube, he whispered, keeping his voice low. Natasha quickly assessed the situation. We can't wait any longer. If they leave the lab, tracking them will become nearly impossible. She checked her pistol. I'll count to 3. Then we go in. The door to the storage room burst open with a heavy kick. Steve was the first through, his vibranium shield flashing a streak of silver as it precisely struck down the 2 frontmost. Special ops soldiers. Natasha followed close behind, her twin micropulse pistols unleashing a steady barrage that pinned down the enemies on the far side of the corridor. Steve Rogers. Rumlow's voice rang out from the end of the hallway. I knew you'd come. He raised his gun, aiming steadily, while signaling his men carrying the case to fall back. Rumlow, put down the Tesseract. Steve advanced behind his shield, fending off bullets as he pressed forward. This isn't how SHIELD is supposed to operate. Rumlow let out a cold laugh. You really have no idea what's going on, Captain. Suddenly, he pressed a button on his wristwatch. Instantly, the entire facility was plunged into darkness, leaving only the distant blue glow of the Tesseract's case as a beacon. Night vision now, Natasha barked, instantly activating her tactical goggles. But by the time she scanned the hallway, the soldiers carrying the case had already vanished around the corner. They gave chase without hesitation. After sprinting through several security doors, they finally caught up with their targets in the vehicle bay of the underground tunnel. Under the dim emergency lights, Rumlow and 5 special ops soldiers stood clustered around an armored transport. 2 of them were carefully loading the Tesseract's case into the back of the vehicle. Rumlow, Steve's voice echoed through the vast, empty tunnel. Put down the Tesseract. A flicker of disdain crossed Rumlow's eyes. Captain, you're always so naive. His fingers drummed lightly on his communicator, sending out a subtle signal. Before Steve could react, a barrage of gunfire ripped from the shadows. He instinctively raised his shield, sparks flying where metal struck metal in the gloom, each flash harsh and blinding under the emergency lights. Look out! Natasha shouted, yanking Steve by his tactical vest and pulling him sharply to one side. A blade of cold steel sliced past Steve's cheek, gouging a deep scar into the wall behind him. Only then did Steve see the figure emerging from the shadows, a fully armored combat suit, a mechanical left arm gleaming with a deadly chill and eyes behind the mask utterly devoid of emotion. "That's the Winter Soldier," Natasha warned in a low, urgent voice. "Hydra's top assassin. Rumor has it he's been active since the Cold War." She checked her magazine in a swift, practiced motion. "Watch out for his mechanical arm. He can tear through tank armor with his bare hands." Rumlow chuckled. "Looks like our star player has entered the game." He leapt casually onto the armored vehicle. "Enjoy the show, Captain." With the engine roaring to life, the armored truck sped away, carrying Rumlow and the remaining soldiers into the night. "I'll go after Rumlow." Natasha made a snap decision, dashing toward a parked military jeep. "You handle the guy with the metal arm." Steve barely had time to reply before the Winter Soldier darted toward him like a phantom. The mechanical arm sliced through the air, aimed straight for his throat. Steve raised his shield just in time, sparks flying in the darkness as metal clashed against metal. "Who are you?" Steve pushed back, using the momentum to put some distance between them. There was an uncanny sense of familiarity about the Winter Soldier. He tried to get answers through conversation, but the Winter Soldier pressed forward relentlessly, his attacks raining down with the fury of storm. Natasha's jeep roared away, the sound of the engine fading into the distance. Now, only two warriors remained in the underground passage, the echoes of their battle and the clash of metal ringing out. Suddenly, the Winter Soldier switched tactics. He drew a machine gun from behind his waist. Steve's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, he dove out of the way as bullets exploded against the concrete, sending sparks skittering across the floor. "Damn it!" Steve gasped for breath. This opponent's fighting style was unlike anything he had faced. Every move was executed with lethal precision, as if he were a machine built for killing. From afar, Natasha's voice crackled through the comms. "Steve, be careful in close quarters. Intelligence says he's a master of over a dozen martial arts." Before her words even faded, the Winter Soldier was already upon him. A flawless spinning kick drove Steve into a corner. The mechanical arm crashed down with crushing force, and Steve barely managed to block with his shield. The impact brought him to one knee, and cracks began to spiderweb across the cement floor. "What do you want?" Steve gritted his teeth, using the moment to sweep his leg at the enemy, hoping to break his balance. But the Winter Soldier flipped back effortlessly, his movements so fluid they hardly seemed human. His only answer was another hail of bullets. Steve was forced to take cover behind an abandoned truck, the terrifying sound of bullets ripping through metal filling the air. "Natasha, this guy's a monster," Steve shouted into the comm. "He's almost as fast as I am." He hadn't finished speaking when a harsh metallic screech blared through his earpiece. Steve risked a glance and saw the Winter Soldier already astride a military motorcycle, the engine snarling like a wild beast. "Damn it," Steve cursed, scanning his surroundings. Not far away was a parked military jeep. He sprinted to it, yanked out the wires beneath the steering wheel, and hot-wired the ignition with practice speed. As the engine thundered to life, the underground tunnel suddenly shook violently. "Natasha, the lab's exploding," Steve shouted into the comm as he slammed his foot on the accelerator. "The Winter Soldier is heading your way." Natasha's breath came rapid and urgent through his earpiece. "Copy. Rumlow's convoy is right ahead of me. Her voice was cut off by a sudden burst of harsh static. Steve slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the jeep shot through the narrow underground passage. Up ahead, the Winter Soldier's driving skills were astonishing. His motorcycle weaved nimbly between fallen slabs of concrete. Suddenly, a massive section of the ceiling crashed down between them. Steve jerked the steering wheel, sending the jeep skidding as it smashed through a pile of debris. A deafening blast thundered from behind. The shockwave nearly lifted the jeep off the ground. In the rearview mirror, Steve watched as the entire tunnel collapsed in a domino effect, a tide of searing flames surging after them. He stomped harder on the gas, the jeep careening ever faster through the crumbling passage. Suddenly, a shaft of light appeared ahead. Natasha's military jeep, pursued relentlessly by the Winter Soldier on his motorcycle. With a leap, the Winter Soldier sprang onto the car roof, his metal arm latching onto the top. He moved like a panther, flipping onto the hood. Raising his mechanical arm, he aimed it at the engine's vital point. "Natasha, look out!" Steve shouted, yanking the steering wheel and slamming the jeep hard into Natasha's vehicle. In that instant, the entire underground facility convulsed with a violent tremor. Explosive shockwaves sent the ceiling cascading down, one slab after another. Like falling dominoes, massive chunks of concrete, rebar, and fire poured down, swallowing the three of them in a cloud of dust and chaos. When the worst of the collapse finally ceased, Steve summoned all his strength and pressed his shield upward. With a grating screech of metal, The giant rock pinning them above was shoved aside. Protected beneath Steve's shield, Natasha slowly rose to her feet. As the dust gradually settled, Steve caught sight of the Winter Soldier standing beside his motorcycle. His tactical mask was gone now, and the face Steve knew so well was laid bare. Bucky. Steve's voice was barely a whisper, but the name exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. His pupils contracted sharply. The arm holding his shield trembled ever so slightly with shock. Malibu, Arbiter's Tower. Inside the game lounge, a massive projection screen flashed with dazzling combat scenes, explosions, and gunfire roaring from the surround sound. System. Tony Stark and Chun-Tion each gripped a controller, fingers flying over the buttons, though neither seemed truly focused on the game. So, Tony said, eyes still on the screen, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Steve met the Winter Soldier? Chun-Tion made his character roll aside to dodge an enemy sniper, a faint smile playing on his lips. He did. Quite entertaining. Outside the door, Agent Coulson and several S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives stood quietly, looking as though they were on guard. In truth, the thunderous sound effects pouring from the lounge left them completely cut off from whatever was happening inside. Tony grinned mischievously, his fingers flying across the controls. In the game, his character charged and knocked down the opponent, then raised a chainsaw, driving it toward the NPC's head. So what should we do next? Didn't you notice all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have already left? Chun-Tion turned his head to glance at Tony. Soon, even Coulson will be gone. Wasn't Fury convinced we were behind this, sneaking into his secret sanctum? Tony glanced at Chun-Tion, but his attention quickly snapped back to the game. Shoot, I just got sniped. Come on, help me out here. Chun-Tion maneuvered his character over to Tony's, spraying a healing mist over him. S.H.I.E.L.D. is in complete chaos right now. Sending Natasha to keep Steve company wasn't a whim, you know. In every classic hero story, the hero always needs a mentor. Tony picked up a rocket launcher in the game and fired it at the sniper's position. So Natasha is playing the wise old wizard. Chun-Tion chuckled. Exactly. Well, considering Natasha's gender, you should probably call her the wise old witch. Hey, that's cold. Tony laughed along. But I like it. By the way, if Fury comes to us for help, what's our move? Watching the victory screen, Chun-Tion took a sip of cola. Just go for the motions. As long as the plan holds, and we don't slip up, the final showdown will still be at the Triskelion. Tony nodded. At that moment, Coulson pounded forcefully on the arcade's metal door, his knuckles thudding dully against the steel. Raising his voice, he called out, Mr. Stark, we got an emergency. Tony lazily hit the pause button, freezing the battle on the projection screen. He shot Chun-Tion a raised eyebrow. Looks like our little production is ready for the next act. Chun-Tion set down his controller and made a be my guest gesture. Only then did Tony saunter over to the door and press the open button. As the metal door slid aside, Coulson's famously calm face appeared, now uncharacteristically anxious. Agent Coulson, Tony said theatrically, spreading his arms wide. What wind has blown you away from your post? Don't tell me Fury finally learned how to send a text. Coulson took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Mr. Stark, I need to return to headquarters immediately. There's been a situation at S.H.I.E.L.D. His gaze flicked to Chun-Tion behind Tony. Then he added, Director Fury wants you to keep your communication lines open. Tony feigned wide-eyed shock. Wow, for Fury to actually ask for help, it must be serious. He dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Don't tell me someone stole his eye patch collection. Coulson's lips twitched slightly. It's even more serious than that. Director Fury will fill you in on the details via a secure line. At that moment, Chun-Tion walked over, still holding that can of Coke in his hand. Is it really that confidential? He asked with a hint of curiosity. Are we facing some major crisis? Coulson's gaze flickered between the two of them before he finally shook his head. I'm not fully briefed on the specifics myself. But please, both of you, make sure to keep your lines open. He glanced at his watch. My helicopter lifts off in 5 minutes. Tony let out an exaggerated sigh. All right. Tell Fury I'll consider picking up when he calls, just as long as he doesn't keep blowing up my phone. Coulson nodded helplessly, then turned and hurried off with his team. The sharp sound of their dress, shoes echoed quickly across the marble floor, fading away at the end of the hallway. Tony closed the door, and by the time he turned around, the irreverent look on his face was gone. He glanced at Chun-Tion. That was faster than I expected. Chun-Tion shook the Coke can, then crushed it before tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Yeah, Tony, I'll deal with the Security Council. Next, you focus on getting everything ready to protect civilians when a big fight comes. Things are about to move a lot faster. A sly grin crept onto Tony's lips. What, you think you're the only one juggling a dozen things? Or did you imagine I've just been sitting around doing nothing? With a clap of his hands, the arcade's game screens switched to surveillance feeds from two different labs. In one, robotic arms were ceaselessly at work, assembling rescue bots one by one. In the other, medical pods were being produced in a steady stream. I started on all this as soon as you pitched your plan, Tony said, laying a hand on Chun Tian's shoulder. Relax, man. I've always got your back. As Chun Tian watched the footage of the rescue bots and medical pods coming together on their own, a slow smile widened across his face. He reached out and gave Tony's shoulder a pat. Looks like I've been underestimating you, Stark. Tony arched an eyebrow, brimming with pride. Underestimating a genius is never a wise move. With a snap of his fingers, the surveillance switched to a satellite map of New Mexico. But right now, we should check in on our lost Captain America and Black Widow. On the screen, two tiny figures could be seen making their way across the streets of a small desert town. Even through the satellite imagery, Steve's heavy gait was obvious, while Natasha moved with the practiced caution of a seasoned spy. They look like they've just crawled out of hell, Tony remarked, his tone lacking its usual playfulness. Chun Tian watched Steve's dazed expression on the screen. He saw Bucky. That hit him hard. Tony fell silent for a moment, unusually refraining from making a joke. He pulled up another set of data. I've already had Jarvis lock onto the motel where they're staying. Should I send someone over? No. Chun Tian shook his head. Let them process it on their own. Natasha knows what to do. He turned and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window where the Pacific roared beneath the night sky. Right now, we need to prepare for the trouble the Security Council is bound to give us. Meanwhile, in that remote motel in New Mexico, Steve sat at the edge of the bed, his hands limp on his knees, his uniform still streaked with the dust and blood from the Institute's collapse. His gaze was hollow, fixed on the mottled wall, as if the moment when the Winter Soldier removed his mask was playing out before him again and again. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Natasha was washing the dust from her skin. Through the misted mirror, she examined herself. Several scrapes, but nothing serious. Compared to physical wounds, she knew she had to be ready to play the role Chun Tian had written for her, the guide. The water shut off. Natasha pulled on her nanosuit and stepped back into the room, finding Steve still in exactly the same position. The bathroom's free, she said, towel drying her hair. At the very least, you should clean yourself up. Steve blinked as if waking from a dream, his eyes finally coming into focus. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Natasha tossed him a towel. You've been lost for almost 2 hours. She walked to the window, carefully pulling the curtain aside to peer out. At the street. We need to try reaching Chun Tian and the others. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave here on foot, unless we steal a car. Bucky's still alive, Steve suddenly blurted out, his voice ragged. But it's not really him. His eyes, that wasn't the look I remember. Natasha turned, leaning against the windowsill as she regarded him. There are files in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives about the Winter Soldier, it's true. But no one knew he was Sergeant Barnes. She paused. At least I didn't. Steve shot to his feet, pacing the cramped room. This doesn't make sense. If Hydra turned him into an assassin, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. not know? And Rumlow and his strike team, how did they end up as Hydra's men too? They were S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite. Natasha watched Steve, her expression softening with concern. She stepped over and placed both hands on his shoulders, halting his restless movement. Steve breathed. Her voice was calm and even. I know this is hard to take in, but you need to stay focused right now. A storm of emotion flickered in Steve's blue eyes. He opened his mouth to protest, but Natasha cut him off, continuing. Bucky's appearance has certainly unsettled you, but you can't let it cloud your judgment. Her fingers tightened slightly. We're up against a carefully orchestrated conspiracy, and acting on emotion will only put us in greater danger. Under her hand, Steve's shoulders gradually relaxed. He took a deep breath and nodded. You're right. I just need a little time to process everything. Natasha let go of him, a faint smile playing at the corner of her lips. That's the Steve Rogers I know. The Captain America who never loses his cool. She turned to pick up the communicator. As for those questions you just raised, why S.H.I.E.L.D. never knew the Winter Soldier's true identity, why Rumlow betrayed us. She paused, her fingers moving swiftly over the communicator. I think we ought to go straight to Fury for answers. After all, he's the one who claims to know everything. The communicator buzzed softly. Natasha frowned. The signal's jammed. Looks like someone doesn't want us reaching the outside world. Steve had already regained his composure. He moved to the window, carefully surveying the scene outside. Do you think it's S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra? It could be either, Natasha replied, putting away the communicator, her brow furrowed. We can't reach the Arbiters now, but it's nothing to worry about. An explosion at the Pegasus facility. Tony and the others are bound to find out. Steve nodded. But we still need to get out of here as quickly as possible and find Fury. Not just to clear things up about Hydra, but also to find out who attacked Pegasus and to let him know. Natasha agreed with a nod. She swiftly gathered her gear, expertly checking the magazine in her pistol. Fury owes us an explanation. And she hadn't finished when, from outside the window, a sharp car horn broke the silence. Steve immediately pulled back the curtain a sliver. Outside, a sleek black luxury car with bold, angular lines waited silently at the motel entrance. Its headlights cut through the night with two piercing arcs of light, and the door rose upward without a sound, as if inviting them in. Natasha leaned in for a look, a knowing smile flickering on her lips. It seems Chun Tian is even more considerate than we thought. Steve frowned. Are you sure this is his doing? An autonomous driving system at this level, plus those outrageous gull-wing doors. Natasha pointed at the large emblem on the car's hood. No one but Tony Stark would go for something this flashy. She opened the door with practiced ease and shot Steve a challenging look over her shoulder. What's wrong, Captain America? Afraid to ride in a stranger's car? Steve shook his head helplessly, but still followed cautiously. The two of them moved swiftly through the empty hotel corridor, staying alert and scanning their surroundings. At the front desk, the old man was dozing off, completely oblivious to their quiet departure in the middle of the night. If Chun Tian were here, he would have surely shouted the old man's name, exclaiming, "Whoa, Stanley!" As they approached the vehicle, the onboard AI system automatically came to life, and a familiar British male voice greeted them. "Good evening, Captain Rogers, Ms. Romanoff. I am Jarvis, and it is a pleasure to be at your service once again." Natasha slipped deftly into the front passenger seat, her fingers habitually checking the hidden weapon compartment beneath the seat. "Jarvis? So Tony finally let you out of the lab. In fact, Mr. Stark believes the current situation requires a more mature system for support," Jarvis replied with a hint of humor as the car doors closed silently. "According to Mr. Chin's emergency protocol, we must proceed to SHIELD headquarters immediately." Steve had just settled into the back seat when the vehicle glided smoothly into motion, the autopilot expertly weaving past obstacles on the road. So Chun Tian's thinking lines up with ours. He suspects there's trouble inside SHIELD too. Precisely, Captain. Jarvis's holographic projection appeared in the front, displaying a series of encrypted files. Mr. Chin's analysis indicates that Hydra's infiltration runs far deeper than anticipated. In the recent attack on the research facility, the perpetrators used SHIELD's highest security protocols. Natasha quickly scanned through the projected documents. So the mole is someone high up in SHIELD? There's an 87.6% probability, Jarvis replied, his tone turning grave. Mr. Chin recommends you use your special clearance, Captain, to search for classified files from Director Pierce's era. Steve frowned. Why aren't Chun Tian and Tony handling this themselves? The projection shifted to a world map with several red dots blinking. Dr. Stark is currently working with Dr. Banner to track the energy signature of the Tesseract. They've already narrowed it down to 3 suspect locations. As for Mr. Chun and Miss 2B, suddenly, the projection switched to a news broadcast showing scenes from an emergency Security Council meeting. They're dealing with the political fallout caused by your unauthorized entry into SHIELD's classified areas. Natasha couldn't help but let out a light laugh. So we're fighting on the front lines, and they're stuck in endless debates. More accurately, Jarvis's voice softened. Mr. Chun is working to buy you both some room to maneuver. I suggest you rest for 4 hours. I'll wake you an hour before we arrive. During this time, all surveillance and defense systems will remain fully operational. Steve gazed out the window at the scenery rushing past, finally allowing himself to relax. All right, maybe taking a nap really is a good idea. Sleep mode activated, Jarvis replied, lowering his voice to the perfect volume. Oxygen levels in the car have been optimized, and the seat massage function is now on. Sweet dreams to you both. As the lights inside the car gradually dimmed, Natasha had already closed her eyes. Jarvis, if anything comes up, I'll notify you immediately, Ms. Romanoff, Jarvis answered softly. For now, please get some rest. In 5 hours and 23 minutes, we'll arrive at the entrance to the SHIELD underground passage. Steve took one last look at the projected route map, then slowly let his eyes drift shut. Under Jarvis's careful arrangements, the seemingly ordinary black sedan became a moving sanctuary, carrying 2 weary heroes toward the heart of the storm, granting them a precious moment of respite. Nick Fury's office was cloaked in a heavy, stifling silence, broken only by the pale blue flicker of the hollow projector casting its glow into the darkness. A thick file landed on the desk with a heavy thud, scattering papers across the surface. Fury turned, his black leather coat gleaming coldly under the light, his voice low and ominous, like thunder rumbling before storm. Hill, tell me, why was Project Pegasus attacked? How did the enemy pinpoint the Tesseract's location with such precision? Maria Hill stood at attention, though her fingertips tightened on her tactical tablet. Director, we're investigating with everything we've got. But the enemy was clearly well prepared. Prepared? Fury's voice suddenly rose, his single eye blazing with anger. You call that prepared? SHLD's top-level security and a bunch of armed thugs stroll through it like they're shopping for groceries. He strode over to the holographic display, slicing through the air to bring up the Institute's floor plan. 7 biometric locks, 3 layers of alloy-reinforced walls, a rapid response team on standby around the clock. And what happened? Hill drew a deep breath. The surveillance system was completely compromised 37 minutes before the attack. All footage was replaced with looping images. Tech has confirmed it was an inside job. They used the director's dynamic encryption protocol. Fury's eye narrowed sharply, his words forced through gritted teeth. The director's dynamic encryption protocol? Hill could feel the fury radiating from her superior, but she maintained her professional composure. Yes, sir. The very same system Captain Rogers used when he infiltrated the Triskelion. Fury let out a short, cold laugh, utterly devoid of warmth. He strode to the desk, planting both hands firmly on its surface, his knuckles blanching from the force. Interesting. First, Captain America breaks into my most classified chamber using my clearance, and now someone's blown up my research facility the exact same way. He raised his head, a dangerous glint flickering in his single eye. Looks like I'm really failing at this director job. He'll step forward cautiously. Sir, this is clearly a carefully orchestrated frame-up, but I don't understand. Who else could possibly infiltrate our system to this extent? A flash of icy menace crossed Fury's eye. Who else but those damned Hydra agents who never seem to die? He slammed his hand down on the desk, making the coffee cup jump. The real problem is, they can now perfectly replicate my biometric signatures. His voice dropped to a tense whisper. Pierce? Garrett? Or maybe anyone around me could be a snake. A suffocating silence settled over the office. The cold glow of the holographic display cast eerie shadows across Fury's face, and Hill noticed his fingers absent-mindedly brushing the grip of his sidearm. As the silence lingered, the communicator suddenly came to life. Coulson's voice sounded through the speaker. Director, Captain Rogers is requesting a call. Fury stared at the communicator for 2 seconds, a tangle of emotions flickering in his eye. He pressed the answer button, his tone returning to its usual calm. Rogers, you'd better have a damn good reason. Steve's voice came through, weary but resolute. Fury, we need to talk. In person. Now's not exactly the time for a coffee chat, Captain, Fury replied, his fingers drumming lightly on the desk. Especially after your little tour of my most secure chamber. We need to talk in person, Steve insisted, refusing to argue, still hoping for a face-to-face conversation. Fury's eye narrowed. Captain, after you barged into SHLD's most classified chamber, do you honestly think I'm going to trust any face-to-face meeting? There was a weighted pause from the other end, only heavy breathing filling the space. At last, Natasha spoke up, her voice unusually calm. Fury, there are things we can't explain over the comms. Hill noticed Fury tap his fingers 3 times on the desk, a shield internal code to raise alertness. Without betraying any emotion, she moved her hand toward her sidearm. Interesting, Fury's voice turned low and dangerous. Hill, go receive our guests. Take Coulson with you. He paused, a cold, mirthless smile curling at his lips. And make sure you're fully armed. After cutting off communications, Fury turned and walked towards the safe, entering a series of complex codes. When the door slid open without a sound, he took out an old-fashioned pager and slipped it into his inner pocket, then checked the pistol at his waist one more time. Half an hour later, the elevator doors slid open slowly outside the director's office. Steve and Natasha walked in the center, flanked, in front and back by special ops teams led by Hill and Coulson. Everyone's hand hovered, almost unconsciously, near their weapons. Welcome to my office, Captain. Fury stood with his back to them before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his voice dripping with unmistakable irony. It seems you're quite fond of using my clearance to take tours. Steve strode into the office, blue eyes blazing with fury. Fury, I need an explanation. Fury turned slowly, his single eye glinting with danger. An explanation? He let out a cold laugh. I'd love to hear you explain why you used my clearance to break into the top secret vault. Don't change the subject. Steve slammed a fist on the desk. Why did you restart research on the Tesseract? And Bucky, his voice caught for a moment. Did you already know the Winter Soldier's true identity? Fury's expression darkened at once. You've crossed the line, Rogers. He suddenly flung a stack of surveillance photos onto the desk. Before you question my research, why don't you explain these first? The photos clearly showed Steve using Fury's biometric profile to unlock the secure room. Steve stared at the photos, a cold, almost mocking smile curling his lips. That's right. That was me. Fury narrowed his single eye. At least you're honest about it. If I hadn't gone in, how would I have known you were secretly researching the Tesseract? Steve crossed his arms, blue eyes still ablaze with anger. S.H.I.E.L.D. is repeating Hydra's mistakes, and you're standing here interrogating me? Fury suddenly let out a sharp, biting laugh. Well, aren't you a paragon of righteousness, Captain America? He slammed his hand down on the desk. If you hadn't broken into the vault and triggered the alarm system, how do you think Project Pegasus's location got exposed? The entire operation is ruined. Thanks to you. Steve's face flushed bright red. You, Director. Natasha stepped forward suddenly. It was Rumlow's strike team that destroyed the lab. They had already infiltrated before the explosion. Fury turned to Natasha, his tone laced with cutting sarcasm. Oh, have our top agents lost even basic judgment? Or is it, he drew out his words, that you've already thrown in your lot with the Arbiter? A glint of frost flashed in Natasha's green eyes, but she didn't argue. Silently, she drew a microchip from her tactical belt and handed it to Fury. Fury stared at the chip for 2 seconds, then let out a cold snort as he took it, turning to insert it into the holographic projector on his desk. Instantly, the footage unfolded, a first-person recording from Natasha's perspective. The shaky camera caught Rumlow placing the Tesseract into a containment case, followed by a fierce exchange of gunfire. Natasha's pistol blazed with muzzle flashes, and finally, as the research facility erupted and collapsed, the recording ended. A deathly silence fell over the office. Fury's face darkened with anger as he slowly raised his head to look at Steve and Natasha. So, you two were Project Pegasus? Washington, D.C., late at night. Beneath an abandoned military warehouse, Hydra's secret base lay hidden. In the dim light, Alexander Pierce stood before a glass isolation chamber in the central laboratory, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed hungrily on the Tesseract suspended inside. At last, a cold smile curled his lips. We finally have it. Rumlow stood beside him, his arm wrapped in bandages, a clear sign of injuries from the research facility battle, but his eyes remained sharp. Sir, S.H.I.E.L.D. has already started a complete lockdown. Fury will chase this to the end. Pierce chuckled softly, reaching out to gently touch the glass, as if he could feel the power radiating from the Tesseract. Let him investigate. He'll only uncover more surprises. He turned to address the scientists in the lab. Initiate phase 1 of the experiment immediately. I want to know the Tesseract's maximum energy output. A bespectacled researcher hesitated for a moment. Sir, directly activating the Tesseract could trigger uncontrollable energy surges. We don't have adequate safeguards in place. I don't need your concerns. Pierce's voice turned icy. Hydra has waited 70 years for this moment. We will not stop for potential risks. The researcher swallowed hard and quickly bent over the control panel. Mechanical arms in the lab began to move, adjusting the energy conduits in preparation to activate the Tesseract. Rumlow lowered his voice. Sir, Rogers and Romanoff already know about our operation. They'll go straight to Fury. Pierce's eyes narrowed, his smile deepening. Let them. Fury will suspect everyone now, including his own. He turned to the surveillance monitors, pulling up real-time footage from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. And Rogers, the angrier he gets, the more mistakes he'll make. Rumlow frowned. But if they join forces, they won't. Pierce interrupted, his tone resolute. Fury will never trust Rogers, and Rogers won't trust Fury. As for us, he tapped the screen lightly, prompting the display to switch to SHIELD's internal archive. All we need to do is take what we truly want while they're busy doubting each other. In the center of the lab, the Tesseract suddenly burst forth with a blinding blue light, sending ripples of energy that made the room's lights flicker wildly. Pierce's gaze snapped back to the Tesseract, his eyes burning with fanatic intensity. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Steve and Natasha stood in Fury's office, the tension thick in the air. So you not only broke into the classified chamber, but also went to Project Pegasus? Fury's voice was low and dangerous. Rogers, what kind of game are you playing? Steve met his gaze head-on. It's not a game, Fury. We're trying to prevent something far worse. Natasha added. Rumlow's strike team already has the Tesseract. By now, they're probably studying its power. Fury's single eye narrowed. And you think there's Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D.? It's not what we think, Steve said, clenching his fists. It's what we know. A heavy silence fell over the office. Fury's eye darted between Steve and Natasha, the only sound left in the room, the faint hum of electronics. Slowly, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the brightly lit S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. His fingers tapped absent-mindedly against the window frame. Do you realize the accusation you're making? Fury's voice suddenly sounded weary. as if he'd aged a decade in an instant. "You're accusing S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization I've led for more than 10 years, of being infiltrated and controlled by Hydra?" Steve stepped forward. "We saw it with our own eyes." "That's enough." Fury spun around, sending the files on his desk scattering across the floor. He drew in a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. "Listen, I'll look into this, but until the truth is clear." His eyes sharpened. "You are both to remain under supervision." Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Supervision? Hill." Fury addressed Agent Hill. "Take the captain and Romanoff to the lounge. Make sure they get something to eat." He added pointedly, "Stay with them the whole time." Agent Hill nodded, tapping her tactical tablet. Four heavily armed agents entered the office. Her expression was as professional as ever. "If you'll come with me." Steve and Natasha exchanged a look. Natasha gave a subtle nod and strode toward the door. Steve hesitated a moment, then followed her out. As soon as they left, Fury immediately dialed into a secure channel. A holographic projection flickered to life, revealing Tony Stark's somewhat weary face floating in the air. "Fury," Tony frowned. "You do realize it's 3 in the morning, right?" "No time for small talk, Stark," Fury said in a low, urgent tone. "I need the arbitrator in action immediately. The Tesseract has been stolen by Hydra." Tony's expression turned serious in an instant. "The Tesseract? How did that end up in your custody? And how did Hydra manage to get their hands on it?" "Rogers and Romanoff saw it with their own eyes," Fury replied, his single eye glinting with a complex mix of emotions. "But right now, I can't afford to trust anyone, not even them." "Understood." Tony's fingers flew across the virtual interface. "Banner and I will start tracking the Tesseract's energy signature." He paused for a second. "What do you plan to do about the captain and his team?" "Keep them under surveillance for now," Fury replied coldly. "If they're innocent, it won't take long for them to prove it." Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. lounge, Steve and Natasha sat on a sofa, untouched sandwiches sitting before them. At the door, Agent Hill and 4 heavily armed special agents stood guard. The tension in the air was so thick, you could almost hear a pin drop. "Fury still hasn't told me anything about the Winter Soldier." Suddenly, Steve slammed his hand on the table, his voice deliberately raised in anger. "I want to see him. Now." Hill remained professionally composed. "Captain Rogers, the director has already left the Triskelion. He needs to personally oversee some special investigations." Natasha's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa in Morse code. Steve gave an almost imperceptible nod in response. The instant Hill finished speaking, the two of them sprang into action like arrows loose from a bow. Steve lunged forward, disarmed the 2 nearest agents in a blur, and took down a third. With a swift elbow strike, Natasha moved like a phantom behind Hill, her long legs carving graceful arcs through the air. The remaining 2 agents hit the ground before they could react. "Sorry, Maria," Natasha said, deftly removing everyone's communication devices with the practiced grace of a ballerina executing a flawless routine. Hill stared at them in shock. "Are you out of your minds? Fury is watching your every move." A sly smile curved Natasha's lips. "Oh, then he must think we're still happily enjoying our sandwiches." With that, she pulled a small spray canister from her tactical belt. "Sweet dreams." A gentle hint of mint filled the air. In moments, Hill and the agents drifted into unconsciousness. Steve arranged them comfortably on the sofa, even thoughtfully tucking a jacket over Hill. "The archives?" Natasha raised an eyebrow in question. "Records room," Steve confirmed with a nod. The two of them strolled out of the lounge as if nothing was amiss, their manner casual, like colleagues heading to a routine meeting. The hallway surveillance cameras continued to hum quietly, but their footage had frozen bizarrely on the tranquil scene of the pair dining. Jarvis had already seized control of SHLD's monitoring system. When they reached the records room and activated the biometric lock, Steve suddenly paused. "Nat, if the evidence shows Fury is innocent, then we'll officially be fugitives," Natasha replied breezily, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "But honestly, what worries me more is if the evidence proves he's with Hydra." Steve's gaze hardened, resolute. "In that case, we need to uncover the truth, no matter what." With the final firewall breached, SHLD's most classified files unfolded before them, layer by layer. Meanwhile, several blocks away, Fury watched the surveillance feed of the two quietly eating. A glimmer of doubt flashed in his solitary eye. Almost unconsciously, he touched the old-fashioned pager in his pocket, muttering under his breath, "I hope you know what you're getting yourselves into." Inside Hydra's secret laboratory, an eerie blue light snapped off, plunging the room into a strange gloom. Pierce stood motionless, his hands jammed deep into his suit pockets. His gaze swept over the unconscious strike team members and scientists scattered across the floor, finally settling on Rumlow, the elite soldier now kneeling, his eyes glowing an unnatural shade of sky blue, a scepter adorned with a golden gem pressing against his temple. Who are you? Pierce's voice leapt an octave, trembling with a bravado he didn't feel. At the heart of the lab, a man in a gold-horned helmet turned slowly, his emerald robes swaying softly, untouched by any breeze. A mocking, icy smile curled at his lips. I am Loki, Prince of Jotunheim, rightful heir to Asgard. Oh, Loki. Pierce instinctively stepped back, his polished shoe crunching down on a shattered glass vial. The one from Norse mythology? Mythology? Loki suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing hauntingly around the chamber. To ants like you, I suppose it would seem like myth. He twirled the scepter with effortless grace, golden energy swirling at its tip. Instantly, Rumlow jerked upright like a marionette, his eyes now completely blue. Pierce swallowed hard, sweat beading across his brow. Forcing himself to stand tall, he managed, this is Hydra's domain. I don't care who you think you are. Hydra. Loki suddenly appeared in front of Pierce in a blink, so close they could feel each other's breath. They're nothing more than worms writhing in the shadows. He reached out and gently brushed Pierce's cheek, but Pierce recoiled violently, as if touched by a venomous serpent. Just look at your pathetic experiments. You can't even control a fraction of the Tesseract's power. Pierce could no longer hold himself together, his voice, once so composed, now completely unraveled. Give the Tesseract back to us. It's Hydra's property. A dangerous glint flickered in Loki's eyes. With a soft snap of his fingers, every metal device in the lab suddenly twisted and warped, filling the air with a grating, bone-chilling screech. One by one, the surveillance monitors exploded, sending sparks flying. Now, Loki's voice turned gentle. It was more terrifying than any shout. Tell me, Mr. Pierce, who is the true master here? The tip of the scepter slowly pressed against Pierce's chest, and golden energy began to seep through his body. Pierce's pupils dilated, the spark in his eyes replaced by an eerie golden glow. His body trembled slightly, and at last he stopped resisting. I am your loyal servant, Pierce said mechanically, his voice hollow and utterly submissive. Loki smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. Now, let us begin the real plan. He turned and strode toward the center of the lab, followed by two fully controlled puppets, Rumlow and Pierce, both of their eyes gleaming with the same golden light. Washington, Triskelion Tower. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most classified archive room, only the cold glow of terminal screens flickered in the darkness. Steve Rogers hovered his fingers above the keyboard, barely breathing. On the screen, the final line of the Howard and Maria Starcar accident investigation cut through his vision like a knife. Based on scene evidence and ballistic analysis, the incident is suspected to have been carried out by Hydra agent, the Winter Soldier. Steve's pupils contracted sharply. The moment he heard footsteps behind him, he quickly minimized the report window. I'm done here. How about you? Natasha's voice came from behind, tinged with weariness. Steve's fist clenched in secret, knuckles turning white. He forced himself to stay calm, but the throbbing vein at his temple betrayed his tension. These files, his voice was dangerously low, they've all been tampered with. Natasha immediately sensed something was wrong, her brows knitting together. You look terrible. What did you see? Steve took a deep breath and turned to face her. The blue glow from the screen cast shadows across his sharply defined face, making his expression all the more difficult to read. These reports, he gestured toward a string of altered files displayed on the screen. Every single one bears Hydra's fingerprints. I know their methods all too well. I've seen them too many times on the battlefield. Natasha eyed the screen with suspicion, but Steve had already deftly switched to other, unrelated files. She couldn't help but notice the tense line of his jaw and the slight tremor in his fingers. All this just because of that? She asked softly. These files are certainly suspicious, but not enough to make you. Every single falsified report means someone died because of it. Steve's voice suddenly rose, weighted with an emotion Natasha couldn't decipher. 70 years ago, it was the same, and it's still the same now. The air in the archive room seemed to solidify. Natasha had never seen the captain so shaken, not even in the heat of the fiercest battle. Instinctively, she took half a step back, her right hand drifting almost imperceptibly toward the sidearm at her waist. Steve, she said carefully, choosing her words with caution, we need to report what we've found at Chintion in Fury. No, Steve cut her off, his tone unyielding. Right now, we can't trust anyone. He stood up abruptly, the metal chair scraping harshly against the floor. I need your help pulling more files, but this has to stay absolutely confidential. Natasha's green eyes narrowed, studying the suddenly unfamiliar man before her like a feline, sizing up its prey. At last, she gave a slow nod. All right, she replied quietly. But you have to tell me the real reason. Steve's gaze flickered for a moment, but quickly steeled. He reached out and shut down the terminal, the blue glow of the screen vanishing and plunging them both into complete darkness. Because Hydra's Viper, he said, his voice cutting through the darkness, has already started to devour the very heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. And what we must do is gather enough evidence to expose it when the time is right. He cast one last glance at the separately encrypted report, his heart filled with turmoil. Not yet. Not time to face Tony, nor to face Bucky. Loki lounged lazily atop the lab bench, his long legs casually crossed, fingers drumming a slow, irregular rhythm on the table. His scepter leaned at his side, gleaming with a dangerous golden light beneath the dim illumination. "Let's hear it," Loki said suddenly. "That intriguing S.H.I.E.L.D. energy source." Pierce stepped forward immediately. "Of course, my lord. SHLD's arc reactor is, without doubt, the ideal energy node for opening a portal." Loki arched an eyebrow, indicating for him to continue. A researcher, visibly nervous, hastily handed over a holographic report. Pierce took it, and with a tap of his fingertips, a complex array of energy spectrums unfurled in midair. "According to our calculations," Pierce said, his voice tinged with a secret excitement, "the output from this reactor is enough to sustain a large-scale space portal for over 72 hours. He paused, the corners of his mouth lifting in a meaningful, almost conspiratorial smile. "And more than 70% of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel are our people now." Loki's eyes narrowed, gleaming with the predatory focus of a serpent that has spotted its prey. He slipped gracefully off the lab table, the tip of his scepter tapping out a crisp, ringing note against the floor. 70%? He echoed softly, amusement curling through his voice. "Now, that is a most delightful number." Pierce bowed slightly. "As you can see, my lord, S.H.I.E.L.D. is like an overripe apple, ready to fall at any moment." Suddenly, the sharp end of Loki's scepter pressed cold and hard against Pierce's chest, making the Hydra leader tense involuntarily. "Your proposal," Loki's voice flowed as smooth as silk, "is indeed intriguing." He slowly withdrew the scepter and turned toward the holographic display. The three-dimensional image of the Triskelion rotated before him, every level and structure rendered in perfect detail. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, Hydra's embedded agents. Loki's long fingers traced through the shimmering projection, and the power of the Tesseract. He spun abruptly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "It truly is the perfect combination. My lord." Pierce's tone was reverent, almost devotional. "Once we control the Triskelion's reactor, we can open the portal for you." A satisfied smile played on Loki's lips as he tapped the floor lightly with his scepter. "No, Vir Pierce. It is I who will open the portal." He strolled with calculated elegance past each Hydra member, making sure the Mind Stone's glow washed over every single one. "You are merely my faithful servants." Rumlow dropped to one knee, his voice burning with the fanatic fervor of the enthralled. "It is our honor to serve you, great Lord Loki." Loki turned back to the holographic display. With a light touch of the scepter, the image shifted to show the sky above New York. "At dawn tomorrow, the Chitauri army will descend through the portal." His eyes glittered with a mad anticipation. "And you, my loyal servants, will ensure everything proceeds according to plan." "As you command, my lord." The Hydra agents in the base answered in eerie unison, their voices so perfectly synchronized it sent a chill through the air. Pierce stepped closer to Loki and asked, "Captain America is inside the building. Do you want him dealt with?" Loki chuckled softly, shaking his head as he waved the scepter before Pierce's eyes. "No, let them live." His voice was a serpent's hiss, smooth and venomous. "I want those ridiculous heroes to watch as their world crumbles in my hands." "Your will is our mission," Rumlow said, bowing his head, a flicker of yellow light glinting in his eyes. Loki's figure began to blur. "Remember, my dear servants, at sunrise tomorrow, a new era shall begin." When Loki had completely vanished, the Hydra members in the laboratory maintained their reverent postures. After a moment, Pierce turned. Mechanically, his voice devoid of emotion as he commanded, "Initiate the shield breaker protocol. All units, switch to top alert." For Lord Loki's glory, Rumlow and the other agents responded in unison. Their voices no longer held their usual cunning or ambition. Only the absolute obedience born of the Mind Stone's control remained. The weariness vanished from Tony Stark's face, replaced by a cool, razor-sharp gaze. He turned, eyes fixed on Chun-Tian, who stood at the center of the lab. "What's our next move?" Tony crossed his arms. Chun-Tian lowered his head in thought, then looked up. With a snap of his fingers, Madara Uchiha stepped out from the swirling air, arms folded across his chest, his expression proud as he stood beside 2B. The main event is about to begin, my friend, Chun Tian said, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. Tony's eyes shone with excitement. You mean? Chun Tian nodded. Exactly. It's time for the arbitrator to step into the spotlight. 4:15 a.m., Shield Triskelion. The night had not yet faded, but the Triskelion gleamed with lights, shining like a city that never sleeps. The shockwaves from the Pegasus Institute. Explosions still reverberated, putting all of S.H.I.E.L.D. on high alert. Every agent had been recalled to headquarters, awaiting investigation. Yet no one anticipated that the true storm wouldn't come from outside, but from within. 4:20 a.m., S.H.I.E.L.D. Central Corridor. Suddenly, gunfire shattered the corridor silence. We're under attack, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent cried out, but was cut down by a hail of bullets. Blood spattered across the pristine white walls, a jarring, gruesome sight. Coulson pressed himself against the wall for cover, quickly chambering a round in his pistol. Beside him, Melinda May's eyes were cold as she whispered, "They're not outsiders. It's our own people." Hydra, Coulson growled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Just moments before, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. communications network had suddenly crashed. Immediately after, trusted colleagues turned their weapons without warning, slaughtering unsuspecting S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This was Hydra's insurrection. 4:25 a.m., Central Command Room. All units attention. Execute the S.H.I.E.L.D. breaker protocol now. Pierce's voice echoed through the encrypted channel, filling the building. The next instant, every agent compromised by Hydra moved into action as one. The surveillance room has been overtaken, the armory seized, and the escape route sealed. S.H.I.E.L.D. is being devoured by its own shadow. 4:30 a.m., East Wing's safe house. Coulson, leading the last dozen or so loyal agents, fought desperately through the blockade, trying to evacuate the building. We need to find more allies, Coulson growled, guiding his team forward. But as they turned a corner in the corridor, everyone came to an abrupt halt. Rumlow's Special Ops Squad had blocked every exit. Fully armed strike team members stood in formation, their gun barrels cold and unyielding, aimed straight at them. Surrender, Coulson. Rumlow stepped out from the ranks, a mocking smile playing at his lips. You have nowhere left to run. Coulson tightened his grip on his pistol, his gaze unwavering. You really think this is enough to win? Rumlow shrugged. No, we won a long time ago. With a flick of his hand, the squad behind him raised their weapons in unison. Gunfire erupted like a thunderstorm, bursts of flame tearing through the darkness. 4:35 a.m., S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion, Archive Room. Steve's fingers hovered above the keyboard, the blue glow of the screen casting hard shadows across his tense face. Natasha stood behind him, eyes sharp and alert, watching the hall. These files, Steve's voice was low and resolute. They have to be exposed. Natasha was about to respond when, from a distance, a burst of heavy gunfire shattered the silence. Both instantly looked up, alert. That's not a drill, Natasha said, swiftly drawing her pistol and checking the magazine with practiced efficiency. Steve immediately shut down the terminal and grabbed his shield. Sounds like a firefight, coming from the East Wing. Another tremor from an explosion rattled the room. The lights flickered overhead. The alarm blared, shrill and urgent, as red warning beacons began to spin. It seems Hydra is making its move from within S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve said, his eyes steely with resolve. We need to get out there. Natasha nodded. I'll head to the cafeteria and find Hill. She's still unconscious from when we sedated her. You go support the other agents. They exchanged a look. No words needed, their understanding complete. Steve pulled open the archive room door. The hallway was already swirling with the acrid haze of gunpowder. 4:40 a.m., S.H.I.E.L.D. West Wing Corridor. Steve moved swiftly along the wall, S.H.I.E.L.D. poised for defense. As he rounded a corner, his heart clenched at the sight. A trio of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents pinned behind cover by 6 fully armed operatives. Hydra, one agent shouted. They came out of nowhere. Before he could finish, a strike team member raised his weapon. Steve didn't hesitate. He hurled his shield. The disc arced perfectly through the air, striking down 3 enemies in one flawless move. Get down, Steve shouted as he charged onto the battlefield. The remaining agents reacted instantly, coordinating with their captain to launch a counterattack. In less than 10 seconds, all 6 Hydra operatives were down. Captain, a young agent called out excitedly. The whole building is in chaos. We don't know who we can trust. Steve retrieved his shield. Stay alert. If you see any suspicious behavior, subdue them immediately. Meanwhile, in the staff cafeteria, Natasha slipped soundlessly through the door. For security agents, and Hill lay unconscious, slumped over the dining table. She quickly scanned the room, ensuring it was safe, then pulled a small injector from her tactical belt. Hill revived quickly after the injection, jerking upright, her eyes instantly wary. Romanoff? You. Shoo! Natasha pressed a finger to her lips. Hydra has launched an assault. Hill's gaze darted to the unconscious agents nearby. Why aren't we waking them? Natasha's green eyes glinted with suspicion. Because I can't be sure they aren't Hydra. Hill frowned and checked her comms device at once. Damn it, the signal's jammed. She tried several emergency protocols. Each attempt ended in failure. Pierce is their leader, Natasha said, handing Hill a pistol. At least 40% of our agents have already turned. Hill accepted the weapon, loading it efficiently. Where's Fury? He went off the grid 15 minutes ago. There was a trace of worry in Natasha's voice. We need to find the captain, right away, and then... Suddenly, the cafeteria doors burst open. 3 heavily armed agents stormed in. Natasha and Hill both raised their weapons, but hesitated for a split second when they saw the shield insignia on the newcomers' uniforms. Commander Hill, the lead agent shouted. We're under orders to escort you to the safe house. Hill was about to respond when Natasha's eyes caught the safeties still engaged on their weapons and the tremble in their trigger fingers. Her pupils narrowed in an instant. Get down! Natasha tackled Hill to the floor and fired at the same time. A bullet whistled past, grazing Hill's hair and striking the lead agent square between the eyes. The other 2 agents opened fire immediately. In a heartbeat, the cafeteria became a war zone. Hill rolled behind cover, her heart pounding. Damn it, how? They were nervous, Natasha said calmly, swapping magazines. Their fingers were shaking on the trigger. Back to back, the 2 women formed a defensive line. The only sounds in the cafeteria were the shattering of dishes under gunfire and the heavy footsteps of their enemies. 4:45 a.m. Shield Eastern Security Zone. Steve's shield sliced through the haze of gun smoke, striking a Hydra operative squarely in the head with flawless precision. With a heavy metallic thud, the enemy collapsed to the ground. Captain, Coulson's voice called out from behind cover, edged with unmistakable relief. Steve executed a tactical roll to reach Coulson's side. His vibranium shield held steady in front of him. What's our casualty status? 3 lightly wounded, 1 seriously hurt. Melinda May reported briskly, her MP5 submachine gun never wavering from the far end of the corridor. We're surrounded. A fresh wave of bullets tore through the air, sparks showering off their barricade. Rumlow's voice blared through a loudspeaker. Surrender, Captain America. The entire building is under our control. Steve ignored the taunt, quickly scanning the shield agents around him. Counting Coulson's team, there were only 23 left. Down the corridor, at least 30 Hydra operatives were massing, fully armed and armored. Status on communications? Steve asked in a low voice. Coulson shook his head, his expression grim. All channels are jammed. We're completely cut off. May suddenly pointed outside the window. Look over there. Through the bulletproof glass, they could see the plaza outside, swarming with Hydra troops. Armored vehicles, heavy weapons, and at least 200 soldiers had encircled the building, sealing off every possible exit. Damn it, a young agent muttered under his breath. We're sitting ducks in a trap. Steve drew a deep breath, his gaze passing over each weary face. We need backup. The Arbiters? Coulson's eyes lit up, but the hope faded just as quickly. But we can't reach them. Steve's brow furrowed at the news that all communications were down. He looked around at his exhausted but resolute team, his eyes hardening with resolve. Listen up, everyone, he said, raising his voice and gripping his shield tighter. The Arbiters must know something's happening here. They're already on their way, I'm sure of it. Coulson wiped sweat from his brow. But with communications cut off, how could they possibly? Just trust them, Steve cut in, his tone calm and commanding. The same way I trust every one of you. Hold on, just a little longer. Before he could finish, a blinding blue light suddenly shot in from outside, flooding the entire secure zone. Instinctively, everyone raised their arms to shield their eyes, bewildered by the sudden glare. What's happening? May demanded, weapon at the ready. The whole building began to shake violently, dust sifting down from the trembling ceiling. Lights flickered on and off, while alarms blared in quick succession. An earthquake! One of the agents shouted in alarm. Steve steadied himself and looked out the window. He saw no visible source of light, but noticed that all the Hydra agents outside had lifted their heads to gaze at the sky. Above the rooftop of the Trident Tower, a pillar of blue light shot straight into the heavens, painting the night sky with an eerie blue glow. Arbiter Building. Inside the control center, the real-time battle at Trident Tower was projected in crisp holographic detail. Tony was already suited up, in his armor, leaning against the console. His fingers tapped softly against his arm guard, but his eyes never left the projection. The data shows the Hydra uprising is quite significant, Chun Tian analyzed calmly, swiping his finger across the holographic interface. Enemy numbers are around 300, possibly more. 2BS mechanical eyes glinted with a cold light. Master, civilian evacuation is 87% complete. A portion of civilians refused to leave. Uchiha Madara lingered in the shadows, the Sharingan faintly visible in the darkness. Such tedious waiting. Barton restlessly adjusted his quiver, his fingers drumming on the bowstring. How long are we supposed to wait? Every minute that goes by, SHLD's casualties keep rising. Banner patted Barton on the shoulder, his tone calm. Easy, Clint. Shun Tian has a plan. Tony gave a short laugh. The old-timers can hold their ground. We need to follow the plan. Plan? What plan? Hawkeye paced back and forth, agitation in his every step. We could end this right now, if we just... At that moment, the holographic projection flickered violently. On the rooftop of Trident Tower, a blinding blue light erupted, piercing the sky. Tony shot upright, his helmet snapping shut as the suit scanners locked onto the blue beam. Shun Tian, is that? Shun Tian's gaze sharpened, fixed on the blue light. He nodded slowly. Tony, initiate the Angel's Wings rescue protocol. Deploy all rescue bots and medical pods to the combat zone. Protect the civilians at all costs. Tony raised his hand at once. The AI inside his armor responded at lightning speed. Jarvis, execute Protocol Alpha. Deploy all rescue units at maximum speed. 2BS longsword vibrated as it left its sheath, her mechanical pupils locked onto her target. Combat systems online and ready. Uchiha Madara straightened, the pattern of his Sharingan swirling. Things are finally getting interesting. Dr. Banner removed his glasses and took a deep breath. Let's hope we don't need the Hulk this time. Barton finally stopped pacing, his brow furrowed. Wait, you all knew about that light ahead of time. Shun Tian didn't answer immediately, his eyes still locked on the blue beam. After a moment, he spoke. Barton, we're about to go to war with aliens. Aliens? What the hell? Are you serious? Aliens? Barton's voice shot up in disbelief. Shun Tian drew a deep breath. Yes, the Chitauri. In the next instant, Shun Tian spun around sharply. Move out. Tony, you're in charge of air support. 2B and Ban, you handle ground sweeps. Dr. Banner, you're our medical backup. What about me? Barton asked urgently. Shun Tian glanced at him. You'll rendezvous with Steve and Natasha and assist any remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He cast one last look at the blue beam of light. Get ready. Battle begins now. Triskelion rooftop. Loki stood atop the building, his golden helmet gleaming under the blue light. In his hand, the scepter pulsed with golden energy, its glow intertwining with the pillar of blue light that shot up from the rooftop. Pierce stood behind him, gazing up at the sky. The blue light was already spreading into a vast vortex, as though space itself was being torn apart, with strange energies flickering within the pitch-black rifts. My lord, your army is about to arrive, Pierce said respectfully to Loki. Loki stretched out his arms, the scepter's glow illuminating his handsome, yet wild and manic face. His laughter echoed on the wind, brimming with boundless arrogance. Look, Pierce, this is the power you humans have always dreamed of. Suddenly, the vortex in the sky expanded, and from the darkness within the rift, something massive began to emerge. A monstrous head appeared, covered in metallic scales, and the roaring of the Leviathan beast thundered through the portal, making the entire building tremble. Mortals of Midgard, Loki shouted, his voice soaring above the clouds. From this day forth, you will bow before. A blinding bolt of lightning struck down without warning, hitting Loki square in the chest. Caught off guard, Loki was hurled backward by the raging thunder, crashing hard against the edge of the rooftop. His scepter flew from his grasp, skittering several meters across the ground. He staggered to his feet, battered and disheveled, his golden helmet askew, a look of shock and fury flashing in his eyes. Loki! A furious roar boomed from above. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, streaked down like a thunderstorm, his red cape snapping in the gale. Anger blazed in his eyes, his voice exploding like thunder. How dare you? Loki wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Oh, my dear brother, what perfect timing. Thor landed with force, Mjolnir slamming into the rooftop and sending a shockwave across the surface. He glared at Loki. Close the portal now. Loki rose slowly, the scepter flying back into his hand as if by its own will. Tilting his head, he gave a mocking grin. And why should I? Don't you think Midgard needs a true ruler? Thor tightened his grip on the hammer, lightning crackling in his eyes. You're out of your mind. Mel? Loki burst into laughter. No, brother. I simply see farther than any of you ever could. Before the words had even faded, the Leviathan behemoth had fully emerged from the portal, its colossal form blotting out the sun. Its roar thundered through the air, deafening and apocalyptic, as if heralding the end of days. Thor looked up at the monstrous creature, his expression shifting in an instant. Loki, do you have any idea what you're doing? Loki's smile grew ever more maniacal. Of course I do. I'm bringing order to this world. Thor wasted no more breath. He swung Mjolnir with sudden force, unleashing a burst of lightning straight toward Loki. Loki swiftly raised his scepter. A golden energy shield materialized before him, and the moment the two forces clashed, the entire rooftop shook violently. You can't stop me, Thor. Loki snarled through clenched teeth. The fire of battle blazed in Thor's eyes. Then let's see you try. Steve, Coulson, and the others stood frozen by the window, staring up at the suffocating sight above. Multiple Leviathan beasts slithered from the portal, their massive metallic bodies casting the city in shadow, each one as terrifying as a kraken from myth. Worse still, countless Chitauri soldiers were leaping from the Leviathan's backs, swarming down toward the ground like an unstoppable plague of locusts. Oh my God! One agent's gun dropped unconsciously to his side, his voice trembling. What are we supposed to do? Coulson instinctively reached for his sidearm, only to realize his hand was shaking as well. May pressed her lips together tightly, uncertainty flickering in her eyes for the first time. Even Steve gripped his shield, momentarily at a loss for words to rally his team. It was in this moment of utter despair. Miss me, Cap? Tony's trademark whip suddenly split the night sky. In the next instant, a blue and white streak shot across the heavens like a falling star. The once red and gold Mark Eclipse armor now gleamed in blue, white, and black, 6 mechanical wings blazing with radiant photon fire, painting the night with dazzling trails. In light angel mode, Tony was unstoppable. Wielding a brilliant blue laser sword in each hand, he charged at the nearest Leviathan. As he struck, the laser swords danced like streaks of rainbow light. The beast let out a shattering bellow as its metal shell was neatly sliced open, exposing its inner workings to the air. Tony never slowed. All 6 wings unfurled as he darted around the Leviathan in a blue and white blur, each strike landing with surgical precision. On the ground, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents watched, mouths agape. He's taking that thing on alone. Coulson shook his head in disbelief. At last, Steve found his voice again, a smile breaking across his face. Looks like our backups arrived. He raised the shield high, his voice ringing out. Everyone, get ready for battle. The Arbiter has arrived to help. As if to confirm Steve's words, a pillar of purple light shot from the distance toward a Leviathan beast. In the blink of an eye, that purple beam vaporized the entire Leviathan. The lingering energy in the air caused the atmosphere itself to shimmer and distort. At that moment, everyone realized their communication systems were back online, and Steve's communicator suddenly crackled with a clear burst of static. Then, Chen Tian's calm voice sounded in his ear. Steve, it's time. Immediately after, the entire comm channel erupted in a coordinated roar of engines. Chen Tian's voice echoed across the battlefield through a full-frequency broadcast. Arbiters, move out. A note on the story's direction, revision. Ahem. I'm releasing this chapter now as more of a response to some frequently voiced comments, rather than as a formal part of the story. First, there's the matter of the protagonist's ignoble death at the beginning. Truly, there are countless ways a main character could die, heroically saving someone, or being run over by a speeding car, with someone joking, I thought it was just a speed bump, or we're all working so hard, and that's how he meets his end. Or perhaps a meteor falls from the sky and strikes him on the head, or he gets struck by lightning while holding an umbrella in the rain. But aren't these deaths a bit too cliché? That's why, in so many transmigration stories, authors simply gloss over how the protagonist crosses over, or use some vague, sweeping explanation. There's actually a reason I wrote the death scene that way at the start. It was inspired by the real-life Chengdu subway false accusation incident, where someone fought for their rights for over 600 days, only to lose both their job and their love. Maybe some of you know the film Caught in the Web, starring Gao Yuan, which is also about online abuse. Yes, it's true. The protagonist's death at the beginning is stiflingly unjust. He gets so angry he can't even muster the courage for a samurai duel before his life is abruptly snuffed out. Then he wakes to find himself tied up in a cave with Tony, muttering to himself and facing all sorts of implausible situations. People have pointed out these inconsistencies, some even resorting to personal attacks. Alas, I'm just a graduate of the War College, not some internet trollmaster. But honestly, I didn't write much about the protagonist's death. Maybe around 200 words. Yet so many people called him a coward, a loser, and worse. Frankly, I'm a bit confused. Did no one see the line at the start, leave your brain at the door for this story, or did I just forget to write it? I just wanted to depict a different kind of death for the protagonist. If you don't like it, you could just skip it. No need for insults. Still, I've made some changes. Now I'll just give a brief explanation. After all, waking up today, I felt a tightness in my chest. Sure, go ahead and curse the author if you must, but why drag the author's mother into it? Or do these people not have mothers themselves? Thinking back on it, that's just the way the internet is. No matter what you write, there will always be critics. So I decided to keep things simple. Social issues? What do they have to do with me? Best not to stir up any hornet's nests. The original opening plot was supposed to play a role later in the story, but because of it, even my family got dragged into the criticism. That just wasn't worth it. Especially since my family knows I'm writing a book, and to show their support, they'll sometimes check it out. I really don't want them to feel uncomfortable because of me. As for the part where Mephisto gets controlled by Madara, there were a lot of comments complaining that the power levels were all over the place. Let me explain a bit here. There's actually a hint hidden in that scene. Madara is incredibly powerful. The strength of Six Paths Madara should never be underestimated, but he still isn't a match for Diablo. Earlier in the story, the Ancient One told the protagonist that his appearance had drawn the attention of many dimensional demon gods, not just to him, but also to all his summoned creatures, and more. Just think about it. If a dimensional demon god managed to control the protagonist, then whenever he summoned a being like Diablo, with the Golden Fingers brand, the demon god would basically have a limitless power upgrade machine. That's why Mephisto showed up. His appearance was meant to prevent Diablo from protecting the protagonist. After all, a 7-in-1. Diablo is truly formidable. Even if the protagonist hasn't unlocked all his powers, Mephisto alone wouldn't stand a chance. So why did Mephisto fall for the trap? Or did he do it on purpose? Readers who saw Diablo seriously injured probably already figured it out. But some readers just couldn't wait for the explanation and started ranting before they read further. And what's even more amusing is that some people sent gifts along with their angry messages. I honestly don't know whether to be grateful or upset. Some of those rants were really foul-mouthed. In this book, Tony and the protagonist are like two big kids, constantly teasing each other and always looking for ways to have fun at the other's expense. But when it comes to matters of right and wrong, they both have a strong sense of justice. So, their conversations always have a bit of a theatrical flair, exaggerated, mischievous, and full of energy. On this point, I hope my dear readers will let me indulge myself a little. Let me keep these two main characters in this playful state. That's all for now. At the moment, there are already 400 requests to update. The time is 11:55 p.m. It's enough to scare a person. Earlier, I promised to write an extra 5,000-word chapter for every 50 requests. 400 requests means 8 chapters, plus the usual 3 chapters per day during the verification period. Oh my goodness, 11 chapters? 55,000 words? Honestly, it makes me want to curse. What is this, writing a whole new book in a single day? But a promise is a promise, so I've got to deliver. The regular 3 chapters will be posted at the usual time, between noon and 1 o'clock. As for the chapters 1, everyone, I'll write and post each one as soon as it's finished. I truly have no stockpile of chapters. What you're reading is being written right now, in real time. Arbiters. Chun Tian's voice cracked like thunder across the chaos of the battlefield, slicing straight through the clamor. Attack. With that command, the entire sky seemed to awaken, as if a slumbering giant had been roused. Countless bursts of firelight flared to life, shining like the last stars before dawn. Civilians, pursued by the Chitauri, ran desperately through the streets, casting hopeless glances upward, only to witness the sky split open as a legion of silvery rescue robots descended from the clouds like angels. They unfurled mechanical shields, forming shimmering silver barricades around the fleeing crowds, instantly turning the tide and smashing through the ranks of Chitauri soldiers. Please remain calm. Rescue has arrived. The synthesized mechanical voice rang out, clear even amid the roar of explosions. An elderly man with an injured leg had collapsed among the ruins, watching as a Chitauri soldier raised its weapon, when suddenly, a medical pod landed precisely. By his side, robotic arms snapped into action, deploying a protective barrier while beams of laser fire sliced through the enemy, destroying them utterly. Open fracture detected in your leg. Beginning treatment, the AI voice of the pod soothed. There may be some pain, please bear with it. The old man nodded, trembling, and watched as nanomechanical arms gently injected him with painkillers and stabilized his wound. As the pod sealed itself shut, he heard one last message: "You are safe now." A moment later, the pod shot skyward, carrying him and other wounded civilians toward the safety of a distant refuge. On the ground, more rescue robots were already hard at work constructing temporary barricades. Energy shields were raised to protect the civilians, and precise counterfire quickly neutralized any threats in the vicinity. Children were lifted gently by mechanical arms. The wounded were swiftly evacuated, and every departing medical pod traced a hopeful arc across the morning sky. Amid the flickering firelight, the figure of Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared, his Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming with an eerie crimson glow through the smoky haze. Forming hand seals with a single hand, he barked in a low voice, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In an instant, hundreds of Madara's clones surged forth like a tidal wave, each poised in a distinct battle stance. They fanned out in squads of 3, moving with the precision of a disciplined army as they charged into the heart of the enemy. At the front, the leading clones performed hand seals in unison, unleashing torrents of searing flame from their mouths. Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Dozens of fireballs erupted among the enemy ranks, incinerating the Chitauri soldiers into charred husks. A few clones flicked their wrists, sending specially crafted alloy shurikens, Tony's own handiwork, shooting from their sleeves. These dark blue, gleaming projectiles split mid-flight, unerringly targeting the foreheads and hearts of their foes, ending each threat with surgical precision. The clones in the rear charged straight into the enemy ranks. Some wielded alloy kunai specially crafted by Stark Industries. These unique ninja tools unleashed an EMP pulse upon contact. With enemy armor, others fought with pure martial skill, their fists and feet cutting through the air with fierce, whistling force, every blow warping and denting the enemy's metal plating. What a tiresome trick. The real Madara stood atop a vantage point, watching coldly. He raised his hand and formed a sign. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. In an instant, a sea of fire surged forth, swallowing up half a block of enemy troops. 2B darted through the battlefield like a ghost in white. Her primary mission was not to slay foes, but to protect the civilians trapped amid the chaos. Please follow me. With a swift movement, she scooped an elderly man from beneath the rubble, her blade tracing a perfect arc to deflect the hail of incoming energy. Blasts. 3 Chitauri soldiers lunged from the side, but without even glancing back, she tossed an EMP grenade. The pulse struck, and the enemies collapsed, disabled. "Master, 12 civilians have been escorted to safety," she reported, even as she shielded a child behind her from flying shards of metal with her own body. Above, a thunderous roar shook the skies. From a transport plane, Hulk leapt from 1,000 meters up, crashing down like a green meteor onto the head of a Leviathan beast. "Hulk, smash!" he bellowed, swinging fists the size of boulders, each blow leaving deep, shocking dents in the monster's armored hide. The Leviathan shrieked in pain, thrashing wildly with its 100-meter mechanical body. It gaped its massive jaws, intent on tearing the green brute to pieces. Hulk, grinning savagely, seized the beast's metallic lower jaw. Muscles bulged as he forced the monstrous maw shut. "Pathetic bug," Hulk roared, grabbing a protruding bone spike and mounting the creature's back as if breaking a wild stallion. The beast bucked and rolled, demolishing several skyscrapers in its frenzy, yet could not shake off the Emerald Demon. Hulk hammered blow after blow down upon its spine, sending metal shards flying in all directions. Finally, with a deafening shout, "Hulk, strongest!" He gripped the monster's armored head in both hands, and with sheer brute force, tore it off entirely. The Leviathan, suddenly lifeless, crashed to the ground, carving a furrow hundreds of meters long before finally smashing into a half-collapsed building and coming to a stop. Hulk stood atop the beast's corpse, throwing back his head and unleashing a triumphant roar to the heavens. Triskelion, East Safe Zone. From Steve Rogers' earpiece came the battlefield-rattling roar of Chuntian. "Arbiters! Attack!" He froze for a beat, then a grin spread across his face, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. That guy, he really doesn't hold back. Shaking his head, he turned to face the weary yet steadfast shield agents standing behind him. Did everyone hear that? He raised his vibranium shield. "Our reinforcements have arrived. Now, it's our turn to strike back." The weary eyes of the agents flickered with renewed fighting spirit, but the harsh reality remained unchanged. Across the corridor, Hydra soldiers had already raised their ballistic shields, sealing off the hallway with the relentless firepower of an M249 machine gun. Bullets crisscrossed wildly inside the command center, ricocheting off metal walls in blinding sparks. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, and the air reeked of acrid gunpowder. "Suppressive fire," the Hydra squad leader roared. The machine gunner instantly adjusted his aim, and bullets poured down like a torrential storm. The shield agents were forced to press themselves tightly against their cover, as chunks of concrete rained down from overhead. Coulson tried to return fire, but the moment he leaned out, a bullet narrowly grazed above his head, exploding in a shower of sparks. Against the electronics behind him. "Damn!" He ducked back, hastily swapping out his empty magazine. Their firepower is too intense. Chun Tion, Triskelion needs backup. Hydra suppressing us with heavy fire. But instead of Chun Tion's voice over the comms, another familiar tone came through, tinged with good-natured mockery. Relax, Cap. I'm almost there. It was Barton. Steve was just about to reply when suddenly, the entire row of bulletproof glass windows behind them shattered with a thunderous crash. A gale whipped through, scattering shards of glass. The HYDRA soldiers instinctively swung their guns around, only to see several silver-white figures streaking in from outside. Arbitrator rescue drones. They deployed their mechanical shields, blocking every bullet aimed at the shield agents with unerring precision. At the same time, their robotic arms swiveled, pulse cannons locking onto the enemy in a heartbeat. A flurry of pinpoint shots punched straight through the front line HYDRA soldiers' armor. Target acquired. Threat eliminated. The synthetic voice was cold and efficient. Moments later, a shadow somersaulted in through the shattered window. Hey, Cap, hope I'm not late. Barton landed with practiced ease, loosing an arrow behind him that pierced a Hydra sniper who tried to ambush him. The miniature explosive on the arrowhead detonated inside the enemy's helmet, lighting up Barton's wry grin in the flare. Steve breathed out in relief, his shield crashing down to take out the last enemy rushing toward them. He called out, voice ringing clear. All agents, stick with the arbitrators and Barton. We're taking back command. Even as he spoke, Barton was already knocking another arrow, its tip glowing blue with EMP energy. Hydra's toys? Time to scrap him. The arrow shot forth, and an electromagnetic pulse exploded in the heart of the enemy ranks, instantly disabling all energy weapons. At the same time, the Arbiter robots advanced as one, their mechanical shields locking together to form a moving wall, pressing forward relentlessly. The shield agents followed close behind, unleashing their full firepower. The Washington battlefield had been carved into several orderly sectors, each with different heroes playing a pivotal role. On the ground, Madara Uchiha moved like a specter through the smoke and chaos. His legion of shadow clones had turned 3 city blocks into a stage for his fire release. Fire. Style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Dozens of clones formed hand seals in unison, launching a barrage of fireballs that rained down on the Chitauri ground forces like a meteor shower. Meanwhile, in a neighboring district, 2B was carrying out a completely different mission. Her silver-white figure darted quickly through the ruins, katana flashing with surgical precision, to cut down any enemy threatening civilians. Evacuation route is now clear, she reported, even as she lifted a slab of collapsed concrete, freeing a family of 3 trapped beneath. Above, the aerial battlefield was dominated entirely by Tony Stark. His Mark Eclipse armor unfurled 6 radiant, blue-lit mechanical wings, allowing him to weave gracefully through the swarming Leviathan beasts. Jarvis, lock onto the 7th spinal joint, he commanded. The wings flared open, and 6 high-powered laser cannons fired in unison, severing the mechanical spine of a Leviathan and melting it through. The beast let out a howl of agony and crashed thunderously into a deserted zone that had been pre-designated by the Washington Defense Forces. With a flick of his right hand, Tony deployed a searing laser sword from his wrist, slicing an approaching Chitauri fighter clean in 2. Hulk, meanwhile, had become the true wild card of the battlefield. The green giant rampaged across the ground, flipping Hydra's armored vehicles, as if they were toys. Then, with a tremendous leap, he soared skyward, grabbing a Chitauri flyer out of midair and smashing it into another. Hulk is strongest, his roar echoed across the battlefield, each landing leaving cracked earth in his wake. At the rear lines, Silver rescue robots had already established a complete evacuation system with the Washington Defense Forces. They formed a mobile barrier, using their mechanical shields to carve a safe corridor for civilians heading toward the sanctuary at the Lincoln Memorial. Medical pods descended and ascended in a steady rhythm, ferrying the wounded to the field hospitals set up by the Defense Forces. Please board in an orderly fashion. Elderly and children first. Even amid the thunder of battle, the mechanical synthesis of their voices carried warmth. As one medical pod touched down and its doors slid open, the onboard AI gently comforted a little girl. Your mother's already waiting for you in the safe zone, brave little one. Although the battle raged on, there was a remarkable sense of coordination across the entire battlefield. Uchiha Madara's fire-style jutsu swept the main streets clear, while 2B secured safe evacuation routes for civilians. Tony's laser weaponry maintained air superiority, and Hulk was ever ready to reinforce any weak point that appeared. Behind them, more and more civilians were being safely escorted to the Defense Forces controlled zone. The silver silhouettes of rescue robots shimmered with hope in the hazy morning light. Mr. Chun, the battlefield is under control. Jarvis's voice sounded in Chun Tian's ear. Civilian evacuation is at 98%. Chun Tian stood atop a tall building, occasionally using technique, sequential flow, azure, to draw the Chitauri soldiers on the ground together, squeezing them into writhing balls of flesh. Every so often, he would use technique, reverse flow, crimson, to bounce enemy aircraft away, sending them ricocheting through the sky. Jarvis, search for Loki and Thor. Are they still on top of the Trident Tower? Sir, satellite scans show only the unconscious Alexander Pierce on the rooftop of Trident Tower. Chun Tian frowned. Thor and Loki had just been on the rooftop. Where could they have gone? Before he could finish the thought, thunder rumbled through the sky. Thor descended from above, landing heavily at his side. Chun Tian turned, his eyebrows arching slightly. Thor stumbled, no longer the proud god of thunder, but battered and in dire straits. His golden hair matted with blood, a constant trickle of crimson at the corner of his mouth, and a dagger, glowing green, embedded in his abdomen. The silver armor on his left arm had shattered, revealing a mangled, bleeding limb. What happened? Chun Tian caught the staggering Thor. Damn Loki, he had help. Thor wiped the blood from his mouth with a rough gesture, yanked the dagger from his abdomen, and tossed it to the ground. Chun Tian's expression grew strange. Help? What kind of help could put Thor in such a state? Hey, Chun Tian, you know what I just saw? Tony's voice came through. There's a dark-skinned brute trading blows with our big green guy. Chun Tian tapped quickly on his wristwatch, projecting a virtual image into the air. On the display, a savage, jet-black beast with bulging muscles was locked in a brutal brawl with Hulk. Neither showed any concern for technique. It was all brute force, every punch, and headbutt an all-out assault. Black Dwarf? Why would Thanos send Black Dwarf so soon? Chun Tian's pupils contracted sharply as a terrifying realization exploded in his mind. This wasn't just a Chitauri invasion. Thanos' Black Order had intervened ahead of schedule. Jarvis, he barked, his voice urgent. Scan the entire battle zone immediately. Search for. Before the words had even faded, the earth suddenly began to quake violently. With a deafening roar, 3 pitch-black stone pillars burst from the ground, each soaring nearly 30 meters high and etched all over with eerie runes. Arranged in a triangle, the pillars encircled the battlefield, their tips pulsing with an ominous, dark red glow. Chun Tian whipped around, only to see a tall, gaunt figure suspended in the air at the center of the stone pillars. The man was cloaked in a long robe of shadowy gold, his skin as pale as a corpse and marked with sinister, dark patterns. Sunken eyes glimmered with a chilling light. His slender fingers moved with almost elegant precision, weaving ancient energies, while the hem of his robe floated around him as if alive. Ebony Maw. Chun Tian ground out the name between gritted teeth. One of Thanos' most dangerous lieutenants, and now he hovered above the battlefield, gazing down with that signature cruel smile, a smile tinged with an aristocratic air. At the same moment, chaotic combat sounds burst through 2 BS comms. Master, the target's telekinetic strength is far beyond projections. The transmission cut out abruptly, replaced by a screech of static interference. Chun Tian's pupils quivered. The situation before him was unraveling at an alarming pace. Black Dwarf and Hulk traded blows so fierce that the ground shook with every impact, and Ebony Maw's arrival sent the battlefield's energy levels spiking into the danger zone. He looked up. Above, the wormhole torn open by the Tesseract was still widening, and he could just make out more Chitauri ships massing on the other side. Jarvis, scan the battlefield immediately. Pinpoint Loki's location. Chun Tian swiped swiftly across his wrist console, and a holographic display blossomed before him. Focus on tracking the scepter's energy signature. Scanning now, sir, the AI replied in its calm, steady voice. Detecting a strong energy surge originating from. Chun Tian cut in. Coordinates. I need them now. Top of the Washington Monument. Energy signature matches the scepter exactly. Jarvis responded without delay. But the target is shielded by some sort of spatial distortion. Location accuracy may be off by as much as 50 meters. Excellent. Jarvis, inform all arbiters and shield agents. Steve now has battlefield command. Chun Tian's gaze shifted toward the monument. And tell Tony, no more tantrums. He follows Cap's lead. With that, he turned and clapped a hand firmly on Thor's shoulder. Listen, I need you to help Hulk deal with Black Dwarf. Thor wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, Mjolnir already crackling with gathering lightning. And what about you? I have to handle that first. Chun Tian pointed up at the ghostly blue wormhole, his eyes locked on the direction of the Washington Monument. Before anything else goes wrong, Thor followed his gaze. Loki, are you sure you can handle his magic? Shin Tian did not answer. He was already contacting Uchiha Madara through the communicator. Madara, 2B is in the 7th district and has come under Ebony Maw's mind control. I need your Sharingan for support. A cold snort came from the other end. Such feeble telepathy, daring to show off before me. Immediately after, there was the thunderous crack of space tearing. Madara had used the body flicker technique, racing to the battlefield where 2B and Ebony Maw were locked in combat. With everything set in motion, Chun Tian drew a deep breath and formed a sword gesture with one hand. As he moved, the air around him seemed to ripple, and even his black hair began to pale and shimmer. All right, first time using this. Don't let me down, 2.5. In the blink of an eye, Thor watched as Chun Tian vanished right before him. Thor blinked in confusion, scratching the back of his head. Wasn't he a swordsman? Since when did he become a mage? Thor's simple mind couldn't quite work it out, so he let it slide. He flung Mjolnir skyward, wreathed in lightning, and hurled himself into the fray where Hulk was battling Black Dwarf. A bolt of lightning struck the seam in Black Dwarf's armor, making the vanguard of the Black Order stagger. Need a hand, big guy? Thor landed beside Hulk with a booming laugh. Hulk smashed away Black Dwarf's counterattack with a single punch, then turned with a ferocious grin. Hulk can handle alone, but smashing together is more fun. Elsewhere, Uchiha Madara appeared beside 2B like a wraith. The android girl was kneeling on one knee, her greatsword deeply embedded in the ground as her mechanical joints whined and shuddered. Ebony Maw's powerful telekinetic field was twisting her robotic frame bit by bit. Such a pathetic trick, Madara sneered, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly. He formed a dispelling seal with his left hand and pressed it to 2B's back, his ocular power erecting a mental shield. A mere thought. How dare you harm my master's maid? The crushing pressure on 2B's body vanished in an instant. My gratitude. Madara said nothing more, raising his gaze to Ebony Maw, who hovered in the air above. That slender figure was gracefully gesturing, the debris of shattered buildings spinning around him at the whim of his mind. Words are power. Words are chains. Ebony Maw intoned, each syllable thrumming with psychic force. Submit to. Enough. Madara cut him off, shattering the mind control with a single command. The pattern in his Mangekyo Sharingan shifted, transforming into the Rinnegan. Let me show you what true mastery over power looks like. He raised one hand, and the Rinnegan's gravitational mastery clashed violently with Ebony Maw's telekinesis. Invisible forces collided, sending blinding sparks of energy. Crackling through the air, the building debris, caught between the two powers, hovered in eerie stillness for a moment, then exploded into dust with a thunderous crash. Fierce battles raged across the battlefield. At the top of the Washington Monument, Loki stood, gazing out, idly twirling his scepter between his fingers. He narrowed his eyes, savoring the endless stream of Chitauri soldiers pouring from the wormhole, a satisfied smile curving at the corner of his lips. What a magnificent sight, he murmured, as the Mind Stone at the tip of his scepter glimmered with an eerie, enchanting light. Soon, all of Midgard will. Before he could finish, the space beside him suddenly twisted and warped. He barely had time to react before a terrifying repulsive force exploded outward. Spell reversal. Chun Tian's voice thundered through the void. Loki felt an unstoppable power slam into him, sending him hurtling away like a kite with a snapped string. What? Loki's eyes widened in shock as he flew through the air, watching the top half of the monument, shattered by the impact, crumble in slow motion, with shards of stone and twisted rebar scattering in every direction. Just as the scepter was about to fall, a figure flashed into view. With one hand, Chun Tian caught the scepter steadily, while his other hand formed a sword-like gesture, blue arcane energy swirling at his fingertips. Thanks, he called out to Loki in the distance with a cheerful smile, then vanished once more into the rippling air. Loki's handsome features contorted with rage and humiliation. Damn insect! The overwhelming repulsive force flung his body like a cannonball, and as he struggled to regain control, he realized his magical energy had been completely disrupted, thrown into chaos by the bizarre force. He tried to curse, but the rushing wind swallowed his words, battering him as he tumbled through the air. He crashed through the glass walls of 3 buildings in succession, each impact making the so-called God of Mischief look even more pitiful. At last, with an earth-shattering crash, Loki slammed into a heap of rubble. The force of the landing sent tremors rolling out 50 meters in every direction, leaving a crater 3 meters wide in the city street, with wisps of smoke curling from its depths. Ugh! Loki groaned from the bottom of the pit, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered. He managed a feeble twitch of his fingers, only to realize he couldn't summon even the simplest illusion. The spell cast by that man from the east had not only wrecked his magic circuits, but was still interfering with his recovery. Fortunately, Loki had the resilience of a frost giant. With great effort, he dragged himself up from the crater. "Cursed mortal," he muttered under his breath. But as he lifted his head, he saw a massive green figure standing at the edge of the pit, head cocked to one side, watching him curiously. Loki's fury ignited. He flung out his hand and pointed at the Hulk, shouting with all the rage he could muster, "Kneel, insect! I am a god!" The Hulk blinked, and then he grinned. That smile sent a chill down Loki's spine. In the next instant, Hulk's massive hand shot out like lightning, clamping down tightly on Loki's ankle. "No, wait." Loki barely got the words out before he was yanked into the air, his whole body spinning helplessly. Crash! Bang! Slam! Hulk swung Loki back and forth like a rag doll, smashing him into the ground over and over. Each impact sent dust flying and made the earth tremble. Loki's outraged shouts quickly turned into muffled cries of pain, and soon he could only manage the faintest of whimpers. At last, Hulk seemed to tire of the game. He flung Loki aside, tossing him back into the crater with a look of utter disdain. "Oomph, what a puny god." With that, Hulk pushed off with both legs, the ground splitting under the force, and his giant green form shot across the battlefield like a cannonball, heading straight for the fight between Black Dwarf and Thor. All that remained was the echo of his departure and his massive silhouette. At the bottom of the pit, Loki lay sprawled on his back, his armor shattered, his cape in tatters. Dust streaked his hair and face. His lips trembled as a faint whimper escaped his throat, and a single tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, atop the Trident Tower, Chintion's figure appeared on the rooftop, surrounded by a fading cobalt-blue aura of sorcery. He looked down at the scepter in his hand, the gemstone's glow casting an eerie, mesmerizing light on his face. "Jarvis, report on the battlefield," he said quietly as he strode toward the cosmic cube apparatus. "Mr. Chun, Thor and Hulk have successfully subdued Black Dwarf. Dr. Banner is still engaged with Ebony Maw. Mr. Stark is clearing the remaining Chitauri forces from the skies," Jarvis replied, his voice calm and efficient. "Civilian evacuation is now complete." "Excellent." Chin nodded, his gaze sweeping across the rooftop until it landed on the unconscious form of Alexander Pierce. The Hydra executive was sprawled limply on the ground, his suit in disarray and bruises marring his face from a rough fall. "Tsh." Chin curled his lip in disgust, a flash of contempt in his eyes. Lifting his hand, he gathered sorcerous energy at his fingertips and uttered a command without hesitation. "Reverse technique." A thunderous blast of repulsive force erupted. Pierce's body shot through the air like a projectile, tracing a graceful arc across the rooftop before vanishing into the distant sky. "Sir, your throwing accuracy is remarkable," Jarvis remarked at just the right moment. The target has been thrown directly into the maw of the Leviathan. He has been completely crushed. According to biological scans, the Leviathan's digestive system has classified him as inferior protein. The residue is currently being expelled through the waste duct. Chen's mouth twitched. "Jarvis, are you mocking me?" "I am merely stating the facts, sir," the AI replied, its tone as even as ever. Chun Tian shook his head, no longer bothered by the small detail. He turned instead toward the device holding the cosmic cube. The blue cube hovered at the center of the mechanical frame, its energy pouring endlessly into the wormhole above. "Now it's time to shut down this damned portal." He gripped the scepter of mind tightly. But just as he was about to act, at the very instant Chintian prepared to close the portal, a bone-chilling cold shot up his spine, crawling along the back of his neck. His magical senses screamed in alarm, and the air around him began to twist and distort in a bizarre fashion. A blade, gleaming gold and black, shot toward his back at a speed beyond the limits of human sight. A sharp clang of metal rang out, reverberating through the air. The gold and black warblade halted abruptly, just a hair's breadth, barely a centimeter, from Chun Tian's back. The point of the blade trembled, scraping violently against a suddenly emerged blue barrier of arcane force, sending out a spray of blinding sparks. Energy pulsed along the golden edge, colliding and clashing with the magical shield, producing a nerve-rattling, ear-piercing screech. Slowly, Chin Tian turned around. He found himself face-to-face with the desiccated, corpse-like visage of General Ebonyblade. This, Thanos' most dangerous lieutenant, wore armor as dark as midnight and purple as bruises. His sunken eye sockets burned with a crimson light, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his cracked lips. Both hands gripped his iconic golden-black double-headed warblade, the peerless Deathblade. Black chains wound around its hilt, quivering ever so slightly with each surge of power. General Ebony Blade, Chintan, narrowed his eyes, but a knowing, almost playful smile flickered across his lips. Should I be honored? Thanos actually sent the leader of the Black Order after me. Ebony Blade gave no reply. Instead, he abruptly jerked his weapon back, retreating 3 steps with a movement as swift and spectral as a phantom. For a split second, he glanced at his blade in surprise, as if bewildered that, although his strike should have landed, it had stopped a single centimeter short. General Ebony Blade slowly withdrew his Deathblade. His crimson gaze locked on Chuntian, and his parched lips twitched ever so slightly. Interesting. As Thanos' deadliest assassin, General Ebony Blade had never fought a battle he wasn't certain to win. He circled Chuntian warily, each step of his armored boots echoing in a steady rhythm across the ground. His dark purple armor emitted the faintest metallic rasp with every movement. Those blood-red eyes, cold and reptilian, never left their prey, searching for the slightest flaw. Chuntian watched the general's arrogant display with disdain, curling his lips in a sneer. Had enough of staring. Before the words had faded, he snapped his right hand up. Art sequence, Azure. Ebony Blade's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and he reflexively swept the death blade up to guard his chest. Yet the overwhelming force pulled at him, staggering his stance. Just as the critical moment struck, his form blurred, leaving behind only a fading afterimage. The real Ebony Blade had already darted 10 meters away. Not a bad trick, human. The raspy voice of Blade of Death came from behind. But it's still not enough. His mocking tone was cut short, because Chuntian had already appeared behind him. His once black hair had somehow turned into a striking blend of black and white, and a suffocating aura of cursed energy surged all around him. Blade of Death barely had time to see a fist, wreathed in swirling black energy, suddenly fill his vision. Black flash. There was a deafening crash. The punch landed squarely on Blade of Death's withered face. In a burst of black light, his body shot through the rooftop like a cannonball, smashing through floor after floor, finally blasting a giant hole in the middle of the Trident Tower. Amid the swirling smoke and dust, Chuntian shook out his wrist and glanced at the devastation he had caused. In a low voice, he said, "Now it's time to end this farce." Chuntian gripped the Mind Scepter and leaped down through the shattered opening in the roof. The gemstone at the tip of the scepter glowed with an eerie light, forming a shimmering blue energy shield around him. The moment he landed, a rapid barrage of gunfire erupted from all directions, bullets shrieking through the air. Yet, just a centimeter from his body, they froze in place, as if striking an invisible wall. The bullets quivered violently in midair, sparking furiously, but could get no closer. Chuntian frowned slightly and looked around. He found himself in a wide corridor on a middle floor of the Trident Tower, now transformed into a fierce battlefield. On the left, Rumlow led a Hydra strike team, all clad in black combat gear, and firing wildly from behind cover with advanced weaponry. On the right, Steve Rogers commanded the SHIELD agents, Captain America's vibranium shield gleaming as he led the charge, Hawkeye knocking an arrow, and Coulson and Melinda each holding strategic positions, locked in intense combat with Hydra. Both sides had been locked in a dead heat when suddenly, the ceiling was blasted open. Blade of Death crashed down like a missile, smashing through the floor, and before anyone could react, another figure dropped from above, only for every bullet to freeze in midair before him. For a moment, an uncanny silence fell over the battlefield. "Open fire. I don't care what he is, just shoot," a Hydra commander bellowed. Hydra's soldiers swung their weapons toward Chuntian, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets. But every shot stopped dead in front of him, the suspended bullets forming a dense metallic barrier, floating menacingly in the air. Chuntian let out a weary sigh. Honestly, how troublesome. With a flick of his left hand, reversal technique, a thunderous shockwave exploded outward. Every stalled bullet rocketed back at even greater speed, each one striking with deadly precision, piercing the foreheads or hearts of every Hydra soldier in its path. Steve instantly raised a shield in defense, but the bullets seemed to have eyes of their own, weaving perfectly past every SHIELD agent. Chuntian, Barton lowered his bow, his voice edged with disbelief. "How are you?" "No time to explain." Chuntian cut him off, eyes locked on the smoky, rubble-strewn ruins ahead. The boss fight in this game isn't over yet. No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of dark violet energy erupted from the debris. Rubble scattered as General Corvus slowly rose to his feet, his battle armor battered and cracked, crimson eyes blazing with madness. "Humans, he growled hoarsely, his legendary blade trembling with fury. "You have angered me." Without warning, Chun Tian spun around and tossed the Mind Scepter to Steve. "Captain, catch." Steve caught the scepter on instinct, his face a mask of confusion. "This is—" "You can use it to shut down the portal," Chun Tian said rapidly. "The device that opens the portal is on the rooftop. And whatever you do, don't lose the scepter. If you do, we'll never be able to stop the Chitauri army." "Wait, why aren't you going yourself?" Barton frowned, suspicion in his voice. A sly grin flickered across Chun Tian's lips as he turned to face General Corvus. "Because I have to stay here and take down the boss." Steve and Barton exchanged a glance. Then Steve nodded solemnly. "Understood. Hawkeye, let's go. Hey, can you win?" Barton called out to Chun Tian as he turned to leave. Without looking back, Chun Tian waved him off. "I will." But just as the words, "I will," left his lips, Chun Tian's expression froze. He smacked himself sharply across the face. Rubbing his reddened cheek, he muttered in frustration, "Damn it, have I been infected by 2.5th level enlightenment? I can't believe I just jinxed myself like that." Before he could finish, General Corvus's form suddenly blurred into a streak of purple-black lightning, his blade slicing through the air with a force that tore at the very fabric of space, aiming straight for Chun Tian's throat. The blade halted a mere centimeter from Chun Tian's neck, colliding with his limitless technique in a burst of blinding sparks. Chun Tian cocked his head, a teasing smile on his lips as he looked at the general, now mere inches away. "Hey now, ambushing someone isn't exactly good manners, General." General Corvus's crimson pupils contracted sharply, his withered features twisted with rage. He wrenched his blade free and leapt back several meters, the rune-etched chains on his weapon rattling furiously. "Human, what on earth are you?" For once, a note of uncertainty crept into his hoarse voice. Chun Tian shrugged, one hand stuffed lazily into his pocket. "Didn't Thanos tell you who I am when he sent you here?" A dangerous smile played at his lips. "If not, you're in for a world of trouble." In the next instant, Chun Tian's figure vanished without warning. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind the General of the Blades, his black and white hair billowing as his cursed energy surged like a storm. The General spun around instinctively to parry, only to see Chun Tian's fist enveloped in pitch-black energy, crashing toward him at a speed faster than the eye could follow. Black flash, triple strike. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heavy blows landed precisely on the General's chest, abdomen, and chin. With bursts of black light, the mightiest warrior under Thanos was sent flying like a ragdoll, smashing through 7 walls in succession before crashing violently into the underground parking garage. As dust and debris filled the air, Chun Tian shook out his wrist and murmured softly, "Told you I was going to win." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he smacked himself on the forehead. "Damn, I said it out loud again." At that moment, Jarvis's voice sounded in his ear. "Sir, I'm detecting the General's life signals are still intensifying. I recommend you end this quickly." Chun Tian exhaled in resignation. Yeah, I get it." He glanced at the gaping hole leading to the parking garage, his expression growing serious. "Looks like it's time to get serious." A heartbeat later, Chun Tian appeared in the dimly lit underground lot, a faint blue aura of cursed energy rippling around him. Broken concrete and twisted steel rods littered the ground, but the General, who should have been lying there, had vanished without a trace. "So, it's an ambush." Chun Tian narrowed his eyes, sending out waves of cursed energy that rippled through the air. Suddenly, a sly smile tugged at his lips. Just as he expected, another unfamiliar energy signature appeared within his senses. From the darkness, 3 scarlet beams shot out, swift as vipers, aimed straight at Chun Tian's throat, heart, and forehead. Chun Tian's body flickered out of sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. The 3 red beams pierced through where he had just stood, burning 3 smoldering holes into the concrete wall. This attack pattern, Chun Tian reappeared beside a column 10 meters away, his tone thoughtful. "Could it be?" Before he could finish, the General's peerless blade flashed from the shadows, its tip just a hair's breadth from Chun Tian's back. In that split second, his cursed energy barrier triggered automatically, the blade and barrier clashing in a shower of brilliant sparks. But this assault was different. The blade was shrouded in a sinister crimson energy, slowly corroding the limitless technique's defenses. "So that's it." Chun Tian darted back, putting distance between them, his gaze locking onto a spot deep within the darkness. "Black dwarfs here too, huh?" A cold snort echoed from the shadows. A tall silhouette strode into the light, clad in dark gold armor, wielding a spear with a strange design. 3 crimson orbs floated menacingly around the spear's tip, none other than the daughter of Thanos, Proxima Midnight, one of the Black Order. You're really in a sorry state this time, Blade of the Fallen. She cast a mocking glance at her husband as he emerged from the shadows on the other side. Imagine being driven to such extremes by a mere blue star human. General Blade of the Fallen did not respond. Instead, his grip tightened around the Supreme Blade. Shen Tian noticed that the wounds on the general's body were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Clearly, Proxima Midnight's arrival was supplying him with some kind of energy. 2 against 1. Shen Tian tilted his head, his white hair billowing despite the still air. Perfect. I could use a bit of a warm-up. Proxima Midnight sneered, her spear lunging forward with sudden ferocity as 3 scarlet beams shot out in a triangular formation. At the same moment, General Blade of the Fallen vanished, reappearing from the opposite angle with the Supreme Blade slicing straight for Chen Tian's throat. Faced with this flawless pincer attack, Chen Tian broke into a thrilled grin. Now that's more like it. Technique reversale, Ash. A terrifying, repulsive force erupted from Chen Tian, sending both attacks hurtling away from him. Yet, the crimson beams from Proxima Midnight's spear twisted in midair, veering back to continue their pursuit. Meanwhile, General Blade of the Fallen used the momentum from the repulsion to spin his body in the air, his blade carving a perfect arc toward Chen Tian once more. A metallic clang rang out, sharp and clear. Chen Tian channeled his cursed energy into both hands, his left blocking the Supreme Blade, his right intercepting the scarlet beams. The collision of these 3 powers unleashed a shockwave that sent every car in the underground parking lot tumbling, setting off a cacophony of blaring alarms. Jarvis, Chen Tian managed to speak even in the midst of the fierce battle. What's the situation on the top floor? Agent Barton has successfully closed the portal, sir, Jarvis replied immediately. However, Captain Rogers is now pursuing the Winter Soldier. After closing the portal, Barton was attacked. The Mind Scepter has been stolen. What? Chen Tian took a step back, widening the distance between them. Is Barton badly hurt? He took hits to the shoulder and leg, but his life is not in danger. Agent Natasha is tending to him. Good. Dispatch a medical pod for rescue, and send 2B to hunt down the Winter Soldier. Don't let him get away with the Mind Scepter. Miss 2B has been notified. As Chen Tian's cursed energy surged, his now snow-white hair whipped wildly in a storm of unleashed power. Looks like it's time to end this quickly. Proxima Midnight's spear suddenly split into 3 crimson beams that wove through the air, forming a deadly web. General Blade of the Fallen became a blur of violet afterimages, the rune-forged chains on his Supreme Blade snaking out like living things, sealing off every path of retreat. Just as the 2 fatal attacks were about to reach Chen Tian, limitless void, a field of pure darkness erupted, filled instantly with endless white light and emptiness. In the next moment, the entire space was consumed by blackness. The Supreme Blade of General Blade of the Fallen froze just a centimeter from Chen Tian's throat. Proxima Midnight's spear hung, suspended in midair, and her 3 crimson beams vanished without a trace. General Bladderazor's crimson eyes were filled with terror. He could feel, with agonizing clarity, his consciousness being overwhelmed by an endless torrent of information. Every movement required an eternity of thought. Next to him, Nightshade Star's expression was frozen in a mask of horror. Her legendary speed meant nothing here. Chen Tian snapped his fingers softly. Now, let's bring this game to an end. He stood at the center of the pitch-black domain, white hair gently drifting in the void. Slowly, he raised his right hand, spreading his fingers wide. Song. An invisible force erupted. Bladerazer and Nightshade Star's bodies were yanked toward each other, utterly beyond their own control. It's over, Chen Tian said quietly. His left hand formed a seal before his chest, while his right palm gathered a dazzling ball of blue-violet energy. Inside the sphere, countless stars seemed to swirl in orbit, sending out waves that made the heart race. Void Technique, E. With a low incantation, the energy sphere exploded into a pillar of violet light several meters wide. Wherever the beam passed, reality itself warped. Concrete pillars and beams in the underground garage tore apart like sheets of paper. Bladerazer saw the advancing doom reflected in his eyes. He summoned every ounce of strength to raise his peerless blade in defense, but could only watch helplessly as the pillar consumed both himself and his wife. A thunderous explosion shook the world. The violet beam pierced straight through the Trident Tower, blasting up from the underground garage, tearing through dozens of floors, and finally bursting through the building's crown into the sky. The entire structure trembled violently. A storm of shattered glass rained down in the wake of the shockwave. When the light faded and the dust slowly settled, Chun Tion's domain dissolved. He stood at the center of a vast, circular crater, surrounded by molten steel and crystallized concrete. All that remained was a single, cracked masterpiece blade, jutting from the ground at an angle. The runes that once gleamed along its edge were now dark and lifeless. Chun Tian bent down and picked up the warblade, his fingertips gently tracing the fractures that ran across its surface. So this is the strength of the 5 obsidian generals? How disappointing! At that moment, Jarvis's voice sounded in his ear. Sir, sensors indicate the Winter Soldier has escaped with the Mind Scepter. 2B has been intercepted by Captain Rogers. The two are currently engaged in combat. Upon hearing this, Chun Tian drew a deep breath. So Steve still can't let go of his old friend? He'd rather plunge the world into greater peril than see Bucky captured. Steve and Barton raced through the smoke-filled corridors, the Mind Scepter in hand. Bullets shrieked past, but the two worked in perfect sync, one shielding, the other clearing the way. 3 more floors to the rooftop. Barton gasped, letting an arrow fly that dropped a Hydra soldier at the corner. Steve raised his vibranium shield, deflecting a hail of stray rounds. The wormhole's still expanding. We have to hurry. The two of them fought their way forward, finally reaching the rooftop. Amidst the howling winds, the Tesseract device radiated a blinding blue light, its energy waves distorting the very air around it. That's the device. Barton pointed to the central console. Insert the scepter, and we can shut it down. Steve nodded, and together they braved the gale, charging straight ahead. Just as they were about to reach the console, a dark figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. The Winter Soldier's metal arm crashed down hard onto Steve's shield, the tremendous impact forcing both men back several steps. Bucky, a flash of pain crossed Steve's eyes. Step aside. We have to close the portal. The Winter Soldier's face was expressionless, his mechanical arm whirring with a cold, metallic clatter. Mission stopped them. Seeing the situation, Barton immediately drew his bow. Cap, I'll hold them off. 3 specially designed arrows shot out at once. The Winter Soldier dodged with inhuman agility, but one arrow suddenly exploded, filling the rooftop with a dense cloud of smoke. Now's our chance, Barton shouted. Seizing the moment, Steve lunged for the console and slammed the Mind Scepter into the heart of the device. At once, the gem atop the scepter resonated with the Tesseract, unleashing a burst of dazzling blue light. A wave of energy rippled outward from the device, and the portal in the sky began to contract violently. The invading Chitauri army lost power in an instant, dropping from the sky like lifeless puppets with their strings cut. We did it! Barton's face broke into a relieved smile. But just as they let down their guard, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out from behind. Bang! 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 Barton's body jerked as the nanosuit deflected most of the bullets, but 2 managed to pierce the armor, lodging deep in his shoulder and thigh. Agonizing pain forced him to his knees, and the scepter slipped from his grasp, skidding toward the edge of the rooftop. Barton! Steve cried out, spinning around to help. But the Winter Soldier seized the opening, his metal arm slamming into Steve's back and sending him flying several meters. Gritting his teeth, Steve struggled to his feet, only to watch helplessly as the Winter Soldier snatched up the fallen scepter. Bucky, don't! Steve's voice was hoarse, desperate. That thing is too dangerous. A flicker of emotion flashed in the Winter Soldier's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by icy resolve. Turning away, he sprinted toward the edge of the rooftop and leapt without hesitation. No! Steve rushed to the railing, just in time to see the Winter Soldier use a grappling line to land safely on the ground below, disappearing swiftly around the corner. Steve gripped the railing tightly. He had to give chase, but behind him, Barton's agonized groans called him back. Looking over his shoulder, Steve saw Barton collapsed on the ground, his face ashen, blood soaking through most of his shoulder. Damn it! Steve was torn, sweat beading on his brow. At that moment, the rooftop door burst open. How's the situation? Natasha's agile figure appeared in the doorway. She quickly swept her gaze over the scene. The open wormhole device, Barton wounded, and Steve's anxious expression. Natasha. Steve breathed a sigh of relief. Bucky took the scepter, but I can't just leave Barton. Natasha was already crouched beside Barton, efficiently inspecting his wound. Leave it to me, she said, looking up at Steve. Go after him, Captain. I'll handle things here. Steve nodded gratefully, casting one last look at Natasha as she worked to stop Barton's bleeding. Without hesitation, he vaulted over the railing and followed the rope that the Winter Soldier had left behind. The first rays of dawn pierced the Washington skyline, painting the towering buildings in a pale golden glow. Steve landed heavily in the damp alley. Ahead, that figure, so familiar, yet now a stranger, moved like a ghost in the morning light, the metal arm flashing harshly in the sun. Bucky! Steve's voice echoed down the empty street, heavy with 70 years of longing. There was no answer, only the cold, relentless sound of metal boots striking cement. The Winter Soldier kept running, the mind scepter gleaming in his grip. His movements were precise, almost mechanical, each step flawlessly avoiding every obstacle, with none of the hesitation of a living man. Steve vaulted over a heap of garbage-strewn boxes, closing the distance to less than 5 meters. "That thing is dangerous," he called, his voice breaking in the morning breeze. "Do you remember the alleys in Brooklyn? Remember us?" The Winter Soldier whirled suddenly. His metal arm swung with incredible speed. Instinctively, Steve raised a shield to block, but this attack was fiercer than before. A deep, grating clang rang out as the vibranium shield strained under the blow, forcing Steve back 3 steps. No words, no eye contact. The Winter Soldier's attacks were as merciless as a machine, each strike meant to kill. In his left hand, he gripped the scepter, while his right, the metal arm, lashed out again, this time aiming straight for Steve's throat. Steve twisted aside, the edge of his shield grazing the Winter Soldier's mask. "Bucky, look at me," he pleaded, reaching for the other's shoulder, only to be slammed in the chest by a savage elbow strike, knocking the breath from his lungs. Seizing the opportunity, the Winter Soldier pulled away. The gem atop the scepter suddenly blazed with blinding yellow light. Pain exploded behind Steve's eyes, memories flashing before him. Brooklyn's rainy nights, the roaring commandos banner, Peggy's tearful smile. Steve bit down hard, tasting blood in his mouth. As his vision cleared, he saw the Winter Soldier vault onto a speeding black motorcycle. Steve ignored the sharp pain shooting from his ribs, and, at the very instant the motorcycle surged forward, he leaped. His fingers barely managed to hook onto the rear rack. His whole body dragged mercilessly across the rough asphalt. The Winter Soldier didn't even glance back. Suddenly, he swung the bike into a sharp turn. The motorcycle nearly grazed the ground, throwing Steve's body toward a roadside fire hydrant. With a heavy crash, his back slammed into the metal post, plunging his world into darkness. When his vision finally cleared, the motorcycle was already a distant speck on the horizon. Steve forced himself upright, tasting blood at the corner of his mouth. In the pale morning light, he saw the flesh of his palm, torn raw and bleeding. "Captain, 2B is locked onto the target." Natasha's voice buzzed through his earpiece, edged with a faint crackle of static. "He's heading toward the Grant Street docks. Tony's 3 minutes out." Steve spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. "Tell Tony, hold your fire." Gasping for breath, he pushed himself to his feet. "That's still Bucky." Agent Romanoff expresses her objection. Natasha's voice was unusually taut. "The target is exhibiting extreme danger. I recommend immediate." "Follow the order," Steve cut her off, his tone colder and harder than the Winter Soldier's metal arm. At that moment, 2BS mechanized female voice abruptly broke into the channel. "Based on mission threat assessment, Captain Rogers' order is not acknowledged. The target has been designated as maximum threat level." A chill shot through Steve's heart. He immediately picked up his pace, bounding and weaving through the debris-strewn ruins. "2B," he shouted. Into the calm, his voice broken by the strain of his sprint. "You can apprehend Bucky, but don't hurt him. I repeat, do not hurt him." The channel was silent for a heartbeat, save for Steve's ragged breaths and the rush of wind as he ran. A second later, 2BS voice came again, calm to the point of cruelty. "Request denied. Per Master's directive, when the target is armed with lethal weapons and displays extreme aggression, authorization for deadly force is granted." "Damn it," Steve roared, pushing himself to run even faster. Sweat trickled down his temples, mingling with the blood streaked across his face. The soles of Steve's boots screeched across the slick surface of the dock. Somewhere ahead, a metallic crash boomed, making his heart thunder in his chest. "Stop!" Steve's shout echoed across the empty docks. The sight before him turned his blood to ice. Bucky lay sprawled on his back in a pool of blood, sparks shooting from the exposed interface of his left arm, his combat suit torn open with savage wounds. 2BS silver blade gleamed coldly in the dawn light, poised directly at Bucky's throat. The vibranium shield sliced through the air, tracing a perfect arc as it flew toward 2B. With a swift lift of her left hand, 2B deflected the shield with precision. Yet that brief pause was enough. Steve Rogers came barreling in like a cannonball, delivering a flying kick honed by 70 years of experience. 2B was forced to step back, her blade narrowly grazing Bucky's neck and sending a shower of sparks across the concrete floor. "Captain Rogers, you are interfering with a highest priority mission." 2BS voice was chillingly calm. The target has been confirmed as a Hydra agent, currently in possession of an S-class dangerous item. Steve positioned himself between Bucky and 2B, reclaiming his shield as it snapped back into his grip. He could hear faint, ragged breathing behind him. Bucky was alive, but gravely wounded. He's not Hydra. Steve's voice trembled with anger. He's a victim, someone under their control. Suddenly, 2B's blade morphed, extending into 3 razor-sharp spikes. Final warning. Step aside immediately. Steve's eyes caught a fresh tear in 2B's combat suit, a mark left by Bucky's last desperate counterattack. The realization sent a pang through his heart. Even on the brink of unconsciousness, Bucky had kept fighting. I won't say it again. Steve lowered his stance, shield raised protectively before his chest. If you want to get to him, you'll have to go through me first. In an instant, 2B's combat routines activated, her form blurring into afterimages on Steve's retina as the triple-bladed weapon shot toward his heart. The vibranium shield erupted, with a burst of blinding sparks as Steve absorbed the massive impact, forcing him half a step back, his boots scraping twin trails through the blood pooling on the ground. "Bucky, can you hear me?" Steve called out quietly in the brief lull between blows, but only a faint groan answered from behind. 2B's attacks came in a relentless storm, each strike calculated with surgical precision. Steve's right arm was starting to go numb. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. 2B's silver boots carved a semicircle on the concrete as her triple-bladed weapon pierced the morning mist, aiming straight for Steve's throat. The shield sparked again, and Steve used the force to retreat another half-step. "Captain Rogers, please stand aside," 2B repeated, her voice still even, though Steve picked up the slightest tremor beneath the surface. "My mission priority does not allow for further delays." "You've saved so many civilians," Steve shouted during a desperate parry, the edge of his shield locking onto the blade's mechanical joint. "With pinpoint accuracy, you protected the innocent people of Washington. You fought bravely, all because you believed in justice." 2B's offensive suddenly intensified, her blade weaving a web of silver light. "That is a result of my programming," she said, voice as steady as ever. Yet, with each strike, her attacks subtly avoided the most lethal points. Steve seized the fleeting opportunity, angling his shield upward to strike at 2B's wrist. Programs don't hold back in combat. Amid the clash of metal, he noticed a brief 0.3-second flicker of confusion in 2B's optical lens. 2B's spinning kick forced Steve back 3 steps, but she had deliberately missed her mark. "I don't want to hurt you, Captain Rogers." 2B's voice returned to its icy clarity. "But if you continue to interfere with my mission for the Master, I'll have to subdue you first." Suddenly, 2B whirled around, her silver boots sending ripples through a pool of blood as she flashed past Steve with astonishing speed, racing straight for Bucky. Steve's heart nearly stopped. At some point, Bucky had regained consciousness and was now slamming the scepter hard against the ground. "No!" Steve's shout collided with the thunderous crash of the scepter striking the floor. A wave of golden energy burst outward from Bucky, expanding in all directions. The golden surge swept across the entire dock like a tsunami. Steve barely managed to raise his shield to his chest before an invisible force hurled him through the air. His back crashed into a shipping container, the metal groaning and buckling under the impact. 2B fared no better. Her silver form, like a kite with its string cut, was flung over 10 meters, scraping a long scar across the concrete. "Bucky!" Steve struggled to his feet, his vision swimming as he surveyed the devastated dock. Blood still pooled on the ground, but the familiar figure had vanished. He wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or afraid. At least Bucky had escaped 2B's fatal blow. The scrape of metal boots on concrete sounded behind him. Steve turned to see 2B standing once more, her silver suit marred by cracks, but her triple-bladed weapon still gleaming coldly. "Captain Rogers," 2B's voice was colder than ever, her blade pressed against Steve's throat. "Because your interference allowed an S-class danger to escape, you are now to be temporarily detained." Steve offered no resistance. He slowly raised his hands, letting his shield fall to the ground with a heavy thud. "I understand your position, 2B." He looked straight into her optical lens. "But Bucky isn't a criminal. He's a victim." The tip of 2B's blade didn't waver. "Your personal judgment does not affect my assessment." With her left hand, she drew a glowing screen in the air. "Detention order sent. Mr. Stark will arrive in 10 seconds. "You could have killed me," Steve said softly, "but you chose restraint over a fatal blow." 2B's eyes flickered faintly. "Your death does not benefit mission calculations." She paused for 0.3 seconds. "And you have saved many humans." In the distance, the thunderous roar of helicopter rotors echoed through the air. Steve gazed in the direction where Bucky had disappeared, A tumult of emotions swirling within him. This chase had ended in a way no one could have predicted, but the real war was only just beginning. "I'll find him," Steve murmured almost inaudibly to 2B, "before any of you can hurt him." 2B gave no reply. The approaching helicopters were reflected in her optical sensors, and her silver mask betrayed no hint of emotion. Yet, the pressure of the blade against Steve's throat subtly eased, by half a newton, barely perceptible, but they're all the same. In the tense silence between them, a streak of gold and crimson tore through the morning sky, accompanied by a thunderous blast from repulsors as it landed with a resounding impact. Tony Stark descended from above, his golden red armor gleaming in the rising sun. The 6 mechanical wings on his back folded away gracefully, vanishing into his suit like the wings of a celestial being. "Status report," Tony commanded, flipping open his helmet. His face was set in a seriousness Steve had never seen before. His eyes swept rapidly over the battered dock, lingering for a moment on the wounds marking 2B and the blood smeared across Steve. "Mr. Stark," 2B replied, her voice calm and mechanical, the silver blade still locked on Steve. "The target has escaped. The energy readings from the Mind Scepter are climbing rapidly." Steve met Tony's gaze in silence, offering no defense. He knew only too well how dangerous the object Bucky had taken was. The Mind Scepter's power could obliterate an entire city. "Listen, Cap," Tony said sternly. "You interfered with the apprehension of an S-class threat. I'm placing you in temporary custody. We'll sort everything out once we're back at the Arbiter Tower." Steve's blue eyes widened slightly as he noted the arc reactor in Tony's chest glowing brighter than usual, a sign that the suit was fully powered, primed for anything. "You know he's not just another threat," Steve rasped, exhaustion roughening his voice. "That's Bucky. He's being controlled." "That's enough," Tony interrupted. "This isn't the time for debate. 2B, can you stand down?" 2B's eyes flickered for a moment. "Master has been contacted. Orders updated. Alert status disengaged." She slowly withdrew her blade, but her gaze remained fixed on Steve. "However, be advised, the Mind Scepter's energy readings are still climbing. The threat level has been escalated to SS. "Understood." Tony nodded, softening his tone as he turned to Steve. "Come on, old-timer. Let's head back. Chun Tian is already analyzing the Scepter's energy trail." Steve didn't argue. He lowered his gaze to his blood-spattered gloves, haunted by the memory of Bucky's hollow eyes in that final moment. The Scepter's power was consuming his dearest friend, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Tony noticed Steve's silence and let out a sigh. "I know what you're thinking, but trust me, Chun Tian's technology, combined with my brains, we're bound to find a way that won't hurt Bucky." In the distance, the Arbiter's tower transport was drawing near. Tony patted Steve on the shoulder, and his armor gave off a soft hum. "Let's get your wounds taken care of first, then we'll have a proper talk. I promise." The smoke of battle still lingered over Washington as the Arbiter's transport sliced through the sky. Tony gazed out the window at the devastated cityscape, his helmet display constantly updating the casualty numbers. Steve leaned back in his seat while a medical drone tended to his injuries. "The casualties are lighter than we expected," Tony suddenly spoke, breaking the heavy silence in the cabin. "Thor and Hulk took care of Black Dwarf on their end." Steve looked up and glimpsed a flash of lightning amid the distant ruins. Thor's crimson cape whipped in the gale, Mjolnir embedded in the shattered skull of Black Dwarf. Hulk stood nearby, his green skin crisscrossed with wounds, yet he managed a victorious grin. At their feet, Loki knelt on one knee, his hands shackled by restraints brought from Asgard by Thor. Farther off, Madara Uchiha sat atop Ebony Maw's twisted corpse, watching with cold detachment as rescue teams moved through the rubble. Arbiter's medical drones working seamlessly alongside S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, while orange construction mechs cleared away the collapsed buildings. "What about Trident Tower?" Steve asked hoarsely. Tony brought up a holographic display. "Hydra's been pretty much wiped out." In the projection, Crossbones was pinned against the shattered glass facade. Suddenly the feed shifted to the rooftop. There stood Chun Tian among splintered steel bars, the tesseract glowing with an eerie blue light in his hands, his once white hair now black again. It was as if Chun Tian sensed Tony and the others watching him. On the projection, he offered a faint smile, and then his voice echoed through the transport. "It's all settled here, Tony. I think we can head back to the Arbiter's Tower now." Tony's lips curled into his signature mischievous grin. "Hey, old Chun, you won't believe it, but there's a Turkish kebab place right by the battlefield that somehow survived. Their wraps are." Chun Tian's expression froze instantly in the projection. The warmth vanished from his smile, replaced by a furrowed brow and the memory of what happened. After the First Battle of New York, when the heroes, following Tony's suggestion, went for Turkish kebab, and every single one struggled to choke it down. Tony, Chintian took a deep breath. Absolutely not. But it's really delicious. Tony protested, sounding like a kid denied his favorite treat. His armor let out a plaintive, mechanical whine for emphasis. Jarvis can back me up on this. Sir, I can't vouch for that because the online reviews for that barbecue place are terrible. Jarvis, right on cue, exposed Tony's little lie. Steve couldn't hold back a laugh, only to tug at his wound and wince in pain. Tubi quietly handed him a medkit, her eyes full of helpless resignation. These two big kids were at it again. Chen Tian cleared his throat across all channels. Attention, everyone, return to base immediately. I repeat, immediate, he abruptly paused for half a second, then added, Tony says he's hired a Michelin 3-star chef, Go Dan, to barbecue for everyone. The channel instantly erupted. Oh, barbecue. Will there be drinks? That was Thor's booming, delighted roar. Hulk wants double. The Hulk's voice rattled the comms with a low rumble. Barely acceptable. Uchi Hamadara's icy, lofty comment. I want extra cheese on mine. That was Loki, being half-dragged along by Thor. Tony gave Jarvis a resigned look. Our arbitrator-in-chief has given the order. What can I do? You understand, Jarvis. Sir, Chef Godan has been contacted. He's thrilled to host a barbecue party for the heroes who saved Washington. Tony shot Chen Tian a triumphant wink. See? That's what I call efficiency. Chen Tian rolled his eyes and cut the connection, but the corners of his mouth were unmistakably lifted in a smile. Tubi was fastening Steve's seatbelt when she whispered, Master actually booked your favorite cheeseburger truck. Tony pressed a hand to his chest in mock outrage. Tubi, you've gone rogue, teaming up with Chen Tian to surprise me. Laughter and cheerful banter filled the aircraft, and even war-torn Washington seemed to glow warmly in the sunlight. Suddenly, Tony shouted through the window, Hey, that barbecue place is still there. Jarvis, mark the coordinates. Coordinates marked. Would you like me to book a table for tomorrow at noon? Absolutely. And make sure Chen Tian gets a window seat. He loves those. Steve shook his head, smiling, suddenly realizing that the mission to find Bucky didn't feel quite so heavy anymore. With teammates like these, even the darkest days could be brightened by cheeseburgers and barbecue. Post-battle party extra. When the alarms at the Arbitrator Tower finally fell silent, Tony made good on his promise. A legendary 3-star Michelin chef known as Go Dan parachuted onto the rooftop terrace, flanked by his elite culinary team. Happy had already overseen the setup of a lavish open-air kitchen, gleaming steel grills, professional ovens, a massive carving station, and even a giant rotisserie designed to roast an entire cow. The moment Chef Go Dan strode in, he launched into his signature bellow. Damn it, who put this chopping board here? He roared, slamming a cutting board onto the table. You can't even meet the most basic hygiene standards. Are you trying to give the Arbiter food poisoning? His kitchen crew fell silent, working frantically to adjust their equipment. Chef Gooden snatched up 2 specially crafted alloy barbecue forks, their tips glowing a dangerous red in the heat. Tony had already changed out his armor and now stood to the side in a casual suit, a mischievous smirk on his lips. Looks like our Michelin chef has some pretty high standards. Shut up, Stark. Gooden barked without even turning his head. Your grill is 20 degrees too cold. Tony shrugged and leaned over to whisper to Steve. That's what I like about him. He's got the temper of a Hulk whose underwear just got stolen. The golden rays of sunset spilled across the terrace, blending the chef's furious shouts with the sizzling sound of meat into a curious symphony. Welcome to the post-battle party, folks. Tony spread his arms with a flourish. Tonight's menu: Gooden's signature tomahawk steaks, Wagyu ribs, and, he glanced at Hulk, the Hulk Tower of Barbecue, made especially for our big green friend. Hulk's nose twitched, and his eyes lit up in an instant. Hulk, want meat? Thor had already settled down by the grill, dropping Mjolnir into the ground beside him to use as a cloak hook. Barbecue for Midgard is worth a try. Suddenly, Chef Gooden crossed his barbecue forks with a flourish. A burst of flames shot up a full meter high, sending the aroma of grilled meat exploding through the air. Madara Uchiha, who'd been standing aloof in the distance with arms folded, caught the scent and glanced over, his interest piqued. Looks interesting. Tony suddenly turned to Chun Tian, an impish smile tugging at his lips. Hey, Chun Tian, remember when I said I'd get you an on Gooden's Hell's Kitchen knife skills challenge? He made an exaggerated slicing motion. Well, here's your chance. Do you dare? Chun Tian was just taking a sip of wine and nearly choked. Are you serious? I still have a video of him making 3 contestants cry, saved in my favorites. What's there to be afraid of? Tony slung an arm around Chun Tian's shoulders, pointing at the raging chef. Look how friendly he is. Worst case, he'll hurl your chopped onions into space. or make you eat a raw Wellington. Before he could finish, Gooden's roar rang out as he slammed an entire plate of steaks onto the prep table. You call this medium rare? My grandma's underwear would be hotter than this meat. From across the terrace, Thor raised his glass in delight. Standards for Midgard's cuisine are truly exacting. Shintion quietly set down his glass. I just remembered, I need to check on the rescue robots. Too late. Tony waved his phone triumphantly. I just showed Dog Egg the video of you splitting my microwave open with a knife. He said it was interesting, and you know how terrifying that word is in his vocabulary, right? At that moment, Dog Egg suddenly turned, his sharp gaze locking onto Shintion. So you're the guy Stark calls a once-in-a-millennium knife genius. He tossed a kitchen knife over. Come here. Let me see if your knife skills are really worth all of Stark's hype. The room fell silent in an instant. Everyone turned to Shintion with looks that said, good luck, you'll need it. Even Hulk helpfully nudged the cutting board a little closer to him. On the television, under the domed ceiling of the federal court in Washington, camera flashes poured down like a torrential rain. Steve Rogers, dressed in a deep blue suit, walked steadily toward the witness stand. His steps were measured and calm, but the white marks pressed into the edge of his file betrayed his inner tension. Natasha Romanoff sat beside him, her red hair swept up into a neat bun, her dark green suit making her look as sharp as a drawn dagger. As Steve took his seat, she gave him the slightest nod, a gesture of understanding unique to S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Captain Rogers, the Chief Justice, struck his gavel. As the lead author of the S.H.I.E.L.D. infiltration report, please present your findings to the court. Steve opened the thick file. On the title page, the name Hydra gleamed in gold, but was slashed through with a blood-red line. Below, chilling statistics were printed. For 1,782 undercover agents, 37 manipulated global projects, 12 secret bases. Suddenly, the TV cut to chaotic scenes outside the Capitol. Several members of Congress were being escorted out by agents. Ties askew, suits rumpled, faces etched with fear and outrage. This is a special report from CNN, the anchor's grave voice intoned. Following Captain America's explosive revelation of Hydra infiltration, the FBI has launched a sweeping wave of arrests. The screen shifted to a dossier showing that Senator Richard Morrison, now in custody, had used his position over the past decade to place 27 Hydra operatives in key government roles. According to encrypted files provided by the superhuman organization The Arbiters, the anchor continued, Emma Zhang, deputy chair of the World Security Council, has repeatedly altered UN peacekeeping deployment plans to shield Hydra's secret bases in Africa. The camera swept across the New York Stock Exchange, where dozens of financial elites were being handcuffed. The anchor added, these Wall Street bankers are suspected of laundering more than $12 billion for Hydra's so-called Hydra Protocol project through an intricate financial network. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the continent of Europa, where the spokesperson for the Prime Minister of Country D is seen being escorted away by police. According to the latest reports, this spokesperson had assisted Hydra scientists in securing EU research grants to develop the control system for the so-called Soul Furnace. The camera cuts back to the studio, where the anchor's expression is grave. Even more shocking, among these arrested high-ranking officials, some have been embedded in political circles for over 30 years. They used the Cold War-era Operation Paperclip as a cover, gradually infiltrating the core of power in multiple countries. The television image flickers abruptly, switching to a blurry surveillance clip. A member of the Security Council is seen in a secret meeting room, saluting several shadowy figures on the other end of a video call. Hail Hydra. This footage, provided by Captain America himself, the anchor's voice trembles, proves that Hydra, this terrorist organization, is still working behind the scenes, plotting to upend our world. The broadcast suddenly returns to the federal courthouse. Steve Rogers stands at the witness stand, determination shining in his blue eyes. Behind him, a holographic projection displays the emblem of the Arbiters, an image of a sword. Ladies and gentlemen, history has taught us painful lessons. Steve's voice is calm and resolute. When S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra, we lost our strongest line of defense. When governments were manipulated from the shadows, we nearly lost our entire planet. The camera pans across the gallery, capturing the somber faces of delegates from around the world. Natasha stands by Steve's side, her fingers moving swiftly across a tablet, pulling up a series of data charts. The scene transitions to a holographic replay of the Battle of Washington, showing the Arbiters fighting against the Chitauri army. What we need is not another bureaucracy vulnerable to infiltration, Steve says, clenching his fist, but a truly transparent, non-governmental global defense system. The Arbiters have proven through their actions that they can be the cornerstone of such a system. This isn't about weakening national sovereignty, Natasha continues, a cold, sardonic smile playing on her lips. It's about creating an immune system that even Hydra cannot corrupt. Just imagine, if we had such a system. The image suddenly shifts to the devastation of the Washington district's fall. The Chitauri army, slaughtering civilians, skyscrapers crumbling. An audible gasp ripples through the audience. Back in the studio, the anchor's voice rises with excitement. Captain Rogers is calling for the creation of a superhero alliance that transcends national borders. This could be the most profound transformation in the history of human security architecture. Lastly, let me say this. Steve removed the Star-Spangled Badge from his chest and placed it gently on the witness stand. This emblem stands for my beliefs, not for any political entity. Today, I choose to believe in the shared future of humanity. He turned toward the camera, his gaze unwavering and intense. Hydra taught us a truth. The strongest fortress often falls from within. The Arbiter is the external oversight we need, the guardian who will never be corrupted. The television signal flickered abruptly, and the broadcast shifted to scenes of anti-Hydra protests erupting simultaneously around the globe. Crowds surged like waves through the major streets of Europe and America, holding banners that read, "Trust the Arbiter." High above, in the command center atop the Arbiter Tower, the Pacific moonlight mingled with the blue glow of holographic projections, weaving a flowing tapestry of light outside the 270-degree panoramic windows. A soft system chime sounded. The live broadcast cut off in an instant, leaving only the rhythmic surge of waves crashing on the shore echoing through the room. Tony Stark lounged against the quantum data terminal, raising a mug to his lips. The coffee was cold as it slid down his throat. "So far," he said to Chen Tian, who was adjusting the holographic tactical map, his voice carrying a rare note of ease. "It looks like your plan worked." Chen Tian's long fingers danced across the floating streams of tactical data. Turning around, he stood beneath the smart lights of the command center, which cast shifting shadows across his face. At the very least, a faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. "We no longer need to beg certain governments for permission to launch a rescue when people need us most." Tony set down the ceramic mug, its base making a soft click against the vibranium table. "You know," he said suddenly, gesturing out toward the black expanse of the sea, "while we were fighting the Chitauri army, those folks at the Pentagon were still worried the Arbiter would steal their toy soldiers." Chun Tian moved to the arched window, fingertips grazing the smart glass. In an instant, the entire wall transformed into a tactical display, 37 global security alerts shifting from red to green, scattering tiny beams of light across his irises. "Now, they should understand," he said calmly. "Some tsunamis can only be held back by breakwaters that span continents." Tony paced to the window, the glow of his arc reactor casting a ghostly blue reflection on the glass. Jarvis has scanned global public sentiment. With a casual wave of his hand, streams of social media data burst like fireworks above the Pacific. Approval ratings are up 18 points higher than we expected. And I've got to admit, Dongjin's numbers are as smooth as a perfect sine wave. The truth is always the sharpest weapon. Chen Tian watched the stream of images, pausing on a scene from Berlin, where Arbiter rescue mechs assisted police in maintaining order. Tony suddenly burst out laughing. Honestly, when that old judge's robe slipped to reveal the Hydra tattoo underneath, he exaggeratedly mimicked the Secretary General of the World Security Council's expression, freezing in shock. "Jarvis, pull up the 4K holo recording. This has to be the opener for our next global summit." Chun Tian shook his head with a bemused smile, eyes drifting to the center of the command hub where the holographic Earth hovered. Pulses of blue light, markers for the arbitrators' bases, flashed in sync across every continent, with the Malibu headquarters beam shooting straight into the sky. "But the real battle is only just beginning," he said, his grin fading. "The Higgs field stabilizer for the quantum defense grid still needs." "Hey," Tony interrupted, setting down his coffee and picking up a crystal glass filled with amber liquor. "Tonight, to hell with protocols and contingency plans." He gave a conspiratorial wink. "Just picture it. Captain America taking off that badge he's kept for 80 years in front of 7 billion viewers. If that's not worth opening a 45-year-old Macallan, I don't know what is." Chun Tian lifted his own crystal glass from the console. In the moonlight streaming over the Pacific, their glasses met with a gentle clink. As the clear, celebratory ring echoed, the entire command center's lighting suddenly shifted into party mode. Jarvis's British-accented voice chimed in. "Shall I play Beethoven's Ninth Symphony for you, gentlemen?" "You've got to be kidding, Jarvis." Tony nearly spluttered his drink. Do Chin Tian and I look like Beethoven fans? Put on my Victory Rock playlist. At Tony's command, dazzling laser beams erupted from the ceiling, and AC/DC's iconic Back in Black guitar riff thundered through the room. Tony raised his glass high, swaying to the rhythm, his arm tracing a sparkling arc in the air. Now that's what I call victory music, Tony shouted over the pounding drums, his voice almost swallowed by the electrifying beat. He turned to Chun Tian. Come on, loosen up. Don't just stand there looking cool. Chun Tian laughed out loud, the sound bursting like fireworks above the Pacific and echoing through the command center. He yanked off his deep blue tie. The silk fluttered in a graceful arc before being snatched from the air by a robotic arm, descending from the ceiling. You're joking, Tony. Who do you think I am? I was born ready for this. Jarvis. Tony snapped his fingers, and nano armor instantly flowed over his right arm, morphing into a gleaming DJ controller. Let's turn this place into the wildest club in Malibu. In a heartbeat, the entire command center began to transform. Tactical hollow projectors slid away, replaced by swirling arrays of laser lights. Data terminals sank into the floor, revealing hidden champagne coolers. Even the bulletproof glass walls shifted, projecting a sweeping holographic night sky studded with stars. With a surge of electric static, the signature glowing helmet of Deadmau5, the reigning champion of the world's top DJs, materialized at the center stage. It was a virtual DJ, conjured up by Tony using cutting-edge holographic projection technology. The classic riff of Back in Black thundered through the sound system, now remixed with heavier electronic beats that made the glasses on the bar shiver with each pulse. Boss, your party supplies have arrived. Happy Hogan barreled in, pushing a floating cart piled high with top-shelf champagne. His Starts Party Provisions t-shirts sparkled under the ultraviolet lights. Trailing behind him was a line of supermodels clad in futuristic evening wear, each carrying a glowing cocktail that painted dazzling trails of color through the darkness. Behind them, Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses and stepped in, looking a bit awkward. Barton whistled as he strolled in, already balancing a glass of champagne. Natasha's red hair caught the lights like a blaze of fire. She blew Tony a playful kiss from across the room. Last to enter was Steve Rogers, still wearing his deep blue suit, though his tie was already loose. He paused at the doorway for a moment's hesitation, only to be yanked inside by Barton. Lighten up, old-timer. Barton laughed, pressing a glass of whiskey into his hand. Tonight, there's no Captain America, just Steve Rogers. Somehow, Tubi had already appeared at Chun Tian's side. She had traded her combat gear for a shimmering silver sequin dress, one slender arm slipping naturally around his. Her eyes glimmered with a strange light in the shifting glow. Looks like I've missed quite the show. Tubi tilted her head, whispering close to Chun Tian's ear. Master, you need to unwind. I prepared your favorite uniform. Chun Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at Tubi, making her a little bashful under his gaze. Tony raised his glass high, champagne fizzing merrily within. A toast to our resounding victory, to Steve's inspiring speech, to the stupidity of Hydra. Barton cut in, sparking a round of laughter. To the stupidity of Hydra, everyone echoed, their glasses clinking in the air with a crystalline ring. Steve lingered in the corner, watching the lively scene, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tony came over with 2 drinks, handing him one. What's wrong? Not used to it. Tony arched an eyebrow. Steve shook his head, accepting the glass. It's been a long time since I felt this relaxed. Then enjoy it while you can. Tony clapped him on the shoulder. Starting tomorrow, you'll have your hands full. He shot a meaningful glance at Chun Tian as he spoke. Steve fell silent. He knew all too well that his decision to let Bucky go was still an unresolved problem. Tubi pulled Chun Tian onto the dance floor. Her movements were graceful, yet carried the mechanical precision unique to her kind, and she danced in perfect harmony with Chun Tian. Happy whistled from the side, while the models erupted in waves of cheers. Suddenly, the ceiling's holographic projection burst into a sky full of fireworks. Jarvis's voice rang out during a lull in the music. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the special victory fireworks display we've prepared for you. Dazzling fireworks bloomed across the virtual night sky, each one transforming into the insignia of an Arbiter member. At last, a sword appeared, the emblem of the Arbiters, glowing brilliantly above everyone's heads. Tony leapt onto the bar and raised a bottle high. To the new era! To the new era! The cheers shook the entire command center, drowning out even the roar of the Pacific waves. On this sleepless night, the Arbiter Tower in Malibu was alive with a celebration for heroes, reaching its crescendo. At 6 in the morning, the Arbiter Tower on the Malibu cliffs was still shrouded in mist. Steve Rogers pushed open the titanium training room doors, only to find Chun Tian already there. The smart glass walls of the training room had just switched to sunrise mode. The first light of day filtered through the nanolayer glass, casting dappled patterns across Chun Tian's face. He was slouched on the sofa in a loose hoodie, stifling a yawn, faint shadows beneath his eyes. Standing behind him, 2B's slender mechanical fingers pressed precisely against his temples, the lace trim of her maid's dress shimmering pearly white in the morning sun. "Morning, Captain." Chun Tian's voice was still heavy with sleep as he gestured toward the coffee machine by the wall. Freshly brewed Guatemalan, extracted at 90 degrees. Steve raised an eyebrow and, on his way to the coffee machine, glanced at the holographic projection in the center of the training room. A 3D recording from last night's party, frozen at the moment Tony jumped onto the bar, bottle raised high. "I thought you'd sleep in a little," Steve said, pressing the cup-size button. "After all, last night, 2B is more punctual than any alarm clock." Chun Tian took a sip of coffee from 2B, then suddenly raised a hand to cut Steve off. "Don't be surprised. I was waiting here for you." Steve paused, glancing at the holographic clock on the wall. 6:02. He couldn't help but sigh. The morning light poured through the smart glass, illuminating the sharp lines of Chun Tian's face, his eyes now clear and alert. "So, you were up before 6? Steve unconsciously traced the rim of his coffee cup with a finger. Chun Tian's lips curled into a knowing smile as he set his cup down. The smart fiber training suit tightened subtly with his movement. "Captain, do you really think I came to the training room at this hour by accident?" Steve nodded slowly, the morning light casting deep shadows across his piercing blue eyes. "Is this about stopping 2B from hurting Bucky at Washington Square, trying to intervene, and then Bucky escaping with the Mind Scepter?" Chun Tian's fingers tapped lightly on the rim of his coffee cup, producing a crisp, clear sound. Suddenly, the smart glass walls of the training room switched to tactical mode, unveiling a holographic projection of the ruined Trident Tower. With a silent swipe of her fingers, 2B zoomed in on an underground laboratory, a shattered container, and within it, a scepter inlaid with a blue gemstone lay quietly in a pool of blood. "Captain, do you understand the true power of that scepter?" Chun Tian's tone turned abruptly grave. Steve stared at the flashing image of the scepter in the projection, his brows furrowed tight. "The scepter releases massive energy waves. I've felt its destructive force myself in Washington Square." "No." Chun Tian stood up abruptly, waving his hand to summon another set of images, former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Pierce standing beside Loki, his eyes glittering with a strange blue light. Crossbones Rumlow inside Trident Tower, shrouded in the same eerie glow. "The real horror of this scepter is its power to control people's minds. Pierce and Rumlow were both under the influence of the scepter." Chun Tian's voice rumbled with the weight of thunder. "That's why Hydra could launch their rebellion from inside Trident Tower, open a portal, and let in the Chitauri army. Otherwise, there'd have been no need to risk open war. They had already acquired the Tesseract. They could have just hidden underground, quietly developing formidable weapons." Chun Tian's gaze drilled into Steve, his eyes flashing with anger. "Do you realize now just how much destruction you've set in motion by letting Bucky escape?" His voice rang out, deafening. "We went through hell to root out the Hydra operatives inside every branch of government, to reclaim the Tesseract. And now you've handed them another power source. An energy weapon just as dangerous as the Tesseract. Even more terrifying." Chun Tian's breath came rough and fast with fury. "This weapon, it can control people's very minds. Can you imagine what comes next? Countless people reduced to nothing but Hydra's puppets. Tell me this. Do you really believe that the safety of your brainwashed old friend matters more than the lives of the people of this world?" Steve's pupils shrank in shock. The coffee cup slipped from his hand and crashed to the floor, the scalding coffee splashing over his boots, though he seemed not to notice at all. His lips trembled, unable to form a single coherent word. Instantly, all color drained from his face. Even his lips turned ghostly pale. Bathed in the morning light, his figure swayed unsteadily, as though all the strength had suddenly been drained from his body. Those eyes, always so resolute and blue, were now bloodshot, fixed in a desperate stare upon the ghostly blue scepter glowing in the holographic projection. I don't know." His voice was so hoarse it was barely recognizable. His fingers clutched unconsciously at the fabric of his uniform over his chest, his knuckles turning white from the force. The temperature in the training room was steady at 22 degrees, yet beads of cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Chun Tian's furious questioning struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Steve collapsed onto the sofa, his vision blurring, ears ringing, as if he were once again back in that icy laboratory 70 years ago, watching Dr. Erskine fall before his eyes. "Master," Captain Roger's blood pressure and heart rate are showing abnormal fluctuations. 2B's mechanical voice sounded suddenly. At some point, she had already pulled up Steve's physiological data. I recommend immediate sedation. But Steve could no longer hear her. His world was spinning, his mind flashing relentlessly with images. Bucky falling from the train, the explosion at Triskelion, that massive portal yawning open over Washington. And now, because of his choices, it all threatened to happen again. What have I done? He muttered to himself, his voice so broken it was barely audible. A bead of cold sweat traced down his temple, paused at his chin, then finally dropped onto the chilled floor of the training room. Shen Tian's anger eased slightly, though his gaze remained steely. He grabbed the glass of iced water from the table and, without hesitation, splashed it in Steve's face. "Are you awake now, Captain?" His voice was low and sharp, cutting through the air like a drawn blade. "Falling apart won't solve anything." The icy water ran down Steve's cheeks, dripping onto his uniform. His breath hitched for a moment, then gradually steadied. When he finally looked up again, a hint of sharpness had returned to those blue eyes, though pain and guilt still lingered deep within. "I'll take responsibility." He wiped the water from his face, his voice resolute. "I'll bring Bucky back myself." Chen Tian studied Steve for a moment, then finally nodded. He turned and strode to the holographic control console, his fingers sweeping swiftly through the air to pull up a set of satellite images. "Sokovia." Chen Tian's voice was calm again. "Our reconnaissance drones in Eastern Europe picked up anomalous energy readings 3 days ago." The image zoomed in, revealing an ancient castle hidden deep in the snow-capped mountains. Tubi silently handed over an encrypted file, which Chen Tian projected into the air. "According to intelligence, both Bucky and the Scepter were likely moved here." He pointed to a cross-section of the castle's underground structure. "There's a quantum laboratory on the 3rd sublevel. Hydra is conducting some kind of energy weapon experiment down there." Steve stood up, droplets of water trickling from his blonde hair. He scrutinized every detail of the projection, his gaze gradually regaining its usual sharpness. "I need a team. This time, 2B and I will take part in the mission ourselves. Listen to me, Rogers." Chen Tian met Captain America's eyes, his voice as low and chilling as a whisper from death itself. "I'm giving you one last chance. If you can bring Bucky back, I promise I won't interfere." The temperature in the training room seemed to plummet. But if he's still Hydra's weapon, his tone brimmed with lethal intent. "I'll end it myself. It's a necessary sacrifice to keep the power of the Scepter from spreading." Steve clenched his fists tightly. Taking a deep breath, he answered, "I understand where you're coming from, but I'll do everything I can." "No, not just everything you can. You must succeed." Chen Tian's pupils turned a cold, steely blue. "Otherwise, I won't let you repeat the mistake you made in Washington. If it comes to it, you'll be sacrificed too." The titanium alloy doors of the training room closed silently. Steve's footsteps faded into the distance. 2B's mechanical pupils narrowed slightly. She turned to look at Chen Tian, the artificial lashes casting delicate, broken shadows in the morning light. "Master," she said, her voice tinged with hesitation, "isn't this kind of psychological pressure too harsh for Captain Rogers?" Chen Tian didn't respond right away. He walked over to the smart glass wall, gazing out at the thinning morning mist over the Pacific. Sunlight carved sharp shadows along the contours of his face. "2B, activate maximum level shielding protocols." His voice was low. "Cut off all monitoring systems, including Jarvis." A stream of data flickered through 2B's eyes. She lifted her slender arm, blue energy rippling from her fingertips in gentle waves. Instantly, an invisible force field enveloped the entire training room, making even the air feel thick and still. "Shielding complete," she confirmed softly. "We're now in a completely sealed information black hole." Chen Tian turned around. The icy blue glow faded from his eyes, replaced by an unusual weariness. He made his way to the sofa and sat down, his fingers absently tracing the rim of his coffee cup. "Do you think I really want to treat Steve this way?" His voice grew unexpectedly gentle. "That stubborn old popsicle." Tubi quietly walked to his side, her mechanical fingers resting lightly on his shoulder. Her touch was gentle, calculated to perfection. "But this time is different." Chen Tian suddenly looked up, a flash of resolve in his eyes. "Do you know what the Winter Soldier has done? He killed Tony's parents." His voice rumbled, heavy as distant thunder. "And right now, Tony is still in the dark." 2B's pupils contracted sharply, streams of data flickering rapidly in her eyes. "Master, do you mean?" "There are 2 objectives for this mission," Chen Tian said, reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed. "Stopping the Scepter from spreading is only one. More importantly, I must be the one to end Bucky Barnes myself. The air in the training room seemed to freeze. 2BS mechanical core emitted a faint whir. But what if Captain Steve? I should have done it back in Washington. Chun Tian suddenly slammed his fist onto the armrest, the metal surface caving in with a dull thud. If I hadn't been held up by Proxima Midnight and the Black Order General, his voice was thick with regret. After dealing with them, I had no choice but to retrieve the Tesseract first. I was only a few minutes too late, and that murderer slipped away. 2BS body trembled ever so slightly. Only now did she truly understand the depth of her master's fury. So, back then, when I held back, Chun Tian waved her off and summoned a holographic display of the Arbiter Tower. Think about it. What do you think would happen if Tony learned the truth, right? Now, he's riding high, never having faced the life-and-death trial of flying a nuke into space. But once he finds out what really happened to his parents, the projection shifted to a virtual simulation. Tony, consumed by rage, falling out with Steve, conflict erupting within the Arbiters, the world's media erupting in a frenzy. The whole world would mock the Arbiters. Chun Tian's voice was cold as ice, right after Steve just praised us on live global news. 2BS mechanical fingers tightened unconsciously. Then why not tell Captain Rogers directly? Because that old relic will always choose to protect his good buddy, Chun Tian replied with a mocking shake of his head. Just like he did in Washington. He turned to the satellite image of Sokovia. This time, I won't let him slip away. Whether Bucky's been awakened or not, he must die. 2B was silent for a long moment before she suddenly looked up. Master, if that's the case, why involve Captain Rogers in the Sokovia operation at all? A cold smile played at the corner of Chun Tian's lips. Because if he understands the true danger of the Mind Scepter now, he'll be more vigilant in the future. He stood up, the energy circuits on, his tactical suit glowing an eerie blue. Your task is to distract Steve and eliminate Hydra in Sokovia. As for me, a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. I'll take care of Bucky myself. 2BS mechanical core suddenly spun up with increased speed. But if Captain Rogers sees you kill Bucky, then let him see, Chun Tian scoffed. If it really comes to that, I'll resign from the Arbiters. Steve will hate me to his core, but his voice took on a deeper, more significant note. He'll start to look after Tony with greater care. After all, he now knows that Bucky killed Tony's parents. Chun Tian let out a soft chuckle. Steve thinks I'm oblivious, but in truth, every recording from his nanosuit, I've seen them all. His voice grew ever more subdued. If Steve is willing to shoulder so much for Bucky, then why, as Tony's friend, shouldn't I do the same for him? Morning light streamed in through the smart glass, stretching their shadows across the floor. Standing at the boundary of light and darkness, Chun Tian's profile looked especially cold and resolute. Let's get ready to move. This time, we're ending it all before anyone else even realizes what's happening. 2BS mechanical eyes trembled slightly, silent data streams flickering beneath her gaze. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, and the servos beneath her artificial skin emitted the faintest hum. Master. Her voice was lower than usual, tinged with a subtle electronic distortion. If only I'd been more decisive back then. Suddenly, Chun Tian turned and swept 2B into his arms. The girl's silver hair brushed his chin, carrying a gentle jasmine scent. Silly girl. Chun Tian laughed softly, ruffling the crown of her head, his fingers brushing her earlobe. Haven't you forgotten what I taught you? Freedom means having the right to choose, always. And besides, who do you think your master is? A little trouble like this. 2B abruptly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Her voice came muffled. But what you're risking isn't just Captain Rogers' hatred. You could lose your place among the Arbiters. Hey, am I interrupting something here? The automatic doors to the training room slid open. Tony sauntered in, draped in a silk robe, a steaming mug of coffee in hand. He made a show of covering his eyes theatrically, though his fingers were spread wide apart. My God, should I ask Jarvis to set an alarm? Something like, don't enter the training room before 7 a.m. or you'll see things you shouldn't. 2B sprang away as if shocked, quickly stepping behind Chun Tian. Her cooling fan gave a faint whir, and a blush of pink spread across her artificial skin. Oh, shut up, Stark. Chun Tian grabbed a throw pillow from the couch and hurled it at him. Jarvis sent the whole group that video of you hugging the toilet last night. Tony dodged the pillow with ease, not spilling a drop of coffee. That was performance art. I was recreating a classic scene from The Hangover. He leaned in toward 2B, winking mischievously. Seriously though, sweetheart, if you ever feel like switching masters, my lab's got the latest in maintenance tech, top to bottom. Chun Tian lunged forward in a flash, locking Tony's neck in an arm and ruffling his hair. Don't even think about it. Tubi belongs to me and me alone. Easy. This hairstyle's worth $1 million. Tony struggled and shouted, his coffee cup tilting dangerously. Tubi, come rein in your abusive master. Tubi stood by, quietly watching the two men wrestle, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifting in a faint smile. Her cooling system finally returned to normal, and the data streams in her pupils became calm and orderly once more. Master, she reminded softly, the jet is ready. You can take off in 3 to 5 minutes. Chen Tian let go of Tony and casually straightened his rumpled collar. Suddenly, Tony noticed the jet warm-up sequence displayed on the tactical panel and raised an eyebrow. Wait, where are you going? Just heading out for a bit, Chen Tian replied, snatching Tony's coffee and taking a sip. There's somewhere I need to go. Might help me get stronger. Tony's eyes widened theatrically. What? Now? He started ticking off on his fingers. Tomorrow you have that Wall Street Journal interview. The day after is the UN Global Defense Initiative meeting, and then... Exactly, Chen Tian replied, clapping Tony on the shoulder with a grin. I'll leave all that to you, Supreme Commander of the Arbiters. Tony threw his hands up in exaggerated protest. Hey, you can't just dump this mess on me. Last time I dealt with those politicians alone, Jarvis said my swearing quota shot up by 37%. Tubi quietly added from the side. To be precise, it was a 38.6% increase, Mr. Stark. Tony rolled his eyes. See? Even the android's giving me grief now. He suddenly leaned in close to Chen Tian, lowering his voice. Be honest. Are you off to risk your neck again? Last time you said you were just going to take a look, and you nearly took out New Mexico. Chen Tian just smiled, saying nothing, and shoved the empty coffee cup back into Tony's hand. Master, Tubi reminded gently, the jet is fully prepped, ready whenever you are. Tony watched the two of them interact with perfectly synchronized understanding and let out a dramatic sigh. All right, just make sure you're back early. I made a reservation at that Turkish grill in the Old Washington District. He glanced meaningfully at 2B. This time, I'll bring Pepper, and you can bring 2B. Hey, Tony, don't you know every Turkish place you recommend is terrible? Tony shrugged. I just want to try it myself. Chen Tian curled his lip. Then you and Pepper enjoy it on your own. With that, he turned and walked out of the training room. Just as the door slid shut, Tony's voice rang out. Chen Tian, I bought that grill. I promise it won't be terrible. With his back to Tony, Chen Tian flipped him the finger and strode off with 2B. Is that barbecue place really that bad? Tony instinctively reached for his coffee mug, only to exclaim, damn it, how did that guy finish my coffee? Out on the flight deck, the biting morning wind swept in, heavy with the scent of aviation fuel. As Chen Tian stepped onto the gangway, the tactical boots he wore rang out with crisp, purposeful steps against the metal stairs. Through the bulletproof glass of the cockpit, he could see Steve, fully geared up, head bowed as he adjusted the attachment of his vibranium shield. Take over the control system, Chen Tian murmured, his lips barely moving, the words so soft only 2BS audio receptors could catch them. Block Jarvis completely for the duration. 2B gave the faintest nod, a flicker of blue data streaming through her silver hair. As she ascended the gangway, the airflow caught her skirt, revealing the weapon strapped to her thigh. Inside the cockpit, Steve looked up, his blue eyes still clouded with unresolved emotions. I thought you weren't coming. His voice was lower than usual, his knuckles unconsciously tapping out an old World War II marching rhythm along the rim of his shield. How could we miss this? Chen Tian settled naturally into the co-pilot's seat, fingers dancing over the control panel as he entered a string of encrypted codes. It's your first time joining me for a secret mission as arbiters. Tubi slid quietly into the pilot's seat, slender fingers stretching over the controls. The moment her fingertips touched the interface, the entire cockpit was bathed in a cool blue glow, and the holographic projector filled the air with a dense web of encrypted symbols. Quantum encrypted channel established, she said, her mechanical pupils narrowing to razor-thin lines. All communications will be routed through 7th-generation firewalls. Estimated jamming efficiency, 99.97%. Steve frowned at the control panel, now washed in a new color. What's this? A newly developed ghost protocol, Chen Tian replied calmly, fastening his seatbelt. Hydra's base in Sokovia might be monitoring our frequencies. Back in the 30-meter-high training room, Tony's robe billowed in the air conditioning. He raised a freshly poured coffee and flipped off the departing Quinjet, the anti-glare glass reflecting the wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Tian caught the gesture through the window and grinned, returning the salute in kind. As his hand fell, the engines of the jet roared to life, and the vector thrusters blazed with a fierce blue plasma. "To be, play black ice," Chen Tian said suddenly. Let's help our old popsicle unwind a little. As the synthesized electronic intro kicked in, Chantion muttered under his breath, just loud enough for 2B to hear, "Damn, Tony's a bad influence." Before I crossed over, I only listened to a do and Riol. The corners of 2B's lips lifted in a barely perceptible smile. "Mr. Stark, wasn't it your influence that got you hooked on gaming too?" "Hang on tight, old popsicle," Chantion called out, gripping the armrest as the Quinjet shook violently. 2B's piloting style is a lot more intense than Jarvis's ever was. Before he'd even finished speaking, the Quinjet shot upward at a near-vertical angle. Steve's shield clanged against the bulkhead, and he had to clutch the emergency handle overhead to keep from being tossed out of his seat. 2B's silver hair whipped about in the crushing G-forces, flowing like a waterfall woven from liquid metal. Tactical maps flickered in her pupils. A three-dimensional model of Sokovia was rapidly assembling itself across her irises. "Estimated arrival at the target airspace in 47 minutes, she announced, her calm voice a stark contrast to the jet's wild descent. "I recommend Captain Rogers begin equipping the high-altitude parachute module now." Steve gritted his teeth and tightened his seatbelt as far as it would go. "Do you guys always take off like this?" Each word was broken up by the relentless jolting. Chantion grinned, canine teeth flashing. "Only when I'm in a good mood." He glanced out the porthole, where the clouds receded like an ebbing tide and the blue horizon began to curve. "Get ready for a 30,000-foot sky party, Captain." 2B chuckled over the comms. "Master, you're starting to sound more and more like Mr. Stark these days." Far below, the glass curtain wall of the Arbiter's Tower caught the morning sun, shining like a brick of molten gold. Tony was nowhere in sight. But Chantion knew that stubborn arms dealer was still standing at the window, watching until the jet's contrail faded entirely from the sky. Suddenly, 2B turned her head, a strand of silver hair falling across Chantion's shoulder. "Master, detecting abnormal fluctuations in Captain Steve's vital signs." "Relax, soldier." Chantion reached under the seat and tossed an oxygen mask to Steve. "This is just the beginning." His gaze pierced the trembling fuselage, landing on the distant silhouette of the European continent as it gradually emerged. "Once we reach Sokovia, that's when the real show starts." As the jet sliced through the stratosphere, tiny ice crystals formed on the windows. They glittered in the sunlight like diamonds scattered across blue velvet, beautiful but fleeting. The pulsating beats of black ice merged with the roar of the engines, composing an unconventional soundtrack for their perilous journey. Tony stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Arbiter's Tower, the hem of his robe fluttering gently in the recycled air. He watched as the Quinjet vanished into the clouds, his coffee cup now empty. "Jarvis," Tony's tone suddenly sharpened, "track the jet's real-time location." "My apologies, sir." Jarvis's voice held a trace of electronic regret. "It appears that Mr. Chan has activated some kind of new shielding system. All signals from the jet have vanished." Tony's frown deepened. "When did it start?" According to the data logs, the shielding system was activated 37 seconds before the jet took off. Jarvis paused for a moment. Interestingly, the encryption method used is highly similar to the technology previously employed in the training room. Tony spun around sharply. "The training room? When was that?" "In the 6 minutes and 12 seconds before you entered the training room. It too was fully shielded," Jarvis replied, his tone unusually perplexed. "I couldn't even confirm how many people were inside at the time." Tony's fingers tapped absent-mindedly along the rim of his coffee cup, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his face, but it did nothing to dispel the shadow in his eyes. His fingers moved swiftly across the console, his voice taut with suppressed frustration. "Jarvis, pull up the surveillance footage from the training room before the shielding went up." "Sir, this is odd." For once, a waver crept into Jarvis's electronic tone. "All related records have been deliberately tampered with, and the data integrity checks have failed. I'm unable to recover the original footage." Tony's fingers froze in midair, the coffee swirling gently in his cup. "Tampered with," he repeated quietly, his brow furrowed. "Even your systems were bypassed." "To be precise, someone used an encryption method more advanced than my own security protocols," Jarvis replied, still sounding puzzled. "The technical signature is suspiciously similar to Miss 2B's handiwork." Tony set his coffee cup down on the console with a decisive clink, the ring of metal against glass echoing in the quiet room. He turned to look out the window. By now, the jet had vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only a few wispy contrails dissolving in the morning breeze. "Sir, a call from Miss Potts," Jarvis suddenly announced. "She reminds you that the media briefing will begin at 8. Tony raked a hand through his hair in irritation. "Tell her I'll be right." "Tony," Pepper's voice came through the comm. tinged with exasperated affection. The Arbiter's press conference starts at 8. Don't tell me you've forgotten again. Tony's fingers danced across the holographic display, his brow still furrowed. Of course I remember, darling. It's just he hesitated. Tian took off in a jet with 2B. Even Jarvis can't track their signal. There was a brief silence on the other end. Tony, Pepper's voice softened unexpectedly. Do you trust Tian? Tony answered almost without thinking. Of course. Then why worry about it? Pepper laughed softly. If you trust him, you should believe he has his reasons for doing this. Tony paused for a moment, then his lips curled into that signature, irreverent grin. You're right, sweetheart. I'm heading out now, and I'll make sure to show up right on time for the cameras. That's the Tony Stark I know. Pepper's voice carried smile. Remember your tie. There's a BBC interview today. At your command, Madam CEO. Tony gave an exaggerated bow, even though Pepper couldn't see him. Love you. After ending the call, Tony's expression relaxed a little. He walked toward the elevator, his robe trailing lightly behind him. Jarvis, he said as the elevator doors slid shut, keep tracking Tian's signal. Let me know the moment you find anything, no matter how small. Global scan has been initiated, sir, Jarvis replied. Would you like me to prepare the armor? Tony shook his head. No need. He hesitated a moment, then added, but run checks on all the suits, just in case. Sunlight streamed through the lab's glass walls, falling across the workbench where Tony stood, watching the light play off the Mark Eclipse armor. He reached out and touched the arc reactor at his chest, murmuring to himself, Tian, you bastard, you'd better know what you're doing. But this time, his voice held less worry and a little more trust. High above the clouds, the Arbiter jet sliced through the sky, its engines rumbling low in the thin air. Inside the cabin, Tian stood before a holographic display blue. Streams of data illuminating his sharp features. In the projection, an ancient castle rose from the mountains of Sokovia, the Hydra insignia barely visible under an infrared scan. Intelligence suggests there are traces of the Mind Scepter's energy here, Tian said calmly. This could be Hydra's new weapon factory. Steve stood nearby, brows furrowed. Are we sure Bucky's here? Tian's fingers moved across the hologram, shifting the display to reveal the castle's underground layout, several red dots marking possible holding areas. Not certain, he replied coolly, but Hydra never lets go of anything valuable, especially the Winter Soldier. 2B stood by the hatch, her silver hair rippling in the air currents. Data flickered in her eyes as she rapidly assessed the terrain and potential threats. What's the plan? Steve looked over at Tian. Tian crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze still fixed on the projection. You and 2B will break in from the ground, clear out the outer guards, and locate the staff's storage point. Secure the staff first, then you go after Bucky. He paused for a moment. I'll observe everything from above and adjust tactics as needed. Steve nodded, reaching up to tighten the straps on his shield. Understood. He turned slightly, glancing at Tian. Tian, aren't you coming with us? A faint, elusive smile played at the corners of Tian's mouth. I'll be keeping an eye on the whole situation. If anything unexpected happens, I'll join the fight. Steve immediately picked up on the deeper meaning in Tian's words, but before he could respond, the aircraft's AI chimed in. We've arrived above the target. Preparing to open the hatch. The hatch slid open slowly, and a rush of icy, high-altitude wind swept in. Steve took a deep breath and looked back at Tian. Give me some time. I'll bring Bucky back and recover the staff. His words carried a hint of appeal. Tian simply offered a calm smile. Good luck, Captain. 2B cast one last glance at Tian, then leaped out of the hatch. Her silver hair traced a shining arc through the wind. Steve followed close behind, his shield flaring in the sunlight. As the hatch closed once more, Tian stood alone before the projection, his eyes locked on a crimson dot deep within the heart of the castle. AI, descend and stay in stealth mode, he ordered quietly. The aircraft sank lower, clouds churning past the windows. Tian tapped his finger lightly, switching the projection to a real-time surveillance feed. Steve and 2B had already landed and were moving swiftly toward the castle. Steve, I hope you take your time, Tian murmured, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Because I won't wait. Tian's hair shifted to a striking pattern of black and white, and his eyes transformed into the eyes of the azure sky. Bucky Barnes, Tian uttered the name in a chilling tone. Sorry, but this time, no one can save you. Steve's shield sliced through the air, crashing into the chest of a Hydra soldier, sending him flying several meters. The shrill wail of alarms echoed over the castle, as red warning lights bathed the corridors in a blood-like glow. 2B, left corridor. Steve barked, dodging a hail of bullets and hurling his shield in a single, fluid motion, knocking down 3 armed agents. 2B moved like a phantom, her silver hair trailing after images at high speed. Her mechanical arm unfolded, slender fingers tearing through the thick armor of a tank as if it were nothing more than paper. Hydra soldiers stared in terror as the seemingly delicate girl toppled a steel behemoth weighing several tons with one hand, only to have their weapons sliced apart by the flash of her blade. Target eliminated. 2B's voice was calm, as if she had merely completed a routine data entry. Castle command room. Baron Strucker slammed his fist onto the console, causing the holographic projections to flicker from the tremor. Just 2 people. Why are you all panicking? He roared. Sir, Captain America and that silver-haired girl have already broken through the outer defenses. The agent's voice trembled with fear. The tanks we deployed, she tore them apart with her bare hands. Strucker's face darkened ominously. He stared at the surveillance feed, watching the 2 move through his forces as if no one else existed, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Go to the basement, he said coldly. Release the twins. The agent hesitated. But Baron, their powers are still unstable. Now, Strucker bellowed. Send them to deal with the intruders. Steve and 2B stood back to back, surrounded by fallen Hydra soldiers piled like small hills. In the distance, more enemies were setting up heavy weapons, their barrels trained on the pair. Doesn't look like they're planning to surrender, Steve said, catching his breath and tightening his grip on the shield. Streams of data flashed rapidly through 2B's eyes. She suddenly reached out to block Steve, who was about to advance. Captain, detecting unusual energy fluctuations underground. I recommend we hold position. Steve frowned. What's the issue? My shield system requires 3 minutes and 42 seconds to recharge. 2B reported with perfect composure, subtly maneuvering their stance so Steve was facing away from the castle's core. I suggest we eliminate the outer firepower first. Before she finished speaking, the ground shook violently. With a thunderous crash, a massive hole was blasted open in the west wall of the castle. Damn it! Steve raised his shield. Tank units. 2B scanned the battlefield in an instant, detecting 4 T-90 main battle tanks approaching. She paused deliberately. My shield currently cannot provide effective defense. Steve gritted his teeth. Any way we can break through? Calculating optimal strategy. Blue light flickered in 2B's eyes, though she was quietly buying them more time. I need another 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Atop a distant tower, Baron Strucker pressed his comm with a cold smirk. Bring up the Maximoff twins. It's time for the Arbiters to witness real power. Meanwhile, 3 floors below ground in the castle, Chun Tian moved like a wraith through the corridors. Hydra guards dropped silently in his wake. He stared at the blinking red dots on his tactical visor, a cold smile curving his lips. Found you, Bucky. Chun Tian's fingertips gathered a deep azure spell force, and the energy of the technique of order. Azure slowly swirled in his palm, radiating and almost suffocating pressure. Tiny crystals of frost began to form on the glass surface of the cryogenic chamber, and Bucky Barnes' face looked even paler against the biting cold. Farewell, Winter Soldier. Chun Tian's voice was as cold as the polar wind. Just as the spell force was about to erupt, his sky azure eye suddenly contracted. A sharp whistle sliced through the air, and a silver-white blur shot forward at a terrifying, supersonic speed. Chun Tian dodged instinctively. The spot where he had just stood exploded into a pit 3 meters wide. Shards of shattered stone flew everywhere as Pietro Maximoff's figure took shape, the tips of his silvery hair still sparking with the static left by his breakneck dash. Stop! Don't you touch him! Pietro's pupils glowed with a burning red, his voice trembling with fury. The Baron said, "The Winter Soldier is ours." His words caught in his throat. The moment Pietro saw Chun Tian's face, his expression froze. His lips trembled, and the hostility in his eyes was swept away by utter disbelief. This can't be. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Wanda Maximoff charged in, scarlet chaos magic swirling around her. Pietro, what's happening? Her question died on her lips. Scarlet energy froze in midair, and Wanda's pupils contracted violently. Her lips quivered, her voice cracking with a shock on the edge of collapse. Chun Tian? You're supposed to be dead. Shield they. Chun Tian's fingers paused ever so slightly, the azure spell force swirling slowly in his palm. He narrowed his eyes, studying the stunned siblings before him. The Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. It seems we don't really know each other, he said in a low voice, the energy at his fingertips undiminished. Step aside. If you don't want to fight, don't get in my way. Pietro swallowed hard, his voice dry. But that explosion, we saw you with our own eyes. Pietro. Wanda shrieked suddenly, chaos magic surging around her in wild alarm. Watch out! The ceiling exploded with a thunderous crash, debris scattering. Steve Rogers dropped from above, gripping the scepter of the mind. His vibranium shield scraped the ground with a shower of sparks as he landed, eyes blazing with fury. "Chun Tian!" he roared, slamming the scepter into the floor. "You promised me time." The glass of the cryogenic chamber shivered, spiderweb cracks spreading from the force of his shout. Chun Tian gazed at Steve, who now stood protectively in front of the chamber, his black and white hair streaming in the chaotic currents of energy. "Captain," he spoke calmly, his gaze locked on the scepter in Steve's hand. "It seems you found one of our targets." Steve stepped forward, eyes never leaving Chun Tian, as the Mind Stone at the tip of the scepter began to glow with an ominous yellow light. "Bucky needs help, not an execution." Without a sound, Tubi appeared at the corridor's corner, slipping in behind Chun Tian. "Sorry, Master. I couldn't buy us any more time." "You've been lying to me all along?" Steve's voice trembled with hurt. "Did you have Tubi stall on purpose?" Chun Tian didn't answer Steve's accusation right away. Instead, he turned his head slightly to look at Tubi. Situation inside the castle. Streams of data flickered rapidly in Tubi's pupils. "Master, 72.3% of Hydra's armed forces have been eliminated, including their leader, Baron Strucker." She paused. "The remaining 27.7% are regrouping on the third basement level." Chun Tian nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Steve. "Captain, there are still Hydra remnants to be dealt with here." His tone was so calm it seemed almost cold. "I suggest you take care of them first." Steve's fists clenched tightly, his shield's edge catching the scepter's glow with a cold gleam. "Answer me. Did you plan to kill Bucky from the very start?" His voice echoed through the empty underground corridor. "Tubi stalls for time. You move alone. Was this all part of your plan?" The Maximoff twins stood aside, watching the sudden quarrel, caught off guard and unsure what to do. Chun Tian's eyes closed slightly, a flash of crimson flickering in the depths of his celestial eye. When he opened them again, his voice was barely a whisper. "Forgive me, Captain." At his fingertips, a blue sphere of energy began to form, distorting and warping the air around it. Though it seemed small, it felt as if it held the gravity of the universe itself, bending even the light nearby. "Arcane sequence, Azure." As Chun Tian's cold words fell, the entire underground space was swallowed by an uncanny silence. Everyone felt a sudden, crushing weight, as if an invisible giant hand pinned them to the spot. Steve grunted, his knees buckling slightly. His vibranium shield grew impossibly heavy, forcing Captain America to summon every ounce of strength just to keep hold of it. Wanda's scarlet hair lifted in a windless current as she struggled to remain upright, her chaos magic thrown into turmoil by the overwhelming gravity. "Damn it, Chun Tian. Doesn't he use a greatsword? How does he know this?" Wanda gritted her teeth, beads of sweat gathering on her brow. Pietro tried to move, only to discover that his super speed had completely deserted him. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Taking even the simplest step became an agonizing struggle. "Damn it." Quicksilver's pupils contracted sharply. "My body's so heavy." Inside 2B, her mechanical core began to emit a low, tense hum. Her gravity regulation system was straining at full power, desperately, fighting against this sudden shift in gravitational pull. A flicker of confusion crossed the silver-haired girl's eyes. "Master, this gravitational field." No matter how she calculated, her core computer could not understand why her master's power was now affecting her as well. Steve struggled to lift his head and saw Chun Tian standing at the center of the gravity field, his black and white hair whipping wildly in the energy storm. Captain America's gaze brimmed with shock and confusion. "Chun Tian, what are you doing?" The cryo chamber shrieked under the pressure of Tsang's gravitational field, metal twisting and groaning, while the thick reinforced glass began to crack in a spiderweb pattern. The entire metal chamber seemed to be dragged by an invisible giant hand, slowly sliding toward Chun Tian, gouging a deep trench in the ground as it moved. "No, Bucky!" Steve roared, instantly letting go of his vibranium shield. Captain America dove forward, grabbing the emergency handle on the side of the cryo chamber with both hands. His knuckles turned white from the strain, and his combat boots scraped two blackened lines across the floor. Metal groaned and warped under the combined forces. Steve's muscles tightened to their absolute limit, every vein standing out beneath his skin like coal dragons. His temples throbbed, and sweat trickled down his tense jawline, only to be torn a fine mist the moment it touched the gravity field. The cryo chamber kept sliding forward. Steve's boots had sunk into the concrete, and his uniform was ripping open along his back under the invisible force, exposing raw, bleeding skin beneath. But Captain America clenched his jaw, a guttural growl rumbling from his throat as he fought the space-warping spell with nothing but sheer physical strength. Chun-Tian, stop! Steve forced the words out through gritted teeth, his eyes red with strain. Are you out of your mind? Out of my mind? No. These are sacrifices that must be made. Chun-Tian's voice was cold, stripped of all humanity. In the sky-blue depths of his Zhangtian's eye, a thread of crimson light coiled and danced. 2BS pupils tightened to pinpoints. Data streams poured through her vision like a waterfall. She stared at Chun-Tian's ice-cold, merciless profile, her core processor flaring with alarms that stabbed like needles. This was not the master she knew. Master! For the first time, her voice was sharp and desperate, straining to the very limits of her vocal capacity. Please stop. The silver-haired girl ignored the tearing force of the gravity field and staggered forward. Her mechanical joints groaned under the unbearable weight, while her artificial skin began to crack under the immense pressure, revealing the sparking metal framework beneath. You once said you wanted to create a world where no one had to sacrifice. 2BS voice trembled, laced with a human-like sob. Is this the future you truly desire? Chun-Tian's fingertips paused for a fraction of a second. 2BS words pierced into the depths of his chaotic mind like a razor-sharp blade. For a moment, the crimson gleam in the eye of heaven flickered, and Chun-Tian's expression grew unfocused, as if he were struggling within some distant, shattered memory. 2B, his lips quivered, and there was a barely perceptible trace of hesitation in his voice. But in the next instant, that crimson hue surged back into his eyes like a rising tide. Chun-Tian's face returned to its icy, unfamiliar mask, as if that fleeting moment of doubt had never existed. I am sorry, Dvabe. His voice was low and hollow, echoing as though from a distant void. This is not a war you should be part of. Before his words had even faded, Chun-Tian lifted his right hand, tracing a ghostly blue arc through the air. 2BS mechanical pupils constricted in alarm as she saw her data core begin to unravel, breaking apart into countless motes of light beyond her control. Master, don't. Her voice quivered, her fingertips grasping desperately at the empty air, only to find nothing but coldness. The silver-haired girl's silhouette began to blur, dissolving like a sand painting swept away by the wind, with waves of ethereal blue data streaming from beneath her synthetic skin. In the final instant before she vanished, a flicker of indescribable complexity flashed through 2BS electronic eyes, something no line of code could ever define, the shudder of a soul. Her body scattered into a myriad of light particles, like stars winking out in the night sky. Even as they faded, the motes stubbornly tried to reassemble themselves into the outline of their master. I will wait for you to summon me again. With that barely audible whisper, 2B vanished completely, leaving behind only a few drifting strands of silver hair and a handful of blue coolant droplets on the floor, proof that she had ever existed. Chun-Tian slowly lowered his hand, the blue afterglow of the summoning spell still lingering at his fingertips. His expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he had merely closed an unimportant program. Now, his gaze locked once more on the cryochamber, the crimson in his eye of heaven burning more fiercely than ever. It's time to end all of this. The gravity field intensified several times over, making the entire underground chamber tremble. Steve let out a muffled cry of pain, his arm muscles stretched to the limit, yet he clung to the cryochamber with unyielding determination. Chun-Tian. Captain America's voice was ragged, barely recognizable. Wake up. This isn't you. But it was as if Chun-Tian couldn't hear a thing. He slowly raised his hand, and a sphere of blue energy began to spin at a breathtaking speed, tearing tiny rifts in the air itself. It's time to rest, Winter Soldier. Just as the energy was about to erupt, a long, drawn-out sigh drifted through the air, as if echoing from the very edge of time and space. There was an unspeakable weariness and ancient sorrow in that sigh, yet it brimmed with a wisdom that transcended the mortal world. With that whisper, a circle of golden sparks suddenly appeared beneath Chun-Tian's feet, rippling across the ground like waves spreading on water. The sparks spun, tracing out ancient, mysterious runes. Chun-Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to cast a spell to lift himself into the air and escape, but in that instant, he realized a matching golden circle had also appeared above his head. This is... Before he could finish, both circles shrank at once, enveloping Chun-Tian completely. In the next instant, the golden rings, along with Chun-Tian inside them, vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a few drifting sparks that faded gently into darkness. The entire third basement level was plunged into an eerie silence, broken only by the blaring alarms of the cryogenic pod echoing through the empty corridors. In a heartbeat, the twisted gravitational field that had warped the whole floor vanished, as if erased by an invisible hand. The cryogenic pod crashed to the ground. Steve stumbled back several steps, staring in shock at the sight before him. He stood frozen, his gaze shifting from the spot where Chen Tian had disappeared to the Maximoff siblings, who looked just as stunned. What just happened? Pietro's voice trembled, and he instinctively reached up to touch his neck, as if to make sure he hadn't been whisked away by the same magic. Scarlet chaos magic flickered unconsciously around Wanda, her eyes glinting with caution and confusion. I can't sense any energy at all. It's like he was never here. Steve bent down to pick up his shield, his brow furrowed tight. He glanced at the battered cryogenic pod, where Bucky's pale face was barely visible behind the shattered glass. Within the golden mirror dimension, Chun Tian's figure suddenly appeared. He staggered, struggling to steady himself as crimson and azure light battled fiercely in his eyes, two tides locked in a violent clash. What is this? The buildings around him twisted and folded in ways that defied the laws of physics, while the sky above was etched with bizarre, geometric patterns. Chun Tian reached out to touch what looked like a glass curtain wall beside him, but his fingertips passed straight through, as if the solid surface were nothing but mist, a reflection of reality rather than reality itself. The mirror dimension? Yes, that's right. This is the mirror dimension. A gentle voice sounded from behind him. Chen Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He spun around, only to see the Ancient One stepping forth as if emerging from shattered glass, her saffron robes drifting gently in the still, windless space. Ancient One. Chen Tian's voice was edged with a dangerous rasp, and the crimson in the eye of heaven flared even wider. You shouldn't be stopping me. The Ancient One didn't answer right away. She approached slowly, her gaze falling on Chen Tian's corrupted right eye. What had once been a pure cerulean had now been stained with scarlet, bleeding outward like ink dropped into clear water. I've always been shielding you, keeping the dimensional demon god from tracking you down, she said softly, tracing a golden arc in the air with her finger. But in the end, there are always some that slip through the net. Have you not been sleeping well for a long time? Chun Tian's pupils shrank again, the crimson in the eye of heaven surging like wildfire. His breath grew ragged, and cursed energy erupted uncontrollably around him, forming a vortex of twisted power. Whether I've slept or not, what's that to you? His shout crashed through the mirror dimension like a thunderclap, shaking the glass walls until they all shattered in a chorus of splintering sound. The shards didn't fall. Instead, they hung eerily suspended in midair, each one warping and twisting, reflecting fragments of Chun Tian's dreams throughout the mirrored realm. The Ancient One's expression remained calm, but deep in her eyes, a flicker of pity passed. Chun Tian, your mind has already been corrupted, she said quietly, bringing her palms together before her chest as a golden magic circle spun between them. You haven't even noticed you're being controlled. This is my failure too. I was so focused on defending against the demon gods that I forgot. At heart, you've always been a fragile child. Chun Tian let out a cold, jagged laugh, his lips twisting into a manic sneer. And who do you think you are? I just want to stop the nightmares from coming true. I'm protecting my friends. I can't watch another friend die after saying I am Iron Man. His expression grew wild. What's so great about Captain America? Or Bucky? That damned saintly Cap was willing to betray Tony for his friend. So why shouldn't I kill him and that wretched friend of his? I don't even belong to this world, so I can do whatever I want. With a heavy sigh, the Ancient One swept her sleeve, drawing a golden arc through the air. The entire mirror dimension twisted violently, like a kaleidoscope shattered and remade. Countless shards of memory spun together, finally settling on the deepest terror lurking in Chun Tian's dreams. Above the ruins of New York, Tony Stark's nanotech armor was shattered beyond repair. Chun Tian's hand closed tightly around his throat, cold azure sorcery swirling between his fingers. Tony's faceplate had long since broken, and those caramel-colored eyes, always sparkling with intelligence, now brimmed with tears, reflecting the ferocity twisted across Chun Tian's face. Is this the future you want? The Ancient One's voice echoed from every direction, each syllable landing on Chun Tian's heart like a heavy blow. In a mirror world, Chun Tian cocked his head, his lips twisting into an inhuman grin. A necessary sacrifice, that's all. With a sharp, sickening snap, Tony's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and the light in his eyes was extinguished forever. Suddenly, in reality, Chun Tian collapsed to his knees, his stomach racked with violent spasms. More visions surfaced among the ashes. Pepper dying clutching Tony's corpse, 2BS mechanical core, crushed by his own hand. Steve's vibranium shield driven through Wanda's chest. No, this isn't me. Tion's voice broke apart, raw and desperate. He shook his head wildly, only to see that in every fractured shard stood another version of himself, each one's eyes burning with the same crimson fire. The Ancient One's form emerged from the drifting ash. This time, she cast no spell. She simply watched Tion in silence. Look closely. All of this is what the Dimensional Demon wants you to do. She pointed toward the final fragment, where Tion's current self was reflected. You think you're protecting them, but in truth, you're becoming their greatest threat. Tion's nails dug deep into his palms, blood seeping between his fingers and dripping onto the mirrored floor, sending ripples spreading outward. In every drop of blood, a different future was reflected, but in all of them, he stood atop piles of corpses and rivers of blood, his friends' bodies beneath his feet. That being from another dimension is more cunning than you realize, the Ancient One's voice softened. It wants your soul to fall. It wants you to choose the path of corruption, to walk willingly into its snare. With a wave of her hand, the gruesome visions faded. You're terrified of repeating the same mistakes, yet that very obsession is leading you down the darkest road. The mirror dimension began to collapse, countless glass-like shards swirling through the air. Tion stared in a daze at one fragment. Inside it, 2B smiled at him, holding up the strawberry ice cream they once bought together. The pink scoop gave off a gentle mist, a drop of melting cream sliding slowly down the edge of the cone. Her silver-white hair lifted softly in the breeze, the sky behind her a piercing, radiant blue, as if she were haloed in angelic light. Now you understand. The Ancient One's voice faded into the distance. True protection is not about killing. It's about... Her final words were swallowed by the howling wind. Suddenly, Tion began to fall, plunging into a bottomless darkness. In that fleeting moment before he lost consciousness, he seemed to hear Tony's voice, the words Tony had spoken to him in a dream, just before his own death. Kid, you're better than this. Tion's body tumbled endlessly through the shadows, the roar of the wind in his ears interwoven with 1,000 familiar sounds. Tony hammering away in a cave in Afghanistan, the crisp whistle of 2BS blade slicing through air during battle, the jubilant cheers of the arbiters at a post-war barbecue. These noises, sharp as shattered glass, scraped mercilessly against his nerves. Then, without warning, the fall stopped. He found himself standing within a space of pure white. At his feet, a mirror-like surface of still water. Yet what reflected back was not his own image, but countless silhouettes of possible futures. In one world he was, grinning as he high-fived the arbiters in celebration. In another, 2B was pressing a half-melted ice cream to his lips. And in yet another, he sat alone atop the ruins of Stark Tower, clutching a bloodied vibranium shield. The choice has always been yours. The Ancient One's voice drifted up from beneath the water, her silhouette rising through ripples like an ink-black lotus blooming upon the surface. This time, she wore no sorcerer's robe, but instead a simple, flowing white tunic. You are the most unique being in this world, Tion. Across all parallel universes and timelines, there is only one you. No matter past or future, no one else can alter your place on the timeline. All change begins with you. You have the right to choose, to become better, or to become worse. Tion sank to his knees atop the water, staring into the crimson depths of his own eyes, his expression vacant. His voice broke, trembling. All I ever wanted was a perfect ending. The Ancient One slowly crouched beside him, her hand resting gently on his shoulder, infusing him with a quiet warmth. There's no such thing as a perfect ending, Tion. Her tone was gentle, yet brimming with strength. It is imperfection that makes life precious. It is regret that teaches us to cherish the present. Clutching his head, Tion's face twisted in pain. But his voice quavered, in my dreams. The Ancient One shook her head softly, her gaze deep and still as an ancient well. Those visions are illusions woven by the Dimensional Demon. Her words radiated a calm that seemed to pierce through everything. They're baiting your fears, magnifying your confusion, especially that presence lurking in your dreams, the nightmare. It's using your deepest obsessions to craft a snare. At the very moment when the Ancient One uttered the words, Nightmare Realm, the pristine white space began to shudder violently. The crimson light in Tion's eyes surged like boiling magma, and the once clear surface of the water was instantly stained blood-red. A bone-chilling laughter suddenly rang out, echoing through the space, a cacophony of voices layered atop one another, raspy like an old man's death rattle, yet interwoven with the wails of infants. Sorcerer Supreme, you shouldn't meddle in matters beyond your reach. Every reflection on the water twisted into a grotesque, demonic visage. The hem of the Ancient One's white robe fluttered as though caught by an invisible wind. Her gaze sharpened. Both hands flew into a rapid sequence of spell-casting gestures, yet the crimson energies crept insidiously along the lines of her magic, corrupting them in reverse. The Ancient One's pupils contracted sharply. For the first time, those eyes, accustomed to seeing through countless dimensions, betrayed a look of genuine shock. Golden runes of magic shimmered all around her, but the moment they touched the blood-red energy, they corroded into nothingness. So that's it. Her voice trembled ever so slightly, and the light of Ashanti, gathering at her fingertips, was tainted with a foul blackness. This isn't an invasion from a single dimension, but a banquet of demons. The surface of the water churned and boiled, revealing 3 hideous reflections. Mephisto's crimson ram horns pierced the water's surface, hellfire blazing in the void. The infernal runes left behind in the New Mexico explosion now flickered deep within Chen Tian's mind. Dormammu's dark energy seeped out like viscous tar from every seam of the whiplash armor. The seed planted during the battle in Monaco had now taken root and sprouted within Chen Tian's body. But it was Nightmare's tendrils that were the most numerous, sprawling through the space like a network of blood vessels. With every pulse, the red in Chen Tian's eyes grew deeper. Nightmare had exploited Chen Tian's worries and pressure during the battle plans in Washington, infiltrating every one of his dreams. What a delectable soul! The triple demonic voices resonated within the space, shattering the water's surface with their force. Sorcerer Supreme, did you really think keeping our true forms at bay would be enough? The Ancient One staggered backward, golden blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. In that instant, everything became clear when she fought Dormammu in the New York Sanctum, when she parried Mephisto in Hong Kong, and when she defended Comartage against Nightmare's invasion. All those seemingly random dimensional disturbances had been traps meticulously laid. Just as the blood-red energy was about to engulf Chen Tian entirely, the whole space trembled again. The air filled with the acrid stench of sulfur, and smoke erupted from the void like a volcanic blast. The Ancient One jerked her head up. Amidst the billowing smoke, she saw a pair of massive claws, blazing with hellfire, tearing apart the dimensional barrier. It was you. The deafening roar sent waves 100 meters high surging across the water, which instantly transformed into a raging inferno. You dared to devour my master while I was away. A storm of sulphurous fire rained down, each drop erupting into blinding violet-black flames upon contact with the blood-colored energy. Guyi's white robe billowed in the heat wave. She saw Diablo, towering hundreds of meters tall, stride forth from the boiling lava. 7 demonic horns, wreathed in endless flames, crowned his head like a burning crown in the void. All 3 demon lords' projections shrieked in terror. Mephisto's ram's horns suddenly caught fire. Dormammu's darkness recoiled, as if facing its nemesis, while Nightmare's tendrils, those arrogant, vein-like appendages, were now charring and crumbling away before the naked eye. And you even made little 2B cry? Diablo's third eye suddenly turned toward a shard of the future, freezing the moment when 2B's core was crushed. The pure white space was instantly bathed in a hellish crimson glow. Countless molten chains shot out from the void, pinning the demon lord's projections immovably in midair. My master may be immature, but do you wretches truly think you can trespass upon his mind? Diablo's bone-spiked tail gently coiled around the unconscious Chen Tian. That infernal flame, fierce enough to melt adamantium, now brushed the boy's pale cheek as softly as a feather. Dormammu's shadow writhed violently, unleashing a roar that shook the realm. Mephisto, you damned liar! Darkness boiled like tar, erupting into 1,000 barbed spikes in the void. Didn't you say your soul curse had crippled him? Hellfire flickered on Mephisto's ram's horns, and a flicker of panic passed through his crimson pupils. Impossible. I sacrificed a third of Hell's dominion and part of my soul. His words caught in his throat, for one of Diablo's chains had wrapped around his projected neck, the violet-black flames licking at it with a familiar energy signature. That's my own power. Mephisto's image began to violently tremble. You turned my curse into nourishment. Diablo let loose a thunderous, earth-shaking laugh, the flames atop his 7 horns flaring higher. My thanks to you, old fool. He turned suddenly to Nightmare's projection, which was trying to dissolve unnoticed. Trying to escape? A multitude of burning chains erupted from within Nightmare's projection, forcibly pinning those once vaporous tendrils back into solid form. Nightmare shrieked, its voice inhuman. No. These chains are reverse tracking our dimensional coordinates. The three great demon gods simultaneously sensed the terrifying nature of those chains. They were not merely restraints, but conduits through which, via the link between projection and true form, the chains ravenously devoured the primordial energies of their respective dimensions. Dormammu's dark dimension began to fracture. Mephisto's infernal throne shook violently. And in Nightmare's realm, countless nightmare creatures were disintegrating into ashes. Self-destruct, the projection. Nightmare was the first to decide, his projection swelling instantly into an enormous black sun. We must not let him find the dimensional coordinates. Dormammu let out a roar of frustration, his dark energy erupting like a supernova. Diablo, this isn't over. In the final moment before his projection collapsed, he cast a venomous glance at the unconscious Shintion. His soul will eventually... Shut up, you fool. Diablo's massive claw clenched with a sudden force, and all three demon gods' projections burst into a cascade of scattered light. Yet in their final moment, the burning chains suddenly split and transformed into countless tiny serpents of fire, which slithered into the spatial rifts created by the explosion. From the void came the muffled groans of pain from three voices, followed by the thunderous roar of the dimensional barrier shuddering violently. Diablo watched with satisfaction as the fire serpents vanished into the rifts, a low, sinister laugh rumbling from his throat. Enjoy the little gift I've sent you. The mirror dimension began to convulse, trembling with such violence that cracks spread across the void like a spider's web. The raging torrents of energy tore several rents in two. The white robes of the Ancient One, who was horrified to discover that these were not mere ruptures in space. They were dimensional faults seeping into the realm of reality itself. Diablo, for the first time, urgency colored the Ancient One's voice. She wove complex sigils with both hands, trying to stabilize the space. But the golden runes of her spell work shattered the instant they took shape. You must hold this place together. If not, the real world will. What will happen? A clear, feminine voice suddenly rang out. As the smoke cleared, the once grotesque Lord of Terror had assumed human form. Barefoot, Leah stood upon the boiling lava, her wine-red hair streaming wildly in the energy storm, a smile both innocent and cruel curling on her lips. Will Nier collapse? Will the dimensions bleed into each other? Or perhaps... She leaned in close to the Ancient One's ear, her breath tinged with the scent of sulfur. You'll finally admit just how powerless you Guardians truly are? The Ancient One's pupils contracted sharply. In her 2,000 years as a protector, she had never witnessed the collapse of the mirror dimension affecting reality. But now, she could see it with piercing clarity on the far side of the spatial rift. The walls of the Empire State Building were inexplicably cracking. Pedestrians on the streets suddenly collapsed, blood streaming from every orifice, and over all of Manhattan, black snow had begun to fall. Demons only know how to destroy. Leah spun lightly, sending waves of hellfire swirling from the hem of her dress. Repair it? You should go seek out. Suddenly, she mimicked the Ancient One's usual solemn tone, the eternal deity you serve. Leah's indifference made the Ancient One grit her teeth. Taking a deep breath, the Ancient One tore the eye of Agamotto from her chest. Emerald light flowed through her palm. Leah watched coldly, her wine-red hair whipping in the storm of energy. Old hag, do you really think I'll help you clean up this mess? Cradling the unconscious Shintion in her arms, she sneered. Why should I care if reality collapses or if mortals die? The Ancient One did not reply. She simply raised the time stone high overhead. Emerald brilliance blazed forth, and the entire crumbling space began to tremble violently. Suddenly, Leah felt a strange lightness in her arms. Chun Tion's body was becoming translucent. What are you doing? Leah's pupils contracted sharply. She lunged toward the Ancient One, only to be halted midair by the surging tides of time. Helpless, she watched as Chun Tion's outline grew fainter and fainter, until he dissolved into shimmering stardust and vanished into the timeline. Stop, old hag. For the first time, Leah's voice quivered with real panic. She pounded furiously against the barrier of time. You'll send him into the time stream. Under the gleam of the time stone, the Ancient One's face aged rapidly, wrinkles spreading across her skin like creeping vines. Yet her resolve held firm as she sustained the spell. This is the only way. Leah's body, too, began to fade. Looking down at her vanishing arm, she let out a wrenching, guttural scream. Ancient One, when I return, I'll rip your soul to shreds and burn every piece in hellfire for 1,000 years. Her threat was cut short. Like a pencil sketch erased stroke by stroke, Leah disappeared, starting from her fingertips. The last thing to fade were her eyes, burning with fury, locked unblinkingly on the Ancient One. Within the mirror dimension, the power of the Time Stone began to reverse the destruction. Shattered glass reassembled itself, crumbling structures rebuilt. But the Ancient One knew, because of the Time Stone's power and the chaos of the collapse, Chun Tian had been cast into the currents of time. There was no telling when, or if, he might ever return. Utterly spent, she collapsed to her knees, the Time Stone slipping from her withered fingers and rolling away. As consciousness faded, she thought she heard, echoing from some distant point in time, the roar of a demon, mingling with the faint, uncertain call of a young man. Tony sprawled lazily across the couch, tugged his tie loose, and tossed his expensive tailored jacket carelessly aside. "Welcome back, sir." Jarvis's voice flowed down from the ceiling. "You've been working for 14 consecutive hours. May I suggest, get a rest, Jarvis." Tony unfastened his cufflinks. Those old fossils at the Pentagon are even more impossible than the 10 rings. As he walked toward the liquor cabinet, a holographic projection blossomed around him, displaying 12 arbitration defense bases under construction across the globe. Amber whiskey swirled in his glass, but Tony's gaze lingered on a group photo on the wall, a snapshot from the arbitration barbecue. Chun Tian had just broken the grill, with Chef Go Dan fuming in the background, while Tony, Thor, Hulk, Natasha, and Barton laughed without restraint. The memory faded as Tony caught sight of his own dark-circled reflection in the drink, pulling him back to reality. "Still no word from the kid?" Tony asked suddenly, his voice hoarser than he intended. "The global monitoring system hasn't detected any signal from Mr. Chun Tian's aircraft," Jarvis replied after a brief pause. "However, I found evidence of an explosion in Sokovia." Tony's fingers tightened abruptly, making the glass tremble in his hand. Whiskey slipped through his grip, splashing onto the marble floor in sharp, glistening streaks. "Pull up the footage." His tone turned ice-cold, exhaustion gone in an instant. "Now!" A holographic display sprang to life before Tony, showing a remote mountain in Sokovia where a towering castle suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. Tony frowned. "Rewind. Zoom in on quadrant 3. The projection shifted instantly, Jarvis adjusting the satellite feed from Sokovia with a mere 0.3-second delay. The castle was mid-explosion, the chaos unfolding in slow motion. "Again," Tony said, a note of tension in his voice. The footage replayed. In the last frame before the castle burst apart, Tony spotted a flash of silver darting from the ruins. "Pause." Tony shot to his feet. "Magnify that flash." The image zoomed and sharpened repeatedly. Gradually, the silver blur took on a human shape. Pietro sprinting at full tilt, Wanda cradled in his arms, Captain America and the Winter Soldier slung over his back. "Jarvis, who are the man running and the woman he's carrying?" Tony sat back down, taking a sip of whiskey. "Sir, I'm unable to retrieve any relevant data," Jarvis replied. Tony's brows drew together as he set the glass down. "Jarvis, get ready. We're going to Sokovia." "Sir, the Mark Eclipse armor has been fully serviced and is ready at your command." As Jarvis finished speaking, the Mark Eclipse armor rose from the floor in the center of the hall. Tony approached the suit, reaching out to touch it, when a sudden wave of unease washed over him. "Sir, your heart rate." "I'm Fine." Tony brusquely cut off the AI's alarm, though his hand was trembling uncontrollably. The hollow emptiness that came with his racing heart was hauntingly familiar, so familiar it sent a chill down his spine. The last time he'd felt this way was when he watched his parents' coffin lowered into the ground. "Jarvis, do whatever it takes to reach Steve. Tell him, I'm on my way right now." The muscles in Tony's face tightened as he clenched his jaw. "I want him to explain why he was there. My name's Chun Tian." "Yes, the same Chun Tian who got dumped into the Marvel Universe by the almighty mud god. And now I've crossed over again." "Crossed over my ass," Chun Tian grumbled, crushing a soda can in frustration. The screech of twisting metal was jarringly loud in the quiet living room. From the living room came the rhythmic sound of floorboards creaking. Chun Tian turned his head to see a tall, slender figure bending over with a mop. The man wore a deep blue trench coat beneath his apron, and a shock of silver-white hair bristled backwards like steel wires. Most striking of all was the apron on his chest, boldly emblazoned with the culinary goat, the greatest of all time in the kitchen. The man straightened up, swinging the mop in a graceful arc. He looked up, and his blue eyes softened with affection. "What's wrong, my child?" Chun Tian's mouth twitched. "Virgil, how many times have I told you? Stop calling me child." Virgil, the eldest son of the Sparta family, looked for all the world like a regular house husband as he set the mop against the wall. "But you did inherit all of Nero's power," Virgil said, sitting down next to Tian, the tails of his coat brushing lightly over the sofa. In a way, that does make you my child. Tian let out a helpless sigh, sinking into the couch like a deflated balloon. Just then, the cushion on his other side dipped unexpectedly, and a lazy, irreverent voice spoke up. My brother's right. You are, what's the word? Dante lounged with one leg crossed over the other, his red coat tossed carelessly over the sofa back, a half-eaten slice of pizza in hand. Oh, that's it. The rightful heir of the Sparta family. Tian didn't even bother to open his eyes. He just waved his hand weakly. Yeah, Dante, you're right. He paused, suddenly realizing something, and shot upright. Wait a second. Where'd you get that pizza? I could have sworn there's nothing in the fridge but a pack of frozen dumplings. Dante flashed a sly grin and crammed the rest of the pizza into his mouth. That's a trade secret. Virgil let out a cold snort, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa. He went to the Haggai convenience store to borrow their microwave again. As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept toward Dante's bulging pockets, and he borrowed a few bags of snacks while he was at it. Xiao Tian, you mustn't follow his example. Hey, big bro. Dante clutched his chest in an exaggerated show of injury, his face the picture of mock heartbreak. How could you suspect your adorable little brother like that? I paid for everything. With arcade tokens? Virgil raised an eyebrow. Tian rolled his eyes and was just about to respond when a thunderous crash erupted from the kitchen. All three of them turned at once, only to see 2B standing amidst the chaos, her expression blank as she held up a frying pan that had been blasted black. Master, she said, a trace of confusion in her voice. I followed the recipe precisely, controlling both heat and time to the letter. Watching the black smoke wafting out of the kitchen, Tian suddenly felt that all the troubles brought by his inexplicable journey to this world weren't so bad after all. At least now, he had a group of quirky but unmistakably real family members. It was a feeling he'd never known in his previous life. Forget it, he said, rising to his feet and casually taking the frying pan from 2B's hands. Rubbing his chin, Tian suddenly flashed a mischievous grin and turned to Dante. Didn't a new family move in next door? The man's name is Alexei, right? Dante, munching on his snacks, tilted his head in thought. Oh yeah, big Russian guy. He even helped me move the fridge yesterday. His eyes lit up. Wait, you're not thinking. Exactly. Tian snapped his fingers, his face alight with playful excitement. Come on, let's grab our frozen dumplings and go visit our new neighbors. Virgil frowned. My child, you mustn't take after your Uncle Dante and get too fond of mischief. Tian waved his hand innocently, a harmless smile on his face. Relax, Virgil. We're just going to say hello and maybe snag a meal. He winked. Besides, I heard they have a cute little daughter named Natasha. Virgil's frown deepened, his slender fingers unconsciously settling on the hilt of Yamato. You're not planning to... Whoa! Dante suddenly leapt from the sofa, his red coat tracing a graceful arc through the air. Go see little Natasha? Now that's a brilliant idea. 2B quietly reached into her apron pocket and produced a beautifully wrapped box of sweets. Master, I prepared this as a gift. Virgil looked at the three eager faces before him and let out a helpless sigh. At least let me cook the dumplings first. No need to cook it. Tian and Dante shouted in unison. The two exchanged a glance, sharing a mischievous, knowing grin. With a flourish, Dante conjured a bottle of vodka from beneath the sofa cushion. Bring this along. Now it's truly Russian. Indeed, Tian had been swept back to the year 1995, all because of the influence of the Time Stone. This strange journey was the direct result of Diablo's inaction. His apathetic response forced the Ancient One to wield the Time Stone. The fierce clash of temporal, dimensional, and infernal energies produced an uncontrollable overflow, flinging Tian straight into this moment in history. As soon as Tian regained his senses, emerging from the chaotic currents of time and space, he immediately used his psychic link to interrogate Diablo. Once he learned the truth, a furious Tian kicked at the air several times in exasperation. Though Diablo remained entirely unharmed, while Tian himself was left grimacing in pain. In his frustration, he also confiscated the tablet Tony had prepared for Diablo, a device packed with tens of thousands of movies and TV shows. While assessing his current situation, Tian suddenly remembered an important companion still asleep within his summoning space. Without delay, he released 2B from the summoning realm and offered her a sincere apology. 2B, ever understanding, quickly forgave her master after learning the entire story behind his temporal predicament. Perhaps as compensation for Tian's ordeal at the hands of the three great dimensional demon gods, his golden finger, his extraordinary gift, finally showed its worth. During his very first attempt at summoning, a Devil May Cry 5 grand package descended from the heavens. Not only were both middle-aged Dante and Virgil successfully called forth, but Shintian himself unexpectedly gained all of Nero's powers and weapons. This explains why Virgil and Dante, unlike Diablo and Madara, didn't see Shintian as their master, but rather as their child. And so, in this unfamiliar 1995, Shintian found himself surrounded by an unusual family. Virgil, who always wore an apron and regarded Shintian with fatherly affection, the ever-lazy Dante, and Shintian's beloved Miss 2B. Oh, and not to forget Madara. He'd withdrawn into himself, having once arrogantly believed he had surpassed Mephisto's power, only to discover it was all a ruse set by Mephisto, plunging his own master into dire straits. Shaken, Madara secluded himself in the summoning space, endlessly training. Although he still answered Shintian's summons, his arrogance was visibly diminished. One more thing worth mentioning. The quaint little villa where Shintian and his companions now resided was, in fact, thanks to Dante. That rascal had transformed into his demon form, masquerading as a monster to frighten the villa's original owner. So much so that the owner called in exorcists. It was then that Shintian appeared with Virgil, and in the end, the grateful owner handed the house over to Shintian as a gift. After all, the original owner was a Wall Street vampire. Shintian felt absolutely no guilt about this. Arriving in this world, Shintian had tried to seek out the Ancient One, hoping she might return him to his original timeline. But no matter how loudly he called for her, for reasons unknown, the Ancient One never appeared. Seeing that the Ancient One continued to be absent, Shintian decided that once he got his hands on some money, his first stop would be Camartage. However, with Dante, the prodigal son, around, fortune always seemed to slip further and further from Shintian's grasp. 5 minutes later, this peculiar little welcoming committee marched grandly up to the neighboring door. Shintian drew a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The door swung open faster than he expected. A towering man, well over 6 feet tall, appeared in the doorway. He had short golden hair and wore a tight t-shirt, muscles straining against the fabric. Zdravstvuyte. Hello. Alexei greeted them warmly, his thick Russian accent rolling off his tongue. Are you the new neighbors? Shintian flashed his brightest, sunniest smile. Yes, we live next door. We heard you just moved in, so we thought we'd stop by to say hello. He gave the bag of frozen dumplings in his hand a little shake. Just a small token from us. Dante seized the moment to brandish a bottle of vodka, giving it an exaggerated shake. I heard Russians are fond of this stuff. Alexei's eyes lit up instantly, and he let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, good drink, good neighbors. He clapped Dante on the shoulder with great enthusiasm. Komin, komin. As luck would have it, my wife just made some borscht. Virgil offered a graceful bow. Sorry for the intrusion. 2B silently handed over a beautifully wrapped box of candies. The group had barely stepped into the spacious living room when a young voice piped up. Daddy, who's here? A little girl with blue hair peered down from the staircase. She looked about 10 or 11, her big, bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. There was no mistaking it. This was a young Natasha Romanoff, the future Black Widow. Natasha, come down and meet our new neighbors. Alexei called out. The little girl bounced down the stairs, but the moment she saw Shintian and his companions, she froze, then quickly ducked behind her father, eyeing the newcomers with suspicion. Shintian noticed her gaze lingering mostly on 2B. Clearly, the gentle aura 2B exuded had triggered the little spy's caution. Don't be afraid, darling. A graceful lady emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. I'm Melina. Welcome to our home. Shintian nearly choked on his own saliva. Melina Vostokov, the future Iron Maiden. This really was that pretend family from the Black Widow movie. Dante had already made himself comfortable at the dining table. Wow, this soup smells incredible, he exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm. Virgil cleared his throat softly, giving Dante a subtle look to remind him to mind his manners. But Alexei just laughed heartily, pouring vodka for everyone. Come on, a toast to our new neighbors. As the atmosphere grew warmer and more relaxed, Shintian noticed Melina's gaze sweeping back and forth among their group, lingering especially on 2B with a spark of unusual curiosity. Meanwhile, little Natasha couldn't take her eyes off the Yamato sword strapped to Virgil's waist. So, Melina smiled as she ladled a bowl of borscht for Shintian. Are you all family? Somehow, you don't quite look like it. Of course not, Shintian thought to himself. 2 middle-aged white men, a young Asian guy, and a girl whose heritage was anyone's guess. They hardly looked like a typical family. He was just about to answer when a thunderous crash echoed from upstairs. Everyone froze mid-motion. Alexei's grin faltered. Ah, that must be Yelena getting up to mischief again. Chun Tian exchanged a glance with 2B. Yelena, the future second-generation Black Widow. This family gathering was turning out to be more interesting by the minute. Just then, a little blonde girl stormed down the stairs, cheeks puffed in frustration. Dad, my teddy bear is gone again. In the dining room, Virgil took the lead in addressing Alexei's pretend family. Allow me to make introductions, Virgil said gracefully, pulling out chairs for the guests. I am Virgil Sparta, and this is my brother, Dante Sparta. Dante threw an arm around Chun Tian's shoulders, then, hearing his name, leapt up with an exaggerated bow. Just call me Dante. This is our adopted son, Nero, Virgil continued, his slender fingers tapping Chun Tian's shoulder, and our adopted daughter, Yoarha. Tubi nodded slightly, her silver hair catching the light with a gentle glow. Melina's knife and fork traced a perfect angle over her plate. What a lovely family. How long have you been in the neighborhood? Not long, just about a week before you all arrived, Virgil replied, lifting his bowl and savoring the aroma. The bay leaves in this soup are perfectly balanced. Alexei jumped in with a booming laugh. My wife is a real culinary expert. Come on, another toast to good food. He tipped back his vodka in one long gulp. Dante instantly followed suit, their glasses meeting with a bright, clear ring. In truth, as he tilted his head back, Dante poured the vodka into his pocket with lightning speed. Don't ask how it didn't leak, or why he used his pocket. Dante's coat is full of mysteries. There was an undercurrent of tension at the table. Melina's gaze flicked between Dante's crimson coat, splattered with soup, and Virgil's immaculate attire. You two brothers are so different in personality, she observed. My mother passed away early, and I raised my younger brother myself, so we didn't have any elders to teach us proper manners. It's inevitable that we might slip up. Virgil calmly sliced the dark bread. Dante always mistakes chili sauce for ketchup. Beneath the table, Chun Tian gave Dante a sharp kick, and 2B, right on cue, handed over a napkin to mask the demon hunter's contorted expression. Miss Yoarha, your gloves are quite unusual. Melina suddenly turned to the quiet girl. 2B gently traced the seam of her gloves. A family tradition. She glanced at the eager Yelena. Would you like to take a look? The blonde girl immediately darted over, but as soon as she touched the back of 2B's hand, she cried out, It's so cold. Natasha took a wary half-step back, then suddenly pointed at 2B's neck. Sis, there's light. Virgil set down his napkin with poise. My adopted son and brother can be a bit rebellious. They convinced the little one to get a glow-in-the-dark tattoo. That's awesome. Dante suddenly pulled out a spray can. I still have some glow spray right here. Just as Dante was about to say more, Chun Tian pointed out the window. It's snowing. The first snow of 1995 drifted down in swirling flakes. 2B took the opportunity to adjust her optical camouflage, while Yelena snatched a meatball from Dante's plate. When Melina turned back, she saw that Natasha was already sitting on 2B's lap, gently combing the android's silver hair. It's just like snow, the girl whispered softly. Clumsy but earnest, 2B helped Natasha braid her hair, experiencing a sensation she'd never felt before. You two seem very close, Melina remarked, her smile tinged with curiosity. Blood isn't the only bond that makes a family. Virgil's blue eyes narrowed slightly. Some families only look perfect on the surface, hiding secrets within. Alexei suddenly slapped the table and burst out laughing. I like your family. Much more interesting than the ones we met in Cuba. Melina's knife scraped sharply against her plate. Virgil, ever composed, wiped a bit of soup from Chun Tian's lips. Cuban cigars do leave an unforgettable impression. Back at the Sparta family's cottage, the fire in the hearth crackled softly. Virgil hung his coat on the rack, brow furrowed. That Melina woman is no ordinary guest. She tested us at least 7 times tonight. Dante sprawled on the sofa, rubbing his empty stomach. Oh, come on, big bro. If our nephew hadn't suggested crashing their dinner, we'd still be starving. He pointed at the empty fridge. We're broke, flat out. 2B stood quietly by the window. Melina added a trace amount of sedative to the soup, just enough to make an average adult feel drowsy. Chun Tian waved it off. That's normal. After all, we did show up unannounced. Of course they'd be cautious. Then why are we still going? 2B tilted her head in confusion, looking at Chun Tian. Because we're broke. Chun Tian suddenly sprang up from the sofa, pointing an accusatory finger at Dante's nose. Ever since this guy started tagging along, our luck with money has hit rock bottom. Dante blinked innocently and, as if to prove a point, dug out half a moldy donut from between the sofa cushions. Hey, you can't pin all of this on me. If not you, then who? Chun Tian began counting off grievances on his fingers. Last week, we finally won $3,000 at the casino, and who insisted on performing the Demon Sword Swallow act and got security chasing after us. Virgil sipped his plain hot water with elegance. Coffee had run out 3 days ago. As I recall, that little stunt ended up costing us $5,000 in repair fees. And just the day before yesterday, Shen Tian pressed on, relentless. Tubi worked at MCD's and earned $800. And what did this guy spend it on? Tubi added calmly, a limited edition strawberry sundae-flavored whoopee cushion. That's a collector's item. Dante retorted with absolute conviction, stuffing the moldy donut into his mouth without missing a beat. Chun Tian buried his face in his hands in agony. Why in the world are you even keeping that thing? And the best part is, remember that bank card we got from pretending to be exorcists? Hold on. Dante suddenly raised his hand. That time, there was a legit reason. That ATM was clearly possessed by a demon. I saw Mephisto's face printed on the bills with my own eyes. Virgil let out a cold chuckle. So you sliced it in half with rebellion? And triggered the bank's alarm system. Tubi added. We were wanted across the city for 12 hours. The firelight from the hearth flickered over Chun Tian's troubled face, while Virgil set down his teacup with grace, though there was nothing but hot water inside. So, Virgil tapped his long fingers on the coffee table, producing a hollow echo. We're faced with two problems. He held up one finger. First, there's still no word from the Ancient One. Then a second finger. Second, our finances, he glanced at Dante, who could only offer a sheepish grin, are even worse than hell. Tubi chimed in softly. Just before we left the Alice house, Melina asked if I could help watch over Natasha and Yelena tomorrow. She sighed. Lightly. She and Alexei have to go out, and she offered $200 as payment, plus full coverage for the girls' activities all day. Shen Tian's eyes lit up instantly. $200? Tubi nodded again, and Shen Tian slung an arm around her shoulders with a grin. Didn't I say it? Without Tubi, this family would fall apart. Dante joined in, clapping his hands. That's our MVP, the most reliable one in the house. Even Virgil found himself smiling. In the days that followed, Tubi became the most trusted Yoarha big sister to Yelena and Natasha. Every morning, the young woman would appear at the door of the Aliev family right on time, leading the two little girls in all kinds of games. Yoarha big sister, Yelena called out excitedly, waving a crayon in her hand. Today I drew a picture of you and Natasha. Tubi took the drawing, her pupils subtly contracting. The picture showed her with wings unfurled behind her. Natasha quietly watched Tubi's reaction from side. Meanwhile, Dante's food delivery business was nothing short of a disaster. On the very first day, he delivered pizzas to 37 wrong addresses. On the second day, his reckless driving caused a pile-up with 5 police cars. The third day topped it all. He somehow turned a customer's Hawaiian-style pizza into a real volcanic eruption, blowing up their kitchen. It's not my fault, Dante protested, feeling wronged. The customer said they wanted it so spicy it's like breathing fire. Shen Tian looked at the $3,000 compensation bill and silently pulled out his great sword, Rebellion. Virgil, hold him down. With no other choice, Shen Tian and Virgil were forced to make money in Hell's Kitchen's underground fighting rings. Virgil's elegant display, taking down 12 burly men in a row with a wooden sword, went viral on the dark web, while Chun Tian, who accidentally shouted "Kneel before me" during a match, was mistaken for the heir of some Eastern crime syndicate. Fortunately, both of them wore masks, keeping nosy onlookers at bay. Listen, Chun Tian said, counting their cash, should we consider letting ban? No way. Virgil cut him off, his tone firm. Last time he went to Wall Street to borrow money, and now the entire financial district is whispering about the red-eyed devil urban legend. Late at night, as the world grew quiet, Tubi quietly tucked Yelena's angel, drawing into the fireplace. In the glow of the flames, her silver lashes trembled gently. She genuinely enjoyed this strange family and the feeling it brought her. The fire crackled in the hearth. Chun Tian was hunched over a map, plotting routes, while Virgil elegantly polished his Yamato blade. Dante sprawled across the sofa, a toothpick dangling from his lips, the last of their snacks. Yes, thanks to Dante's disastrous luck, the family had once again lost all their hard-earned money. Fortunately, Tubi had managed to set aside just enough for their journey to Nepal. The cheapest way from New York to Nepal is to take a ship to Europe first, then go overland, Chun Tian said, frowning. But that'll take at least 2 months. Dante drawled lazily. Hey, kid, don't forget, all of us are undocumented. We can barely keep the lights on as it is. Anyway, why don't we just fly straight there? We could always use our demon forms, couldn't we? Chun Tian and Virgil could only sigh in exasperation at the jinxed misfortune that seemed to follow Dante everywhere. Chun Tian pressed his temples. We have to keep a low profile for now, because I don't know if we're still in my original timeline, or if the time-space turbulence threw us into another one. Master, Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. I just persuaded a captain at the docks. He's willing to smuggle us to Morocco. Virgil raised an eyebrow. And what method did you use this time? I simply let him have a beautiful dream. Madara's Sharingan glimmered in the firelight. He dreamed he won the lottery, on the one condition that he'd take a few friends to Africa. Africa? Sigh. Shintian looked at Madara with a wry smile. Since you could persuade that captain, why not just have him take us to Europe? It's much closer to Nepal from there. Madara was at a loss for words. After all, he hadn't exactly studied this world's map. Forget it, forget it. At least we're saving some money this way. Shintian patted Madara's shoulder. Well done, Lord Madara. At that moment, Tubi pushed the door open and entered. Everyone turned to look at her, and Dante even sprang to his feet, hoping she brought back some food from the Aliev's place. But when everyone saw Tubi's empty hands, a collective sigh escaped the group, and Dante simply collapsed onto the floor, defeated. Tubi calmly stepped over the sprawled Dante, her synthetic leather boots neatly sidestepping the demon hunter's deliberate attempt to trip her. Master, there's been a change in the situation. Tubi's speech was noticeably faster. The entire Aliev family is hurriedly packing up, and Melina seems extremely anxious. Shintian jerked his head up from the map. When was this? 30 minutes ago. Tubi held up 3 fingers. They're putting on a calm front, but I can tell they're in a rush. Shintian stroked his chin, searching his memory for the plot of Black Widow. Suddenly, he slapped his hand down. That's it. They're preparing to escape the States. His eyes lit up, and he smacked the table in excitement. Of course, they're trying to get out of America. Everyone stared at him in confusion. Dante scrambled up from the floor, a toothpick still dangling from his lips. Kid, did you hit your head? Didn't they say they were just going on vacation? Vacation my foot. Shintian burst out laughing. This is the Red Room's emergency evacuation. They've got a private jet. Virgil set down the Yamato, a thoughtful look in his eyes. You mean, we hitch a ride? Shintian spun around in place, visibly thrilled. They're bound to have a full set of fake documents and flight permits. It's 1,000 times better than us sneaking out by sea. Shintian's face, alight with excitement just a moment before, suddenly froze. He smacked his forehead. Oh no, I just remembered. Their private jet is tiny. I think it only seats a handful of people. Dante immediately went limp, deflating like a punctured ball. So all that excitement was for nothing? Virgil's slender fingers drummed lightly on the scabbard of his Yamato blade. How many seats exactly? I think. Shintian frowned, trying to recall. Standard is 4 seats, maybe 6 at a squeeze. Ban let out a cold snort. There are 5 of us. That's perfect. Dante perked up again. The 4 of them plus our 5. Wait, hold on. That doesn't add up, does it? Virgil rolled his eyes with elegant disdain. Mathematical genius, aren't you? Shintian quickly did the math in his head. Melina, Alexei, Natasha, Yelena, and then the 5 of us, that's 9 in total. That's way over the limit. Tubi watched the group of dejected men, her face almost betraying a hint of amusement. She cleared her throat softly. It seems you're all missing a rather crucial fact. Her voice remained calm, but it brought the room to an immediate hush. We're masters summon beings. There was a hint of resignation in her expression. We can enter the summoning space. The air seemed to freeze on the spot. The toothpick in Dante's mouth fell with a soft clatter. Virgil's hand, mid-polish on his Yamato, stopped in midair. Ban's Sharingan ceased its swirling. Shintian's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a whole egg. Holy crap! Shintian smacked his forehead again. How could I have forgotten that? Virgil lowered his blade, a muscle twitching in his cheek. True enough. Dante somersaulted to his feet. Wait a minute. You mean that cramped, pitch-black little box with no pizza? We can stay there indefinitely, Tubi replied calmly. It's just a bit dull. And for the record, it isn't small at all. The corner of Ban's mouth twitched. You'd thought of this from the start, hadn't you? Ever since Master brought up the idea of a plane. Tubi's head tilt was executed with mechanical precision. Shintian covered his face, embarrassed. So we wasted all that time trying to figure out the seating like idiots. Virgil coughed lightly. At least we confirmed the jet's capacity. And we'll be able to protect Master the whole time, Tubi added. Suddenly, Dante waved his arms. Wait, can we bring a game console into the summoning space? No way. Shintian and Virgil shouted in unison. Ban rose slowly, his Sharingan glowing red in the firelight. The plan is simple. He swept his gaze across the group. Tubi will continue her role as caretaker. The 4 of us will wait at the airport. Once the plane takes off, Master will summon us into the space, and then Tubi will escort him onto the jet. Tubi looked at Madara, who had just laid out his plan, and even she, an android, couldn't help but offer a critique. Mr. Madara, you seem to have overlooked a crucial variable. The Alexei family is in the midst of a desperate escape. On what grounds would they agree to let me accompany them, let alone the master? The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Moreover, to be continued, streams of data flickering in her eyes. If they're pursued, the master's presence would only increase the risk of exposure. That completely contradicts our strategy to keep a low profile. Chen Tian looked up at the ceiling and sighed. 2B is right. How did I not think of that? He shot a sharp look at Dante. It's your fault. You must have rubbed off on me. Dante spread his hands in a show of innocent indignation. Virgil raised an elegant eyebrow. It seems our ninja friend hasn't thought things through quite thoroughly. Madara's expression darkened. Then do you have a better idea? 2B lowered her gaze slightly, mechanical pupils flickering with rapid data streams, as if she were running complex probability calculations. Mr. Madara, she suddenly looked up, her voice still calm, but carrying a subtle shift in tone. Your Sharingan, is it capable of casting a suggestion on a group of ordinary people? Madara's Sharingan spun slowly. A group suggestion? Yes. 2B traced a line through the air with her fingertip. Let the Alexei family subconsciously overlook the master's presence. That way, he can discreetly follow them onto the plane. A subtle tension rippled through the room. Virgil set down the Yamato, giving Madara a contemplative glance. Dante whistled in exaggerated admiration. Whoa, 2B, that's one devious plan. I love it. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of Madara's lips. No problem. That's well within my capabilities. 2B responded immediately. From my observations, the entire process, from their departure to boarding the plane, won't take more than 90 minutes. Chen Tian clapped his hands in excitement. Perfect. That way I can sneak onto the plane without anyone noticing. Virgil suddenly frowned. Wait, there's still an issue. What if there are Red Room agents surveilling the plane? A flash of blue crossed 2B's pupils. I've already embedded a microjammer inside Natasha's doll. It can temporarily block surveillance equipment. Dante clutched his chest in mock shock. 2B, when did you get so cunning? 2B answered expressionlessly, though the corners of her mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. After spending enough time around Mr. Dante, I realized you can't keep your money safe unless you learn to be a little devious. Madara suddenly stood up, his Sharingan eyes gleaming eerily in the firelight. Then the plan is set. At the right moment, I'll cast a mass illusion on Alexei's family. He turned to Chen Tian. My lord, once I'm finished, I'll notify you immediately. Chen Tian nodded, but something seemed to occur to him, and his expression turned a bit odd. In the summoning space, you guys aren't going to fight, are you? Virgil and Dante exchanged a glance, then both snorted in disdain. Madara was already polishing his war fan. 2B let out a gentle sigh. I'll make sure the flight is safe. She paused, then added, but honestly, I'm more concerned about Diablo. Ever since he arrived at this point in time, he's been holed up in the summoning space. Chen Tian shrugged. That's his punishment. I'm not worried about him. With a stash of movies, TV shows, and anime on his tablet, he could keep himself entertained for centuries. Outside the window, the snow was falling even harder. Looking at this group of personalities so different from one another, his strange little family, Chen Tian suddenly had the feeling that this smuggling trip might turn out to be much more lively than he'd imagined. All right, everyone, he said, clapping his hands. Time for action. 2B, what's the situation with Alexei's family right now? Streams of data flickered in 2B's eyes. They've started moving their luggage into the garage. Estimated departure in 15 minutes. Chen Tian drew a deep breath. Then it's decided. Madara, get your Sharingan ready. Virgil, Dante, he glanced at the two demon hunters, try not to fight in the summoning space. Dante grinned and flashed an okay sign, while Virgil merely crossed his arms and let out a cold huff. The firelight from the hearth danced across everyone's faces. An unconventional smuggling operation was about to begin. The night was pitch black, and snowflakes whirled madly in the bitter wind. Chen Tian pulled his coat tight around him, and, using Madara's illusion as cover, slipped silently into Alexei's group. Melina and the others didn't suspect a thing about this temporary bodyguard. Madara's Jinjutsu was already at work, and, once the task was done, Chen Tian had promptly returned him to the summoning space. Move quickly, Melina urged in a low voice, clutching the sleeping Yelena in her arms. Those American agents could show up any minute. Chen Tian helped cram the last suitcase into the trunk, sneaking a glance at his watch. 3:17 a.m., the hour when human vigilance was at its lowest. 2B should have been by his side for cover, but with limited seats on the plane, he'd already sent her back to the summoning space, leaving only himself to go with them. As everyone squeezed into the battered station wagon, Chun Tian noticed that Natasha was tightly hugging a tampered doll before leaving. 2B had secretly planted a jamming device inside. The little girl's drowsy eyes held a glint of caution far beyond her years. 3 minutes to the airport, Alexei announced, turning the key. The engine groaned under the strain. Damn weather. The crunch of tires over packed snow rang sharply through the silent streets. Through the rearview mirror, Chun Tian kept a wary eye on the road behind. Suddenly, Natasha's doll in her lap flickered with a faint blue light in its eyes. Sure enough, headlights flared in the distance. 3 black SUVs burst from a side street, ghost-like in their pursuit, their red warning lights carving bloody trails through the snowy veil. Damn it, Melina spun around in her seat. How did they find? Hold on. Alexei slammed the accelerator to the floor. The station wagon surged forward like a startled beast. Chun Tian felt as if his insides were about to be thrown against his back. Little Natasha clung to her seat, her doll slipping from her arms. With lightning reflexes, Chun Tian caught it and pressed a hidden spot on the doll's belly, activating 2B's jamming device. Instantly, the chasing SUVs all slammed on their brakes, headlights flickering in confusion. Seizing those precious 30 seconds of chaos, the station wagon veered sharply and darted through a side gate into the private airport. Hurry! Move! Alexei leapt from the car, waving his arms frantically. Melina was already sprinting for the tarmac, clutching Yelena as she ran toward the waiting Cessna. Chun Tian helped haul the last pieces of luggage, silently grateful. Ban's illusion was holding strong. Melina hadn't even realized there was someone in the group who shouldn't have been there. Is everyone here? Alexei shouted from the cockpit. Melina did a quick head count. Natasha? Yelena? The bodyguard. She frowned for a moment, confused, but quickly shook her head. To hell with it, let's go. The roar of the plane's engines set the ground trembling. Chun Tian hunched low and squeezed into the cabin, only to find that this so-called private plane was more like a tin can, 4 seats crammed to capacity, forcing him to curl up in the cargo hold at the back. Hang on. Alexei yanked the control stick. A wave of weightlessness swept over them as the plane shuddered violently through the air currents, like a leaf caught in a gale. A suitcase tumbled against Chun Tian's feet, and he glimpsed stacks of fake passports and bundles of cash spilling from it. We're safe. 10 minutes later, Alexei let out a long breath. Flight path is set. 7 hours to go. Melina's tense shoulders finally relaxed as she checked on her 2 sleeping daughters. The cabin grew quiet, the only sounds the steady drone of the engine and Natasha's even breathing. Curled up in the cargo space, Chun Tian watched Natasha and Yelena as they slept. The 2 little girls huddled close together, Yelena's tiny hand still gripping her sister's shirt. Master, 2B's voice echoed in the mental link. I've detected abnormal fluctuations in your heart rate. Are you experiencing any problems? Chun Tian shook his head gently and replied with his thoughts. 2B, do you think we should change their fate? 2B was silent for a moment. According to my calculations, intervening in history may lead to unpredictable butterfly effects. But, for once, her voice carried a trace of hesitation. If Master chooses to act, I will support you with everything I have. Taking a deep breath, Chun Tian's gaze grew resolute. He quietly reached into his pocket and pulled out a coin, the one Dante had accidentally dropped in there, calling it a lucky coin. Heads, we save them. Tails, we don't. He murmured to himself, flicking the coin with his thumb. The coin traced a silver arc through the morning light. Suddenly, Chun Tian noticed this so-called lucky coin had heads on both sides. That rascal Dante had rigged it from start. That old trickster. Chun Tian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time as he clenched the coin in his fist, yet a strange sense of reassurance washed over him. He gently awakened his companions in the summoning space, sharing his decision with everyone. Do what your heart tells you, child. Virgil's voice was filled with fatherly warmth. It's about time. Let's stir things up. Nephew, Dante shouted, brimming with excitement. Master, 2B will always stand by your side. 2B's tone was laced with delight. My lord, I will see to it that all your enemies fall to my fire style. Madara's voice, though no longer prideful, still carried his unmistakable arrogance. Ah, my lord, will you let me out this time? The space you left me in here is way too cramped. Leah, Diablo, complained with a hint of grievance. Listening to the voices of his companions in the summoning space, Chun Tian broke into a smile. A new function of the golden finger allows him to use his mental power to contact the figures inside the summoning space, preventing any recurrence of interference by dimensional demon gods. The plane flew smoothly. Gazing out the window, Chun Tian saw nothing but endless ocean, but the more he looked, the more something felt amiss. All at once, he snapped back to his senses, almost wanting to slap himself. He really had been infected by Dante's antics. He'd actually forgotten that their escape destination wasn't anywhere in Asia or Russia, but, damn it, it was Guba. Ahem, guys, I think I messed up. We're in Guba right now, Chen Tian admitted awkwardly in the summoning space. So, our carefully planned smuggling operation was doomed from the start. Even Virgil sounded speechless. What's gotten into this kid? Has Dante's madness rubbed off on him? Enough thinking. The only goal now is to get little Natasha and little Yelena away from the Red Room. Chen Tian decided to throw caution to the wind. If things went wrong, he would simply steal one of the Red Room's planes when the time came. It never even occurred to him whether anyone could actually fly the plane, or maybe 2B could. The roar of the aircraft's engines gradually faded, finally coming to a stop at a remote stretch of coastline somewhere in Cuba. Dawn's light had just begun to break, the waves crashing against the rocks, and a salty, damp sea breeze filled the air. The cabin door opened slowly. Dreykov stood on the tarmac, a warm smile on his face, like an old friend welcoming someone home after a long absence. He spread his arms wide, greeting Alexei with exuberant enthusiasm. Alexei, my old friend. Dreykov's voice was raspy, yet carried a certain mesmerizing power. Welcome home. Alexei paused for a moment, then broke into a broad, simple smile and gave Dreykov a hearty bear hug. Comrade Dreykov, it's really an honor that you came to meet us yourself. Melina stood off to the side, her face adorned with a flawless smile, though her eyes remained cold as ice. She gave Natasha and Yelena a gentle nudge, signaling for them to disembark. The two little girls clung tightly to each other's hands, cautiously making their way down the steps. Natasha's gaze swept over the scene. More than a dozen agents in black uniforms stood silently along the shore, their eyes sharp and indifferent, as if sizing up prey. Yelena shrank back behind her sister, her small hand instinctively clutching Natasha's jacket. Dreykov released Alexei and turned toward Melina, his smile still gentle. Melina, you did an excellent job with the mission. Melina nodded slightly, her voice calm. All for the Red Room. Dreykov nodded in satisfaction. Then his attention settled on Natasha and Yelena. The girls froze instantly, those eyes deep and cold, as if they could peer straight into the darkest fears of a person's soul. Natasha's breathing quickened, feeling the weight of Dreykov's gaze upon her, as though he were evaluating a weapon instead of a child. Natasha, Yelena. Dreykov's voice was soft, but sent chills down their spines. Welcome to your new home. Yelena's lips trembled, but she stubbornly refused to cry. Natasha, on the other hand, locked her gaze on Dreykov, a flash of caution in her eyes that seemed far older than her years. Dreykov seemed to notice her reaction, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. An interesting child. He turned back to Melina, his tone casual. Take them back to the Red Room. Training starts tomorrow. Melina nodded and took the girls by the hand. Come along, children. Natasha and Yelena were taken away, but Natasha couldn't help glancing back. Dreykov was whispering with Alexei, yet his gaze lingered on them, always hovering at the edge of her awareness. That was not a look of kindness. Natasha and Yelena followed Melina, escorted away, while Dreykov's eyes continued to trail after them, lingering with a predatory patience until their figures disappeared into the black military truck by the coast. All the while, Chen Tian remained hidden inside the airplane's cargo hold, his breathing steady, but his eyes sharp as blades. Master, aren't you going to make a move? 2B's voice echoed in the summoning space, tinged with urgency. Chen Tian didn't answer immediately. His mind was working at lightning speed, possibilities colliding within his thoughts. Rescue Natasha and Yelena? Of course, that had been the original mission. But now, he saw a far greater opportunity. Destroy the Red Room? Dreykov was right there. With Madara's illusion, he could approach without a sound, and it all in one decisive strike. But the Red Room would not fall with its leader. It would merely slip into the shadows, waiting for the next master to seize control. Seize the Red Room for himself? The idea flared to life in his mind and instantly took root. If he could take Dreykov's place, the vast intelligence network, the legion of agents, and even those yet-to-be-awakened Black Widow candidates would all become his to command. 2B, do you think we should just take over this place directly? Chen Tian asked softly. 2B paused for a heartbeat before answering. Master, the Red Room structure is complex. Taking direct control will take time. But if you decide to do it, I'll fully support you. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee. Dreykov had already turned away, heading toward another black sedan with Alexei. Melina was leading the two girls away, while the agents by the shore began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. The window of opportunity would close in a heartbeat. Madara, Chen Tian called out through their psychic link. My lord, Madara responded. If I want Dreykov to voluntarily hand over control of the Red Room, How far can your illusion go? In the summoning space, the Sharingan in Madara's eyes glimmered with a faint light. Anything, if that's what you desire. Anything can be done. Madara's voice was edged with ice. But an illusion is still an illusion. If his will is strong, or if anyone senses something amiss, the plan could be exposed. A hint of a smile touched Chun Tian's lips. Then let him volunteer. 10 minutes later, Dracov's private car pulled away from the coast, winding its way along the rugged mountain road toward his private jet. Inside the car, Dracov was leafing through the mission report Melina had submitted when, all of a sudden, his gaze paused. Reflected in the car window was a pair of crimson eyes. The Sharingan. Dracov's fingers froze, his pupils contracting sharply, but in the next instant, his expression returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Madara's illusion was weaving an invisible web, gradually ensnaring his mind. Master, the Jinjutsu has taken hold. From here on out, he's yours to command. Madara's voice echoed in Chun Tian's mind. Standing in the shadows, Chun Tian watched as the car drove away, a cold, knowing smile curling on his lips. The door of Dracov's private jet slowly closed, and the engines rumbled with a low, steady drone. Chun Tian settled into the leather seat, his fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest, his gaze fixed out the porthole at the receding coastline. Madara stood beside him, the Sharingan spinning gently, maintaining his hold over Dracov's mind. Dracov himself sat opposite, face composed, eyes vacant, like an exquisitely crafted puppet. Master, the illusion is stable, Madara whispered. His consciousness is completely suppressed. You may issue any commands you wish. Chun Tian nodded slightly, his eyes settling on Dracov. Dracov, he called, his voice calm, yet brooking no refusal. Slowly, Dracov lifted his head. His gaze was hollow, but his tone remained steady. Yes. First order, no training for Natasha or Yelena for the time being. Dracov nodded. Understood. Second order, seal all their information under the highest clearance. No one is to have access. Third order, take me to the Red Room's core database. A faint flicker crossed Dracov's eyes, as if he instinctively resisted the command, but Madara's Sharingan flared, and the power of the illusion surged, sweeping away any trace of defiance. At last, Dracov bowed his head. As you command. The plane landed at a secluded private airfield on the outskirts of Budapest. This complex, known locally as the Red Room, was cleverly concealed among the labyrinthine old city, its exterior indistinguishable from an ordinary government building, blending seamlessly with the surrounding neoclassical architecture. Dracov led the way, with Chun Tian and Madara close behind. The three passed beneath an archway adorned with intricate reliefs and entered what appeared to be a normal elevator. As Dracov pressed the B3 button, Chun Tian caught the faintest trace of fluorescent residue left by his fingerprint on the key. Master, 2BS voice echoed in Chun Tian's mind, edged with a note of caution. The encryption system here is even more advanced than S.H.I.E.L.D. in this era. Every corridor is lined with biometric scanners. The elevator descended in silence. These security measures blended seamlessly into the daily protection protocols of the Budapest government building. So much so that even the local police wouldn't suspect a thing. Can you crack it? Chun Tian asked inwardly. I can try, 2B replied, but the best way is to access their core computer directly. The elevator stopped at the B3 level. When the door slid open, they revealed a corridor carpeted with traditional Hungarian patterns. Dracov led them toward a room at the end, its door marked with a sign, Archives. Two guards, clad in Hungarian police uniforms, stood at attention outside. Comrade Dracov, one of the guards said in heavily accented Russian, today isn't a routine inspection day. Dracov offered a gentle smile. Special assignment, comrade. Orders from the Supreme Committee. The guard hesitated for a moment, but stepped aside in the end. Chun Tian noticed the guard's pupils dilate slightly, a telltale sign of hypnosis. It seemed the Red Room had extended its mind control to even local government personnel. As the heavy oak door closed behind them, Chun Tian realized this so-called archive room was, in fact, a cutting-edge control center. Massive screens on the walls flickered with real-time surveillance feeds from all over Europe. Take me to the core database, Chun Tian commanded. Dracov nodded mechanically and led the way to what appeared to be an ordinary desk in the center of the room. He pressed a concealed switch beneath the table, and the floor slowly parted, revealing a spiral staircase descending below. The spiral staircase wound downward like a stairway to the underworld. Chun Tian followed closely behind Dracov. At that moment, Ban transformed into a shoulder insignia and clipped himself onto Chun Tian's collar. Their footsteps made no sound, the special flooring absorbing every trace. The air carried a faint scent of ozone, that unmistakable tang of powerful computers in operation. Master, 2B's voice sounded in Chun Tian's mind again. The surveillance system has already picked up your presence, but I'm altering the footage in real time. However, what is it? The Red Room system uses a unique encryption. My modifications will only last 72 hours. After that, the original data will automatically be restored. Chun Tian narrowed his eyes. 72 hours, that would suffice. At the bottom of the stairs stood a heavy alloy door, its biometric scanner glowing with an eerie blue light. Dreykov placed his palm on the scanner, then aligned his right eye with the iris recognition device. Identity confirmed, Comrade Dreykov, intoned a mechanical female voice in Russian. Welcome to the data sanctuary. The door slid open in utter silence, revealing a circular chamber as vast as a basketball court. At its center stood a colossal quantum computer with countless fiber optic cables branching out from the mainframe to hundreds of terminals set into the walls, like veins radiating from heart. Dozens of technicians were hard at work, each wearing a special headset that left them oblivious to the world around them. Brainwave disruptors, to be analyzed instantly. All of them are in a semi-hypnotic state, focused solely on their tasks. Dreykov led them through the bustling technicians, heading straight for the central control console. A middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses looked up and, upon spotting Dreykov, immediately rose to her feet. Sir, we didn't receive any notice of your visit. Routine inspection, Comrade Ivanova, Dreykov replied, his voice mechanical and steady. Initiate highest-level protocol. Codename Holly. Ivanova's expression turned blank for a split second, her fingers racing across the keyboard. Protocol confirmed. The system will enter management mode in 30 seconds. Chun Tian noticed a young technician by the console, glancing furtively in their direction, as if sensing something unusual. Madara's Sharingan spun ever so slightly, and the technician quickly lowered his head, returning to his work. Lord, Madara murmured, someone is resisting the brainwave disruptor. Chun Tian gave a subtle nod, his expression unchanged. The Red Room certainly lived up to its reputation. Even their ordinary technicians possessed such remarkable willpower. The main display at the console flickered on, projecting a three-dimensional hologram that resembled the Hydra emblem. Master, 2B's voice suddenly tensed. This isn't an ordinary Red Room system. It's a special joint system developed by Hydra and the Red Room. Chun Tian's eyes narrowed. No wonder Dreykov had been able to build such a vast spy network during the Cold War. Hydra's support explained everything. 2B, can you take full control of this system? I'll need physical contact with the core processor, 2B replied. Don't worry, Master. I'll give it everything I've got. By now, Dreykov was standing before the biometric terminal. Final authorization required. Chun Tian glanced at Madara, who gave the slightest nod in return. The Sharingan's illusion was still holding flawlessly. As Dreykov pressed his palm to the terminal, Chun Tian silently stepped up to the console. With a casual motion, he pretended to adjust his collar, allowing 2B's nano interface to make contact with the system. Initiating breach. 2B's voice echoed in Chun Tian's mind, focused and intense. First firewall layer penetrated. Chun Tian's fingers tapped lightly along the edge of the console. It looked casual, but in truth, every movement was perfectly synchronized with 2B's hacking rhythm. At a molecular level, the nanoscale interface had linked itself to the system's core, and 2B's algorithms surged into this era's supercomputer like an unstoppable tide. Second layer encryption cracked. 2B's voice carried a hint of excitement. Establishing data mirror. 85%, 92%, 95%, 100%. 2B now has complete control over all data in the Red Room, including its AI. Her voice drifted directly into Chun Tian's ear. The Red Room's Kiryusha is your servant now, Master. In that instant, every light in the control room went out, plunging the space into darkness. Only the indicator lights on the mainframe continued to twinkle, scattered like stars. System update complete. Intoned a mechanical female voice. Maximum authority has been transferred. The lights blinked back on. All the technicians calmly slipped their headsets back on and resumed their tasks, as if the blackout had never happened. Ivanova blinked in confusion, but then nonchalantly sat back down at her station. Chun Tian ran his hand gently over the console, feeling the pulsing flow of data beneath his fingertips. Now the most powerful spy network of the Cold War era had become his own private arsenal. He summoned 2B. She smiled at Chun Tian, for she saw in him the same spirited young man who once confidently described his plans to Tony Stark and the other Arbiters in the Arbiter's Tower. First Command, he murmured, Erase all abnormal record from the past 72 hours. Command executed, 2B replied. Second command, remove all surveillance on Natasha Romanoff and Yelena Belova. Instructions delivered. Third command, Chuntian glanced at the bewildered technicians. Activate the puppet protocol. Let these lovely comrades carry on with their usual work. As he turned to leave, the control room had completely returned to normal. Afternoon sunlight in Budapest spilled across the three of them. Dracov's expression had returned to its usual calm, as if he'd never been under anyone's control. Comrade Dracov, Chuntian whispered to 2B, who translated in real time into Russian, take the master to see those two children. Dracov nodded slightly. Of course. They're in the special observation ward. A fleeting glint of cunning, deliberately preserved by Chuntian, flashed in his eyes. They're very promising prospects. Chuntian gazed out at the riverboats drifting along the distant Danube, the smile on his lips growing deeper. The doors of the special ward slid open without a sound. Dracov, wearing a courteous smile, stood aside and gestured for Chuntian and his party to enter. Inside the room, Natasha was patiently arranging breadcrumbs on the table, forming Morse code as she taught Yelena how to decipher it. At the sound of footsteps, she immediately looked up, instinctively shielding her younger sister behind her, until she recognized who had entered. You're sister. Yelena's voice trembled with disbelief. 2B's silver hair shimmered softly under the light. She knelt on one knee, her eyes glimmering as she opened her arms wide to the two children. In the next instant, the two small figures shot into her embrace like cannonballs. I knew you'd come. Natasha buried her face in 2B's neck, her voice muffled but more relaxed than ever before. Yelena, meanwhile, was already sobbing, her tear-streaked cheeks making her look like a little cat as she clung tightly to the hem of 2B's combat suit. Chuntian stood in the center of the room, his gaze calm as he surveyed the surroundings. Dante lounged against the wall, twirling his rebellious blade between his fingers like a windmill. Virgil stood with arms crossed, and the Yamato sword hummed softly in its sheath. Madara's Sharingan swept silently across every corner, ensuring nothing threatened their safety. Drakev stood off to the side, posture respectful but eyes vacant, his consciousness still firmly trapped under an illusion. At this moment, he was nothing more than a puppet in Chuntian's hands. All right, little ones. Dante suddenly bent down, his red coat sweeping the floor. Time to come with us. This place doesn't even have a vending machine for cola. Yelena peeked up from 2B's embrace, eyes suddenly wide. Your sword is glowing. Virgil gave a cold snort, but the corner of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. With a flick of his wrist, the Yamato traced a brilliant blue arc through the air, slicing cleanly through the ceiling surveillance camera, without so much as nicking a wire. Awesome. Natasha's eyes sparkled, though she quickly shot a wary glance at Drakev, clearly still uneasy about his presence. Chuntian noticed her caution and spoke in a calm voice. No need to worry, Natasha. The Red Room belongs to me now. Drakev bowed his head slightly, his voice steady and mechanical. I will follow all your orders. A flicker of surprise crossed Natasha's eyes, but soon her gaze returned to 2B, and her tense shoulders finally began to relax. So, she asked in a small voice, can we really leave this place? 2B gently stroked her hair, her voice soft yet unwavering. Yes, from today on, no one will ever hurt you again. Chuntian turned to Drakev, his tone composed. Arrange a vehicle. Take them to the safe house. Drakev nodded, executing immediately. Natasha and Yelena exchanged a glance, their small hands clasped tightly together. This time, they could finally see the light of freedom dawning before them. Drakov's private jet touched down at a secret base on the outskirts of Moscow. The cabin door opened slowly, and Chuntian descended the air stair, with 2B, Ban, Dante, and Virgil following at his side. Drakov trailed behind them like a marionette, his eyes vacant, his movements mechanical. The core members of the Red Room were already assembled on the tarmac, standing in a neat formation. The moment the group's faces became clear, Alexei and Melina, who stood at the front, both widened their eyes in disbelief. Wait, isn't that the Spartan family, our neighbors? Alexei blurted out, shock etched across his rugged features. He instinctively stroked his thick beard, as if trying to convince himself he wasn't hallucinating. Melina's elegant posture wavered for the first time. Her gaze darted between Chuntian and 2B, finally settling on the silver-haired girl who always helped her pick up spilled grocery bags. Miss Yoarha, she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Chuntian offered a gentle smile, the same one he wore whenever they met by chance in the neighborhood. It's been a while, Mr. Alexei, Ms. Melina. Beneath his suit, Alexei's muscles tensed. He glanced at the dazed Dreykov, then at the group of neighbors behind Shintion. Melina quickly regained her composure, though her eyes remained sharp. Who are you people, really? Shintion stepped forward. Dreykov immediately shifted behind him with deference. That simple gesture made every Red Room operative on the tarmac draw a sharp breath. As I've said before, Shintion replied, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. We really are your neighbors. It's just that, he paused, his smile deepening. We also happen to be here to take over the Red Room. Inside the Red Room's conference chamber, Dreykov sat at the head of the table. Shintion stood just behind him, hands resting lightly on his shoulders, at ease, yet radiating an unmistakable sense of command. Comrades, Dreykov began. His voice was steady, but his cadence sounded as if he were reading from script. Starting today, the highest authority of the Red Room will be transferred to Comrade Melina. The room erupted into chaos. What? Alexei shot to his feet, knocking his chair to the ground. Dreykov, have you lost your mind? Other senior members stared in shock, some even pulling out their pistols and aiming them at Shintion. What did you do to him? Dante let out a low, mocking whistle, spinning rebellion between his fingers. Well, looks like things are about to get interesting. Virgil snorted coldly, Yamato glinting with a sudden flash as he slid it partially from its sheath. Gun Sharingan spun silently. In an instant, everyone in the conference room froze, their movements, their breathing, even their very thoughts, all suppressed at once by the power of his illusion. Shintion paid no attention to those frozen in place, instead turning his gaze to Melina, the only one who could still move. It seems you're much smarter than they are. Melina's pupils contracted ever so slightly, but her expression remained calm. Illusion? Mind control? Something like that. Shintion smiled. Dreykov is of no further use, but the Red Room still holds value. And you? He walked toward her, his voice carrying a hint of danger. You are better suited than Dreykov to run it. Melina was silent for several seconds, then let out a soft laugh. And what makes you think I'll cooperate? Because you're not a lunatic like Dreykov. Shintion met her eyes. You know better than anyone that the essence of the Red Room's Black Widow program is failure. Girls are brainwashed, controlled, and in the end, either become emotionless killing machines, or they wait for their chance to overthrow the Red Room entirely. A flicker of uncertainty passed through Melina's eyes. But you're different, Shintion continued. I can see it, the way you feel about Natasha and Yelena. After they took your womb, you truly began to see them as your daughters. Melina's breath caught, just for a moment. So, I'm giving you a choice. Shintion opened his hands. Become the new master of the Red Room and reshape it the way I dictate, or join Dreykov as nothing more than my puppet. The atmosphere in the conference room felt thick and unmoving. A few seconds passed before Melina slowly raised her head. If I agree, what do I get in return? Freedom, Shintion replied with a smile. True freedom. The Red Room will become your home, not your prison. Melina fixed her gaze on him, as if weighing the truth of his words. At last, she gave a slight nod. That night, the Red Room's database was completely overhauled. Dreykov voluntarily signed the documents transferring his authority, and he and his most loyal followers were taken to the deepest execution chamber of the Red Room. Shintion stood behind a one-way mirror, watching the proceedings with cold detachment. Dreykov finally snapped out of the illusion, jerking his head upward, terror and fury flickering in his eyes. But it was far too late. His throat was cut, and blood sprayed across the cold metal floor. I have no need for puppets, and even less for hidden threats, Shintion remarked coolly, turning to leave. From that moment, the new order of the Red Room erased every trace of the old era. When Alexei learned that Melina had taken charge of the Red Room, he stormed into the conference room in a rage. But the moment he saw the Sharingan in Ban's eyes, he fell silent. In the end, he chose to accept reality. After all, compared to Dreykov, at least Melina wouldn't treat him like an experiment. As for Melina, she now stood in the command center of the Red Room, watching as new orders flickered across the screen. Red Room Reformation Plan. 1. Cease all training of underage agents. Switch to formal education. 2. Release existing Black Widow operatives for mind control and allow them to choose their own paths freely. 3. Transform the Red Room into an independent intelligence organization. Mission: protect the world. She let out a gentle breath and turned to look at Shintion, who stood in the shadows. Are you sure this will work? Absolutely, Shintion replied with a smile. Because from now on, the Red Room will have only one enemy. Everyone who threatens the peace of the world. 3 days later, Natasha and Yelena were sent to a safe house in Norway. When Melina appeared in person and told them, the Red Room will never hunt you again, suspicion in Natasha's eyes gave way to disbelief. Why, she asked. Melina looked at her for a long time before finally answering in a soft voice. Because someone helped me realize there are things more important than control. Yelena tilted her head. Like what? With a rare, gentle smile, Melina ruffled her hair. Chun Tian stood atop the Red Room's roof, gazing down over the vast empire of spies. Tubi came to his side. Master, the plan is going smoothly. The brainwashing program developed by Hydra and the Red Room has been completely dismantled. This is just the beginning, Chun Tian replied with a quiet laugh. The Red Room is only the first step. Next, his gaze drifted into the distance, as if piercing through the clouds to confront a far greater darkness. It's time for Hydra to taste the consequences of being devoured by their own creation. Siberia, Hydra's secret base. As the heavy blast doors were blown apart, Hydra's commander, Klaus Schneider, was still sipping his coffee at leisure. Alert! Red Room operatives are attacking, came a desperate scream through the intercom. Schneider snorted and set down his cup. Why panic? The Red Room is our ally. In the next instant, the ruined blast door crashed to the ground, and through the swirling dust strode a woman in a crimson combat suit, Melina Vostokov. Schneider's expression froze. Ally, Melina sneered, cocking both pistols in unison. No, as of today, the Red Room is Hydra's gravedigger. The Big Apple, Wall Street underground vault. Hydra's chief financial officer, Hank, was counting piles of dollars when a steady knocking echoed from the vault door. Who's there? He called, hand reaching for the submachine gun under his desk. Room service, came a sweet, cheerful voice from outside. Hank barely had time to exhale in relief before the entire door was kicked in. A silver-haired girl, katana in hand, strode in calmly, followed by a dozen heavily armed former Black Widow agents. Yura, representing the Red Room, is here to liquidate Hydra's assets. The young woman's mechanical eye flickered with an icy blue light. A warm reminder. Resistance means death. P.S. You're about to outlive your usefulness. Hank looked at the Black Widows who had once been brainwashed by Hydra. Now, their eyes blazed with the flames of vengeance. In that instant, he understood. Hydra's reckoning had arrived. Xiangjiang, Hydra's Asia headquarters. When Dante kicked open the doors to the penthouse conference room, the regional Hydra commander was frantically incinerating documents. Well, I see you're busy destroying the evidence. Dante's red coat billowed behind him. The rebellious blade spun effortlessly between his fingers. Need a hand with that? Virgil stepped out from behind, his Yamato blade flashing with cold light. A single stroke, and every file cabinet and the commander himself were sliced into perfectly neat fragments. This is faster, the blue-clad swordsman said coolly. Brother, can't you at least let me finish my cool speech? Dante spread his hands in mock exasperation. Melina strode quickly through the central hall, where a cascade of data shimmered across her fingertips. She halted suddenly before a massive tactical screen. 57% of Hydra's strongholds had just shifted from red to blue markers. But then, at the screen's edge, a golden insignia suddenly popped up, the emblem of the World Security Council. Chun Tian. Her voice carried a note of gravity. The situation's changed. Chun Tian emerged slowly from the shadows, the hem of his coat swaying gently. So, the Security Council finally lost its patience. Melina swiftly pulled up an urgent communication log. On the screen, the 5 permanent members of the World Security Council were holding an emergency session. They've just passed a special resolution. She pointed to the highlighted text, declaring the Red Room a global threat. They're demanding S.H.I.E.L.D. take immediate action. Chun Tian stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows, fingertips idly tracing his chin. Suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle. Inform all field teams. Initiate the hibernation protocol. Melina arched a brow. Full covert mode? On the surface, yes. Chun Tian turned to her, a half-smile on his lips. Let those snakes running the council think they've won their little game of wits. A subtle, fathomless light flashed in Chun Tian's eyes. I need to be somewhere important. He pressed a button on his wristwatch. Tell Ben I'll need him to cover for me for a while. With that, he turned to leave the command hall. Just before stepping out through the main doors, Chun Tian paused and glanced back at Melina. I heard Natasha and Yelena are studying the agent curriculum. Melina sighed, a touch of resignation in her voice. Yes, I can't dissuade them. They say they want to help however they can. Chun Tian chuckled softly. All right, tell him to keep at it. By the way, Ban will be taking over for now. Listen to his suggestions. When it's appropriate, as long as he's not with Dante, his intelligence is usually reliable. Of course, you're still in charge. Chun Tian stood before the Shiva temple in Durbar Square, his shadow stretched long by the golden light of dusk. For 3 days, he had wandered every alley of this ancient city. Kamartaj seemed to exist in another dimension altogether. Master, there's nothing to report so far. 2BS voice came through his earpiece. She was piloting 3 stealth drones that swept silently over the city. Just as Shintian turned to leave, a young boy in an orange monk's robe suddenly blocked his path. Sir, would you like to buy a talisman? The child lifted a string of bone ornaments, one of which had a coin engraved with the sigil of the mystic order. A flicker of surprise crossed Shintian's eyes. This was unmistakably an initiation token from Kamartaj. Before he could ask, the boy shot him a sly grin. $20. I'll even throw in some afternoon tea with the Sorcerer Supreme. He followed the boy through winding, shadowy lanes. When he stepped into a building with a battered sign reading Himalaya Tea House, the entire space began to twist and warp, as if an invisible hand were crumpling it like paper. Before reality could knit itself back together, his figure blurred into a streak of motion. Ancient One, which timeline am I in right now? Chun Tian flashed instantly to the side of the Ancient One, who was brewing tea. His palm landed hard on the tea table. The cedarwood tray rattled, teacups trembling, and nebula-shaped swirls of steam were shredded by the force of his arrival. Cracks spread across the tea tray like spiderwebs. The Ancient One slowly raised her head. Chun Tian's hand froze in midair. Her bald head, once smooth as porcelain, was now etched with fine wrinkles, and even her signature serene smile bore the marks of time's relentless erosion. What happened to you? Chun Tian frowned. This was not how she should look. In 1996, the Ancient One was supposed to be untouched by age. The golden sigil at her fingertip faded, tea vapor crystallizing into ice between the lines of her skin. Curious, aren't you? She slid the boiling teapot toward Chun Tian. Didn't Diablo tell you? Chun Tian stared at her fingers, thin as withered twigs. He didn't say much. In order to mend the collapse of dimensions caused by Diablo's power and the self-destruction of the 3 great demon gods, I had no choice but to draw upon the Time Stone. The Ancient One broke into a fit of coughing, dark blood tinting the tea. Dormammu's dark energy can only delay my death now, not undo it. That can't be. Strange used the power of time, and he didn't end up like this. Chun Tian sat down beside her. She laughed, a brittle sound. He only used a fraction of its power. If he'd wielded it all, he'd look just like me. Chun Tian sighed. So what do we do now? With a gentle wave, the Ancient One restored the tea to its original clarity, the blood disappearing as if it had never been. The me of this time is still as I was. But come 2010, I suspect I won't be here any longer. So soon? Then strange is now, Chun Tian asked in shock. The Ancient One looked at him and shook her head. What I mean is, if I stop using my powers and only rely on what little strength I have left to keep my body going, I might just be able to hold on until Strange comes to see me. Then, who will protect Blue Star from being invaded by the dimensional demons? Do you think Blue Star has been safe from the dimensional demons simply because I was here? Have you forgotten about Thor's father? That's true, but it's probably because both of you were around, right? Yes. So from now on, Blue Star will face a lot of suffering. There may not be any major disasters, but there will certainly be plenty of minor ones. For example, the followers of the dimensional demons will surely increase. Well, that's still manageable. How is Tony doing these days? Not great. He's been searching for you all this time. He's particularly hostile towards Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, and those twins. Could you help me let him know something? I suppose I can. At this point, it's not like I can keep people from meddling with the timeline anymore. Might as well go with the flow. What do you want me to tell him? Just tell him I'm doing fine. Tell him to protect Blue Star, take down anyone causing trouble, and oh, remember to buy every new AAA game release for me. Is that all? Don't you want to leave him something more? Now that you control the Red Room, all Tony needs to do is go there, and he'll find any message you've left behind. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need information from the Red Room, and honestly, I don't know what I'd leave him anyway. It all just feels too sentimental. All right, I'll pass your message along. By the way, what was it I came here to tell you? Huh? Wasn't I the one looking for you? When did you come here? Just as Chun Tian finished speaking, his body began to glow with a shimmering green light. The Ancient One saw the glow and suddenly understood. There's still residual energy from the Time Stone in your body. You might find yourself suddenly transported to different points in time without warning. By now, Chun Tian's mouth was wide open as he looked back and forth between his own fading outline and the Ancient One's face. Why? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You should have told me. Chun Tian shouted in frustration. I'm old now. My memory isn't what it used to be. The Ancient One took a sip of tea. Before Chun Tian could finish his sentence, his figure vanished into thin air. The Ancient One watched as Chun Tian disappeared, tilting her head in confusion. What was I here for again? My name is Chun Tion. I'm the protagonist of that novel. The one who, at the start, was supposedly killed by a little fairy, which made the authors. Family gets scolded by readers, so it was changed to being sent flying by the Mudhead god, and I ended up transmigrating into the Marvel Universe. You're asking how I knew? Well, I owe it all to this guy right here. He's also, someone who can break the fourth wall. Chun Tion gestured to the fellow beside him, who wore a red hood and carried twin blades on his back. Hey there, readers. Wow, damn, why are you all so handsome? And so gorgeous? Also, big bro author, my name's Wade Wilson. You know me, I'm Deadpool. I also know you guys like to call me Little Rascal. Is that pronounced late too by Chi? When Ryan Reynolds first said that name, he had that Nick Young meme face that just killed me. Huh. Deadpool clutched his stomach and slapped his thigh, laughing. Oh, right, big bro author. The bit above was your narrative trick, huh? Trying to give me a bit of mystery? Listen, you really should. The power of the author activates. The author frantically mashes the delete key, erasing all memory of this being a novel from both the protagonist and Wade. What was I just about to say? Chun Tion looked completely bewildered, staring blankly at the equally dazed Deadpool beside him. I've got no clue, man. What were we doing just now? My brain feels like it's been scrambled into mush, kind of like the time my roommate licked my, well, you know. By the way, do you know my roommate? The blind, old black lady? She? MMPH. Wade's mouth was suddenly covered by Chun Tion, whose temple veins throbbed wildly. This guy really never shuts up. So, what was I saying just now? Chun Tion turned to ask 2B beside him. 2B seemed to have just been under some indescribable force as well. Only after hearing Chun Tion's question did she come to her senses. Master, I think I just crashed. Chun Tion scratched the back of his head, frowning slightly. That's odd. Weren't we just talking about something important? Master, my system just experienced a malfunction, 2B said softly, pressing her temple. It was as if my cache was forcibly reset. I knew it. Wade broke free from Chun Tion's hand, bouncing between the two of them, his finger pointed excitedly at 2B. Incredible. Yoarha 2B, the protagonist of Nier. Automata, goddess of otakus everywhere. Oh my god. Deadpool struck a pose straight out of the scream. Did our studio buy the rights to Nier? Automata? Last I heard, the producers couldn't even get the rights to Logan. Whoa. Chun Tion smacked Deadpool on the head, right on his hood. Shut up, Wade. Ow. Dude, do you have any idea how expensive this suit is? And unlike you, I don't get reimbursed by the production crew for my costume. Deadpool was rubbing his head, but suddenly froze. Wait a second. Did Miss 2B just call you master? The three of them stared at each other, and an uncanny silence settled in the air. Suddenly, Deadpool took a nimble step back and began circling around Chun Tion, thoughtfully stroking his chin with his finger. Hey, audience friends, he suddenly lowered his voice, turning to speak conspiratorially to the empty space, shielding his mouth with his hand. Check out this new character. I bet none of you have seen it before. He made an exaggerated shoot gesture. Keep it down. Don't let them catch on that I'm talking to you. 2B, unable to tolerate Deadpool's chatter any longer, spoke up. Master, may I terminate this individual with abnormal brainwave activity? Deadpool completely ignored 2B, still whispering to the fourth wall. I haven't seen this guy before. He cocked his head, the white eyes on his mask comically squishing together. Which universe did he come from? Is he a new Marvel character? Or, wait a sec. He suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. Don't tell me he's a DC character sneaking over for a crossover? Chun Tion's eye twitched violently, and his right hand was already resting on the azure rose at his waist. But Deadpool, quick as a startled rabbit, bounded backward 3 steps, throwing his hands up high in an exaggerated gesture. Hey, chill out, man. Deadpool's voice suddenly turned sincere, the white eyes on his mask curving in a pleading arc. I surrender. You win. I promise I won't say a word for the next 5 minutes. As he said this, he even mimed zipping his lips shut. 2B's cybernetic eye flashed a dangerous red. Master, I recommend immediate termination. Calculations indicate a 99.9% probability he'll resume talking nonsense within 1 second. Deadpool instantly turned to 2B, pressing his palms together in a begging gesture. Don't do this, miss. Look at how adorable I am. Wouldn't it be a shame to destroy something this cute? He lowered his voice again, stage whispering to the invisible audience. Folks, check it out. This is what they call the classic Sunder trait. Then he struck a bashful anime girl pose, wriggling his shoulders. I bet she's about to say, who cares about you anyway? Or something like that. Finally, Chun Tion's patience snapped. A bullet whizzed past Deadpool's mask, blasting a scorched hole in the wall behind him. Whoa! Deadpool clutched his chest dramatically. Dude, are you serious? This suit is a limited edition. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to the invisible wall again. Oh, right, everyone. Don't forget to check out my merch on the Marvel website. If you order now, you get a free Infinity Gauntlet, just like Thanos. Wait, is that joke out of date already? Chun Tian's temples throbbed with frustration as a blue aura of magic swirled around his wrist, gathering at the azure rose in his hand. Sensing the tension, Deadpool immediately took 2 steps back, striking a pose straight out of the national gymnastics routine of some European country. Ugh. Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut. He made a zipping motion across his lips, but within 2 seconds, he couldn't help turning to 2B again. By the way, miss, your dress, your combat outfit looks amazing. Which designer, Al? This time, 2B's pure white oath came crashing down, striking the ground right in front of Deadpool's feet. The scattering debris clinked sharply against his mask. Finally, Deadpool stood obediently in place, though every so often he would make exaggerated winks and faces at the air, his mouth moving soundlessly beneath his mask, as if encrypting messages to an invisible audience. Chun Tian rubbed his temples, feeling like Deadpool's endless chatter was about to turn his brain to mush. Wade, he said, drawing a deep breath and resisting the urge to pull his gun, how exactly did you end up in this world? Deadpool suddenly straightened up, hands on his hips in classic superhero fashion. Excellent question, he declared, clearing his throat theatrically. Here's how it went. Keep it short. 2B's sword was already half drawn from its sheath. All right. Deadpool threw up his hands. In short, the magnificent Deadpool, after saving that chubby kid Russell in Deadpool 2, swiped Cable's antique time travel watch while nobody was looking. He mimed the act of stealing and even added a cheerful ding-dong sound effect. Chun Tian's I twitched again. And then, Deadpool sighed and shook his head. Then I planned on getting rid of that disgrace to Canada, who took the Green Lantern script. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of Ryan, but that role was a travesty. Suddenly, he turned to the empty air. Right, folks? You know what I mean. A dangerous red gleam flickered in 2B's eyes. Master, wait, I'm getting to the point. Deadpool waved his hands frantically. Just as I was about to jump, the stupid watch suddenly went haywire. He exaggerated the sound of a malfunctioning device, beep beep, beep, and then threw his arms wide. Next thing I know, I'm dumped into this crazy place. Chun Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. So you originally meant to take out the guy who's going to play me. Deadpool jumped in eagerly. Stop him from accepting that cursed Green Lantern script. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Honestly, that movie is Ryan's darkest chapter. Chun Tian finally managed to grasp the key point amidst the rapid barrage of words. This Deadpool came from the movie Deadpool 2, Once Upon a Deadpool. Just as that film ended, he had stolen Cable's time-traveling watch during the post-credit scene, but a temporal anomaly swept him away and brought him here. He watched as Deadpool, still oblivious to his surroundings, started monologuing to the invisible wall. Sorry, folks watching at home. Don't leave just yet. I promise I'll take down that guy. Chun Tian let out a sigh and turned to 2B. 2B, have you figured out what year it is here? 2B nodded, the data stream in her cybernetic eyes flickering. Master, according to intelligence I accessed via satellite link, it is the year 1999, and we're in Sokovia. 1999. Chun Tian frowned slightly. Have you tried to contact Katyusha? 2B paused for a moment, then shook her head. I haven't attempted that yet. Give it a try, Chun Tian said. 2B closed her eyes. After a brief moment, she opened them in surprise. Connection established. The Katyusha system confirms we are still in your previous world, but the timeline has shifted forward by several years. Deadpool suddenly popped up beside them, his mask's white eye patches comically wide. Whoa, are you guys having some kind of secret chat? What's this Katyusha thing? Is it that Russian lady who sings Katyusha stands on the steep riverbank? Chun Tian slapped his thigh in realization. 1999, Sokovia? That's what? Deadpool butted in with his trademark cheeky grin, only to be met with 2B's blade at his throat. Easy there, miss. Sharp objects are dangerous, you know. Ignoring Deadpool's antics, Chun Tian quickly pieced together the timeline in his mind. October 1999, the Sokovia Civil War breaks out, and Stark Industries missiles strike the Maximoff household. Wait a minute. Deadpool suddenly wriggled free from 2B's blade, waving his arms dramatically. October 1999. That's the day when the witchy sister from Avengers 2 loses her family, right? He mimed an explosion. Boom! And then they start hating Tony Stank. A flash of surprise rippled through 2B's mechanical eyes. Master, how does he know all this? Because he's a fourth-wall-breaking lunatic, Chun Tian gritted his teeth. Then, a sudden realization dawned on him. memories flickering back to just before the time stone's energy swept him into the past. In Sokovia, the twins' attitude toward him, well, now it all made sense. Shintian looked to 2B. Contact the Red Room, and have them send in the Black Widows to rescue the civilians. A flash of blue light flickered in 2B's eyes. Master, Lady Melina's encrypted channel is now connected. She paused for a moment. Additionally, you can summon Virgil and the others if you wish. Good suggestion, Shintian replied, snapping his fingers. 3 beams of light shimmered in the air. Virgil appeared first, holding the Yamato blade. His expression softened slightly upon seeing Shintian. Child, in trouble again? He sheathed his sword. Have we been transported to 1999 this time? Dante strolled out of the light, hands clasped behind his head, swaying with each step. Hey there, nephew. He slung an arm around Chun-Tian's shoulders. So, what crazy adventure are we getting into this time? Madara materialized last, his Rinnegan scanning the battlefield before settling on Chun-Tian. He bowed slightly. My lord, shall I destroy this city? His tone was as calm as if he were asking whether to serve afternoon tea. Only then did Deadpool snap out of shock. Holy crap on a cracker. He clutched his head, the white lenses of his mask widening in disbelief. Dante and Virgil. Did someone by the rights to Devil May Cry too? He spun toward Madara, his voice rising an octave. Uchiha Madara, the big boss from Naruto. 2B reported coolly. Master, Melina has dispatched the Alexev squad. They are expected to arrive in 30 minutes. Virgil frowned at Deadpool. Noisy clown. He turned to Chun-Tian. Child, shall I silence this source of disturbance? Dante burst out laughing and gave Chun-Tian a hearty slap on the back. Don't mind the stiff, nephew. He winked at Deadpool. Hey, red suit. Know where a guy can get some strawberry sundaes around here? My treat. Madara remained in his bow, though a dangerous glint flickered in his Rinnegan. My lord, allow me to clear away these distractions. The spectral outline of his Susanoo flickered faintly around him. Deadpool, like an overexcited husky discovering new toys, circled the trio. Ladies and gentlemen, you won't believe how loaded this production is. This crossover even rivals my own Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe series. Shintian rubbed his forehead helplessly. Everyone please, let's calm down. He looked at the 3. Father Virgil, Uncle Dante Madara, we have serious business to attend to this time. Virgil nodded slightly. As you wish, child. Dante grinned, flashing an okay sign. Your call, nephew. Madara straightened slowly. Your will is my command, my lord. Deadpool watched the scene, then suddenly addressed the invisible fourth wall. Wow, this is straight out of family drama. The stern father, the goofy uncle, and the ultimate boss with loyal dog energy. He turned to Chun-Tian. Dude, your cheat codes are on another level. A faint crack finally appeared on Virgil's cold, stern face as Yamato sliced through the air in a ghostly blue arc enough. In an instant, Deadpool's body froze midair. 3 neat gashes split across his mask, and the next moment, his entire body scattered like a set of building blocks into 6 pieces, dropping to the ground with a soft thud. Whoa! Dante leaned back, narrowly dodging the splatter of tomato sauce. Don't ask why it's tomato sauce. Bro, you really have a temper. Madara crossed his arms, a glimmer of approval flashing in his Rinnegan. Well done. Yet, even as he lay on the ground, sliced up like a platter of sushi, Deadpool kept talking. Hey, did you folks see that? That's what they call a real dimension. Slash. His head rolled half a turn on the ground, the white lenses on his mask still winking expressively. Though I don't recommend minors try this at home. Holy hell. Dante nearly bit his own tongue in shock. His head's off, and he's still talking. Deadpool's right hand began crawling toward his torso. Hey, Dante, buddy, could you give me a hand? Help me stick my left leg back on? If I do it myself, it'll take half an hour. As he spoke, his left hand suddenly snatched the right leg that had rolled to Madara's feet. This one's mine. No stealing. Virgil stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. The usually unflappable son of Sparta sounded uncharacteristically shaken. This is impossible. My lord, Madara's Sharingan spun widely. I suggest using Amaterasu to incinerate him. Black flames were already gathering at his fingertips. No, wait. Deadpool's torso wriggled like a caterpillar, scrambling to hide behind Dante. This suit's pure cotton. If you burn it, I've got nothing to change into. His head suddenly swiveled toward 2B. Hey, miss, do you have a sewing kit? 2B's mechanical eye flickered madly as system alerts chimed in rapid succession. Chun-Tian pressed his hand to his forehead in agony. I knew this would happen. Suddenly, Deadpool's left hand slapped the ground. I just remembered. His right leg kicked the air in agreement. Virgil, didn't you slice up Dante just like this in Devil May Cry 5? Back then he... Shut up. Virgil, now thoroughly enraged, slashed again. This time, Deadpool's remains broke into 12 pieces. Calm down, bro. Dante scrambled to catch Deadpool's flying nose. Yes, the nose. Can this even be put back together? Madara's Susanoo had already materialized its upper body. A giant blue sword pointed at the squirming chunks of flesh on the floor. My lord, allow me. No. Shin Tian leapt forward to block him. If you use your full Susanoo, you'll blast this whole place apart. Deadpool's disembodied mouth was still chattering away. Honestly, I think Lord Madara's suggestion isn't half bad. His eyeball rolled to a stop at Virgil's feet. I mean, it's not like I could die anyway. Why not let the audience see a full-powered Susanoo versus the Yamato blade? The ratings would be through the roof. Chun Tian finally pulled out his gun and shot the incessant eyeball, silencing it at last. For 3 whole seconds, the world was peaceful. Then, suddenly, Deadpool's severed ear piped up. Hey, that was my favorite right eye. At the same time, his left hand was fishing a needle and thread from his fanny pack, stitching up his right hand. Just wait. Later, I'm drawing an eye patch on my mask with a marker. Dante quietly sheathed the rebellion sword across his back, then pulled a pair of noise-canceling headphones out of his dimensional pocket and slipped them on. Virgil, without a word, unleashed a dimensional slash. Absolute, teleporting himself onto the rooftop of a building in Sokovia. Madara's Rinnegan slowly closed as he took a deep breath. My lord, I request permission to return to the summoning realm. Suddenly, Tubi raised her immaculate white contract. Master, hostile forces are approaching, she reported, blue eyes flickering with a hint of relief. I recommend immediate engagement. Deadpool's torso suddenly sprang upright like a jack-in-the-box. You could have said so earlier. His right hand smacked his head back on, but the mask was backwards, so now the back of his head faced forward. Time for some stylish action to win back my reputation. Wait, my guts are hanging out. Chin Tian looked at Deadpool's scattered, crawling body parts, then at the distant combat units, infantry and armored vehicles advancing as one. Suddenly, a serene smile broke across his face. To be, give me a pair of those noise-canceling headphones too. Virgil sat atop a water tank, cradling the Yamato blade, texting Dante. Tell the kid I won't be coming back for a while. The reply came almost instantly. Big bro, you chickening out? Shut up, and toss that red contaminant into a volcano. No can do. The nephew says he's a key character in the plot. Virgil silently powered off his phone, gazing at the Sokovian sunset. For the first time, he wondered, compared to that lunatic, is Dante's endless chatter actually kind of endearing? Deadpool finally managed to stitch himself back into human shape. Ladies and gentlemen, the next part is pay-per-view. He struck a classic fighting pose. Watch me blast Hydra with my hemorrhoid blaster. Ow. My stitches pop. As Chun Tian squeezed the trigger of his blue rose, it suddenly struck him. Maybe destroying the world wasn't such a big deal after all. The night sky over Sokovia was stained blood-red by artillery fire. Django Maximoff sprinted through the streets with 6-year-old Pietro in his arms. His wife, Maria, followed close behind, clutching little Wanda tightly to her chest. Pietro's face was ghostly pale, and Wanda's hair clung to her forehead, drenched in sweat. We're almost home. Django's voice broke apart amid his ragged gasps for breath. A shell exploded not far away, its shockwave nearly knocking Maria off her feet. Mama! Wanda suddenly screamed, her tiny hands instinctively flaring with red light. But in the very next instant, her mother pulled her back tightly into her arms. Don't look, darling. Don't look. Maria's voice trembled with terror as she stumbled to keep pace with her husband. They burst through their rickety front door, and Django immediately spun around to brace it with his full weight. Pietro, get your sister. Under the table, the boy grabbed his sister's wrist, and the two small figures squeezed into the cramped space beneath the oak dining table. Maria frantically shoved the sofa against the door, while Django hauled over a heavy bookcase. Outside, the ground trembled with the thunder of armored vehicles grinding across the street, mingled with soldiers' shouts and the anguished cries of the wounded. It's the rebel troops, Django muttered, his fingernails digging into the wood. They're sweeping through the civilian districts. Suddenly, Wanda crawled out from under the table, her little hand pointing straight at the window. Daddy, look, the flying iron bucket. Django followed his daughter's gaze, and his face turned ashen. In the night sky, a missile marked with Stark Industries blazed toward them, its fiery trail slicing through the darkness. No! At that desperate moment, Django's scream was drowned out by a roar like a heavy motorcycle engine tearing through the night. A figure flashed into midair, planting itself in the missile's path. Cloaked in black, clothes snapping in the wind, Chin Tian faced the oncoming missile streaking toward him at breakneck speed, and still had time to glance back at the terrified Maximoff family huddled behind the window. "Don't be afraid." He spoke softly to Wanda through the glass, his right hand already gripping the greatsword slung across his back. The Scarlet Queen, wreathed in crimson flame. The fires raging in Sokovia lit up the intricate mechanical patterns etched along the blade. "EX, charge complete." With a thunderous shout, the Scarlet Queen's blade carved a blazing arc through the night. The built-in combustion engine roared to life, turning the greatsword into a shooting red meteor. An earth-shaking blast split the air. The missile was cleaved perfectly in two, its explosion illuminating Chun Tion's sword-wielding figure like a war god descended. "Master, another incoming." 2BS warning crackled through the comms. Not far away, Dante hefted a rocket launcher and vaulted onto an armored car, blasting a rebel troop carrier sky-high. "Nephew, the left side's yours," he shouted, laughing as he swung his greatsword, the rebellion, onto his shoulder. Deadpool had somehow climbed onto the Maximoff family's windowsill, hanging upside down with the back of his masked head facing forward. "Whoa, this is even cooler than the charge blade in Monster Hunter," he exclaimed, catching sight of the red glow swirling in Wanda's hands. "Wait a sec. This little girl knows magic. Get out." Django grabbed the fireplace tongs and hurled them at the intruder. Deadpool nimbly flipped aside, only to topple the bookcase Maria had just finished barricading. Outside, a second missile was already breaking through the clouds. Madara's Sharingan snapped open. "Master, do you require my assistance?" Chun Tian slid the Scarlet Queen back into its sheath across his back, his left hand already drawing the Azure Rose. The custom revolver's barrel spun at high speed, filling the air with a whirring mechanical hum. "No need. I'm not who I used to be," he replied, pulling the trigger in rapid succession. 6 rounds of magical energy from the Azure Rose screamed through the air. With pinpoint precision, the bullets struck the missile's warhead, erupting mid-sky in a blazing burst of fire. At that critical moment, 2BS pure white contract blade suddenly swept in front of Chintian. "Master, abnormal energy signature detected." From under the dining table, Wanda had somehow risen to her feet. Chaotic scarlet energy coiled around her small frame like a living thing. The little girl's eyes had turned completely red, fixed intently on the incoming missile. "I don't want Mom and Dad to die," she sobbed. With her plaintive cry, a distant armored vehicle began to twist and crumple in unnatural ways, before crashing down with a heavy thud, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Deadpool clapped exaggeratedly. These special effects put the Marvel Studios to shame. He spun toward the invisible fourth wall. "Am I right, folks? This should be the post-credit scene for Doctor Strange 2. No one noticed that Chun Tian's own magic had begun to shimmer with a faint blue light, the power of Nero resonating strangely with Wanda's chaos magic. "Master!" Madara suddenly turned, alarm sharp in his voice. More armored units approaching. The thunder of armored columns tore through the night sky over Sokovia, tank treads grinding the cobblestones to dust, cannon muzzles glinting with the chill of death. The soldiers' shouts merged with the roar of engines, the sound tolling like a death knell from the depths of hell. Chun Tian looked down at Wanda. The girl's cheeks were still streaked with tears, her crimson eyes reflecting the burning glow from afar. Slowly, he knelt, a gentle smile on his lips, and wiped away her tears with his fingertips. "Your mom and dad won't die." His voice was soft, yet carried a warmth that wrapped around Wanda's heart. "Because I'm here." Night wind surged, whipping Chun Tian's coat in the haze of smoke. He rose to his feet, and the Scarlet Queen blazed free from its scabbard behind him, sword edge erupting in fierce blue-violet magical flames. Tubi silently moved to his side, the blade of the pure white covenant carving a chilling arc through the air. Her silver hair whipped in the heat, eyes locking onto every enemy with an icy intent to kill. The air itself was torn apart by a force that defied reason. Virgil's figure emerged. The Yamato was still sheathed, yet the sheer sharpness of his presence sent shards of stone floating within a 10-meter radius. He tilted his head slightly. Beneath the silver hair, his eyes were cold as a blade. Chun Tian strode forward, and, as he brushed past Virgil, a metallic ring split the night. In a flash, the Yamato was drawn. The blade spilled moonlight, slicing the nearest armored vehicle perfectly in half. The cut was smooth as glass. There was no time for an explosion. Virgil resheathed his sword, moving with the poise of death itself, silently falling in behind Chun Tian. Behind Chun Tian, the grinding of metal echoed sharply in the night. At some point, Dante had joined the group, his greatsword slung casually over his shoulder, chin tilted up with lazy confidence. Sensing the presence of the three behind him, Chun Tion's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Ready, players? A stream of data flickered through 2B's eyes as she reversed her grip on the pure white covenant. Virgil's hand rested on the hilt of the Yamato, a glint of cold steel in his gaze beneath his silver hair. Dante rolled his neck with a carefree air, his sword eager for the fight. Game start, Chun Tian murmured, his voice laced with playful anticipation. It was only then that the commander of the armored battalion realized they were not facing humans at all. Open fire. Turrets swiveled. Dozens of machine guns spat fire as a hailstorm of bullets tore through the air. In the next instant, the world was ripped apart by three utterly distinct forces. Virgil vanished. In his place, a blue afterimage sliced across the battlefield, cleaving tank barrels, treads, and armor plates with invisible precision, leaving everything neatly in pieces. To be moved. She became a streak of silver lightning, the pure white covenant weaving a net of death through the air. Soldiers' heads flew, turrets were dismantled with surgical accuracy, and a spray of flesh and steel bloomed in midair. Dante let out a roar of laughter and brought the rebellion down in a mighty blow. A thunderous shockwave overturned an entire row of tanks, snapping their treads apart. He somersaulted into the air, sweeping his blade in a wide arc, sending dozens of soldiers flying like bowling pins into the distant ruins. Standing his ground amid the screaming bullets, he slowly raised the Red Queen. His hand twisted sharply on the hilt, and the Red Queen answered with a roar of thunder. Segments of machinery along the blade lit up one by one, the gathered energy warping the air around him. Ix! His voice crashed through the chaos like a storm. Unleash! At the very moment the blade struck down, flames erupted like a furious dragon, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The blue-violet magical fire devoured all, artillery, steel, and flesh, while the explosion's brilliant light soared into the sky, igniting the night over Sokovia in a blazing inferno. Wanda stood at her doorstep, her small hand clutching tightly to her mother's sleeve. Reflected in her crimson eyes was the silhouette of a lone figure, sword in hand, standing tall amid the sea of fire. Like a god, like a demon, like one who could rewrite fate itself, his image was being quietly etched into her young heart. From behind her, Pietro peeked out, his eyes wide with awe. "Mama," he whispered, his voice trembling with shock. "Are they gods?" Maria did not answer. She only held her two children close, tears slipping silently down her face. And in the heart of the battlefield, Chun Tian sheathed the Scarlet Queen across his back. The magical flames slowly faded, the smoke of battle dissipated, and in the first light of dawn, his figure stood out clear and resolute. He turned to look at the Maximoff family, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. "No, Pietro." The morning breeze scattered his words, yet each syllable seemed carved into the soul. "We're only here to tell this world. Fate is something that can be severed." The smoke had barely cleared when Deadpool suddenly poked his head out from behind the burning wreckage of a tank, the white eye patches on his mask exaggeratedly wide. Cut! Cut! Director, you have to reshoot this with an IMAX camera." He scrambled over to Chun Tian, dropped to one knee with the eager devotion of a starstruck fan, and exclaimed, "God, that sword-sheathing shot is enough for me to fanboy over for the next 10 years. If only he could add some slow motion." With that, he spun toward an imaginary camera, sketching out an action sequence in the air. "Listen up, folks. What we need here is a 360-degree panoramic shot. Cue the Avengers theme music, and then freeze frame with cherry blossoms drifting down." He didn't get to finish. Tubi promptly smacked him into the wall with her sword scabbard. "Master, I can't take one more word from this chatterbox." 2B's pupils flashed as her grip on the scabbard tightened. Virgil regarded the Deadpool-shaped dent in the wall with cold disdain, drawing a deep breath. "I swear I'll make him shut up forever." Meanwhile, Dante was using his massive rebellion sword as a selfie stick. He whistled at Virgil's words. "Hey bro, at least wait till he sets my IG filter right." Then, as if noticing something amiss, he glanced around. "Wait, where's the poker-faced Uchiha guy?" As if in answer, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, the sound of a planetary devastation. Madara stood atop a distant clock tower, his Susanu's chakra blade hoisting the last tank high into the sky. Catching Dante's gaze with his Sharingan, he snorted coldly, "Childish." Deadpool pried himself out of the wall, his mask morphing into a shocked emoji. "Holy crap. Turns out Lord Madara's secretly farming KDA." He whipped out a scoreboard from who knows where. Currently, the MVP is Virgil with 9 kills and 0 deaths. Dante's lost points for showing off, and Boss Chin might be a show-off, but hey, he's the sugar daddy. A vein throbbed on Chun Tian's forehead, and the Scarlet Empress's engine suddenly roared to life. Deadpool instantly darted behind Wanda. "Kid, quick! Use your magic. You're the future super witch, remember?" Then he realized the little girl was just staring absent-mindedly at the red on his mask. "This red, it's really pretty," Wanda murmured, a glimmer of chaos magic flickering at her fingertips. Deadpool's mask shifted to a teary, touched expression. "OMG, I just got the official stamp of approval." He spun around, frantically shaking hands with the invisible fourth wall. "Kevin Feige, did you see that? This is a multiversal crossover in action." Madara suddenly appeared before everyone, his Sharingan narrowing dangerously. "One more word, and you'll be sealed away with them." Deadpool immediately mimed, zipping his lips shut, but sneakily mouthed to Wanda, "Remember, kid, if you ever meet a creepy dude with a jewel in his forehead, run." At last, Chun Tian lost his patience and snapped his fingers. In an instant, 2B's pristine contract blade, Virgil's Yamato, and Dante's rebellion were all pressed against Deadpool's neck. Now then, the Scarlet Empress's hydraulics hissed under pressure as Chun Tian flashed a nuclear angelic smile. "Would you prefer to be sliced into ribbons by a dimensional / blown to bits by an EX charge blast, or the Blue Rose's cylinder clicked as it spun? Care for a taste of 6 rounds of mind-blowing magic bullets?" Deadpool's mask shifted into the classic face. Suddenly, he pointed skyward and shouted, "Look, it's Nick Fury's space carrier." As everyone froze in confusion, Deadpool seized the moment, spinning the time travel dial on his wrist chronoband. The needle whirled wildly, and his form began to shimmer and distort. All that remained in the air was a single, lonely red glove, with "See you in the next movie Red Heart" scribbled on it in marker. Pietro, curious, picked it up, only for Wanda to snatch it away and toss it into the fire, where the glove slowly began to burn. The flames devoured the glove Deadpool had left behind, its ashes drifting on the morning breeze. Pietro craned his neck, watching Wanda burn the glove, and muttered softly, "I was hoping to keep that as a souvenir." Just then, a thunderous rumble split the air. From the sky came the deafening roar of engines as several Red Room aircraft sliced through the clouds, their wing-mounted red stars gleaming in the dawn. The hatch swung open, and a burly figure leaned halfway out, waving exuberantly and shouting with gusto. "Comrades, we've arrived." His voice thundered across the ruins of Sokovia, echoing over the devastation. Behind him stood the Red Room agents, poised and ready, their guns and gear gleaming with a cold, steely light in the morning sun. Chun Tian lifted his head just slightly, narrowing his eyes to peer at the aircraft above. The corners of his lips curled up ever so faintly. At that moment, a small, soft hand slipped quietly into his palm. Chun Tian was taken aback. He glanced down. Wanda stood by his side, her brown hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Though her eyes still shimmered with a subtle red glow, her lips now broke into a radiant smile, as warm and bright as the first light of dawn. "Thank you," she whispered. Chun Tian fell silent for a second. Then, slowly, he closed his fingers around her tiny hand, the smile on his lips growing deeper. "You're welcome, little one." Pietro, wide-eyed, glanced at Wanda and then at Chun Tian, unable to hold back his protest. "Hey, what about me? I want to shake hands too." Chun Tian shot him a sidelong look, chuckling as he reached out to ruffle Pietro's silver hair. "All right, you're included." Maria and Django stood a short distance away, watching the scene unfold. The tension in their faces finally began to ease. Maria's eyes glistened with tears as she whispered, "Did they really have changed our fate?" Django pulled his wife close, holding her tightly as he gazed at Chun Tian and his companions with a mixture of emotions. "Maybe there's hope for this world yet." The Red Room's aircraft descended slowly, its hatch swinging fully open. Alexei strode out with long, confident steps, a team of elite Red Room agents following. In his wake, he surveyed the battlefield, scarred and battered, then turned his gaze to Chun Tian's group, standing among the rubble. A broad grin split his face. "Looks like we missed quite the show, didn't we?" Dante hefted the rebellion blade over his shoulder and let out an easygoing whistle. "Don't worry, man. Next time, we'll let you take the lead." Virgil glanced over the Red Room agents, then leaned back against a crumbling wall. Tubi remained at Chun Tian's side, smiling as she watched him holding hands with the 2 little ones. On a distant rooftop, Madara stood watching, his Sharingan eyes glinting as he muttered to himself, "Oomph, reinforcements late as always." But he didn't leave. He simply kept his silent vigil over them all. Chun Tian released Wanda's hand and stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the Red Room agents before settling on Alexei. "Since you're here, don't just stand around," he said coolly, gesturing toward the ruined city beyond. The war in Sokovia isn't over yet. There are still many civilians who need to be evacuated. Alexei grinned, slamming his fist into his open palm. Then let's get to work, comrades. The morning light pierced the lingering smoke, painting the ruins with a blood-red and golden glow. Fate, in this very moment, was completely rewritten. Dante lounged on an exposed steel beam, one leg crossed over the other. A lollipop, salvaged from who knows what heap of ruins, rolled between his teeth, while his rebellious greatsword was stabbed casually into the ground at his side. Virgil leaned against a broken wall. His Yamato blade stood upright before him, both hands resting lightly atop the hilt. Silver hair spilled over his closed eyes, veiling his expression. Within a 3-meter radius, every piece of rubble hovered in defiance of gravity, a silent proclamation to all that he was far from asleep. Madara's silhouette loomed high behind the others, standing with folded arms atop the crumbling remains of a water tower. The burning war fan floated slowly at his back, its ribs still beaded with fresh blood. As the droplets fell, they burst into sparks midair. Tubi stood with her hands crossed in front of her, quietly gazing at Chun Tian. A radiant smile played at her lips, and in her eyes there was nothing but her master, utterly pure and undiluted. Chun Tian faced the slowly rising sun, his body turned slightly to the side. One hand shaded his brow as he squinted against the glare. He stood at the threshold between light and shadow. Nearby, Wanda and Pietro were pulled tightly into their parents' arms, watching it all unfold. The smoke of war had yet to disperse over Sokovia, and already the Red Room's transport plane was touching down on a makeshift clearing. The hatch opened with deliberate slowness. Melina was the first to step out, the soles of her tactical boots making a faint sound against the scorched earth. Behind her, 15-year-old Natasha Romanoff gripped the door with one hand, her red hair slicing a fierce arc through the wind. Note on Natasha's age. I previously described Natasha as 5 or 6 years old, which was my mistake. I only skimmed the Black Widow movie at triple speed and got the impression that child Natasha was quite small, around 5 or 6. Thankfully, a reader pointed out that Natasha would have been about 10 or 11 at the time. I have already corrected this in earlier chapters. No wonder the age of her defection from the Red Room didn't match up with my story. My apologies for the oversight, deepest apologies, and a bow. It's him. The girl's voice was soft, but her grip on the door had tightened until her knuckles turned white. 3 years ago, that figure had left without a word. Now he stood just 200 meters away, in front of a medical tent. The hem of his black trench coat was stained with blood as he spoke with Alexei. 7-year-old Yelena, lollipop in mouth, sidled over. "Who is it, sis?" The candy rolled inside her mouth, lending her words a sweet, muffled lilt. Natasha didn't answer. She took a deep breath and, suddenly, leapt from the 3-meter-high hatch. Her boots struck the scorched earth in 3 quick, sure-footed bursts, each landing deftly avoiding debris and craters. In an instant, the 15-year-old's body revealed the explosive power of a top agent. 15 meters vanished in a heartbeat. Chun Tian. At the sound of her voice, the man turned. In that same instant, Natasha's leg whipped through the air, slicing toward his temple with the speed and force of a cracking whip. This strike was at least 3 times fiercer than it had been 3 years ago, a result of countless hours she'd spent practicing against steel pillars in the Red Room's training grounds. A resounding thud rang out. He raised his hand to block, easily deflecting Natasha's kick. "Oh!" Chun Tian arched an eyebrow, a playful smirk curling at his lips. "Huh, Nat? Haven't seen you in years, and your temper's gotten sharper." Natasha used the momentum to flip back, landing deftly on the ground. Beneath her tactical suit, the contours of her body hinted at a newfound maturity. She adopted a revised close combat stance, her emerald eyes swirling with complicated emotions. January 17th, 1996, Kathmandu, Nepal. "You left Yelena and me behind without a word." Chun Tian paused, then let out a rueful laugh. "So that's what this is about." He reached out, intending to ruffle her red hair, but she chopped his hand away with a swift strike. Just as he was about to explain, he caught sight of another little whirlwind charging toward them. "Yo Arha's sister." Yelena's gleeful shout cut through the standoff. The little girl shot toward 2B like a golden bullet, only to break at the last second. She shyly adjusted her butterfly hair clip before flinging herself into the silver-haired warrior's arms. I finished all the training drills you left for me, and I miss you so much." 2B gently tousled Yelena's hair. "I missed you too." Yelena beamed, delighting in 2B's affectionate touch. "Nat," Chun Tian suddenly reached out a hand. "Do you want to be like Yelena and do you take me for a 7-year-old?" Natasha retorted with a cold laugh. Yet her gaze couldn't help but drift toward 2B and Yelena. Yelena clung to 2B like a baby koala, while 2B's once cool expression had softened into a warm smile, her hand stroking the little girl's hair with surprising tenderness. Tian grinned mischievously and spread his arms wide. "Come on, don't be shy. Drop dead," Natasha snapped, launching a graceful spinning kick straight at Tian's face. He dodged with an easy laugh. With her back to Tian, Natasha reflected that the little girl from 3 years ago had grown up. Now, she knew some questions were better left unasked, and some answers better unheard. The Red Room had taught her that secrets were like landmines. The less you knew, the safer you were. That's why she never pressed Tian about his sudden disappearance. Tian had met Natasha's family in 1995 and taken control of the Red Room that same year. After traveling to Kamartaj in 1996, he was transported to 1999. She took a deep breath, forcing the storm of emotions back down, and turned to walk toward 2B. At that moment, 2B was holding Yelena effortlessly with one arm while the little girl chattered away about all the adventures of the past 3 years. "Yo Arha, sister," Natasha called out brightly, hands on her hips and a dazzling smile on her face. "It's been a long time, Natasha," 2B replied, returning her smile. Tian watched as Natasha and Yelena clustered around 2B, chattering away in lively voices, when a voice sounded behind him. "Oh, our ghost commander finally deigns to show himself." Melina stood behind Tian with her arms crossed, a cold smirk playing on her crimson lips. "3 years ago, you dropped a hibernation protocol on us and left Mr. Ban to guard headquarters. So, how did that turn out?" Her voice was thick with discontent. Even Ban suddenly vanished without a trace. Tian rubbed his nose awkwardly, suddenly recalling how he had been inexplicably whisked to this moment by the Time Stone's energy in Kamartaj. Maybe something like this could happen again. His expression turned serious. "Melina, find someplace secure and bring Alexei with you. I need to talk to both of you about my sudden disappearance." Melina's cold smirk vanished in an instant. She caught a fleeting, peculiar look in Tian's eyes and turned sharply on her heel. "Alexei," she called out, the edge of the Red Room commander unmistakable in her voice. The burly man, checking on the wounded, jerked his head up. Melina rattled off a few quick words in Russian. Alexei's surprise melted into gravity. He patted a medic on the shoulder, gave a few instructions, and strode over, pressing a button on his wrist communicator. "Safe House B7, full spectrum signal jamming, will activate in 3 minutes. Natasha, who had been chatting with 2B about the little stories of the past few years, sensed the sudden shift in atmosphere. She glanced over her shoulder and caught sight of her adoptive parents and Tian, their faces grave. Her brow creased slightly. Something's wrong. Is this some kind of emergency? She wondered silently. As Natasha puzzled over the situation, 2B gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder. Natasha turned quickly and saw 2B smiling warmly. "Don't overthink it, Natasha. Come on, let's go see what's going on." Uncertainty flickered across Natasha's face. "Can I come along? I'm not part of the Red Room's inner circle." With Yelena in her arms, 2B passed by Natasha, heading toward Tian. "Come on, Master won't mind." Natasha glanced in Tian's direction. He was looking right at her and waved her over. She drew a deep breath and hurried after 2B. The temporary metal door of Safe House B7 slid shut behind them with barely a sound, and the air filtration system began its low, steady hum. This so-called safe house was little more than a basement. The house above had been commandeered by Red Room agents, and the equipment in the basement had only just been installed. All communications channels are now cut. Encryption protocol is active. Melina looked up from the monitor, fixing her gaze on Tian. "Now, Commander, what is it you need to tell us?" Tian smiled, gesturing for everyone to relax and take a seat first. After everyone had taken their seats, Tian tapped his fingers on the tabletop. "Back in 1996, I went to Kamartaj. You all know about that. But what you don't know is I accidentally got roped in by the Ancient One." As he spoke, Tian touched his nose, a small gesture he always made when lying. Though this time, it was because he couldn't decide whether to tell them that he'd been affected by the energy of the Time Stone and become an unstable time traveler. This subtle move didn't escape Natasha's notice. She narrowed her eyes. Every time Tian lied, he would make that same little motion. "What do you mean? And who's this Ancient One?" Alexei scratched the back of his head, clearly puzzled by Tian's words. Tian glanced at 2B. Stepping in for him, she explained, "The Ancient One is this world's Sorcerer Supreme, a master who protects our reality from the invasion of dark, otherworldly forces." Excuse me?" Alexei's eyes went wide as saucers. "Is this just a hangover from last night, or what? Since when do we have sorcerers running around?" Tian chuckled. No, you're not still drunk. All of this is real. There are plenty of mysterious forces in this world. As long as they don't reveal themselves, no one would ever find them. Chuntian, you still haven't explained how you got roped in, Melina interrupted, cutting off Alexei before he could say more. Oh, right. Well, you've probably noticed that my family members and I have abilities that far surpass ordinary people, right? Yes, I can sense that, Melina nodded. That's why she recruited us, because of our powers. So, from time to time, I might just disappear without warning. Chuntian shrugged. That's not fair. Natasha stood up abruptly, drawing everyone's attention. She was visibly upset. Why should you be the only one? The Red Room has plenty of crises to deal with, too. Melina nodded in agreement. That's right. In the years you've been gone, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been constantly targeting us. Even when we try to stay hidden, they're always hunting us, making it really hard to move against Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D., huh? Is it still Nick Fury, that bald egg, calling the shots? Chuntian's comment made Alexei and Yelena burst out laughing. Alexei laughed so hard he could barely breathe, thumping the table. Bald egg, what a perfect description. Ha! Everyone caught Alexei's infectious laughter. Smiles broke out around the table. Melina shot him an exasperated look before turning back to Chuntian, struggling to keep a straight face. It's not just him. There's also Pierce from the World Security Council. He's the one pushing Nick Fury. Well, that makes sense. Alexander Pierce is one of Hydra's top snakes, hiding right there in the Security Council. What? Melina and Alexei shot to their feet. No wonder at all. The intelligence on Hydra that our agents deliberately left for Fury's people. They turn a blind eye to it every time, and instead just kept treating us as the enemy. Melina finally saw the whole picture. Then why don't we just go and take out that Pierce guy ourselves? Alexei shouted, his anger boiling over. There had been times during his missions when he'd run into S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but for fear of provoking both the World Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D. further, he'd always held back. Chuntian stroked his chin deep in thought. The destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council had been his plan, set in motion back in 2010. If he started moving things forward now, would it disrupt events that were supposed to unfold nearly a century later? Every little action he took could ripple through the timeline, altering everything that followed. As this thought struck him, Chuntian glanced at Natasha, his brow furrowing. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then at the Stark Industries charity gala, Natasha clearly didn't recognize me. How could that be? And now that the Red Room is under my control, would Natasha still defect and join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Isn't there something wrong with this? Chuntian's frown deepened. He couldn't quite puzzle it out. Maybe the timeline had already shifted behind the scenes. That's the trouble with returning to your own timeline's past. Change even the smallest detail, and the future could look completely different. If I want things to play out as they did before, I'll have to intervene directly. But how can I guarantee Natasha will join S.H.I.E.L.D. in this version of events? When did Natasha join S.H.I.E.L.D. anyway? I think I once saw online that it was sometime between 2000 and 2008, but that's so vague. Without a specific date, what am I supposed to do? Natasha watched Chuntian with puzzled eyes, noticing the way his brow nodded in thought, but she didn't dare interrupt him. In fact, nobody in the room dared break the silence. Never mind, let's just go with this. Chuntian finally resolved, turning his gaze to Melina. Melina, from now on, the Red Room will go completely underground. By the way, wasn't Dracoff developing the Sky Red Room project before? Melina nodded. He was, but after you took over, we shifted our focus to wiping out Hydra. Good. Then restart the project now. Once the Sky Red Room is complete, we'll relocate there. All external bases can be abandoned. Leave. Only a few people who are brainwashed under the old puppet protocol. And as for Budapest, keep all the puppets stationed there. Why keep Budapest? Melina asked, clearly puzzled. Chuntian looked at Natasha. I want to leave it for Natasha. Everyone turned to Natasha in confusion. Even Natasha herself looked surprised, raising a finger to point at her own chest. Me? Yes, you. It's your ticket into S.H.I.E.L.D. You want me to be a spy inside S.H.I.E.L.D.? Her voice was steadier than she had expected, icy and controlled. Chuntian's fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop. We're going to create the last Black Widow of the Red Room. A perfect weapon, driven by the fire of vengeance, defecting with purpose. Melina was the first to protest. That is only 15. S.H.I.E.L.D. would never. Not now. Chuntian waved her off. We'll wait until Sky Red Room is finished. Natasha will first make a name for herself in the underworld. Fury is always drawn to a superweapon gone rogue. Why go to all this trouble? Alexei, ever the straightforward one, couldn't see the bigger picture. Melina, since we broke ties with HYDRA, how's the Red Room's financial situation? Chuntian ignored Alexei's question, turning instead to Melina. Not good. Especially now, with both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. after us. Even our secret accounts have been frozen by S.H.I.E.L.D. By now, we've lost at least $1 billion. Shintian nodded. That leads to my next plan. First, we give Nat a few years to grow, to make the name Black Widow ring out in the spy world, drawing S&LD's attention. Then, they'll notice that Nat's behavior isn't quite human, more like a machine. A sudden, dry chuckle escaped Shintian. That sort of thing is guaranteed to catch Fury's eye. When the time comes, he'll definitely send his best agents to investigate Nat. Oh, and Shintian looked at Natasha. Nat, you'll need to sabotage a few S.H.I.E.L.D. operations. On the surface, it'll look like you're working alone, but in truth, every move will be backed by the Red Room, Melina interjected. To show just how powerful Nat is, right? Bingo. That's exactly it. With a Black Widow who operates with machine-like precision, Fury will have no choice but to send his top operatives. When Nat finally faces off against one of them, she'll accidentally reveal that she's under control, but can't quite break free. A cold smile flickered across Chun Tian's lips. Once that happens, Fury will launch a deeper investigation into Nat's background. And 2B will be waiting at the Budapest base, ready with a flawless backstory for Fury to discover. After his investigation, Nat will appear, again during another mission, and this time she'll slip up, allowing herself to be captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. and freed from their control. The very first thing she would do after breaking free from their control would be to reveal her hatred of the Red Room to S.H.I.E.L.D. In Budapest, at the Red Room's base, Nat would uncover a trove of information about the Red Room's operations under Dreykov's command. And then, Shintian mimed an explosion with his hands. With a single blast, boom, Nat would single-handedly blow up the Red Room's Budapest base, then disappear without a trace. She'd stay, hidden until she coincidentally ran into that agent again. To repay the agent who helped awaken her self-awareness, Nat would hand over every piece of data from Budapest to him. In that case, would Fury try to recruit Nat? But there are a lot of unpredictable factors here, Natasha frowned. For example, how can I be sure that if I'm captured, that agent would actually let me go? If he won't release you, why can't we arrange for your escape instead? Make it look like you broke free after awakening your consciousness, seeking revenge. Shintian countered. Remember, this isn't a one-woman show. You're the star, but the Red Room is your entire production crew behind the scenes. What's the point of going to all this trouble? Melina still looked confused, not understanding why such an elaborate plan was necessary. Shintian leaned back in his chair just a little. It's simple. We need to feed off S.H.I.E.L.D. to leech from them. Noticing the puzzlement on everyone's faces, Shintian laughed. Come on, did you already forget what I just said? Alexander Pierce. He was once SHIELD's director, and now he's a representative on the World Security Council. Do you really think that, during his tenure, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't infiltrated by HYDRA? Everyone was stunned into silence. So, once Nat is inside S.H.I.E.L.D., she can start digging into the financial ties between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. When HYDRA and S.H.I.E.L.D. finally realize there's something wrong with their finances, every clue will point toward the other. But in reality, it's all our doing. Chun Tian stood, bracing his hands on the table. When they're fighting tooth and nail, both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. will have become our lifeblood, feeding us, strengthening us, and making us unstoppable. Until the day they both collapse, and everyone finally realizes the Red Room has become the most powerful espionage organization of all. Silence descended upon the safe house. Shintian's plans spread out like a vast web, ensnaring S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and the Red Room alike. And Natasha, she was the spider moving deftly, along the silken strands. All around the web, a storm raged. One single misstep, and she would plummet into an abyss from which there was no return. Melina's fingers tapped unconsciously against the tabletop, her gaze flickering back and forth between Natasha and Shintian. As the tactical commander of the Red Room, she understood better than anyone the dangers of this plan. This was no simple infiltration, but a high-stakes gamble with lives and the very future of the Red Room on the line. Alexei's heavy breathing sounded especially loud in the tense silence. The usually boisterous red giant now wore a deep frown. He suddenly shot to his feet, the scrape of metal chair legs against the floor ringing harshly through the room. I object, he shouted. Nat is only 15. Even if you give her a few more years of training, and then send her to be a double agent? Damn it. Nero Sparta. No, Shintian. Tell me, how much psychological pressure do you expect Nat to bear? Shintian didn't reply at once. He simply sat back down, fingers interlaced over his abdomen, eyes lowered. He knew. Of course he knew. But if they didn't do this, what would become of the Red Room's future? How would the timeline ahead be shaped? As these thoughts weighed on him, his clasped hands slowly tightened. He was still too weak, too powerless to change the world with sheer force. 2B held Yelena in her arms, a faint glimmer in her eyes beneath her silver hair. As a combat android, she wasn't supposed to feel emotions. Like worry, yet her core processor was now registering abnormal fluctuations. This was her first time experiencing something akin to unease. She'd been there for Natasha and Yelena back in Ohio, always by their side. To see Natasha shouldering such a crushing burden now, Tubi couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance. All eyes in the room turned to Natasha. The red-haired girl sat quietly, her emerald eyes cast downward, long lashes trembling faintly. Her fingertips gently traced the edge of the table. Am I afraid? Of course I am. How could I not be? Chun Tion's plan is ruthless, but if it works, the Red Room will become the most powerful spy organization under his command. No, not just that. It will become the strongest secret organization in the world. But can I really do it? I can, because it was to help Chun Tion, to help Melina, that I chose to undergo agent training. That's why I can do this. When she looked up, there was no hesitation left in her eyes. I accept. Her voice was soft. Melina shot to her feet. Ned, you don't have to see. I can do it. Natasha met Chun Tion's gaze head-on. It's just acting, right? The Red Room taught me. Lies are deadlier than bullets. Natasha stood, her posture firm. I can become the defecting Black Widow Chun Tion described. But Natasha drew a deep breath. This plan still has a weakness. The air inside the safe house seemed to freeze. Natasha's words landed like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the heart of everyone in the room. I want to undergo a different kind of brainwashing, not the puppet protocol. Her voice began to tremble as she slowly bowed her head. I mean, the kind that replaces your memories. Her voice was soft, yet sharp as a dagger, piercing right through everyone's psychological defenses. Melina's face instantly turned ghostly pale. Her lips quivered. Ned, do you even know what you're saying? Alexei slammed his hand down on the table, splintering a chunk of the wooden surface beneath his palm. No, absolutely not. Held in two BS arms, Yelena seemed to sense the weight in the air. Her tiny hands gripped two BS collar tightly. Sister Yoarha, what does brainwashing mean? Chun Tion's pupils contracted ever so slightly. He stood up slowly. Nat, you know what that means. I know. Natasha lifted her head, determination blazing in her emerald eyes. It means I'll forget everything I ever had with you all. But only this way will SHLD's lie detectors truly believe I'm a controlled avenger. Melina rushed up to Natasha, clutching her shoulders tightly. Are you out of your mind? The side effects of brainwashing are irreversible. Even if we break the control later, your memories could be lost forever. Natasha could feel her foster mother's trembling hands, yet she managed a faint smile. Melina, you taught me. The most perfect lie is the one you believe yourself. But please, all of you, remember this. Natasha's smile lingered. Remember to bury my mission deep in my subconscious. I don't want to forget our blood bag mission along with everything else. A dreadful silence filled the room, broken only by the faint hum of the ventilation system. Chun Tion's gaze lingered on Natasha's face, searching for any sign of hesitation. But her eyes remained as resolute as ever, just like that little girl in 1995 who insisted on becoming an agent. Are you sure? His voice was so low, it was almost a whisper. Natasha drew a deep breath. I have only one condition. Before the procedure begins, her eyes swept across everyone in the room. I want to make the most of this time together. Suddenly, Tubi spoke up. Master, perhaps there's another way. She, too, didn't want Natasha to go through with this. I could develop a neural interference device to simulate the effects of brainwashing. So now it would display symptoms of being controlled, but keep her core memories intact. Chun Tion shook his head. It's too risky. SHIELD has the most advanced brainwave scanners. Simulated signals would be easy to detect. Ban's figure appeared silently in the corner. The Sharingan's illusion can achieve perfect simulation, but it can't be maintained for long. Chun Tion rejected the suggestion. Nat needs to stay undercover in SHIELD for years. There's always a risk that the illusion will fail. In the midst of the debate, Natasha suddenly laughed. It was a smile tinged with childlike innocence, yet carrying an unusual maturity. See, this is why it has to be me, she said softly, because only the real Black Widow can fool everyone. Yelena suddenly broke free from 2BS embrace and threw herself into Natasha's arms. I don't want you to forget me, sis. Natasha crouched down, hugging the little girl tight. Silly girl, I'll remember you. I promise. Her gaze drifted over Yelena's shoulder and locked with Chun Tion's. In that instant, Chun Tion saw something flicker at her eyes. It wasn't fear nor hesitation. It was a trust so pure it bordered on devotion. All right, Chun Tion finally nodded, his voice rough. But we'll develop a memory trigger mechanism. He walked over to the holographic console, calling up a set of intricate neural maps. will bury a key deep in your subconscious. When you hear a certain frequency, your real memories will be reactivated. Melina still held Natasha's hand tightly. At least wait 3 years before you go through with this. No, Natasha shook her head. The very day the red room in the sky is finished, that's when it happens. She stood up, her red hair flaring like fire in the light. Until then, I'll become the red room's finest weapon. And after that, a sly curve danced on her lips. I'll become the perfect spark, the one that ignites both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. After the meeting, the lights in the safe house seemed dimmer than usual. Melina was the first to leave, her posture stiff as steel, her footsteps heavier than normal. Alexei hurried after her, and the metal door slammed shut behind him with a weighty thud. Tubi watched as Natasha gently smoothed the stray hairs from the little girl's temple, then spoke up. Master, I can optimize the memory trigger algorithm. Go ahead, Tubi. Make sure, Chintian paused, make sure Natasha won't be harmed by my plan. Ban's figure lingered at the edge of shadow, the Sharingan's red light gleaming briefly and then fading. Are you sure you want her to go that far? Chintian didn't answer. His gaze drifted through the translucent streams of data, landing on Natasha as she teased Yelena. The red-haired girl's smile was bright and carefree, as if she weren't the one who had just chosen to have her memories wiped. Is she really not afraid? Or is it that she already knows how to hide her fear beneath a smile? Night in Moscow. The wind here is colder than in any other city. Natasha sat on the edge of the rooftop, gazing out over the city awash in lights. Can't sleep. Chintian took a seat beside her. I was thinking about my memory kit. Natasha turned to Chintian, her face beaming with a bright smile. Do you think I'm cruel? Chintian's eyes fixed on the distant skyline. Yes, you are. But I think I understand you, at least a little. Natasha followed his gaze toward the horizon. Because of that guy in Kathmandu, you keep disappearing from time to time. But as the commander of the Red Room, you have to consider its future, especially after you suddenly vanish, whether the Red Room could withstand a joint attack from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. So, you had no choice but to make a long-term plan. Sending a spy like me was the only way to survive in the cracks, and maybe even grow stronger. Natasha's smile blossomed. Hey, when you put it that way, I guess my role is actually kind of important. Chintian didn't smile, because there was nothing funny about it. I'm sorry, Netsuwa Villanscape. You should never have had to bear this. I pulled you out of Dracov's mire, only to push you straight into another. Natasha tilted her head, looking at Chintian. Chintian, I've made my decision. Chintian turned to her. Natasha smiled and said, my memory can... Let it be the sound of you calling me Nat with a smile. Chintian's eyes widened. Let it be the way your voice sounds when you smile and call me Nata. With those words, the loop of time closed perfectly. 2009, Stark Industries Charity Gala. I thought we already knew each other pretty well, Nat. At least 3 minutes ago, you were still talking about teaching me a lesson. Cut the wisecracks. There's nothing about you in our database. So who are you really? Chintian's lips curled into a smile. Nat, before we continue this fascinating interrogation, on the rooftop of the hotel hosting the Stark Industries Gala in 2009, Chintian stood smiling, his hands raised in surrender. Across from him, Natasha's eyes were wary. When she heard him call her Nat with a smile, her hand holding the gun trembled ever so slightly. Barely noticeable, but they're all the same. Chintian's expression softened. He looked into the distance, still wearing that gentle smile. All right, let's use that. Natasha smiled too, turning her eyes toward the city lights. Out in the distance, a lone birch tree pushed its branches stubbornly through a crack in the concrete, its tender green leaves fluttering gently in the night breeze. Birch trees can thrive even in temperatures as low as -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. They are classified as pioneer species, meaning they can quickly grow in scorched or barren soils, creating a more hospitable environment for other plants to take root. The Sky Red Room had always been one of Drakev's major research projects. Over the years, he had invested varying degrees of effort into its development. After Chintian announced the complete dormancy of the Red Room, all remaining funds and resources were redirected to advance this project. It took just 2 months for the Sky Red Room to be fully completed. This also meant that, from then on, Natasha was to become the Black Widow at the heart of Chintian's plan. The walls of the core laboratory in the Sky Red Room gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Natasha lay flat on the operating table, silvery neural link devices spread across her temples like a web. A final check. Melina's voice echoed through the sterile chamber. Neural link at 98% completion. Memory encryption protocol is ready. Chintian stood by the observation window, his knuckles unconsciously tapping the reinforced glass. What about the emotional stabilizer? It's been administered. 2 BS fingers flew across the control panel. But Master, is there truly no other way? Suddenly, Natasha opened her eyes on the operating table, her emerald irises deep and unfathomable under the surgical lights. Sister Yoarha, this is the path I chose myself. Yelena pressed her small face to the observation window, her breath leaving a cloudy mist on the glass. Sis looks just like a robot from a sci-fi movie. Alexei's large hand rested on his youngest daughter's shoulder. Usually rough and unyielding, his voice now rasped with emotion. Nat, you can still change your mind. Natasha gently shook her head, her red hair spilling like blood across the pristine white pillow. Let's begin. Melina drew a deep breath. At the moment she pressed the activation key, the lab's emergency lighting suddenly shifted to a deep crimson, initiating multi-layer memory reconstruction protocol. Countdown, 30 minutes. 1 month later, SHIELD headquarters. Fury's single eye bored into the intelligence report in his hand, his fingertips drumming a tense rhythm on the desk. The projection displayed 7 crime scenes at different locations, each victim an informant for SHIELD, each with the same wound to the throat. That's the 7th. Fury's voice was rough. 7 intelligence sources eliminated with precision in just 2 weeks. Coulson scrolled quickly through his tablet. The way they died, this was professional. He enlarged a photo. These wounds almost as if done by a machine. You know, none of these informants were saints, Fury scoffed. Some are high-ranking government officials, others big-league arms dealers. The office door slid open abruptly. Barton stepped in, bringing the night breeze with him, Rain still clinging to his tactical suit. You called me in this late, just to show me crime scene photos? Fury tossed a file onto the desk. Clint, I need you to hand over your current assignment. His finger landed on a blurry photograph, a streak of red just visible. Find this red-haired individual. As for the following Black Widow storyline, it won't be described in detail here. According to the protagonist's plan, the series of events unfolds much as they do in the movie. Black Widow grows, meets Hawkeye at the right time, awakens her own sense of self, blows up Budapest, and eventually joins S.H.I.E.L.D. The main difference is that she also gathers intelligence on Hydra and SHLD's finances to strengthen the Red Room's resources. Shintian, look at mine. Wanda grinned as she used her chaos magic to weave flowers of different colors into a garland and placed it on her head. That's beautiful, Wanda. Your control over magic is getting better and better. Chun Tian patted Wanda on the head, and she squinted contentedly like a kitten. Hey, Chun Tian, next time don't send me so far, will you? I really can't handle German. Pietro appeared at Chun Tian's side, handing him a takeout bag containing the signature grill hacks, roast pork knuckle, from Zoom Alton Market, an old town tavern. Yeah, it was all part of your training. Chun Tian grinned at Pietro. Thanks, but next time, pick someone else for this kind of training. Pietro rolled his eyes, thinking back with a grimace to his wild gesturing while ordering at the German restaurant. Tubi took the bag from Pietro and gently opened it. A rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Fine, but next time, can you send me somewhere where they speak English? Pietro replied, though his eyes were already fixed on the pork knuckle inside the bag. Tubi unwrapped the food and divided the golden, crispy pork knuckle into small pieces. She handed Wanda a bit with crackling skin first. The little girl took it happily, but it was so hot she had to blow on it to cool it down. Take your time, Tubi said softly, then offered a piece to Pietro. You come a long way for this. Well done. Pietro's face lit up. You're the best, Sister Yoarha. He took the meat and, showing off, took a big bite in front of Chintian. Chintian watched the two children's happiness with a smile. It seemed that everything he'd done up to now was worth it, even if, in the future, they might end up joining Baron Strucker at his own instigation. Right now, they were still so young. For now, he would let them enjoy their childhood. A piece of meat floated up, gently swaying as it made its way to Chintian's lips. Wanda opened her mouth wide and prompted him up. Chintian smiled and took the bite, then ruffled her chestnut hair. Thank you, our little magician. Sunlight spilled softly across the garden, and Wanda and Pietro's laughter danced among the flowers. Tubi sat quietly to the side, her silver hair brushing lightly in a breeze, but her gaze never left Chintian sitting before her. Master, I found them. Ban's voice echoed through the summoning space. The smile on Chintian's face slowly faded. Excellent. He rose to his feet, brushing bits of grass from his clothes. Wait here for me. I'm going to buy some oranges. Wanda nodded obediently. Pietro waved, still chewing on a pork knuckle, while Tubi watched Chintian with a thoughtful look. Chintian smiled at Tubi, then walked away at a leisurely pace. Out in the distant woods beyond the meadow, Chintian snapped his fingers. Maleda appeared, bowing slightly to him. Master, the target is at the North Pole. The North Pole? No wonder we couldn't find him in Siberia. And? Did you finish the task I gave you? Yes, master. Our multi-layered memory construction program has penetrated deep into his mind. We can ensure that even if Steve Rogers awakens him and he regains self-awareness, his innermost consciousness will still pose a threat to the world. And all the while, he'll believe this is his own true desire. Chen Tian stretched lazily. And what about the memory where Steve chooses to save someone else on the train instead of him? Did you implant that too? Yes, master. I guarantee that once the memory key is unlocked, he'll remember every single memory. And what's the key? Steve Rogers, gasping for breath, says, I could do this all day. Chen Tian looked at Ban in surprise. When did you get such a wicked sense of humor? A sly smile played at the corner of Ban's mouth. Dante taught me. Chen Tian burst out laughing, clapping Ban on the shoulder. Well done, well done. By the way, master, there's something else, Ban continued. Ban's figure flickered and vanished for a moment. 2 seconds later, he reappeared, clutching a man and a woman in his hands. They were unconscious, but judging by their matching outfits, couples' clothes, do people in Sokovia really dress this trendy? Master, I just noticed these two. They've been secretly watching Wanda and Pietro. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. Use your Sharingan. Extract everything they know. Ban's crimson Sharingan spun slowly, and under the sway of his illusion, the captured couple's bodies twitched involuntarily. Their memories, like pages of an open book, were rapidly flipped through by Ban. Hydra operatives under the command of Baron Strucker, Ban said slowly. 3 days ago, we received orders to monitor these twins. The reason is, the scene flashes back to the slums of Sokovia a week earlier. Wanda, without meaning to, uses her chaos magic to heal an injured stray cat. Meanwhile, Pietro, when no one is looking, reveals a speed far beyond normal human limits. By coincidence, this moment is captured by a hidden Hydra surveillance camera. Interesting. Chen Tian muses, stroking his chin. Strucker noticed them earlier than I anticipated. The memory continues to unfold. Baron Strucker, in his dimly lit laboratory, gazes intensely at the surveillance footage. His single eye burns with fanaticism as he declares, find them. This kind of talent is exactly what our human evolution project needs. Bonesh brau soidun fuirovsh. Master inside their bodies. As his Sharingan delves deeper, the outline of a microbomb becomes visible beneath the skin at the agent's necks. A signature Hydra kill switch. Chen Tian waves Ban off. Don't worry about that for now. Focus on locating Baron Strucker. Norway, Trondheim, underground facility. Ban recites the gathered intelligence word by word. Coordinates, 63 degrees, 25 minutes north latitude. Standing with his hands in his pockets, Chen Tian listens calmly as all the intel is reported. His gaze falls on the Hydra tattoos on the agent's wrists, and a cold, mocking smile curls at the corner of his lips. No wonder we couldn't find Strucker in that Sokovian castle before. It turns out he hasn't arrived yet. After the Sokovia War, Chen Tian had also joined forces with the Red Room to sweep Hydra's remnants from the country. He'd even tried to track down Baron Strucker, who had holed up in the Sokovian castle back in 2010. But now, the castle still belongs to an old European noble family. This noble, to his credit, is a kind man who has converted the castle into a refugee shelter. Because of this, Chen Tian chose not to seize the castle, instead having the Red Room set up surveillance within. Ban's Sharingan slowly fades from crimson, and the controlled Hydra agents collapse limply to the ground. He turns to Chen Tian for instructions. Master, shall I take care of Strucker? Chen Tian strokes his chin, pondering. Before I crossed over, Wanda said I died in an explosion. How did that happen? Snapping out of his thoughts, Chen Tian waves his hand dismissively. No need for now. Implant new memories into these agents. Have them report to Strucker that the children are shield bait. Ban's Sharingan whirls to life again, its scarlet tomo spinning hypnotically. The two unconscious Hydra agents suddenly convulse violently as their memories are precisely rewritten. Target is likely shield bait. At least 3 agents are lying in ambush nearby, requesting immediate withdrawal. Chen Tian watched Ban's actions with satisfaction, then added, give them a little something extra. Ban nodded in understanding, and with a gentle tap to each agent's temple, their bodies stiffened, as if they were fighting for their lives in the midst of a brutal battle. In their minds, memories were implanted, scenes of firefights with shield agents, the searing pain of bullets tearing through their shoulders, the sting of knives slicing along their ribs. All sensations flawlessly recreated. The wounds need to look real, Chen Tian said coldly. Chakra gathered at Ban's fingertips, and with surgical precision, he inflicted gunshot and knife wounds on both of them. blood quickly soaked through their clothing, yet each injury was carefully placed to avoid any vital spots. Now, Chintian crouched down, looking the two agents in the eye. Take the information you've learned and deliver it to your master. Forming a seal with one hand, Ban activated his power. The agents' eyes snapped open, the pattern of the Sharingan flickering in their pupils. Moving like puppets on strings, they staggered away through the trees, leaving a trail of blood behind them. Norway, Trondheim Underground Base. Baron Strucker's single eye was fixed on the encrypted communication screen, the signal flickering in and out. Sir, it's a trap. One of the agents managed to croak, his voice hoarse. Shield. Ambush. The target was bait. He broke off, overcome by a fit of coughing, blood bubbling from the corner of his mouth before he collapsed. The other agent, struggling for breath, managed to raise a trembling hand and punch in an emergency code on the comms device. Useless. Strucker snarled, slamming his glass down so hard it shattered, shards flying everywhere. Cut all external communications. Evacuate the Sokovia observation post. His aide hesitated. But, sir, the twins, their potential. Are you deaf? Strucker snapped, seizing the aide by the throat. Fury is fishing for us. Those mutant children are his bait. At that moment, the agents' groans abruptly ceased. From deep in their throats, they forced out a ragged, guttural chant. Hail Hydra! A split second later, an explosion thundered through the comms device, a deafening blast, followed by a harsh static hiss. Strucker's face grew even darker. He staggered back 2 steps, barking orders with icy urgency. Initiate the base self-destruct sequence. Everyone, relocate to the backup site. The aide moved to comply, but as he entered the command, a sudden warning flashed across the system. Strucker's eyes widened in alarm. He drew his pistol in a blur, firing several rounds into the server terminal, sparks flying in the dim light. Move, he shouted, his voice low and urgent, before bolting into the emergency corridor. Shield will be here any second. Sokovia outskirts. Chun Tian sat on the hillside, and Ban's shadowy figure slowly appeared beside him. The message has been delivered. Strucker is in the process of destroying the files. He's expected to evacuate the Norway base within 48 hours. Chun Tian let out a soft chuckle. Does he really think S.H.I.E.L.D. has found him? His gaze drifted toward Wanda and Pietro, who were playing merrily in the garden, while Tubi sat quietly nearby. Let him run, Chun Tian continued. The farther he flees, the more certain it is, when we need him, he'll come knocking on our door himself. Ban frowned slightly. Master, I don't understand. If we intend to use Strucker, why not just control him directly? Chun Tian pulled a piece of candy from his pocket. One Wanda had slipped him in secret moments before. Ban, do you know what's most interesting about fishing? He unwrapped the candy slowly. It's not the moment you haul the fish onto the shore. The candy sparkled in the sunlight, gleaming with crystal clarity. It's watching the fish think it's escaped the hook, never realizing the line is still firmly in your hand. In the distance, Wanda's laughter rang out like silver bells. Chun Tian tossed the candy into his mouth, letting the sweetness melt across his tongue. Norwegian border, Hydra's secret evacuation route. Baron Strucker's armored convoy sped through the blizzard, tires screeching sharply as they tore across the icy road. In the Baron's single eye, the flickering coordinates on his tablet were reflected. It was his last fallback, Hydra's Arctic research base. Sir, the tracking signal has vanished, the aide reported nervously, wiping cold sweat from his brow. But the system shows someone has hacked into our database from the outside. Strucker clenched the tablet, so hard the metal casing warped in his grip. The Red Room? Or S.H.I.E.L.D.? Inside the howling, snow-lashed vehicle, no one dared answer. Sokovia, B7 safe house, basement. A live feed displayed Strucker's convoy's route on the screen in front of Chintian. Tubi stood by the datastream. Master, the tracking program has been successfully implanted. Strucker is following the predicted route. Excellent. Chun Tian drummed his fingers on the armrest. Have Natasha accidentally leaked those coordinates to S.H.I.E.L.D. during her Budapest operation? The projection abruptly switched to Arctic glaciers, revealing a massive figure suspended in blue fluid beneath the ice. Bonesh Hodov emerged from the darkness. There's no need to worry about Bucky Barnes anymore. All that's left is for Steve Rogers to say those words. And a fresh civil war will break out. Chun Tian finished with a smile. But this time, the leading roles won't be Tony and Steve. It'll be Steve and his old friend. By the way, did we secure Strucker's Human Evolution Project files? Tubi brought up an encrypted file. It contains 27 core technologies, including mutant gene, splicing, and mind control modules. Chun Tian's gaze grew colder. Didn't I tell you to find Charles Xavier? Send this information to him. Ban raised an eyebrow. The leader of the mutants? Let the X-Men have some fun with Hydra, Chun-Tian said, rising and walking toward the elevator. Isn't Xavier always trying to curry favor with the World Security Council? Let him and Hydra tear each other apart. In the end, Hydra will have no choice but to call in the Council to stop the war. Master, why involve the X-Men in this plan? To be asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Because I want the X-Men too, especially that wild wolf whose whole body is made of metal. Chun-Tian pulled up a document. Its title read, The Adjudicator. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Cerebro Enhancement Chamber. Charles Xavier sat in his wheelchair, fingertips pressed lightly to his temple as his mind drifted through the thoughts of countless mutants. Suddenly, a rush of hurried footsteps shattered his meditation. Professor! Storm burst through the door, golden eyes blazing with anger. I've just received an anonymous tip. Charles frowned slightly and took the datapad from her. The moment the file opened on the screen, his pupils contracted sharply. Hydra, Human Evolution Project. Charles's fingers trembled as he quickly flipped through the file. Each page was accompanied by gruesome records of experiments and photographs of mutant test subjects. Charles's voice was low and icy. Hydra is actually abducting mutants in secret. Storm clenched her fists, and static electricity crackled in the air. Professor, the intel also included coordinates up in the Arctic. There's a secret Hydra base there. Charles closed his eyes. Instantly, his mind swept across the entire school. Seconds later, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Assemble the X-Men. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Tactical Briefing Room. Cyclops, Jean Grey, Beast, Wolverine, and the others gathered around the projector. As Charles cast the intel onto the central display, Wolverine caught sight of his own experiment number, and with a metallic scrape, his adamantium claws shot out. Those bastards, Logan growled, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Jean gently laid a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him. Logan, stay focused. Stay focused. Logan sneered. Charles, are you telling me these experiments are still going on? We have to act, Cyclops said, pounding the table. Our fellow mutants are being tortured as we speak. The Beast pushed his glasses up, the lenses catching a cold glint. Charles, it's only been 3 months since the mutant registration. Act passed. If we act on our own, the World Security Council would have every reason to revoke the Mutant Protection Agreement. Storm shouted. So are we just supposed to stand by and watch our own kind get dissected? Aurora. Charles raised a hand to stop her. Hank is right. We have to consider the consequences. Wolverine's claws slid back with a metallic snap, and he let out a cold laugh. Consequences? I'll tell you what the consequences are. He pointed at the projection, where the frozen mutant test subjects lay. In 48 hours, those people will be Hydra's weapons. Jean studied the files. Professor, Hank, those kids in the reports, the youngest isn't even 10. The conference room fell silent. Charles closed his eyes and pressed his fingers to his temple. After a moment, he opened them again. Hank, contact the World Security Council. Request emergency authorization for an operation. The Beast quickly worked the holographic console. On what grounds? Crimes against humanity. Charles's voice was ice. Under the Geneva Convention, we have every reason to suspect Hydra is developing genetic weapons. Cyclops adjusted his visor. And if they refuse permission? Charles looked each X-Man in the eye, his gaze finally settling on Wolverine. Then we proceed with Plan B. Logan bared his sharp canines in a grin. About damn time. World Security Council, Emergency Conference Hall. On the projection screen, the Beast's image flickered slightly. Based on the evidence presented, we request immediate authorization to launch a strike against Hydra's Arctic base. The council representatives murmured among themselves. The Russian delegate spoke up first. How can the X-Men guarantee this won't trigger an international incident? That's the Arctic Circle we're talking about. The American delegate rapped his knuckles on the table. SHLD's latest intel confirms the base does exist. But mutant military intervention. This isn't a mutant issue. The Beast's voice suddenly rose, distorting the hologram with emotion. This is a threat to all of humanity. Hydra is using live subjects, including ordinary humans, for genetic experiments. The French delegate frowned, flipping through documents. Page 47 of the evidence. DNA samples show test subjects of African, Asian, and European descent. The British delegate looked up sharply. Hold on, what's the source for this intelligence? The Beast's image hesitated for a second. An anonymous informant. The room erupted in commotion. Enough. The Secretary General raised a hand for silence. Let's put it to a vote. Do we authorize the X-Men to participate in this operation? 5 minutes later, the voting results appeared before Beast. 3 votes in favor, 2 against. Authorization granted. came the Secretary General's voice through the communicator. But there are two conditions. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents must oversee the entire operation. Second, all Hydra intel you recover must be shared. Beast Claws absent-mindedly scratched the tabletop. We accept the terms. Washington, D.C., Alexander Pierce's office. Strucker, what on earth are you doing? Pierce bellowed into the communicator, his rage barely contained. How could the X-Men have learned about such a crucial project of ours? His chest heaved with anger. Now, the Security Council has authorized the X-Men to move against you in the Arctic. And another thing, how did the Arctic base's coordinates get leaked? Strucker answered slowly, his voice tinged with exhaustion after a series of harried escapes. This wasn't an accident, Pierce. I fell into S.H.I.E.L.D's trap. Pierce narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? S.H.I.E.L.D. set up 2 decoys. We walked right into their ambush, which forced me to retreat from Norway to the Arctic. Fury's doing? Pierce frowned, skeptical. As the liaison between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council, he wielded enormous influence. How could Fury have gone around him to get this information? I'm not sure, but the fault is mine this time. Enough. The X-Men should be preparing to depart by now. At best, you have a few hours to get ready. Pierce rubbed his brow, weary. If it were anyone else, I might be worried. Mutants? I've spent years studying them. I'm not playing games, Strucker said, a hint of pride in his voice. But you, Pierce, my funding from your end has dropped sharply. Care to explain? S.H.I.E.L.D. has been interfering, but don't worry. I'll resolve it soon. Pierce said, hand hovering over the communicator switch. Strucker, don't mess this up. With that, he cut the connection, got to his feet, and picked up his coffee. He moved to the window. You've been a bit too active lately, Fury. Arctic Circle, perimeter of Hydra's secret base. A blizzard raged, visibility shrinking to less than 5 meters. The Blackbird hovered above a glacier crevasse, its engines roar swallowed by the howling winds. Temperature, -45 Celsius. Wind speed, 20 meters per second. Beast's voice crackled over the comms. Listen up, everyone. This isn't a normal blizzard. There's a weather control system set up around the base. Wolverine clenched a cigar between his teeth, exhaling a plume of white breath. Doesn't matter what kind of tech they've got. We just tear it apart. Cyclops adjusted his visor. Logan, don't be reckless. Charles made it clear. This mission needs to be clean and precise. Storm stood by the hatch, her golden eyes reflecting the swirling snowstorm outside. I can sense it. The electromagnetic field in this area has been artificially distorted. Jean closed her eyes, focusing her powers. There's life inside the base, but it's very faint, as if something is suppressing it. Begin the operation. Charles's voice sounded through their psychic link. Remember, our top priority is to rescue our imprisoned mutant brothers and sisters. The Blackbird jet descended slowly onto the glacier. As the hatch opened, an icy wind rushed in, biting to the bone. Wolverine was the first to jump out, his adamantium claws leaving deep marks in the snow. Stay close to me. The outer defenses of the Hydra base appeared lax, but every X-Man knew this was the calm before the storm. Thermal scans showed 12 guards at the main entrance, Beast reported in a low voice. But what's strange, their vital signs are unusually steady, almost like machines. Jean frowned. Is someone controlling them? Sparks of electricity danced on Storm's fingertips. Should I disable their communications system first? No, wait. Cyclops raised his hand abruptly. Charles, can you sense anything inside the base? Back at the Xavier Institute, Charles's brow was furrowed with concentration. My telepathy is being jammed. There's some kind of shielding device within the base. Wolverine let out a cold laugh. Then let's just bust in. No. Jean grabbed his arm. If we rush in, Hydra might destroy the test subjects. Just then, the main doors of the base suddenly slid open with a mechanical hum. Instantly, the X-Men tensed, ready for battle. But beyond the doors, there was no one, only a long, shadowy corridor where the lights flickered on and off. A trap. Beast scanned the area warily. A faint red glow appeared in Jean's eyes. No, it's an invitation. At the end of the corridor, a screen abruptly lit up. Welcome, X-Men. On the screen, a shadowy figure sat enveloped in darkness, their voice electronically distorted. You're 20 minutes later than expected. Wolverine's claws shot out. Cut the theatrics. The projection continued. If you want to save those mutants, keep moving forward. Remember, time is running out. Before the words finished echoing, the image switched to a live security feed. Inside a frozen laboratory, dozens of mutants were trapped in stasis pods, their life signs plummeting rapidly. Damn it, Storm shouted in fury, a gale howling through the corridor in answer. They're slaughtering our people. Cyclops issued orders without hesitation. Jean, Ororo, Take out the weather control systems. Logan, Hank, come with me to the lab. With a thunderous crash, the laboratory's metal door twisted out of shape, and Cyclops' laser beams seared clean through the riot helmets of two guards. Beast let out a low growl, his claws tearing open the tactical armor of a third guard. Blood splattered across the glowing screen of the control console. The life support system is collapsing. Beast's claws darted across the interface. If we don't restart in 30 seconds, all the experiment pods will go into permanent cryostasis. Wolverine's nostrils flared. Amid the metallic scent of blood, he caught a sharp whiff of some chemical agent. He spun around just in time, his adamantium claws clashing against an incoming knife with a piercing ring. The blade stopped just 3 centimeters from his throat. Hydra's little toy, Logan sneered, muscles tensing as he flung the attacker against the wall. The dark figure twisted in midair and landed lightly, face hidden behind a metal mask. Winter Soldier? Beast's scanner blared an alarm. Bucky Barnes? No, it's not him. It's another Winter Soldier. A voice crackled from behind a mask. Directive confirmed. Execute the mutants. Meanwhile, Frost crept rapidly across the metal dome of the upper-level weather control room. Just as Storm summoned a surge of lightning, the entire ceiling came crashing down with a deafening roar. Bobby! Aurora's cry was lost in the whirling storm of ice crystals. Suspended at the center of the shattered ice, Iceman's eyes glowed with a strange purple light, an arctic gale spiraling around him. Jean's long red hair froze in the frigid air as she strained to raise a telepathic shield. It's not mind control. I can't reach Bobby. Iceman slowly lifted his hand, countless icicles forming midair at his command. Behind him, the emergency lights in the weather control room flickered out one by one. Sokovia's safe house. A live projection flickered in front of Chun-Tian, displaying the chaos raging inside the Arctic base. Tubi reported in a soft voice, Master, both the Winter Soldier and Iceman have entered the fray. Madara's silhouette emerged from the shadows. Charles Xavier is attempting to break through the psychic barrier. Let him try, Chun-Tian replied with a quiet chuckle. The metal we slipped into the Arctic base to block telepathy isn't exactly a joke. His gaze shifted to another screen. Magneto's imposing figure had appeared at the edge of the Arctic perimeter. Well, looks like Mr. Magneto has arrived. Chun-Tian sat up straighter, a spark of intrigue in his eyes. Now things are getting interesting. Back in the frozen laboratory, Frost clenched tight around the metallic walls, and the alarm from the experiment pods shrieked through the air. 3 Winter Soldiers drifted like ghosts through the shadows, while Wolverine, supposed to be the main line of defense against them, was now roaring in fury from the ceiling. Strucker, you filthy bastard! Logan bellowed, muscles straining as he fought to break free from a massive electromagnetic clamp. Hank, watch your left! Cyclops shouted a warning, but it was already too late.